Chapter 679, I Am Not the Prince of Darkness. William's return to the Crater Empire had spread far and wide. Several high-ranking nobles had decided to visit the academy to form connections with him. Emperor Leonidas and Avexius had ordered Gilbert to ban these nobles from entering the academy in order to not create a commotion. They had already talked to William and the latter agreed to hold a conference at a later date to discuss his experiences in the Tower of Babylon. Of course, the Emperor and the Grand Archmage had pestered William to tell them the full account of what happened in the 51st floor. When the two men heard the half-elf's story, both of them looked at him in admiration. However, there was one big problem, and that was his marriage with Chiffon. In truth, Emperor Leonidas had no problem with it. In fact, he was even happy for the pink-haired girl. Chiffon's mother, April, was once Emperor Leonidas' close friend. If not for the fact that his family had firmly warned him not to take her as his lover, things might have taken a different turn. Unfortunately, there were no ifs, and the news of April's death had saddened him greatly. His concern was mostly due to Chiffon's background. Her father held a very high position in the Demon Continent, and he might not take the news of her marriage lightly. Well, it doesn't matter, Emperor Leonidas thought. Chiffon's happiness is more important than Lucille's anger. Emperor Leonidas was not afraid of Lucille's retaliation. If that darn demon really wanted to settle his accounts with him, then the latter needed to leave the Demon Continent first. Knowing Lucille's attitude, he wouldn't dare leave his territory anytime in the future. The politics in the Demon Continent were complicated. Some were even thinking of staging a civil war to overthrow his reign. Because of this, Lucille didn't have the time nor support to recruit sufficient manpower to threaten the Crater Empire. Still, I need to marry Sidonie to him as soon as possible, Emperor Leonidas thought. A month after his battle at the Misty Sect should give us enough time to prepare. I just pray that the Amazon princess will not get in the way. Since Lilith was Empress Andraste's daughter, and a guest in their empire, he needed to give her some face. I just hope she won't do anything stupid like kidnapping William and dragging him back to the Amazon Empire, Emperor Leonidas mused. Although this possibility was slim, the possibility still existed. After having a lengthy talk with William, Emperor Leonidas and Avexius returned to the royal palace to make the necessary preparations. This is a bit troublesome, William muttered after he finished reading the handwritten letter from his mother, Arwen. I'm one of the possible candidates to become the Prince of Darkness. After the defeat of the Elven army, all the families that had been involved in the attack suffered severe repercussions from the Elven Council. The elders that belonged to these families were kicked out from the council, and were banned from entering for the next 500 years. Elves may have a long lifespan, but the loss of political power was a heavy blow to these families. Also, it would take tens of thousands of years before these elven clans would be able to regain their peak strength. The reproduction of elves wasn't as fast as the human race, and they had lost a lot of people in this war. This made William the mortal enemy of these families, but of them dared to seek revenge. They had already seen what William was capable of. If not for the fact that he had spared the elven women, the number of survivors might have only numbered in the hundreds. Still, that didn't mean that the elves would not keep an eye on him. As someone that was a candidate to become the Prince of Darkness, William was a lethal threat to their continued existence. Are you the Prince of Darkness? Kenneth asked with a serious expression. William snorted as he carefully stored Arwen's letter. Prince of Darkness, as if. Big brother, Prince of Darkness sounds cool, Chiffon said with a smile. Then, would you be my Princess of Darkness? Kenneth sighed as he shook his head helplessly. He could tell that William wasn't taking things seriously. Even so, he sincerely wished that William wasn't the prince in the prophecy. Even though the elves were currently afraid of antagonizing him, at the first sign of him turning into the prophesied prince, they would throw all caution into the wind and unite to kill him. William had a carefree expression on his face, but deep inside he had his doubts. When he was young, he had once fought side by side with Est, Ian, and Isaac at the test of courage. Back then, he had been forced to activate the power of the Collar of Wisteria. This allowed him to use the prestige class, Prince of Darkness, for a short period of time. William would be lying if he said that the possibility didn't exist, but he wasn't too worried about it. His mother was the Saintess of the elven race. Even though he didn't get along with the elves, that didn't mean that he would wish for their demise. Don't worry, I am not the Prince of Darkness, William said firmly. I mean, do I look like an edgy character? Yes, Kenneth nodded. Very edgy. The corner of William's lips twitched as he looked at his old roommate. Bruh, there are some things that you shouldn't say. Did you forget the time that I poked your face while you were sleeping in our dormitory room? William sighed and sat down on his desk. He ignored Kenneth for the time being and started to write a letter to reply to his mother. Aside from Arwen's warning, she also told him that the king of the elves would send a delegation headed by the elven princess, Princess Aowen, to find him in the future. The purpose of their visit was to mediate and fix the rift between William and the elven race. This was the king's own way to atone for his inability to stop the war in the southern continent. After writing his letter, he sealed it up properly and handed it to Kenneth. Send this message back to my mother, William said. Also, send her my regards when you go back to the Silvermoon continent. Kenneth accepted the letter and frowned. I will send this letter back to Master, but who told you I was going back to the Silvermoon continent? You're not. This time, it was William's turn to frown. He thought that Kenneth was only here as a messenger, and would return to the Silvermoon continent after he received his reply. Looking at the expression on Kenneth's face, he could tell that the latter wasn't lying. Then, what are your future plans? William asked. Kenneth smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. Master told me to watch over you and ensure that you don't get into trouble. The Amazon princess had already set her eyes on you, so she is bound to make her move soon. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you'll be safe from her clutches. William scratched his cheek as he stared at the delicate-looking elf in front of him. He was very tempted to tell Kenneth that he had lost the battle against Lilith, so his words didn't sound too convincing. Of course, for the sake of world peace, the half-elf didn't say his thoughts out loud. He could only sigh in his heart because of his unusual relationship with the members of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 680, Look for someone smart and trustworthy. William was busy adjusting the power of his flame of purification, while tossing things inside the yin-yang cauldron. Today was the day that the Grand Conference would be held inside the Academy. This conference would be attended by Emperor Leonidas, as well as the high-ranking members of the nobility of the Crater Empire. Of course, there were some special guests like the ambassadors of the different empires, kingdoms, who wanted to see the legendary half-elf who had accomplished the impossible. In truth, William had no intention of meeting them face to face. Because of this, he decided to craft a special potion called the Phony Juice Potion. After seeing that the concoction is almost finished, William summoned a small dagger in order to take a drop of his blood to add to the potion. This was the first time that he made this potion, so he was looking forward to its effects. A few minutes later, the potion was finally done. He scooped it inside a vial and shook it properly. Looks good, William said with appreciation. Phony Juice Potion. What were you expecting? Pumpkin juice. Anyone who drinks this potion will transform into a perfect replica of the person whose blood is added to the potion. The effect of the transformation will last for an hour. With this, I won't have to personally go to that conference. William chuckled evilly. I'm a genius. Because of Kenneth's and Lilith's presence in the academy, William decided to lie low and hide in the Thousand Beast domain. Right now, he wanted to challenge the Dungeon of Atlantis, and raise the level of his job classes. The half-elf didn't want to use his Aenarion job class as much as possible because of the risk of losing his memories. Although his past life was tragic, it was filled with wonderful memories, so he didn't want to lose them. Did they really think that just because they wanted to see me, any Dick, Tom, and Harry can just come to the academy and demand my presence? William snorted. This sir is busy. I have no time for socializing. The 3 phony juice potions in his hand glowed in a golden light. Clearly, they were high-quality potions, and William was very proud of himself for succeeding on his first try. Now I just need to find some test subjects, I mean helpers, and I'll be free. William smirked before leaving the alchemy room. Albert, William's no-good 5th master, was sleeping on the couch. Just a single glance was enough to tell William that his alchemist master had a colorful night because of the strong scent of womanly perfume on his body. After discovering that William had already arrived at the academy, Albert had tried to drag him to the red light district a day ago to have some fun. It was his way of celebrating William's coming of age, and even declared that he would shoulder all of the expenses. It was quite unfortunate that Chiffon, Ian, Princess Sidoni, and Kenneth were with him when Albert showed up. Because of the deathly stares that were directed at Albert's body, the alchemist decided to make a strategic retreat and went to the red light district without William. William left Albert's residence and hurried back to his dormitory room. The conference would be happening in 2 hours, and he wanted to escape as soon as possible. Currently, Princess Sidoni and Ian were doing something together. Kenneth and Lilith had been given VIP seats in the conference room, so they weren't around for the time being. After Lilith's and Princess Sidoni's incident, the Amazon princess didn't show herself in front of William again. He didn't know if Lilith was only lying low for the time being, or the latter had completely given up on him. In any case, William preferred to stay as far away from the greedy Amazon as possible. One look at Lilith and William could tell that she, him, and James were the same type of people. If James were to see Lilith, the old coot would definitely ask her the question. Are you perhaps one of my long-lost granddaughters? I can tell that the blood of bandits runs deep in your veins. William chuckled at this thought. He had thrown all responsibilities to James and left the Tower of Babylon. He didn't feel guilty doing so because he knew that James had come to the tower for the sole purpose of guarding their family's possessions. As long as the old bandit took the helm, no other bandits would be able to even touch a single gold coin from their family's purse. In fact, these bandits would even lose their own money if they dared to come within his reach. Welcome back, big brother, Chiffon greeted William as soon as he entered the room. William planted a kiss on her cheeks before handing her one of the potions in his hand. Chiffon, I need a favor, William said. Look for someone smart and trustworthy in the Thousand Beast domain and let them drink this. This potion is called the Phony Juice Potion. Anyone who drinks it will transform into me for an hour. Take the fake me to the conference room, and let him answer the questions of the nobility. I will go to the dungeon of Atlantis to play a bit. After the conference is over, you can come and join me. Chiffon obediently nodded her head. Look for someone smart and trustworthy. Bring them to the conference room to answer questions, Chiffon repeated William's words. Leave this to me, big brother. I won't let you down. I know you won't. William patted her head lovingly before disappearing. He didn't want to take any chances, so he decided to leave while he still could. If Emperor Leonidas or Avexius suddenly came knocking on his door, it would be too late to escape then. Chiffon looked at the potion for a while and pondered for a bit. Someone smart and trustworthy, Chiffon muttered. A few seconds later, she made up her mind and called for one of the smartest and trustworthy friends she currently had. B1, come, Chiffon said. Immediately, a portal appeared and a red bird flew out of it. After encircling the room once, B1 landed in front of Chiffon and looked at her with curiosity. B1, I need your help. Chiffon started to explain William's errand to him and the bird nodded its head in understanding. You looked for the right person, right bird. B1 used its right wing to pat its chest with confidence. This is a piece of cake to me. Chiffon smiled and nodded her head. She praised herself for choosing the right bird for the job. The conference room was already crowded with people. Nobles, students, professors, and other influential figures had gathered to witness William's interview. Emperor Leonidas and Avexius were also there to show their presence and give their support to William. Gilbert scanned the crowd and decided to start the interview session. He rose from his seat and stood on the platform to address everyone in the room. We are gathered here today to witness the birth of a legend, Gilbert said. A student of our academy had done the impossible, and he had agreed to come here today to answer everyone's questions. Without further delay, allow me to present to you, William Von Ainsworth. A thunderous applause followed his announcement, and cheers erupted from the crowd. It was also at that moment when a handsome half-elf walked from the back door of the conference room. William waved and smiled at the crowd, which made the cheering louder. Princess Sidoni, Ian, Kenneth, and Lilith were seated at the front row seats and eyed the red-headed teenager who had a smug expression on his face. William didn't pay any attention to them and headed to the raised platform. He was wearing a princely black uniform, and it highlighted the color of his hair and eyes. Some of the girls squealed when William entered the room. The half-elf glanced at the girls and gave them a playful wink which made them giggle in their seats. These exchanges didn't escape the high-ranking nobles of the Crater Empire, and their plan of honey-trapping William was reignited in their minds. After a while, the applause ended, and the half-elf nodded his head in acknowledgement. Good day everyone, William said with a devilish smile on his face. Nice to meet all of you. You filthy motherfuckers. Chapter 681, What are you looking at, bitch? Nice to meet all of you. You filthy motherfuckers. The once lively conference room immediately quieted down after hearing William's words. Princess Sidoni, Ian, Kenneth, and Lilith looked at William in confusion. The same could be said for Emperor Leonidas, Avexius, and Gilbert. They never expected the half-elf to give such a strong, opening greeting to the people who had come to see him. Only Chiffon, who was seated beside Princess Sidoni, looked calm. She even had a smile on her face as she softly patted Bacon's head, who was resting on her lap. "Shall we start the interview?" William asked. "I'm a busy person. I will appreciate it if you fuckers don't waste my time." The corner of Gilbert's lips twitched. As the headmaster of the academy, he felt embarrassed because he had spread the news that William was the most talented student under his wing. He even said that the half-elf was very polite and respectful to other people. Now that the bastard was spouting profanity left and right, he felt that he was about to have a migraine. Gilbert had no choice but to defuse the situation and stood beside William. "William is still a little tired from his journey," Gilbert said. "Forgive him for being cranky. I forced him to have an interview." William snorted as he gave Gilbert a sidelong glance. "At least you know that you were the one in the wrong," William replied. "Next time, don't bother me with this nonsense." Gilbert smiled as he placed his hands behind his back. He was afraid that if he didn't clasp them together, he might slap the red-headed teenager silly for being a stupid wingman. "Boy, what the fuck? How could you do this to me, bro? I'm doing this for you, you ungrateful bastard." The headmaster of Silverwind Academy was starting to regret hosting the conference. If he only knew that William would be this snarky, he would have just stayed in his office and done paperwork. "Any questions?" William asked. In the second row of the conference room, a pretty lady in her early 20s raised her hand. William nodded his head and made a gesture for her to ask her question. "According to what I heard, the 51st floor has been known to be unconquerable. Sir William, how did you manage to clear it?" the pretty lady asked. This was the question that had been on everyone's mind, and they were dying to know how the handsome half-elf had been able to overcome the impossible. "The 51st floor is indeed a very difficult floor to clear," William answered. "The guardian of this floor had broken the taboo and actively tampered with the trial. Anyone that had stepped on this floor would be besieged by countless blood-sucking creatures. Once they were reduced to a weakened state, the guardian would then use his authority to forcefully take their consciousness into a dream world. In that illusionary world, the person's greatest fears, sadness, loneliness, and other negative emotions will be magnified until they were overcome by their heart devil." William paused for a moment to help the listeners digest the information he had given them. When he felt that the time was right to continue, he finished the rest of his explanation. Once the heart devil reached its maturity, that person became a lifeless puppet and his heart would be eaten by the guardian, William explained. The stronger the person, the more power the guardian was able to absorb. Belial, the guardian of the 51st floor, intended to break the shackle that bound him to the floor. Although I am not 100% certain, I believe that he wanted to escape the tower and become an overlord in the central continent. Fortunately, I arrived and prevented his plan from succeeding. The listeners were shocked by William's narration of the events that had happened in the tower. Because of this, their impression of William rose to a higher level, and they had already forgotten the profanities he had hurled at them earlier. "Thank you for answering," the pretty lady smiled sweetly. Suddenly an idea came to her head. She knew that her chances were slim, but she still decided to give it a try. "Sir William, you are my idol. Can I have your babies?" William flipped his hair before raising his chin arrogantly. "Bitch, fall in line like everyone else." William snorted. "The number of girls that want to have my babies are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Wait for your turn." Instead of being intimidated, the pretty lady even winked back at William. She didn't mind his arrogant behavior. In fact, she loved it. Several beautiful ladies inside the conference room even used this opportunity to give William some flirtatious glances. Clearly, they didn't take William's words to heart. Strong individuals had the right to become arrogant, and for them, the handsome half-elf had the qualifications to be arrogant. "Next question." William scanned the crowd. "I don't have all day." Another person raised his hand, but this time, it was a first-year student of the academy. "Those who manage to clear the unconquered floors of the tower become the owner of that floor, am I right?" the first-year student asked. William nodded. "That's right. Then, how come you became the owner of the other floors as well?" The worldwide announcement even said that the previous families were exiled from the tower. "What exactly happened? Is this a special privilege that you got from conquering the 51st floor?" While the first-year student was asking his question, William was busy combing his hair and looking at the mirror. This act made the corner of Princess Sidoni's, Ian's, and Kenneth's lips twitch. They knew that William was narcissistic, but they didn't expect him to be this carefree during an interview, where there are countless eyes looking at him. Lilith raised an eyebrow as she eyed the red-headed teenager in front of her. Perhaps it was only a coincidence, but William seemed to have sensed Lilith's gaze and glanced at her direction. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was saying, "What are you looking at, bitch?" Before Lilith could even react to William's contemptuous stare, the half-elf shifted his attention to the first year who had asked him a question. "There is no special privilege," William answered. "Those ruling families were kicked out of the tower because I didn't like how they treated the challengers of the tower. It was one thing for the challengers to fail, but those who did were captured and turned into slaves. I don't tolerate slavery and human trafficking. Since that is the case, I blackmail, negotiated with the guardians and had them expelled from the tower. Those motherfuckers had it coming to them the moment I conquered the 51st floor." "I see, thank you for the answer," the first year said with a look of admiration. "Sir William, you're my idol as well. Once I graduate from the academy, I wish to be as amazing as you." "Well, it doesn't hurt to dream." William nodded. "Although you can't be as handsome and as amazing as me, you can still fight for second place. Don't be like Prince Jason, that bitch is a no-good bastard that only knows how to covet the wife of others. Don't be like him, he is a disgrace to the Crater Empire." Fortunately, Prince Jason wasn't in the conference room and was saved from William's slander. Unfortunately, the rest of the members of the royal family were there, including Princess Vanessa, who was glaring daggers at William for throwing dirt on her beloved's name. Even the smile on Emperor Leonidas' face stiffened because of William's disregard for the member of the royal family. In the end, he just sighed in his heart and turned a blind eye to the half-elf's words. The emperor knew full well that Prince Jason was indeed in love with Princess Sidoni. However, he couldn't allow his feelings to come to fruition. Now that William's fame had traveled far across the land, the emperor had also become firm in his decision to marry Princess Sidoni to the half-elf whose prestige couldn't be ignored. Several more questions were asked, and William answered them with eloquence. Of course, he would insert a few profanities here and there, but after a few rounds of snarky replies, everyone had already gotten used to it. The reason why B1 was able to answer all the questions properly was due to the fact that he was Chiffon's beast companion. They shared a connection and were able to talk to each other via telepathy. Chiffon provided the answers, and B1 twisted it to his own language. If only William was there to see the dumb bird ruin his reputation, he would have definitely summoned a lightning bolt and ended the blabbermouth for spouting profanities left and right. Chapter 682, Elliot's and Conan's Teamwork. A deafening screech echoed in the enclosed battlefield on the 70th floor of the Atlantis dungeon, announcing the arrival of the boss monster, Skyla. This monster was a 10-meter-tall giant, with 6 heads, and 12 dangling tentacles like those of an octopus. 5 of its heads were made up of water serpents, and the middle body was made up of a beautiful woman with dark blue hair. Her bloodshot eyes gazed down on William as she uttered another deafening screech that created a shockwave in the surroundings. "My goodness, this girl has anger issues," Elliot said as tendrils of lightning snaked around his hands. The angelic skirt chaser was an offensive-type familiar. He specialized in long-range attacks using lightning bolts, while his counterpart, Conan, specialized in defense. Conan had already summoned his death scythe and floated in front of William. His role was the tank of the group, and a fearless smile was plastered on his face. "Kekaki," Conan chuckled. "Come, our battle will be legendary." Both of William's familiars were now at the centennial rank. William had almost maxed out the Familiomancer job class. He was confident that after this boss battle was over, he would reach the max level of his newest prestige class. Urchatu, Kusaganaga, Soglav, Mohawk leader of the Cercopes monkeys, Jareth the Goblin Paladin, Xerxes Hobgoblin Arcane Witch Doctor and Daz Goblin Warmonger took their positions around William. The half-elf was in the middle of the battle formation and had his arms crossed over his chest. He was busy appraising Skyla, and checking the information of the boss monster that was surrounded by the dozen millennial sea serpents that served as her guards. Skyla. Cursed sea nymph. Threat level, SSR low. There was once a beautiful sea nymph who captured the heart of the god of the seas. However, a jealous witch turned her into a monster that preyed on sailors crossing her territory. Her powerful tentacles could easily crush a ship and bring it into the murky depths of the sea. When angered, she releases an ear-piercing shriek that paralyzes her opponents with the fear status, and weakens their mental resistance against mind-affecting spells. This monster's attack deals an additional 30% damage if its opponent is a male. What a pitiful monster, William said before putting a chocolate lollipop inside his mouth. The effect of the chocolate lollipop was Willpower X. This was the perfect counter to Skyla's abilities because it gave them immunity against fear, and high resistances against spells that affect the mind. Due to William's skill, herd immunity, all the buffs and resistances he had would automatically be acquired by his herd and King's Legion. Except for Elliot and Conan, all of William's party members were already at the millennial rank. They looked at the bodyguards of the boss fearlessly, while leaving the main dish to the half-elf who was leader of this dungeon raid. "Let's go," William ordered as he charged towards the boss monster with Elliot and Conan flying on his left and right side. Urchatu, Kasaganaga, Soglav, Mohawk, Jareth, and Daz ran behind him, and all of them were looking forward to a great battle. Skyla raised her trident and several magic circles appeared around her. A few seconds later, contracted water blast shot out towards William and the rest of his party. The power of the attack was equivalent to the impact of a bullet train. "Kekeki, leave this to me, hey." William hurriedly grabbed Conan's body and dodged to the side. Although the familiar specialized in defense, the half-elf knew that he wouldn't be able to take a full-powered magic spell fired by a myriad beast. "Conan, don't face her magical attacks head-on," William ordered as he freed the familiar whose face was suffering from injustice. "You've already died once when you tried to block the water spear of the water dragon on the 60th floor. Don't take your chances when fighting a myriad beast." Conan patted his chest with confidence as he flew beside William. "Don't worry, I learned my lesson earlier. My plan is to just deflect the attacks and not face it head-on." William glanced at the confident-looking familiar and decided to give him a chance. His purpose of fighting in the Dungeon of Atlantis was to raise the level of his Familyomancer job class, and build his teamwork with Elliot and Conan. Since the Familyomancer job class was now a permanent job class that was placed in his second subclass slot, he would be able to summon Elliot and Conan without switching classes. The battle became heated as both sides clashed. William waved his hand and several ice spikes jutted out of the ground, moving towards Skyla. The myriad beast was unperturbed and easily dealt with the threat by a single wave of her trident. William pressed his palms together and activated the skill Icicle Realm, covering the entire battlefield with shards of ice, which briefly slowed the movement of the boss monster and her minions. William wanted to get close to the monster, but the 6 serpentine heads of Skyla were not just for show. They continuously sprayed William with water attacks that were strong enough to instantly kill a Class A monster. The half-elf was currently using his Ice Wizard job class. He hadn't given this job class much attention after acquiring the Elemental Lord Prestige class. Currently, the Ice Wizard was stuck at level 30, and there were still 20 levels before the job class was maxed out. He intended to upgrade this job class to the next level in order to fight Rebecca in the duel that would be happening soon. Although Amen had restricted him from jumping to the Saint rank, he didn't think much about it. As long as his job classes had reached their max levels, William was confident that he could take whatever Rebecca threw at him. William and Skyla had exchanged several long-range attacks, and were currently at a stalemate. Even though Elliot was firing lightning bolts left and right, the boss monster was a tough cookie to crack. Even though the angelic familiar was dealing continuous damage, alongside William, the boss's tankiness was able to endure their attacks without problems. "Here it comes." Conan saw dozens of magic circles appearing around Skyla and prepared to deflect the attack that William wouldn't be able to dodge. Conan had the skill Calculus in Tactician, which allowed him to do quick computations inside his head. This was a very crucial ability for the Defender job class because it would allow them to take the optimal position to block, or deflect attacks in the battlefield. Just as he expected, William was able to dodge most of the attacks, but was still susceptible to getting hit. "Ha!" Conan shouted as he summoned several shields that deflected the attack to the side. Seeing that he had successfully accomplished his mission, the devil familiar laughed, but it was short-lived. "Fuck, who was the bastard that attacked me from behind?" Kasaganaga roared in anger. "Come and fight me, you coward." If not for the fact that its battle instincts had kicked in, warning it from the danger coming from behind him, Kasaganaga might have been hit by the water ball that Conan had deflected earlier. Conan lightly coughed as he pretended not to hear his teammate's complaint. It was an honest mistake, and they were in the middle of the battle, so he decided to apologize to the rainbow-colored anteater after the battle was over. The battle continued, and William's party members were able to reduce the number of millennial sea snakes that were guarding Skyla. The boss monster had also lost one of her heads after William unleashed several glacial lance, when Elliot and Conan gave him the perfect opportunity to unleash this deadly barrage at close range. I had forgotten how tough it is to fight against a myriad beast when I'm not using heroic avatar in the Aenarion job class, William muttered as he panted for breath. He had long gotten used to fighting with the power of a saint, so it was hard when his attacks didn't have enough power to deal heavy injuries to an opponent that was several ranks higher than him. The heroic avatar allowed him to jump to the peak of the saint rank. This was the very first trump card he had obtained after his second visit to the Temple of the Gods. Sun Wukong's strength had paved the way for his victory on the battlefield during the Elven invasion. If not for its short duration, William would have been able to fight unhindered in the battlefield. Currently, this was the strongest trump card available to him at this point in time. The Aenarion job class, on the other hand, allowed him to fight at the initial stages of the saint rank. The only advantage of this class was its ability to create perfect replicas of himself, which gave all of them the power of a saint in its initial stages. During his battle against Belial and Chloe, William had used his skill, Heroes of Valhalla, to create 13 copies of him. That was equivalent to 13 saints that wielded legendary weapons, which allowed him to gain the upper hand against stronger enemies. Well, I guess this is fine as well, William said with a smile. This is the perfect training for my upcoming battle at the Misty Sect. The half-elf skated around the battlefield by freezing the floor under his feet. He knew that Rebecca specialized in ice magic, so he was familiarizing himself with different tactics that he could use her specialty to his advantage. I wonder how the conference went, William thought as he dodged another long-range spell from the boss monster. Although he felt a little guilty about pushing the responsibility to others, he really didn't want to be tied up socializing with other people at this point in time. For the time being, he had decided to dedicate his time to training in the Dungeon of Atlantis for his upcoming battle. He was confident that his dependable wife, Chiffon, would choose the right candidate to attend the conference for him. Setting thoughts of the conference aside, William focused on fighting the boss monster in front of him, while observing Elliot's and Conan's teamwork. He was quite surprised that both of them were able to perform coordinated attacks, alongside his own, giving him opportunities to land a devastating blow on his opponent at the right moment. William was confident that, given enough time, his two familiars would also step into the millennial rank, which would make them more powerful. Although they were still a far cry from his sixth master, Chloe, William was still happy because he had gained two dependable partners that would make his life more colorful. Chapter 683, Go for the Kill. Gabolg, ding, congratulations, you have slain a millennial beast. Single quote quote dash dot. Ding, Ice Wizard has increased a level. Familyomancer has increased a level. William heard several notification sounds inside his head, but he ignored all of them. He was currently unleashing a barrage of attacks on the boss monster alongside Elliot and Conan. Urchatu, Kasaganaga, Soglav, and the rest of William's party members fought against the millennial sea serpents and killed them using their impeccable teamwork. These three were already buddies for a long time, so their teamwork had also taken form. As long as Kasaganaga didn't go out of line, their combined strength could make anyone below the rank of demigod feel constipated. William's role was to deal with the Skyla and prevent her from reinforcing its subordinates. Although he was able to keep it at bay, the boss monster wouldn't be going down anytime soon. The boss of the 70th floor had a strong regenerative ability like a hydra. Even the damage that William had dealt to one of its heads had recovered in less than a minute. Mine and Elliot's damage are not enough to beat this boss, William thought as he created an icicle bridge in the air to evade Skyla's AoE attacks. I'll just wait for the others to finish fighting against the mobs. It will not be too late to gangbang this boss later. Even though William couldn't kill the boss with his current strength, the Skyla was not able to hurt him either. As someone who had fought against myriad beasts and pseudo-demigods, the half-elf was no longer an amateur when it came to fighting against strong opponents. Since Amen had told him that he couldn't jump ranks in his battle with Rebecca, he decided to take his training seriously. Gah! Conan slammed on the wall after blocking an attack that was meant for William. Elliot immediately took the front and unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts that were aimed at the Skyla's eyes, which made the boss monster take a step back, and prevented her from continuing her follow-up attack. "Conan, are you hurt?" William asked using telepathy. The devil familiar flew out of the wall and smiled. "I'm not hurt. That attack wasn't even enough to scratch me." Right, William replied as the corner of his lips twitched. Conan's nose was bleeding, and blood was seeping at the corner of his lips. Clearly, he was not all right, and was merely acting tough in front of William. The half-elf could see his familiar's stats, so it was very easy for him to tell that Conan was at his limit. Conan, health points, 2,185 20,000ths. Mana, 122 hundredths. Heal. William pointed his finger at Conan, and the latter's body shone. As a familyomancer, he had the ability to heal his familiars during battle. This allowed them to battle continuously even if they took continuous damage from the enemy. Health points, 8,185 20,000ths. William used 2 more healing spells on Conan before the latter's health was filled up. After it had regained his vigor, the devil familiar charged into battle with a fearless laugh and helped Elliot deal with the boss monster, whose subordinates had now been completely wiped out. Kasaganaga's adorable shout spread across the room. The 2-meter-tall wrecking ball slammed on the side of Skyla's body, pushing it a few meters from where it stood. Together, William ordered and his team encircled the boss monster on all sides. Skyla's tentacles lashed out in every direction, sending Urchatu and Jareth slamming towards the wall of the dungeon. William was very agile, so it was very easy for him to dodge the boss monster's attack, but Urchatu and Jareth were not agile enough to evade the powerful tentacles at close range. Skyla screeched in anger, because she was now being besieged in all directions. Xerxes fired several debuff spells at the screeching monster in order to weaken it. After its evolution, the Hobgoblin Arcane Witch Doctor had learned multicast, which allowed it to fire multiple spells at the same time. This made Xerxes a powerful magical turret that could both damage and curse its enemies using the spells on his arsenal. Similar to Soglav, it could now create a doppelganger of itself, making it a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. 8 floating spectral hands, unleashed void arrows, contagions, deadly venoms, and confuse rays, simultaneously. It didn't take long before Skyla was drowned out by this unholy barrage that made her continue to lose her edge, while being besieged by William's party. Daz uttered a warcry as it cleaved one of the tentacles that was holding Soglav in a crushing embrace. The demonic dog fell on the ground with a thud. "Thanks Daz, I owe you one," Soglav said as it wiped away the blood that had seeped out at the corner of its lips. Daz only grunted and resumed hacking away at the Skyla's body. Although the time that it had spent with the other monsters in the Thousand Beast domain was short, it didn't shy away from interacting with them. The demonic dog summoned 2 black swords and hurled them at one of the serpentine heads that was about to unleash another water blast, preventing it from unleashing its deadly attack. Slowly, but surely, William's team hacked away the boss monster's health. Half an hour later, 5 of the serpentine heads were destroyed, and Skyla's main body was bleeding all over. Seeing an opportunity, William created an icicle bridge, propelling himself towards the boss monster's head. He was holding a crimson spear in his hand and its tip glowed bloody red. Skyla uttered a scream of defiance, but her reaction time was too slow to block William's finishing blow. "Go for the kill," William roared. "Gabolg." William threw the spear with all of its might, embedding it on Skyla's forehead. A pained shriek echoed inside the dungeon as several red lines, similar to a spiderweb, spread across the boss monster's body, with the spear at its center. A few moments later, the boss monster's body erupted in a fountain of blood and collapsed. With eyes filled with unwillingness, William and the others didn't lower their guard and continued to attack the fallen monster, until a series of notifications appeared in his status page, confirming that the boss had finally died. Gained Express, 25,900,000. Congratulations, you have slain a myriad beast. You have acquired myriad grade beast core. Special monster first kill bonus express, 10,500,000. Ice Wizard job class has reached its max level. Familyomancer job class has reached its max level. This job class needs to undergo the progenitor ceremony before advancing to the next class. Until then, the job class advancement will be put on hold. William panted as he wiped away the sweat on his forehead. Although Skyla was only at the initial stages of the myriad beast rank, it was still a very tough opponent to beat. With this, I can now upgrade the Ice Wizard to Ice Sovereign, William thought. The advancement of the Familyomancer job class will have to wait until I visit Celeste at the Hestia Academy. For now, I will focus on the Ice Sovereign and upgrade it to its max level. While William was checking his status page, Soglav and Ksogona hurried to the Skyla's body and started to look for its beast core. The demonic dog stabbed Skyla's head and pried it open, while Ksoganaga dug into Skyla's chest to try its luck. Usually, the core of monsters appear in its head or chest. Since the scavenger duo wanted to reach a higher rank, they shamelessly took the initiative to look for the myriad core in order to consume it as soon as possible. Haha, the core is mine. Kasaganaga's adorable and triumphant voice could be heard from the boss monster's chest, which made Soglav's expression turn pale. Damn it, Soglav cursed. What rotten luck. Kasaganaga happily bit on the core and ate as fast as it could. The rainbow-colored anteater knew that the demonic dog was petty, so it didn't dare to show it off because there was a high chance that Soglav would steal it. In order to reach its former rank, the deity of the sky ate like a hamster until its cheeks were all puffed out. William could only shake his head helplessly at this development. Fortunately, the system's reward was automatically sent inside his storage, so he didn't have to worry about the two beasts fighting for the myriad core. Let's go back, William ordered. Tell the angry birds to scout the 71st floor first before you let anyone explore it. It is better to be safe than sorry. Urchatu and Jareth nodded their heads. They were William's commanding officers and were in charge of the deployment of beasts in the Dungeon of Atlantis. Unlike the angry birds that could respawn after getting killed, the other monsters didn't have this ability. This was why, every time a new floor was unlocked, they would send the rainbow birds to scout and record the strength of the monsters on the floor before allowing the exploration teams to enter. This prevented senseless deaths from happening and kept William's herd and legion at its top fighting condition. With this, I am only 30 floors away from conquering this dungeon, William mused. I need to step up my game while waiting for my father's acquaintance to unlock the full power of the Dungeon Conqueror job class. Once this job class is unlocked, I will be able to raise an army that will not fall short from Molochai's Undying Legion. His agreement with Molochai was nearing its end. Soon, the Dracolich would be able to shatter the shackles that bound him. William wasn't sure what changes would happen once the Lord of the Undead was free to roam the world of Hestia, but he wasn't too worried about it. He had already made a deal with the Dracolich, and the latter had made an oath to uphold it. Deep inside, William felt that Molochai wasn't a bad person. He didn't know why he felt this way. The only thing he knew was that although Molochai and the undead army looked imposing, they were still the army that protected the last bastion of humanity, Avalon. Due to this, William was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. Chapter 684, It's a win-win for everyone. After his boss battle, William returned to the Thousand Beast domain, just in time to see Chiffon chatting with B1, B2, Bacon, and Sharur. The moment B1 saw William, the dumb bird made an excuse to leave and flew away like there was no tomorrow. The half-elf didn't find this odd as he approached the pink-haired girl who had a sweet smile on her face. How did the conference go? William asked as he gave Chiffon a hug. Chiffon hugged William back and rested her head on his chest. The conference went well, Chiffon replied. William smiled and patted her head. That's great. Who did you choose to take my place? B1. Chiffon replied in a heartbeat. The smile on William's face stiffened as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect that Chiffon would choose B1 as his replacement. System, I believe I told Chiffon to look for someone smart and trustworthy, right? William used all of his willpower to prevent his face from twitching as he continued to brush Chiffon's long and silky hair with his hands. He liked how smooth it was, but the feeling of dread overcame his feelings of appreciation. Did B1 say anything out of place? William inquired. Chiffon's answer would determine whether or not he would eat roasted bird tonight. Chiffon shook her head. No, B1 did an amazing job. Is that so? William glanced at Sharur, but the mace started whistling on the side. A few seconds later, it transformed into an armed guard and flew towards Chiffon's wrist. Clearly, it didn't want to meddle in the troubled waters. Left with no choice, William decided to seek the answer from a trusted source. Ash, how did the conference go? William asked through telepathy. This was the only way to confirm the suspicion he had in mind. How did the conference go? It was perfect, Ash replied with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. How perfect is perfect? You cursed everyone inside the conference room, including the royal family. I know you were brave, but I didn't know you were that brave. The beads of sweat that were forming on William's head was now a river flowing freely. Having a dumb bird barbecue was a very good choice. Ash's giggle could be heard on the other side of William's consciousness. After the conference, Princess Sidonie had asked Chiffon if the one speaking on the platform was really William. Naturally, Chiffon didn't lie and told them that it was B1. Princess Sidonie and Ash were not surprised by this answer because, aside from the rainbow birds, there was no other creature in William's forces that had the audacity to curse everyone until their 5th generation. For now, don't show your face in the academy, Ash advised. Emperor Leonidas, Avexius, and Headmaster Gilbert are out for your blood. It will be best to let their anger simmer down for the time being. Seriously, why did you choose B1 to become your representative? There were so many other candidates. William felt an upcoming headache. He bid Ash goodbye and asked her to keep her eyes and ears open for any rumors that would spread in the next few days. The half-elf knew that he couldn't blame Chiffon because for her, B1 was smart and trustworthy. Although the dumb bird was truly trustworthy, its habit of badmouthing and cooking up trouble for William was top tier. William pulled Chiffon close to him and gave her a kiss on the lips. The moment the pink-haired girl closed her eyes, William immediately summoned Stormcaller and Gabolg and instructed them to skewer the bastard bird that made life difficult for him. The two sentient weapons flew towards the dumb bird's location and, after a minute, a loud explosion was heard inside the Thousand Beast domain. It was the sign that B1 had detonated, which made the itch in William's heart lessen by a bit. He planned to skewer the dumb bird every day, after it respawned, for an entire week until it learned its lesson. Back in the Tower of Babylon, several envoys appeared on the 51st floor bearing gifts for William. Since the half-elf wasn't there, it was James who shamelessly accepted the gifts on behalf of his grandson. The old scammer allowed the representatives of the different factions in the central continent to enter the floor of Asgard because this was also what William wanted. The old and the young bandits wanted to add more valuables to their family's treasury, so they decided to accept the bribes, and whatever the guests wanted to give them. Since the powerful factions were giving these treasures for free, who were they to reject them? Accepting gifts was fine, there was nothing wrong with it, but if they wanted to get their hands on their family's property, all of them could just keep dreaming. Your Excellency, James, the Ares Empire is willing to negotiate for the rights of ownership of one of the floors of the tower, one of the elders of the Amazon race said with a smile. If possible, we would also like to invite His Excellency, William, to visit our territory for a few days. This year, we have many warriors that have reached adulthood. Our race would be very honored to give birth to Lord William's daughters. James rubbed his chin in contemplation. William only gave me the authority to govern over this floor, so I can't help you in acquiring rights for the other floors. As for my grandson visiting your territory, I will do my best to convince him. I always encourage him to give me more great-grandchildren to hold. Almost everyone that stood at the peak of the mortal realm had heard about the Amazon race. There were even powerful warriors who would often visit the Ares Empire, in order to sow their seeds without needing to worry about taking responsibility. The Amazons didn't care whether their children had a father or not. All of their daughters were raised with love by the entire tribe, so they didn't lack in love and affection. For them, a man's only role was to give them their seeds. Whatever happened to them afterwards was of their business. Of course, there were also Amazons who decided to only have one partner for life and have a family together. Empress Andraste wasn't so short-sighted to prevent these kinds of relationships. The only thing that wouldn't change was the hierarchy of their empire. Only women were allowed to hold positions in the government. Even Empress Andraste's current partner didn't dabble his hands in politics and spent his life at home like a proper house husband. It's good that we can reach an agreement, Your Excellency, the elder of the Amazon race commented with a happy expression. Don't worry. I swear upon our goddess Astarte that we will take good care of His Excellency William's daughters. This is a win-win for everyone. James nodded. Indeed, it is a win-win for everyone. The old coot was even thinking of ways to tie up William and toss him to the Amazon Empire to play around for a few days. As long as their lineage prosper, he wouldn't mind helping the Amazons squeeze William dry. The delegations of the other empires and kingdoms in the central continent cursed under their breath. They were also thinking of using honey traps in order to lure the walking bag of riches William to their homeland. After James had accepted their gifts, the old man only pretended to listen to their proposals and set them aside. No matter what kind of offers they made, James would always say the same excuse, I have no authority over the other floors. If you want to negotiate, go find my grandson. This answer made everyone's liver itch. If we could find your grandson, do you think we would be humbling ourselves before you? Know your place, you old fart. The business-minded people that came with the envoys had a different thought in mind. They approached James and gave their proposals to him. Your Excellency, we are willing to open our business on the floor of Asgard, a good-looking merchant said with confidence. In less than a year, several challengers will enter this floor to start the trial to ascend to the 52nd floor. Our Blackstone Trading Group is willing to invest heavily in your domain. Us, too, we would like to invest and set up shops on the floor of Asgard. Your Excellency, if possible, we would also like to secure a piece of land for our merchant shop. All of the merchants knew that the 51st floor would become the most visited place a year from now. This would be the floor where the challengers would congregate, and it was the perfect place to set up a business. Only fools would let this opportunity pass. So what if we can't take over the other floors? As long as we can rent the best places to set up a shop, we are the winners of this trip. James listened to their proposals and nodded his head. As a statesman, he understood how important trade was. Having more merchants means more taxes. James smiled evilly. More taxes means more money. William has already told me to accept all proposals and let them bid for the prime locations on the floor of Asgard. We will definitely make a killing before the 52nd floor even opens. James laughed in his heart. He knew that it was a good idea to come to the central continent to help William, and allow the resources of their family to grow. He was confident that with his scamming skills, he would be able to make all the parties bleed until holes started appearing in their pockets. I wish I'd brought Eve with me, James sighed as he thought about his cute granddaughter who was currently undergoing oracle training in Lant. Aside from William, and the wandering Morgan, there were only 3 Ainsworths currently in the central continent. Suddenly an idea came to his head and he sent a mental message to Ezio in order to give his trusted subordinate an order. Find my son, Morgan, and bring him here, James ordered. He has been wandering outside for many years. It's time for him to share the burden of our family as we make our presence known here in the tower. As you wish, my liege, Ezio replied and disappeared from the Tower of Babylon. Morgan had always liked his freedom, so James allowed him to travel to his heart content. However, William's battle with Rebecca was less than 2 months away. James planned to let Morgan guard the floor of Asgard, while he traveled to the Misty Sect to support his grandson. Also, his old acquaintances would be there, and it would be a good opportunity to have a reunion. It was the perfect place to brag about his grandson's achievements and make the old foxes spit blood out of jealousy. More than anything else, James wouldn't let an opportunity like this pass. As long as he could make his old friends suffer, he would be about to laugh without any guilt in his mind. Chapter 685. Make me feel what it's like to be loved, even if it's fake. Disclaimer. This chapter contains mild R18 scenes. If you are not comfortable reading this kind of setting, feel free to skip this chapter. Princess Vanessa arrived at the Whispering Wind Tavern and found Prince Jason drinking alone in one of the rooms that were reserved for the royal family. She happily went to his side, and offered to pour drinks for him. Prince Jason sighed and agreed to her request, which made the princess very happy. The conference had ended a few days ago and she was still feeling the aftereffects of William's cursing. She had already had a bad impression of the red-headed teenager from long ago. Now, her impression of him had hit rock bottom. She was also secretly happy that her grandfather, Emperor Leonidas, Avexius, and Gilbert were angry at William. The princess was hoping that the 3 great men of the Crater Empire would teach the half-elf a lesson and bring him down a peg. How did he clear the 51st floor? Prince Jason asked. He didn't go to the conference because he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from feeling envious and jealous of the half-elf's achievement. Ever since he had lost against Lilith in the Tournament of Champions, Prince Jason had felt inferior to William and didn't want to see him face to face. He thought that with the help of Amun's artifact, he would emerge as the champion and finally be able to show the world that he was way better than the half-elf who had become Princess Sidoni's fiancé. Princess Vanessa placed the bottle of wine back on the table as she narrated everything that William had said about the 51st floor. The more Prince Jason heard about the trial of the Devil's Floor, the more he felt that the distance between him and William was growing. While the prince was deep in his thoughts, Princess Vanessa went to get another bottle of wine for her beloved because the previous one was already empty. Since Prince Jason was not focused on her, she secretly slid a fast-acting pill into the wine and gave the bottle a brief shake before returning to the table. She then poured the wine on her cousin's mug, and the latter drank it without much thought. An hour later, she noticed that her beloved's cheeks were already flushed and his breathing had started to turn ragged. "I think it's time for me to go back," Prince Jason said with difficulty. His thoughts were in disarray and he was starting to feel hot and bothered. It was at this point that he realized that his cousin had spiked his drink, and his reasoning was starting to fade away. Knowing that she had succeeded, Princess Vanessa pressed her body against her cousin's body, allowing her fragrance to further confuse his senses. "Big brother, forget about that country bumpkin princess. I will give you my heart, body, and soul, so take me, and enjoy me to your heart's content," Vanessa whispered. Her voice was filled with temptation and seduction. She was secretly thanking William for leaving her cousin in his current depressed state. If Prince Jason was at his peak state, even she had to think thrice before trying to spike his drink. Since she had already succeeded, Princess Vanessa decided to take the initiative and claim her cousin as her own. Princess Vanessa firmly held Prince Jason's hand and took him to the bedroom. The rooms that were reserved for the royal family in the Whispering Tavern have their own bedroom where they can rest after drinking until they get wasted. Soon, the sounds of ragged breathing and rustling of clothes echoed inside the room. Prince Jason did his best to hold on to the little bit of sanity inside him, because he knew that once he crossed the line, it would be difficult for him to get out of the current situation. Unfortunately, Princess Vanessa came prepared. Aside from the pill that he had added to the wine bottle, the fragrance and the lipstick she wore were specially made to befuddle someone's senses. This three-pronged attack made Prince Jason's struggle futile. Princess Vanessa kissed him passionately over and over, until Prince Jason's final shred of resistance snapped. The proud prince of the Crater Empire had finally fallen and was completely at the princess's mercy. Even though it was her first time, there was no hesitation in her mind. She was the one that straddled Prince Jason and offered her maidenhood to him. Just like a priestess offering a sacrifice to her god, blood was spilt and it dyed the bed sheets with the color of her innocence. "You're finally mine," Princess Vanessa whispered in Prince Jason's ears. She didn't care if her cousin was not in his normal state of mind. This had been her goal for a very long time, and the feeling of conquest made her feel that she had everything under her control. She surrendered herself to the pleasure and moved her hips without pause. It was as if she was yearning for something that would bind her beloved to her and prevent him from slipping from her grasp. Soon, she heard a low grunt, and something hot and powerful spurted inside her. For a brief moment, her mind went blank due to the feeling of euphoria that grasped her body. As she panted for breath, she looked into Prince Jason's eyes, which seemed to have recovered a bit of their sanity. "I love you," Princess Vanessa said as she looked straight into his eyes. "I have loved you for a very long time. I know you don't love me, but I don't care about that. Even if you don't want to take responsibility, I will not say a word. However, tonight, make me yours. Make me feel what it's like to be loved, even if it's fake." Princess Vanessa's almost pleading tone reached Prince Jason's ears, and a complicated emotion flickered inside the depths of his heart. After pouring out her feelings, Princess Vanessa hugged Prince Jason's neck and once again moved her hips. Once was not enough. She wanted to feel him more. She wanted to take his everything. It was at that moment when a sigh escaped Prince Jason's lips. Suddenly, Princess Vanessa felt a hand draw her head to rest against his chest, while Prince Jason's other arm wrapped around her waist, holding her in place. Soon, a powerful thrust made her cry out loud. Her body shuddered as Prince Jason started to take the initiative and explore her depths. Princess Vanessa didn't resist and allowed the storm to wash over her. Their roles were reversed, and now, she was the one that was completely at his mercy. The princess's young and lithe body was pressed over Prince Jason's strong and powerful chest, accepting everything that he was willing to give her. A few minutes later, both of them reached the peak and Princess Vanessa's body shuddered uncontrollably. She felt like fainting, but she held on using her willpower and bit Princess Jason's shoulder, drawing blood. As the two of them panted for breath, they once again stared at each other's eyes. Several heartbeats later, the sound of kissing spread inside the room. This time, Princess Vanessa tasted its sweetness. It was no longer a one-sided kiss, but a kiss that both of them shared. As a tear slid down the side of her face, the princess of the Crater Empire finally felt at peace. Although it was only a fleeting happiness, her heart and body was satisfied. Not long after, she fell asleep. Prince Jason looked at the sleeping princess's face for half a minute, before he, too, closed his eyes to sleep. Prince Maximilian sipped the wine in his glass and looked at the moon outside the balcony. His room was right beside Prince Jason's. A few hours ago, he ordered the manager to close the tavern and chase out the remaining guests. Simply put, he had reserved the entire tavern for the night in the name of the royal family. The manager didn't dare to reject his order and reluctantly closed his business to accommodate the royal family. "Congratulations, Vanessa," Prince Maximilian said softly. "Although it was only for a night, you were able to realize the dream that you have chased for so many years." A complicated sigh escaped Prince Maximilian's lips. This was the only thing he could do for his family. Although he and Prince Jason were always at each other's throats, the Crown Prince was someone that could see the bigger picture. Prince Maximilian didn't want to admit it, but he felt very jealous of Prince Jason. He had seen how devoted Princess Vanessa was, and sometimes Prince Maximilian wondered what it would be like to have a beautiful lady pine after him, the way Princess Vanessa did for Prince Jason. "I have given you another chance, Jason," Prince Maximilian muttered. "If you still throw this opportunity away, don't blame me for making my move." The Crown Prince drank everything in his wine glass and went back inside to sleep. He had guarded the two of them while they were busy calling the birds and the bees. Now that their lovemaking was over, it was time for him to leave. Whatever happened when morning came, he didn't give a hoot. He had already played his part, and he had played it well. However, he still needed to report this to his grandfather to prepare for any contingencies. Although the adults already knew Princess Vanessa's feelings for Prince Jason, the aftereffects of their union would still require the power of the royal family to keep it under wraps. "It's hard to be a good person," Prince Maximilian shook his head as he left the Whispering Wind Tavern. "I wonder how William is able to keep his relationships with his lovers in order." Chapter 686, Having 3 job classes sure comes in handy. A week after William's conference in the academy had ended, inside the Thousand Beast domain, a red egg started to crack. The bird inside it didn't come out right away. Instead, it took a peek at its surroundings to ensure that the coast was clear. After seeing that nothing seems out of the ordinary, it broke the eggshell completely and spread its wings wide ready to fly. At this exact moment, a whistling sound reached its ears, and B1 could only utter a single word before William's spear, Gabolg, descended on him. Fuck. An explosion sounded in the Thousand Beast domain, but no one paid too much attention to it. Even the other angry birds, that were currently taking a nap at their nest, didn't react at the explosion of one of their kind. For the past few days, every time B1 would respawn, one of William's weapons would stab it to oblivion. This was William's revenge for B1 slandering his good name. 72th floor, Dungeon of Atlantis. Ice Sovereign has increased a level. A 3-meter frozen crab shattered to pieces in front of William. He had been fighting inside the dungeon for the past 19 days in order to raise the level of his Ice Sovereign as fast as possible. 3 days inside the Dungeon of Atlantis was equivalent to a day in the outside world. Since he decided to lie low for a week due to B1's escapade, the level of his job class had increased drastically. Level 31, William said softly as he looked at his status page. 69 more to go before I max out this job class. Ice Sovereign was the last Transcendence job of the Ice Mage class. It was one of the most powerful job classes wielding the Ice element, which was perfect for his battle with Rebecca. Although William had the prestige class, Elemental Lord, it was a job that offered flexibility, instead of dealing massive elemental damage. The only powerful attack that he could use using the Elemental Lord job class was the World End Tempest, but this ability only worked when he was in his Aenarion form. If he wanted to beat Rebecca on her home turf, upgrading the Ice Sovereign to its max level would definitely give William the opportunity to use the territorial advantage on his side. While he was deep in thought, Chiffon tugged his shirt. "Will, I haven't seen B1 for the past few days," Chiffon said. "What kind of mission did you give him?" After a lot of coaxing from William, he was finally able to convince Chiffon to call him Will, instead of Big Brother. Although he didn't mind being called Big Brother by his adorable wife, he believed that it wouldn't be good in the long term. Chiffon also understood this, so she did her best to change the way she addressed William. Now that she was already married to him, she no longer felt the feeling of insecurity that came when she thought that she was going to be left alone to fend for herself again. "Don't worry, "That dumb bird will be back in a few days," William replied with a smile. "I'm sure that B1 will also be happy to see you." William patted Chiffon's head while sneering in his heart. Since he was connected to his sentient weapons, he knew that the slanderous bird had once again turned to an egg. Ash, who was standing beside them, was doing her best to keep the smile on her face from twitching. She wasn't as gullible as Chiffon and knew that William was mercilessly punishing the vulgar bird for what it did at the conference. "I never thought that the 72nd floor would be this difficult," Ash commented after looking at the frozen centennial crabs around them. A dozen centennial crabs attacking at the same time was more than enough to wipe out a party of adamantium-ranked fighters. Even though she had experience in fighting against opponents that were beyond her current strength, she still found it strenuous to be ambushed when she least expected it. Indeed, William agreed. His current strength was now at the adamantium rank, but the monsters' synchronized attacks was truly a very challenging matter to face head-on. Not only were their shells very tough, their claws were as hard as steel as well. However, that was not the only issue. The ravaging crimson crabs could fire an endless barrage of powerful hydro cannons that were enough to annihilate anyone below the adamantium rank. If not for the fact that William had strong helpers, he might have been overcome by their long-range attacks, while limiting himself below the threshold of the Saint's rank. Right now only Chiffon, Ash, Elliot, Conan, Kasaganaga, and Jareth Goblin Paladin accompanied William on his dungeon expedition. Urchatu, Soglav, Xerxes, Daz, and Mohawk were currently undergoing a breakthrough in their ranks. They were currently in the magic crystal cavern of the Thousand Beast domain, and were waiting patiently to be promoted to a higher rank. This group of beasts that had followed William to the upper floors of the Dungeon of Atlantis had an all-you-can-eat beast core buffet, which greatly increased the speed of their evolution. It was only a matter of time before William would have a team of beasts that were at the peak of the millennial rank. Kasaganaga was only half a step away from becoming a myriad beast, but that small step would still take him a while to cross. Thanks to Skyla's myriad beast core, the deity of the sky was slowly regaining its strength. William hoped that after a year or two, Kasaganaga would regain his power as a demigod. The half-elf chuckled internally at the thought of ferocious monsters running away whenever they heard the rainbow-colored anteater's adorable catchphrase, "I'm rolling." William glanced at the frozen crabs and raised his hand. He then snapped his finger, and all the crabs shattered into hundreds of pieces. At that exact moment, Kasaganaga happily rummaged through the frozen chunks of ice to look for the centennial cores. Since its competitor, Soglav, wasn't around, the rainbow-colored anteater took its time to dig out its precious cores, while humming a tune. Subclass: Ice Sovereign Level 31. Second subclass: Familiomancer Max. Having 3 job classes sure comes in handy, William thought as he led the way to the path that would lead them to the next floor. Elliot and Conan flew several meters in front of him and acted as scouts. The two familiars had finally gotten used to fighting together with William, and the 3 of them had a silent agreement about the roles that they would play on the battlefield. William had also equipped Chiffon and Ash with new job classes, namely the Zen Master and Morpher job class. Chiffon was a brawler, and the Zen Master was the Monk job class, second form. With this great boost in close combat abilities, the pink-haired girl's lethality in fighting against Centennial Beast showed her amazing battle prowess. Morpher, on the other hand, was the combination of the Elemental Lord and Runemaster job class. This class could allow its user to morph into a greater elemental and deal devastating damage to the target. William was pleasantly surprised when this job class was unlocked after his Elemental Lord reached its max level. Wendy did a good job in raising the level of the Runemaster job class when William was still in the southern continent. Because of this, William decided to let Ash use the power of this never-before-seen job class and see its power firsthand. When Ash took the form of a 4-meter-tall greater elemental, the composition of her body would turn into the element of her choosing. The results of real battle tests were quite impressive, and even William was tempted to use this as a trump card in the future. After fighting for several more hours, William decided to stop their advance and return to the real world. He had been away for a week and felt that now was the right time to re-emerge in the academy. Although fighting non-stop made him stronger, it was also very tiring. Because of this, he decided to take a few days off from the dungeon, and gather information about what was currently happening in the central continent. Also, Princess Sidoni had told him that Kenneth, and Lilith, had been pestering her, looking for William's whereabouts. In order to prevent his beautiful fiancée from throwing fireballs at them, the half-elf decided to confront these two people. Although he didn't know what the two were thinking in their heads, he believed that all three of them could come to a compromise and not make things difficult for everyone involved. Chapter 687, Reaching a Compromise. Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa left the academy. William frowned as he held the beautiful Princess of Frisia in his embrace. Yes, Princess Sidonie replied. They left 2 days ago. According to grandfather, he sent the two of them to inspect the different outposts of the Crater Empire. But, I feel that there is something more to this news than meets the eye. Princess Sidonie hadn't seen Prince Jason and Princess Vanessa since the day the conference was held. The two had disappeared from the eyes of the public, and even their close friends were not notified by their departure. William closed his eyes and pondered, while patting Princess Sidonie's long, reddish-brown hair. The Prince of the Crater Empire and him had never been on good terms with each other since he had placed the collar of wisteria on Princess Sidonie's neck. The prince had also provoked him several times, which almost led to a brawl between the two of them. The half-elf knew that Princess Vanessa was dead set on Prince Jason. As someone who was also on the receiving end of such intense love, William admired the feisty princess of the Crater Empire. Deep inside, he wished that Princess Vanessa would succeed in putting a collar on Prince Jason's neck, so that the latter would leave him alone. Now that both of them were gone, William didn't have to put any extra effort in dealing with Prince Jason's schemes, which had started to become annoying. I guess I should visit the temple and pray for Princess Vanessa's success, William said with a smile. It never hurts to have the gods on your side. Princess Sidonie smirked, but didn't say anything else. She already knew what William was thinking, and she, too, wished for her cousin's success. I would greatly appreciate it if you don't treat us like air, Lilith commented with annoyance. You asked us to come here, and all you've done is publicly show your affection to each other. Are you that bored with your life? Kenneth, who was seated a meter away from Lilith, could only smile wryly. Although he didn't mind William being touchy with his lovers, he felt that it wasn't appropriate for the half-elf to rub it in their faces. William lightly tapped Princess Sidonie's back to tell the latter to get off his lap so he could talk business with his guests. Princess Sidonie sighed and reluctantly rose from her special seat. She then sat beside William and glanced at the silver-haired elf and Amazon princess with a scrutinizing gaze. I asked both of you to come here today to ask about your plans for the future, William stated. Kenneth, you've already delivered my mother's message. Aren't you going back to the Silvermoon continent? Kenneth shook his head firmly. Master told me to keep an eye on you. Don't worry, I won't get in your way, or your lovers. I'm just following your mother's orders. Kenneth stressed the word mother to William to prevent the half-elf from having a comeback. He knew that if he used this approach to his ex-roommate, the latter would be unable to turn him away. Just as he expected, William only sighed before shifting his attention to the Amazon princess. What about you? William asked. I already said that I'm not interested in going with you to the Ares Empire to become your tribe's stallion. I still have to prepare for my match with Rebecca. I know. Lilith nodded calmly. My mother received an invitation to the Misty Sect, so I'll be going there as well. We can talk about the details of your visit to the Ares Empire after you've dealt with your ex-fiancé. The corner of William's lips twitched. He had clearly stated that he refused to go with her to the Ares Empire to become their stud horse, but Lilith just brushed it off as if it was not set in stone. Her stance on the matter gave William a headache. According to the books he had read in his world, Amazons were a race of warriors. They recognized strength more than anything else, and would actively seek strong partners to have offspring with. Back then, he was still half in doubt about the authenticity of the claims in the book he read, but now, he was sure that most of what was written there was true. I don't want to experience death by SNU, William thought as he stared at Lilith, who had a nonchalant look on her face. I know what you're thinking, but it isn't as bad as you think, Lilith said. I'll just share you with a dozen of my sisters. I won't let the entire tribe have their way with you. William pinched the bridge of his nose because there seemed to be some sort of miscommunication between him and the Amazon princess in front of him. It was as if they weren't talking in the same language, and the latter kept on insisting on her ideals without a care about his input. She reminds me of you back then, William commented as he glanced at Princess Sidonie. We're not the same. Princess Sidonie firmly shook her head. I did it out of love and lust, but she's doing it out of need. Frankly, I find this approach very despicable. She's not giving you any room to maneuver and is forcing her wants on you. You did the same, William and Kenneth said in their heads. Princess Sidonie had schemed her way into William's heart, while Lilith was taking the straightforward approach to pin him down on the bed. Although the reasoning of both girls were different, their end goal was the same. William sighed as he stared at Lilith with a fed-up expression. Your mother, Empress Andraste, will be going to the Misty Sect as well. Lilith nodded. She wanted to wait for you here in the Crater Empire, but there were things that she needed to do in the Empire, so I stayed here in her place. Both of us would like to talk to you in private after your battle at the Misty Sect. Fine. William nodded his head. He decided to give up and just handle this issue at a later date. Just promise me that you won't bother Sidonie again. I am also busy training in seclusion, so you won't see me in the academy much, eh? The same can be said for you, Kenneth. Although my mother had asked you to watch over me, there are some things that I can't share with you. I hope that you understand. There was no use talking to Lilith because her view wouldn't change. However, talking to Empress Andraste was different. As someone who held the responsibilities of an entire empire on her shoulders, William believed that the Amazon Empress wasn't as short-sighted as her daughter. As for Kenneth, he didn't have any problems with his ex-roommate because the silver-haired elf had a good head on his shoulders. Although he was sent to spy on William, he didn't divulge any of his secrets, and simply reported stuff that wasn't too important. Because of this, William still had a good impression of him, so he didn't want to sour their relationship. Lilith and Kenneth nodded their heads. They also didn't want to push William too much because they knew that it could backfire on them. The only thing they wanted from him was a promise that he wouldn't avoid them intentionally, and the half-elf agreed to fulfill this promise. After their meeting, Kenneth and Lilith left William's room with satisfied expressions. Princess Sidonie watched them go and sighed in relief. Now that William had spoken, she could rest easy that they would not be bothered by their non-stop pestering again. Darling, I know you're busy, so I won't trouble you much, but there is still something that I have to tell you, Morgana said after he swapped with Princess Sidonie. There's one more annoying elf that is looking for you. Her name is Pearl and she claims to be Charmaine's elder sister. William frowned when he heard this piece of information. All of the elves under his command had been stripped of their memories by the arcane lich, and been programmed to be loyal to him. After their brainwashing was finished, the lich had returned their memories, but their personalities were no longer the same. Even with their memories, they thought that they were in the wrong and very stupid to stand against William during the war. Because of this, they had remained loyal to him and were doing their best to atone for their sins by offering their servitude. In truth, William didn't care much about this back then. They were the invaders, so whatever happened to them, he didn't give a damn. Unfortunately, William's heart wasn't made of stone. After his lovers had convinced him to free the elves after a few years of servitude, the half-elf's treatment of the elves became more lenient. He wasn't feeling guilty about the brainwashing part. The thing he was worried about was how the elves would once again integrate with the elven society after their personalities had completely changed. William had long thought about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. The brainwashing was done, and the arcane lich had said that it was permanent. No one could reverse the outcome, so Charmaine and the rest of the elves would have to slowly adapt to whatever circumstances they faced in the future. Although he felt hesitant, William agreed for Pearl to meet with Charmaine. He was also curious to see how his personal maid would treat her older sister, who hadn't participated in the War of the Southern Continent. Chapter 688, You're just a side character. Pearl paced back and forth on the outskirts of Silverwind City. Princess Sidonie had met with her 3 days ago, and told her that her sister, Charmaine, would meet her in this location. After the tournament, Pearl had waited patiently for William to arrive. In fact, she was prepared to wait for him for 2 months. When she heard that William had suddenly appeared in Silverwind Academy, she was both shocked and thankful at the same time. Shocked because she didn't expect to see him this soon, and happy because she would be able to see her sister sooner. She had also been at the academy when the conference was held because she wanted to find out just what kind of person William was. The William that she saw made her speechless. Not only was that half-elf a vulgar person, he was also a bastard that didn't even give the Emperor of the Crater Empire face, and called him a motherfucker in front of the high-ranking nobles of the kingdom. Because of this, Pearl despaired. If her sister was in the custody of such a man, Charmaine would definitely suffer a cruel end. I must save my sister no matter what, Pearl thought as she calmed her anxiousness. No matter what price I have to pay, I will buy her freedom from that scum. While Pearl was busy thinking of ways to convince William to release her sister, her sharp senses detected footsteps headed in her direction. Sister. A familiar voice called out to Pearl with uncertainty. Pearl's body moved automatically, and ran towards the pretty elf whom she hadn't seen for years. The two sisters hugged each other with tears streaming down their faces. William watched this scene from afar. He decided not to go with Charmaine when she met her sister to prevent tensions from rising. Truth be told, if his personal maid wanted to leave with Pearl, then he wouldn't stop her from leaving. This was the decision he had made after thinking for a whole day. When he told Charmaine about Pearl's request, the latter's expression became very happy. Although her memories were stripped away from her at the beginning, the strong emotions in her heart in regards to her family had remained. William told Charmaine that if she wanted to leave with her sister, he would give her his blessing, and not stop her from leaving. The pretty elf looked straight into his eyes back then. She didn't agree or reject William's words and simply thanked him for letting her meet her sister. "How have you been?" Pearl asked. "Did that half-elf mistreat you?" "Don't worry, I will take you away from here and deal with him at a later time." Charmaine shook her head as she stared at sister. "Lord William didn't mistreat me. Although my freedom was restricted, he didn't do anything to treat me like a plaything, like those other noble humans do when they capture our race." Pearl nodded her head in acknowledgement of her words. Her goal was to take her sister back, so she didn't want to have a disagreement with her before they were safely back in the Silvermoon continent. "It seems that I misunderstood him," Pearl replied. "Don't worry, I will compensate him properly and buy your freedom. Charmaine, let's go back to the Silverwind continent. I promise that this time, I will not leave you alone." Charmaine smiled, but she shook her head. "I can't leave him right now, sister. I still have to atone for my sins of invading his kingdom. He is the son of our Saintess, Lady Arwen, and our savior, Lord Maxwell. We were the ones in the wrong when we tried to conquer the Helen Kingdom. We made a grave mistake, and our race has paid for it with countless lives." Pearl bit her lip. She grew up with Charmaine and knew what kind of person she was. Her sister was arrogant and looked down on humans. Even though Maxwell had saved them from the demonic invasion, Charmaine didn't think much of him. However, right now, that same arrogant sister of hers was saying that she would atone for the sins that she had made in invading the southern continent. For a brief moment, Pearl felt like she was talking to a stranger that she had never met before. "Charmaine, didn't you hate humans?" Pearl asked. "You also find half-elves disgusting. Why the sudden change?" Charmaine closed her eyes as she placed a hand over her chest. "Back then, I was still young and stupid. I had been raised in the Silvermoon continent and didn't know about the outside world. Sister, you didn't see the cruelty the elves performed while in the southern continent. We were no different from savage beasts. My eyes have been opened to the truth, and because of this, I will remain by Lord William's side until my sins are finally forgiven. Sister, I can't go with you right now, but I promise, after a few years, I will return to the Silvermoon continent and find you. Until then, please, let me stay by Lord William's side." Pearl clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. The more she listened to her sister, the more she felt that she was talking to a different person. This was when she realized that something was very wrong with her behavior. "What did he do to you?" Pearl asked as she grabbed Charmaine's shoulder and held her in place. "What did that bastard do to you?" Charmaine gave Pearl a pained expression. Her sister's fingernails were digging on her shoulder and it was very close to drawing her blood. Sister, it hurts," Charmaine said as she endured the pain. Pearl saw her sister's face filled with suffering, so she immediately let her go and back away. I'm sorry, I got carried away. It's fine. I know that you are having a hard time understanding my words, but this is what I really feel at the moment. I can't go with you. I'm sorry, sister." Pearl closed her eyes and controlled her raging emotions. A few minutes later, she looked at Charmaine and her face was filled with determination. Without warning, she threw a jab, aiming at Charmaine's chin. Due to how sudden her attack was, Charmaine was caught unprepared and was hit perfectly, which made her stagger backwards. William's personal maid felt dizzy and she was unable to raise any form of resistance. Seeing that her sister was still conscious, Pearl gave a follow-up jab and hit Charmaine's jaw, shocking her brain, and forcing her to lose consciousness. "I'm sorry, sister," Pearl said as she carried the unconscious girl like a sack of rice. I will bring you back to the Silvermoon continent and have the elders cure you. Whatever that bastard William did to you, I'll make sure that he will pay dearly for his transgressions. Charmaine was unaware that her sister had already decided to take her back to their hometown by force if necessary, regardless of her opinion. Although Pearl made sure to control the strength of her attack, it was still enough to cause stress to her brain, which made her faint. Pearl had only been able to run for a few steps when the lady she was carrying suddenly disappeared without a trace. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to see someone walking in her direction. Pearl squinted her eyes and used Hawk's Eye and improved concentration to see who the person was. It didn't take long for her to recognize the familiar red hair and light green eyes that were looking back at her with a disapproving gaze. "It's you," Pearl said. Her tone was laced with anger as she glared at the half-elf that had caused the downfall of the elven invasion. William Von Ainsworth. William continued to walk with a steady pace. His eyes never left Pearl's face as if he was scrutinizing every expression that she made. "I agreed to your request and allowed you to meet your sister," William stated. "However, I don't remember agreeing to a kidnapping. You have overstepped your bounds." "Overstepped my bounds? You did something to my sister and you have the nerve to say that I overstepped my bounds?" Pearl sneered. "The one who overstepped their bounds was you. What did you do to my sister? If you don't give me a proper answer, I will." "You will what?" William interjected. He had enough of Pearl's nonsense and wasn't in the mood to argue with her. "You're going to kill me?" "Yes, I will kill you. Bitch please. I am the protagonist of this story. You're just a side character, so know your place." William's outburst made Pearl unconsciously take a step back. She had faced many strong members of the young generation during the tournament, but William's countenance made her feel that she was up against a strong opponent. "I already gave you a chance to meet your sister," William said with indifference. "You also heard her answer. She didn't want to come with you. Since that is the case, I will not allow you to take her away." Pearl gritted her teeth and summoned her bow. "If I can kill him, my sister will be freed from his clutches." William sighed when he saw the elf was preparing to fight him. "You want to fight? Fine," William sneered. "I'll gladly play with you." Several portals appeared above William and several Pegasus flew out of it, with riders mounted on their back. Pearl's eyes widened when she saw that the mounted warriors of the Pegasus were elves. "Surprised already?" William chuckled. "There's more where that came from." An overwhelming presence descended upon Pearl as another portal appeared right above her. Before she could even draw her bow, she saw a rainbow-colored wrecking ball charging in her direction. That was the last thing Charmaine heard before she was knocked off from where she stood, and her world descended into darkness. Chapter 689. When the Red Plague ascends, calamity descends. Somewhere in the central continent. "Boss, someone is looking for you," a skinny man reported as he walked towards the main hall of their base. A handsome man who seemed to be in his late 30s opened his eyes and glanced at his subordinate with an even gaze. "Name?" the man asked. He ran his hand over his short red hair, as he shook the last vestige of sleep from his system. The skinny man could sense that his boss was feeling grumpy, so he decided to cut to the chase and stop talking nonsense. He said his name is Ezio, the skinny man replied. The handsome man's body stiffened before standing up from where he sat. He hurriedly left the main hall, leaving his subordinate behind with a shocked expression. Their boss had always had a calm expression on his face, but after hearing the familiar name, a trace of shock and happiness appeared on his handsome face. A few minutes later, the handsome man appeared outside of his camp. Currently, several of his subordinates crowded around a man, who was wearing a black robe, with their weapons drawn. The black-robed man's face couldn't be seen, but his current posture was quite relaxed, as if the hundreds of weapons aimed at him weren't a big deal. "Ezio, is it really you?" the handsome man asked with a smile. His subordinates made a path for him to pass. Just like the skinny man that had delivered the news, all of them also had shocked expressions on their faces. Their grumpy boss, who didn't bat an eye when killing people, was actually smiling. "It is I, young master," Ezio replied. "It's good to see that you are hale and hearty. The commander will be proud." Morgan happily gave Ezio a hug and patted his back. He knew for a fact that his father's shadow guard wouldn't travel far from where his grandfather was. Since Ezio was around, that could only mean one thing. James was also in the central continent. "Did father send you to find me?" Morgan already knew the answer to this question, but he still decided to ask for clarification. "Let me guess. This is about William's achievements in the Tower of Babylon." Ezio nodded. The commander has sent me to find you. He said that you should pack up and go to the Tower of Babylon. He still needed to go to the Misty Sect and someone has to watch over the family's properties while he is away. The corner of Morgan's lips curled up into a smile. Truthfully, when he heard the worldwide announcement, he had been very tempted to go to the tower and find William. However, there were still some loose ends that he had to tie up at that time. He had just finished dealing with an internal struggle a few days ago, so he wasn't in the mood to go to the Tower of Babylon to look for William, whom he hadn't seen since he was a baby. It has been 18 years. Morgan sighed. To think that the baby I brought back to Lant would shock the entire world. I never saw this coming. Neither did I, young master. Little Will is such a handful. Even now, I still can't believe that he has conquered the 51st floor, Ezio commented. Morgan chuckled and patted Ezio's shoulder. You rarely speak more than 3 words. It seems that my nephew made a deep impression on you, old friend. Ezio didn't deny or agree to Morgan's words. Deep inside, he was feeling proud because he was one of William's masters, who had taught him on how to make his mark on the world of Hestia. Morgan didn't mind Ezio's silence. He knew that the man wasn't an expert when it came to socializing, so he raised his hand to catch the attention of his subordinates. Tonight we feast, Morgan ordered, and tomorrow, we head towards the Tower of Babylon. The men surrounding the two raised their weapons to the air and cheered. They didn't know what they were going to do in the Tower of Babylon, but the members of the Red Plague had quickly learned that asking questions was futile. All they needed to do was follow Morgan, and move unhindered across the central continent. They were the famous mercenary group that was feared by many. Once the Red Plague made its move, the lands would be dyed with the blood of their targets. The next day, the Red Plague marched towards the Tower of Babylon. Countless flags were raised, and the Red Hornet, which was the symbol of their mercenary group, fluttered in the breeze, like a plague that was about to descend to the land and make those who dared to oppose it die a very gruesome and horrible death. This great movement alarmed several empires who were paying close attention to Morgan's movements. It had been a few months since this group carried out an expedition, and the outcome had wiped out an entire clan that was considered to be one of the overlords in the central continent. There was a popular saying among those who knew of the Red Plague. When the Red Plague ascends, calamity descends. This was why even the mighty empires of the central continent turned a blind eye whenever the Red Plague crossed their borders. They knew that as long as they didn't do anything to stop them from completing their mission, their sting wouldn't be pointed in their empire's direction. That Morgan has finally made his move again. The emperor who ruled the empire where the Red Plague was currently stationed had a grim expression on his face. Where are they headed this time? The commander of the army had personally flown using his flying mount to check the direction the Red Plague was headed. After confirming with the head of their logistics department, they had come to the conclusion that Morgan's band of mercenaries were headed towards the Tower of Babylon. The tower, the emperor frowned. He had just returned from the Crater Empire where the Tournament of Champions was held. Half a minute later, the emperor slammed his fist at the armchair of his throne as a shocking realization appeared inside his mind. Ainsworth. The emperor gasped. Morgan's surname is Ainsworth. Everyone in the conference room looked at their king in surprise. They had almost always referred to Morgan as the Red Plague and they had completely forgotten that his surname was Ainsworth. It didn't take long for them to connect the dots and the emperor immediately issued a decree. Commander, tell all the towns and cities that the Red Plague will pass through to open their doors and not bar them from entering, the emperor ordered. Also, if they need supplies, like food and water, give it to them with a 50% discount. If they have any additional requests, I give you my permission to carry it out to the best of your abilities. Go and do not fail me. Yes, Your Majesty. The commander saluted and left the conference room. The emperor had already sent an envoy to the Tower of Babylon in order to negotiate with William for a collaboration. However, the other party was not present, and only an old man was holding down the fort. The leader of the envoy had reported that James was very hard to deal with and the negotiation wasn't producing any results. Now that Morgan was going to the Tower of Babylon, he decided to try and cozy up with the Red Plague in order to smooth out the process of their proposal. The Tower of Babylon had rich resources that couldn't be found anywhere in Hestia. Rare metals that came from higher worlds could be mined on these floors, and were sold for high prices across the continent. If their empire could have a partnership with the Ainsworth family, then trying to be on their good side would definitely be worth it. Right now, everyone was like wolves trying to get their share of the fat herd that was waiting to be eaten. The only problem was that instead of a young man, they were up against an old fox who was determined to suck their wallets and blood dry. Because of this, the envoys of the different factions were having a headache. No matter what they did, James wouldn't budge. He was like a dam that was blocking the water source. Even though everyone was thirsty and wanted to drink their fill, he refused to release the water and kept it for himself. This made all the factions feel miserable. More than anything else, they wanted the old man to disappear and be replaced by a fox that was not as old and as stingy as him. If Morgan were to take his place, there was a chance for their empire to enter negotiations. This was what the emperor was hoping for. All of you, draft a new proposal for the floors on the Tower of Babylon, the emperor ordered his ministers. It's fine if we bleed a little. Once we manage to make Morgan agree, we will be able to regain our losses after a few years. Give him an offer he can't refuse. I'll be preparing for my departure to the Misty Sect. When I return, I only want to hear good news. Do I make myself clear? The officials of the Korra Empire started to brainstorm how to create a proposal that Morgan wouldn't be able to refuse. The emperor looked at this scene with a satisfied look on his face before leaving the rest to his prime minister. I shouldn't put all the eggs in a single basket, Seamus, the emperor of the Korra Empire thought as he walked towards his chambers. The owner of the floors is that boy William. I need to make him understand that working with the Korra Empire is a win-win situation. The emperor narrowed his gaze as he looked in the direction of the Savadine Mountains. Misty Sect, Seamus sneered. Let's see if your arrogance will be able to overcome this hurdle that is going to knock on your doorstep. Chapter 690. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Kenneth was busy writing a letter to his master inside the residence provided to him inside the academy. He wrote how he met William in the Crater Empire, and everything that happened since then. Kenneth respected Arwen with all of his heart. Without her, his life would have been a very boring one. Just as he was about to finish the letter, he heard a knock on his door. Kenneth frowned because he wasn't expecting any guests at the moment. Who could it possibly be? Kenneth muttered as he walked toward the door with curiosity. Kenneth opened the door to see who it was. The first thing he saw was a smiling William, carrying a beautiful elf in a princess carry. Naturally, Kenneth recognized the elf in William's arms. It was other than Pearl, who had also joined the tournament alongside him. Can I come in? William asked. The silver-haired elf frowned, but he still opened the door wider and moved aside. A single glance was enough to tell him that Pearl had just fought a battle, because of the tears in her clothes. What happened? Kenneth asked after William laid Pearl to the bed. Since it was a fellow elf, he was alarmed at her current condition. The two of us fought, William replied. Don't worry, I didn't hurt her much. We just had a disagreement. She'll be awake in a day or two. Kenneth walked towards the bed and ran a diagnostic spell on Pearl's body. Aside from the two small puncture wounds on her neck, her body didn't have any kind of damage. Clearly, someone had used a healing spell to remove Pearl's injuries, with the exception of the two marks on her neck. Kenneth had an idea on what William was trying to tell him. Because of this, the latter decided to just turn a blind eye on Pearl's current condition. I apologize on behalf for her recklessness, Kenneth said with a calm expression. Thank you for looking after her. William nodded in appreciation. You're still perceptive as always. Kenneth sighed as he sat on the bed. His gaze looked at the red-headed teenager who was looking back at him with a smile. You're leaving? Kenneth asked. When? William crossed his arms over his chest as he eyed his ex-roommate with an appraising look. Tomorrow. Don't try to find me, because you won't. The silver-haired elf smiled bitterly because he could feel the firmness in William's tone. He knew that if he tried to force himself to accompany him, the half-elf would definitely find a way to lose him along the way. I guess I will be seeing you at the Misty Sect, Kenneth said. William nodded his head. I will be undergoing extensive training until the promised time. Let's meet again in the Aberdeen Mountains. Kenneth's gaze softened because he could feel that William still treated him as a friend. Since that was the case, he would not be too demanding and allow him to do the things he needed. The founding day of the Misty Sect was only several weeks away. It wouldn't be long before he and William would meet once again. Will, don't lose. That's the plan. William left the room and headed to the alchemist division to say goodbye to his fifth master, Albert. Although his alchemist master was a carefree individual, he still took time to teach William a lot of things when he first arrived at the academy. While all of this was happening, Princess Sidonie was in her room drafting the plans for the delegation that would go to the Mist Sect. Ash and Chiffon would be leaving with William, leaving her alone in the Empire. This was the plan that they had agreed to beforehand. Princess Sidoni was an important member of the royal family of Frisia and the Crater Empire. Because of this, she couldn't accompany William when he journeyed towards the Misty Sect. However, since she could easily visit the Thousand Beast domain anytime, this problem was not a big deal for her. She, along with her grandfather, and a few of her cousins would go to the Misty Sect. Everyone had high expectations of William. For them, the battle against his ex-fiancée was already a done deal. The half-elf was someone that had cleared the 51st floor of the tower. Compared to him, Rebecca was nothing. Unfortunately, they were not aware that he was going to fight his fiancée with increased difficulty due to Amon's quest. This was also why William was dead set on upgrading all the job classes that he could, in order to prepare for any kind of situation. Meanwhile, in the glazed domain of the Misty Sect, Rebecca exhaled, and a cloud of icy air escaped her sensuous lips. "I finally broke through the 7th circle," Rebecca muttered as a powerful aura enveloped her body. Due to the unlimited resources, training, special privileges, and her perfect grade talent, she had stepped on the ranks of an archmage 4 years earlier than usual. The elder that was assigned to watch over her nodded her head in approval. "Consolidate your newfound strength," the elder advised. "Clear your mind, and allow your element to wash over your body." "Yes, elder," Rebecca replied before closing her eyes to meditate. Deep inside, Rebecca was happy. She had finally achieved the height that she had dreamed of when she was young. She and William understood that what they were going to do was merely a formality. Regardless of who won between the two of them, their marriage agreement would be void after their promised battle. On a ship bound to the central continent, Lawrence, the old fox of the Griffith Duchy, looked at the ship's window with a depressed expression on his face. They had left the Helen Kingdom a few weeks ago in order to arrive at the Misty Sect, and participate in the festivities that were waiting for them. The old fox played with the communication crystal in his hand, before putting it on top of the table with a sigh. No matter how many times he tried to use the communication crystal to talk to James, the old coot would pretend that he didn't see it. This made Lawrence very annoyed. Rebecca's mother and father had firmly opposed his decision to make his granddaughter William's fiancée, but that was already in the past. Now, the two idiots were feeling fearful that William would come and find them to settle the scores between them. Because of this, Lawrence decided to bring them with him to the central continent, in order to mediate and compensate William for the grievances he received in the past. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. Lawrence shook his head as he poured himself a glass of wine. "I should have been more firm back then. Now, it's too late." Lawrence drank the wine and felt the sourness spreading inside his mouth. The journey towards the central continent would be a long and tiring one. He just hoped that when they reached their final destination, the ache he was feeling in his heart would disappear like the passing clouds in the sky. Chapter 691. When man has a virtuous thought, heaven will grant him support. Nestled at the base of the Savadine Mountains was the city of Erwin. This prosperous city was under the direct jurisdiction of the Misty Sect. The Misty Sect had been around for close to 3,000 years, and its roots ran deep in the central continent. It had several branches across the land, and even across the other continents. Eleanor and the Elder, Lady Miriam, were the people assigned to handle the Misty Sect branch in the southern continent. They had discovered Rebecca's talents early on, and decided to bring her under their wing to be raised as one of the pillars of their sect. Their plan would have been perfect if not for the thorn that had the name, William, written on it. Now that the honor and dignity of their sect was about to be challenged, these two elders weren't able to sleep well at night, due to the anxiety and fear in their hearts. The citizens of Erwin didn't share their worries and were in a festive mood. Every establishment and house had hung snowflake lanterns, which was an old tradition when the founding day of the Misty Sect drew near. Although the celebration was still a week away, several flying carriages and other special flying artifacts could be seen soaring towards the Savadine Mountains, where the sect was located. They were the delegations from the different powerful factions on the central continent, and emissaries from the other continents who had also received an invitation. Within the bustling streets of the city, a chubby young man with above-average features, who seemed to be in his late teens, walked proudly. He was wearing very expensive clothes, and anyone that saw him would definitely label him as a member of the nobility, or a wealthy merchant. By his side, a scholarly young man who was also in his late teens, walked steadily. The young man admired the surroundings around him with a calm gaze. Unlike his chubby friend, who wore expensive clothes, the scholar's clothes were rather plain. However, they were very clean, and gave the scholar a refined presence. As the two passed through the marketplace, a little girl carrying a basket of snow apples approached the chubby young man. "Sir, would you like to buy some apples?" the little girl asked with a smile. "They are freshly picked and very delicious." "Oink, how much for a piece?" the chubby man asked. "3 apples for 1 silver coin," the little girl replied with eyes filled with expectations. She had been trying to sell the apples for the past 3 hours, but she hadn't found any buyers. "These apples do look fresh and delicious," the scholarly man said with a smile. "Okay, we will buy 6 apples. Here you go." The little girl was about to happily receive the coin when a hand grabbed her arm and pulled it back. It hurts." The little girl cried out in pain and dropped the basket she was holding. The apples rolled on the streets, and everyone glared at the burly man who was holding the girl's arm in a vice grip. He was over 2 meters tall and was surrounded by a dozen men who were wearing red robes. "Little girl, who gave you the right to sell apples on our turf?" the burly man asked with a sinister smile. He then strengthened his grip on the girl's arm, making her cry out loud in pain. "Do you think that just because you are a child, the red devils will turn a blind eye to your ignorance?" The vendors on the marketplace gnashed their teeth in anger. All of them wanted to help the little girl, but they were afraid that the red devils would come and mess up their business. The Red Devil was the biggest and most notorious gang in the city, and the locals were afraid to face their wrath. "Woo woo woo woo, Mama." The little girl's tears fell like a flood as she called out to her mother. This was the first time that she had visited the main street to sell the apples that she, and her mother, had picked in their backyard. Usually, she would just sell the apples near their home, but due to the influx of visitors that had arrived at their city, she decided to go to the main street in order to quickly sell everything, and return home to have lunch with her mother. The passers-by steered clear from the scene and looked at the crying girl with pity. Most of them were foreigners, so they didn't want to offend the local tyrants of Arwen City. The name of the burly man is Butch, and he was one of the captains of the Red Devils. He had managed to get his position by underhanded means, and was someone who liked to torture people. He didn't care about their age, or gender. As long as he could hear their screams, he was more than happy to sat his sick hobby. "Since you didn't pay us protection money, then we have no choice but to collect it from you," Butch said in a teasing tone. "The protection fee for our services is 1,000 gold a month. Pay up, and we will allow you to sell your apples anywhere in the city." Butch's subordinates laughed because they had seen this scene many times in the past. All of them were already used to it, and none of them cared if their captain's latest target was a little girl who was only under the age of 10. "Woo woo woo woo, Mama, help me." The little girl's cry became louder. There was nothing that she could do but cry and call for her mother to rescue her. "Ah, you poor child." Butch chuckled. "Go on, call your mommy. Maybe she can pay us by spreading her legs." Butch's subordinates laughed in agreement. The little girl was somewhat pretty, so they believed that her mother was pretty as well. All of them were low lives. For them, a mature woman was way better than a little brat who was still wet behind the ears. The burly man increased the strength of his grip further and a soft crack was heard, followed by the young girl's soul-stirring scream. Butch and his subordinates had smiles on their faces as they teased the crying girl whose tears, and snot, had already stained her adorable face. The chubby young man clicked his tongue and walked towards them. He and his friends had just arrived at the city and they already saw this disgusting scene. It made his blood boil, so he decided to make his move. "Oi, if you don't want to lose that arm, it will be best if you release the girl." "Oink," the chubby young man said. "How dare you get in the way of my lunch? Did this sir give you permission?" Butch and his men stared at the chubby teenager before laughing out loud. This was also not the first time when they saw a knight in shining armor, trying to save the damsel in distress. Most of these knights were already buried 6 feet under, and Butch had tortured them until they breathed their last breath. Well, look what we have here." Butch grinned. He appraised the chubby teen's clothes and knew that he came from a rich family. "Are you talking to me, pig?" As one of the captains of the Red Devils, Butch's strength was of the adamantium rank. He could fight head-to-head with a centennial beast, and crush them with his superior strength. Because of this, even the leader of the Red Devils favored him, and gave him the task of collecting the protection fees in the most profitable place in the city. The chubby young man sighed and shook his head. "I do not wish for dominion, but I cannot let the innocent suffer. Since you crossed my path, I can't turn a blind eye to your ignorance. Butch's smile widened as a sinister glint passed through his eyes. So you want to play the hero? I'd like to see how you can save this brat from my Han, Ga. The captain of the Red Devil wasn't able to finish his words because he felt something hard hit the side of his face, sending him flying towards a nearby fruit stall. The little girl cried out loud as she lost her balance. She was about to fall on the ground when a strong pair of hands held her in place. The scholarly man chanted as he cast a healing spell on the girl's arm, who was already starting to turn into a darker shade of blue. Make sure to collect medical fees for this child's broken arm, the scholar stated as he focused on healing the girl. Additional compensation is also needed for emotional trauma. Oink, got it, the chubby teenager said as he picked one of the apples that had fallen on the ground. He then took a bite without caring that it had already been dirtied. The crisp and delectable reverberated in the air, as the chubby teenager ate with gusto. Butch roared in anger as he charged towards the chubby young man with bloodshot eyes. He had already summoned a bastard sword in his hands, and was hell-bent to cleave the pig in two. The scholar gently carried the little girl in his arms and walked towards a safe location. He was not concerned about his friend, because he knew that the burly man wasn't his friend's match. When man has a virtuous thought, heaven will grant him support, the chubby young man stated as he held the handle of his rake firmly in his hand. Fool who doesn't know your place, Izu will slap your face. Chapter 692, well then, are you guys ready to rumble? Die, Butch roared as he swung his sword with all of his strength. He was one of the big shots of the underworld in the Savadine Mountains, and this was the first time he had been embarrassed this badly. Zhu didn't even glance in Butch's direction, and merely thrust the rake behind him. A resounding clanging sound was heard as the two weapons clashed against each other. Everyone was expecting the chubby teenager to be cut in half, but the scene in front of them made their eyes widen in surprise. Butch's bastard sword found itself trapped within the gap of the nine-tooth rake, unable to advance forward. Zhu clicked his tongue as he twisted the handle of his rake, snapping the bastard sword in two. He then thrust the rake backwards once again, sending Butch flying a few meters behind him. The captain of the Red Devils once again landed on the same stall he had crashed into earlier. The merchant who owned the store was nearly in tears because all his wares were destroyed. Although he appreciated Zhu saving the little girl, he was still heartbroken due to the loss of his profits. A powerful shockwave erupted from the stall as Butch released his battle aura. Blood flowed out of his nose, as his face contorted in anger. This was the second time that he had been sent flying by his opponent and his anger had reached its peak. I'll kill you, Butch shouted as he once again lunged at Zhu while holding two short swords in his hands. Zhu sneered as he gave Butch a sidelong glance. Can you? Suddenly, Zhu's body grew until he reached a height of 5 meters. He then punched forward, and his meaty right hand smashed the incoming Butch into the ground, creating a small crater. The members of the Red Devils felt their legs turning soft when they saw their captain lying unconscious on the ground, with blood seeping out of all of his orifices. Zhu towered over the unconscious man and raised his right foot. He then stepped on Butch's right arm, turning it into meat paste. The sudden pain made Butch regain his consciousness. A blood-curdling scream followed suit as the pain of his injuries crashed down on him like a giant wave, making him cry out in pain. A few of his ribs had been broken earlier, making his breathing painful and difficult. Zhu gazed down on him with a smile as he poked the burly man's body with the end of his rake. Ah, you poor child. Zhu chuckled. Does it hurt? Don't worry, this is only the beginning. Stop, Butch pleaded. Forgive me, have mercy. Zhu nodded. Okay, but you have to pay. 1 million gold coins will do. I don't have that much. I only have over 2,000 gold coins on me. Okay, give it to me. Butch moved his still intact left hand and summoned a leather pouch from his storage ring. Although he was hurting all over, the fear of dying made him regret his earlier decision of bullying the little girl. He thought that it would be just like one of those times when he had succeeded in torturing others and spreading fear to the merchants, to prevent them from resisting his control over the marketplace. Zhu had already returned to his original size and grabbed the leather pouch filled with gold coins. I have received over 2,000 gold coins. Now, give me the rest. You still owe me over 900,000 gold coins. Butch coughed a mouthful of blood due to anger and shame. Now he understood what his victims felt like after he had tortured them to death. What's going on here? A loud shout spread across the marketplace, as more than 30 men, wearing blue uniforms, stormed the scene. Cassidy, one of the captains of the city guards, appeared after receiving a report of a battle that was currently happening in the marketplace. The mayor had given them explicit orders to stop any potential problem that might arise during this crucial time. The representatives of the powerful factions in the continent were currently congregating in their domain, and he didn't want them to have a bad impression of his territory. Naturally, he was also afraid that he would be kicked out of his position by the elders of the Misty Sect if he didn't do his job right. Because of this, he had mobilized several guards to patrol the city in regular intervals. Cassidy glanced at Butch, who was lying in a pool of blood. A frown appeared on his face because he was one of the captains that was bribed by the Red Devils to turn a blind eye to their criminal activities. However, with so many witnesses, he knew that he had to play his cards right in order to take control of the conflict. As the captain of the city guards, I order that all of you must come with me to the station for questioning, Cassidy replied. Do not resist, and you will not be hurt. Men seized them. The men encircled Zhu and his scholar friend, but they completely ignored Butch and the members of the Red Devil. Clearly, they were in cahoots with the criminal organization, just like their captain. Zhu chuckled when he saw this scene and glanced at his friend, who was currently standing beside the little girl. Hey! Shaw, back me up, Zhu said with a smile. It's time to sweep away the trash, oink. Okay, Shaw sighed as he shook his head. To think that we would get into trouble as soon as we entered the city. I guess you still carry your bad luck with you. Although Shaw's tone carried a trace of resignation, the contempt and disappointment in his eyes towards the city guards was very evident. Get behind me, Shaw said as he patted the little girl's head. This might get a bit messy. The little girl nodded her head and obediently hid behind Shaw. For her, the chubby teenager and the scholar were good people because they saved her. Her body had already been cured, and she was no longer feeling any pain in her body. However, she was still sad because the apples that she and her mother had worked hard to pick had been trampled by the bad guys. The two of you plan to resist? Cassidy sneered. You think you can do whatever you want in Arwen City? The city guards had all unsheathed their weapons and aimed them at Shaw and Zhu. It was also at that time, when several men wearing red robes appeared in the marketplace. Captain Cassidy, it seems that there are some troublemakers roaming around the city today, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face greeted with a smile. Cassidy was shocked because he recognized the middle-aged man. He was none other than Devon, the leader of the Red Devils. He had stepped into the Saint rank 2 years ago, and had been the king of the underworld in Arwen City. The mayor as well as the city guards were also on his payroll, which allowed them to grow and become the biggest gang in the Savadine Mountains. Sir Devon, everything is under control, Cassidy replied. We are now in the process of arresting these criminals. They will be taken to the station and interrogated for the crimes that they have committed. Is that so? Devon asked back and eyed Shaw and Zhu with great interest. He glanced at Butch, who was seriously injured on the ground, before shifting his attention back to the chubby teenager who was looking at him with indifference. Captain Cassidy, these people injured my men, Devon stated. Since that is the case, can you leave them to me? Cassidy frowned. There were many eyewitnesses, and it would be difficult if the Misty Sect got wind of this incident. The only way to handle this matter was to resolve it as fast as possible. The captain of the city guard scanned the surroundings and found that more men wearing red robes had arrived at the marketplace. According to his estimate, there were now over 300 members of the Red Devils, and it would be very difficult to say no to Devon's request. Very well, but make sure that it doesn't go out of hand. Cassidy compromised. You already know that now is a very difficult time for us, and if the Misty Sect becomes displeased, it will be bad for your people as well. Devon nodded his head in understanding. He also knew that if they wanted to wrap this incident up properly, their reaction must be swift and not leave any traces behind. The leader of the Red Devils raised his hand, ordering his men to capture Zhu and Shaw. The city guards backed away hurriedly because they didn't want to be involved in the Red Devils' revenge against those who dared to challenge their authority. Zhu was about to transform into a 5-meter-tall giant when a carefree voice broke the tense atmosphere. I just left the two of you to buy a drink and you're already creating trouble. A lazy voice said, Perfect, I love trouble, why didn't you call for me? Senior brother. Zhu chuckled as he waved at the person that was walking towards them holding a jug of wine. Don't worry, you came at the right time. We were just about to start. Shaw smiled and nodded his head. Now that their senior brother has arrived, He could just focus on protecting the little girl that was hiding behind his back. The new arrival drank the jug of wine as he walked over in a carefree manner. He had short brown hair, and his light brown eyes were filled with mischief. The brown-haired young man looked like someone in his early 20s. He walked unsteadily, but each step was like a flowing river that flowed freely across the land, unhindered by the affairs of the mortal realm. After giving a loud burp, the newcomer threw the jug to the side, hitting Butch, and knocking him unconscious. The corner of Devon's and Cassidy's lips twitched when they saw the burly man's pitiful state, but didn't say anything. For some reason, the newcomer made them feel a sense of dread that they couldn't explain. It was as if they were being stared at by a wild animal who could go berserk at any moment. "Well then, are you guys ready to rumble?" the brown-haired young man said as he pulled something out of his right ear. Everyone looked in disbelief when they saw the golden, metallic, staff that had come out from the brown-haired man's ear. Devon's expression became serious because his sixth sense was screaming at him. It was telling him that this was someone that he couldn't afford to offend no matter what. Chapter 693, I still want to live, damn it. "Who are you?" Cassidy asked. "You'd better not make trouble here in the city or we will not be lenient with your punishment." The brown-haired young man chuckled when he heard Cassidy's words. He had heard this question for millennia, and his answer to this question had always been the same. "Who am I?" The brown-haired young man smirked as his eyes started to turn golden. "Great men need no introductions, but since you want to know that badly, I will allow you to know my exalted name. Remember it well, because it might be the last thing you remember in this world." The brown-haired man slammed the golden staff on the ground, creating a metallic ringing sound that reverberated in the entire city of Erwin. He then raised his head arrogantly as he pointed his thumb at his face. "I am," the brown-haired man said before turning his head to look at Shaw. "Shaw, introduce me to them." "I'm too lazy." The corner of Shaw's lips twitched, but he still decided to play along. After all, it was this, senior brother, who had smuggled them into the world of Hestia to look for William. Introducing him to people was the least that he could do. "He is other than the handsome Monkey King," Shaw shouted. Zhu decided to play along and also raised his voice. "A great warrior who will fight for good, truth, peace, and honesty. Hero alone is he who vies with powers supreme. The world revolves in the palm of his hands. Good and evil can't stand in his way, for he is the force that defies it every day. Look at his manliness, that makes all the maidens blush. Don't you know that he is everyone's crush? Lo and behold, mortals of the realm. His presence alone, don't you feel overwhelmed? He is other than the great sage that equals heaven, the warrior that fought against heaven's might. He is other than, the epitome of greatness, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong may have the thickest skin in the multiverse, but Zhu's and Shaw's praises were enough to make even the invincible Monkey King feel that they were praising the wrong person. Aw shucks guys, you're making me blush, Sun Wukong said as he scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. But, the two of you forgot to say that I'm the most awesome being in creation. The legendary legend that defies the balance of the world. The most powerful, supreme expert that. Zhu and Shaw were doing their best to prevent their expression from spasming. They had already praised Sun Wukong to the high heavens, but it seemed that their method had only spurred on the Monkey King's narcissistic tendencies. We already praised you, okay. You still want to be praised. Don't you know the meaning of moderation? Bruh, I just realized that the words of this world are not enough to describe how amazing I really am. Sun Wukong rubbed his chin. Well, I guess I'll deal with all of you first before I write down all of my awesome qualities. Without another word, Sun Wukong somersaulted in the air and transformed into his Monkey King form. Enough talk, let's fight. Sun Wukong roared. Sweep away all adversaries. A powerful explosion erupted in the middle of the city, making the land tremble. However, the surprising thing was that no damage could be seen anywhere. What happened next was truly outstanding because several people wearing red and blue robes were tossed in the air, similar to how fried rice was tossed in a wok. Sun Wukong understood that he couldn't hurt innocent people in the mortal world, so he used the power of righteousness to separate the bad guys from the good. Let's go nuts. Sun Wukong roared as he swung the golden staff in his hands like a baseball bat. Reject humanity. Return to Monk. Ruyi Jingu Bang grew until it was over hundreds meters long, and several meters wide. All that got hit cried out in pain, and flew towards the Savadine Mountains. The sect master and the elders of the Misty sect immediately felt the strong fluctuations in their surroundings and were immediately alarmed. They felt the overbearing presence descend on them like a mountain. All of them saw the giant golden staff that could potentially erase the entire city of Erwin, and it made them shudder. Demigod. Thea, the sect master of the Misty Sect, gasped in shock after witnessing the incredible scene in front of her. The guardian of the Misty Sect opened its eyes and looked at the Monkey King hovering in the air. Sun Wukong glanced in the guardian's direction and winked. The Monkey King even made a gesture to the guardian to come down and join the fun, but the latter pretended that it didn't see it and closed its eyes to sleep. You don't want to join? Sun Wukong asked the guardian using telepathy. Let's go play 100 rounds. Relax, I'll give you a handicap. I'll only use one hand and my staff. The guardian shuddered and pretended that it was deep asleep. No matter how much Sun Wukong coaxed it, the sacred beast refused to budge. It doesn't matter if you give me a handicap or not. That staff alone is enough to kill me. I still want to live, damn it. Seeing that the guardian didn't want to play, Sun Wukong scratched his head helplessly. As he was thinking about what to do next, several elders of the Misty Sect flew towards him. Your Excellency, I am the leader of the Misty Sect, Thea said respectfully. A few days from now, we are going to celebrate the founding of our sect. I respectfully invite you, Your Excellency, to join us in this joyous event. Sun Wukong started to pick his nose with indifference. Well, I have some free time, so I guess I can honor your sect with my exalted presence. We will be most grateful to host you, Your Excellency. But, I am feeling rather irritated right now, Sun Wukong stated. You see, my boys and I came here to sightsee, but we were harassed by those Red Devil guys and members of the city guards. You know, when I get grumpy, I have the habit of demolishing mountains. The expression of Thea and the elders of the Misty Sect became pale. The dissatisfaction in Sun Wukong's tone clearly hid a threat that meant, if you don't fix this, I'll smash your mountain. This was something that they couldn't allow to happen no matter what. Rest assured, Your Excellency, Thea said, as she tried to hide the anxiousness in her heart, we will immediately punish those who dared to make things difficult for you. Eleanor, Miriam, send the executors to round up all the members of the Red Devils. Thea ordered. Also, bring in the mayor and the commander of the city guards for questioning. I will not allow an evil organization, including corrupt officials, to stay in my domain. Yes, Sect Master. All the elders moved at once. They had long turned a blind eye on the actions of the Red Devils, and the corruption of the city's officials, because they also received benefits on their end. If not for the fact that a demigod was threatening to demolish their home turf, they would have continued to let the matter slide. However, they couldn't do that anymore. On that same day, every member of the Red Devil was caught and apprehended by the executors of the Misty Sect. The city's mayor, as well as the other corrupt officials, were kicked out of their positions and imprisoned inside the sect. A thorough purge had been enacted and even the small-time gangs and criminals were apprehended. The Misty Sect had used all the manpower in their disposal to show the Monkey King their sincerity to correct their wrongs. Sun Wukong didn't make things difficult for Thea and promised the sect master that they would visit the Misty Sect on their founding day. They were there to meet with William, so getting free accommodations was something they would not reject. The envoys from the different factions, who had witnessed the amazing scene, sent people to investigate Sun Wukong's origins. Most of them already knew the identity of all the demigods in the world of Hestia. They had never heard of a character like Sun Wukong, and they wanted to know which faction he belonged to. As these undercover investigations were being done, the Monkey King drank wine as he laid on top of the roof of the inn that they were staying in. A chuckle escaped his lips as he thought about what William's reaction would be when he saw them at the Misty Sect. I just hope that the Jade Emperor won't lose his head when he finds out that I smuggled Zhu and Sha from the temple. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I guess I'd better lie low when I return. Ever since Zhu and Sha had been granted amnesty, they had been thinking of ways that they could repay William for their freedom. However, no matter how much they thought, the only way for them to repay the half-elf was to go to his world. Because of this, they went to find Sun Wukong and asked him to smuggle them to the world of Hestia. To their surprise, the Monkey King readily agreed and their great smuggling plan began. High above the temple of the 10,000 gods, the Jade Emperor massaged his temple. Bastards, the lot of you, the Jade Emperor cursed under his breath. He was planning to send Zhu and Sha into one of the golden portals that connected to a higher world. The plan was already made so the two faithful subordinates would be able to live wonderful lives in order to compensate them for the hardships that they had experienced these past 1,000 years. However, all of that planning had now gone to waste because the ungrateful fools had decided to go to William's world and return the favor that the half-elf had given them. In the end, the Jade Emperor could only sigh and allow things to take its course. He understood that some things were fated to happen, so he decided to toss Ju's and Shaw's matter to the back of his mind for the time being. The primordial goddess only chuckled at this unexpected outcome, but she didn't mind it too much. Just as the Jade Emperor understood that some things were fated to happen, the primordial goddess knew of this as well. It would take a strong will to fight against fate, and only a select few could break away from this law that governed the multiverse. Chapter 694, I Can't Fall in Love with That Guy. 3 days before the founding day of the Misty Sect, more and more delegations arrived at the Savadine Mountains. Due to Sun Wukong's earlier escapade, the Misty Sect had reinforced the security of their sect, as well as the city of Erwin. No one dared to cause any more trouble after the Red Devils and the corrupt officials were all dealt with. Several flying carriages pulled by giant eagles flew past the city and headed towards the mountaintop. Each of these carriages carried the banner of the Crater Empire. After a few weeks of travel, Emperor Leonidas, Prince Maximilian, Princess Sidonie, Kenneth, Lilith, Pearl, and other high-ranking nobles had finally arrived at the main branch of the Misty Sect. As soon as their carriages landed, several inner disciples of the sect respectfully greeted them and brought them to their temporary residences. The Misty Sect had prepared for this event for a very long time, and all the influential people were given the VIP treatment. Emperor Leonidas and Prince Maximilian went to see the sect master to personally give their greetings. Princess Sidonie, on the other hand, led their entourage to their respective quarters in order to rest. Although their journey was uneventful, traveling for long distances was still exhausting. Kenneth and Pearl shared a room, while Lilith went towards the quarters prepared for the Amazons. Empress Andraste had arrived a day earlier, and was waiting for Lilith to tell her about her experiences with William. The boy has a big appetite. Not only is Princess Sidonie his fiancée, he also married the sin of gluttony. Empress Andraste asked with great interest. Lilith nodded. Yes, mother. Also, from what I can tell, he is also close to the sin of sloth. Empress Andraste chuckled as she eyed Lilith with a smile. So, are you interested in him, daughter? Lilith frowned. After the incident with Princess Sidonie, her impression of William had greatly changed. Also, during the conference, she had seen William's unrestrained attitude. This change in personality confused her, so she couldn't come up with an immediate answer. What's wrong? Is he not what you were expecting him to be? Empress Andraste pressed on for answers. Is he not qualified? He is qualified, Lilith answered after arranging her thoughts. She didn't want to admit that a chill ran down her spine when William had snuck up behind her, and asked for the collar that she had stolen from the lusty princess. For a brief moment, she felt like submitting to his will, and this scared her a lot. Lilith was an unrestrained individual, and didn't want to be tied up, but, in that brief moment, she felt like several invisible shackles had locked her in place, leaving her no room to escape his clutches. Do you like him? Empress Andraste arched an eyebrow because she could tell that her daughter was acting differently from her usual self. She still hadn't met William, but a glance was enough to tell her that he was no ordinary young man. No ordinary man could make her daughter act with uncertainty, and this made her interest towards the half-elf rise to a higher level. Lilith firmly shook her head. Mother, giving birth to strong warriors is the duty of the Amazons. Whether we love our partners or not, we will always look at the bigger picture. Empress Andraste stood up and walked towards Lilith to give her a hug. Silly girl, Empress Andraste teased. Who said that you can't give birth to the child of the one you love? Although we do pride ourselves for choosing a strong partner, there is no law that prohibits us from falling in love. Mother, I can't fall in love with that guy. He's so dumb-looking and stupid. Empress Andraste's shoulders started to shake as she stifled her laughter. He really made an impression on you. You wouldn't call him dumb-looking and stupid otherwise. Well, you don't need to do anything. I look forward to meeting this teenage boy who has recently become the talk of the entire continent. Inside Sun Wukong's residence inside the Misty Sect, this girl has a lot of potential. I rarely see such a talented girl in my wanderings of the world. It will be a shame if she doesn't get proper guidance from your sect, Sun Wukong said as he patted the head of the little girl who sold apples to Zhu and Sha a few days ago. Don't you agree? Thea forced herself to smile as she nodded her head. She had already subtly checked the body of the little girl a while ago to see if she had any special talent inside her body. Unfortunately, the apple seller was only a normal human, and her body was not suitable for cultivating magic. Your Excellency, I don't think she has what it takes to study in our main sect, Thea replied respectfully. However, I can send her to a good learning institution to study. There are plenty of academies in the central continent, and I'm sure that she would fit into one of them perfectly. Sun Wukong chuckled before eyeing Thea with contempt. Are you saying that my vision is lacking? Sun Wukong inquired. Do you think I am blind? Are you implying that I am not capable of seeing how amazing this child is? No, that is not what I meant, Your Excellency, Thea stuttered. I mean, this child is indeed worthy to study at our sect. I will be more than happy to take her in. Sun Wukong ignored Thea's reply and took out a peach out of thin air. The little girl's name was Amy. A few days ago, she had found herself at the mercy of the Red Devils, but now, she had become the tour guide of Sun Wukong, Zhu, and Sha. They had given 10% of the total savings of the Red Devils to her family, so they were not lacking any money. The three decided to take her to the Misty Sect so she could be nurtured properly, and never suffer again. However, just as Thea surmised, Amy was just an ordinary girl. She didn't have any talents in regards to magic, but this was just a minor matter for the great sage that equaled heaven. Eat this peach, Sun Wukong coaxed the little girl, who was looking at the peach with curiosity. Although apples are good, I guarantee that this peach will taste better. Thank you, Uncle Wukong, Amy replied as she happily took the peach and bit it. Sun Wukong nodded and patted her head. Good girl. What he had given Amy was one of the peaches that grew on the orchard of longevity back in the Celestial Palace. Those who consumed the fruit would have their bodies strengthened and allow the power of heaven and earth to be attracted to their body. As Amy ate the peach, Wukong once again shifted his attention to Thea, who was doing her best to retain her dignity as a sect master. I want her to have the best education, so make sure to make her one of your inner disciples, Sun Wukong said in a carefree manner. I will visit her from time to time to check her progress. If I see her getting neglected, he. Wukong made a slicing gesture on his neck while looking at Thea. As the sect master, she already knew that she couldn't afford to antagonize such a strong being. Even their guardian refused to fight Sun Wukong, which proved that the latter was stronger than the protector of their sect. We will do our best, Your Excellency, Thea bowed respectfully. However, learning magic depends on the talent of the individual. Even if we give her all the best resources, if her ability falls short, there is nothing that we can do. There had been no precedence for a normal human to cultivate the secret arts of the Misty Sect. Only those that were able to wield ice magic could benefit from it. Thea didn't want to antagonize Sun Wukong, but she didn't really have any way to create a miracle. No matter how much you beat a dead horse, it will no longer move no matter how hard you try. Sun Wukong snorted and waved his hands to dismiss Thea's words. Just do as I say, Sun Wukong ordered. I am not asking for our opinion. The only thing that I want to hear from you is yes and yes. So, are you going to train Amy or not? Yes, Thea answered in resignation. We will train her to the best of our abilities. Sun Wukong nodded. That's more like it. The elders of the Misty Sect that had accompanied Thea to welcome Sun Wukong and his entourage had complicated expressions on their faces. Even so, at the face of absolute strength, they had no choice but to hold back their complaints in their hearts. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city of Arwen, oh my goodness, we finally arrived. Kekaki, I'm hungry, can we find something to eat first? Okay, the promised date is still a few days away, so we can still do some sightseeing, the young man wearing a bamboo hat said with a smile. Let's enjoy the local delicacies first. Maybe we won't have time to eat anything during the feast. A little devil landed on William's right shoulder as he eyed the mountain whose peaks were covered by dense clouds. A devilish grin was plastered on his face. Clearly, he was looking forward to the things that he would see at the peak of the Misty Sect. A little angel landed on William's left shoulder. He placed his hands behind his back as he, too, looked at the towering mountain in the distance. The angel's eyes glowed faintly before returning to their normal color. Soon, an angelic smile appeared on his face as a plan formed in his mind. The young man wearing a bamboo hat wasn't conscious of what his two companions were thinking. The only thing on his mind was to enter the city and wait for the promised date to arrive. Chapter 695, I came here to help you beat William. Rebecca came out from the glazed domain and was told to take a rest inside her room for the time being. She had been inside the domain for nearly 2 years, in preparation for the battle against William. For her, this battle was just tying up the loose ends of her past. The genius of the Helen Kingdom stared at the blizzard that was raging outside her window. This was a very common occurrence in the Savadine Mountains and she was already used to it. Rebecca sighed as she sat cross-legged on the carpeted floor. She was planning to meditate to clear her mind from mundane thoughts, and circulate the magic power inside her body. Just as she was about to fall into that meditative state, she heard a light cough that came from her window. Rebecca's eyes fluttered open as she gazed at the direction where the sound came from. There she saw a little person that was only as tall as an adult's hand, and looking back at her with an angelic smile on his face. He had short blonde hair, light green eyes, and a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. "Who are you?" Rebecca asked. She narrowed her eyes and several icicles floated around her body, pointing at the visitor that had come to her room uninvited. "My name is Elliot, and I am William's familiar," Elliot replied. He didn't seem bothered in the slightest about the icicles that were pointing in his direction. Rebecca's brows furrowed when she heard Elliot's reply. Now that she had taken a good look at her visitor, she noticed that he did look like the half-elf that she was to fight a few days from now. "Did he send you a message to pass to me?" Rebecca inquired. This was not the first time that she had seen a familiar. A few of the elders in the Misty sect also had familiars, but she had never seen a familiar like Elliot. "No," Elliot shook his head, "I came here on my own volition. This has nothing to do with William." A frown appeared on Rebecca's face, but she still decided to ask what Elliot's purpose was for coming. "Why did you come to find me?" "I came here to help you beat William." Rebecca's eyes widened in surprise, but this only lasted for a brief moment. She suddenly became vigilant and thought that this was a scheme made by William, in order to deal with her before their promised battle. "You have trust issues," Elliot chuckled, "but this is also a good trait. This is the first time we have met, so being vigilant is the right course of action." "Now where was I?" "Ah yes, I came here to help you beat William." "I don't need your help." "Oh, but you do. Even if you are a 7th circle magician, your chances of beating him are 0%. Rebecca's eyes glowed with power and the number of icicles increased exponentially. With just a thought, all of these icicles would fly and skewer the annoying familiar and make him shut his pretentious mouth. Elliot was unfazed by Rebecca's open hostility. Instead, he raised his hand and a white glowing crystal appeared. "This is the heart of a crystal phoenix," Elliot stated. "Tomorrow, you will be taken to meet the guardian of this sect, and you will form a temporary contract with it. However, your body is not strong enough to accommodate its power. This is why it will refuse to become your temporary beast companion. However, if you absorb this heart crystal, your body will become its perfect vessel, and you will be able to successfully form a contract with it." Rebecca stared at the floating crystal in a daze. She could feel very strong magical powers inside of it. A power that was strong enough to make her jump to the 8th circle, as long as she was able to obtain it. "I don't believe that you came here to help me." Rebecca forcefully tore her gaze from the crystal and shifted her attention to Elliot. "A familiar betraying its master. I'm not born yesterday. What is your real purpose for coming to me?" Elliot nodded his head. "You're right, I didn't come here to help you, out of the goodness of my heart. There's no free lunch in this world. This heart crystal is very precious, so naturally I won't be giving it for free. Would you like to have a bet with me?" The angel familiar pushed his hand forward and the crystal floated towards Rebecca, stopping a meter away from her face. "If you win against William, then this heart crystal will belong to you," Elliot stated. "That way it will continue to give you a great boost in raising your magical power. Perhaps, a few years from now, you will enter the 10th circle, and you will be able to look down on this world in disdain." "And if I lose?" Rebecca asked. She was confident about winning against William. What she was afraid of was that the crystal had been tampered with and it would cause her to lose her match against her ex-fiancé. "You will become my subordinate for 2 years, Elliot replied. "I will be your boss, and you are not allowed to refuse my orders, no matter how unreasonable they might seem to you." Rebecca wanted to reject the familiar's offer, but the temptation of reaching the 10th circle made her heart beat wildly inside her chest. For the past 1,000 years, no one had been able to step into the 10th circle. For magicians, this was their ultimate goal. It was the highest honor, and her name would be written in the history books, joining the other masters that had also attained the pinnacle of magic. No magician could possibly reject such an offer. Even though the rank of Rebecca's talent was perfect grade, it was not an absolute guarantee that she would be able to reach the 10th circle in her lifetime. Very well, I accept this bet, Rebecca stated. Are you sure? Elliot crossed his arms over his chest. If you lose, you will become my subordinate for 2 years. Are you fine with that? I will not lose. I like that confidence of yours. Elliot waved his hand and a contract appeared beside the floating crystal. Read the contract and sign it with your blood. Sorry, but verbal agreements don't carry any weight. I only trust contracts. Rebecca eyed Elliot before glancing at the contract. She had read the details written on it, and there was nothing wrong with it. It was exactly as Elliot said. If she won, then the heart crystal was hers to keep. If she lost, then she would become his subordinate for 2 years. Nothing more, nothing less. An icicle dagger appeared in Rebecca's hand and she pierced her fingertip with it. She then smudged the contract with her blood, agreeing to the conditions that were written on it. The contract glowed and 2 beams of light shot out from it. One flew straight into Elliot's chest, the other flew towards Rebecca's. Jolly cooperation, Elliot grinned before flying towards the window. I'll see you in a few days. The angelic familiar didn't wait for Rebecca's reply and left the room through the window. The ice-cold wind entered the room and blew across her face, but she wasn't bothered by it. Rebecca waved her hand and the window closed on its own. She then stared at the heart crystal with a complicated expression on her face. Just what did you do, William, to have your own familiar betray you? Rebecca asked softly. She continued to stare at the floating crystal for a few minutes before finally making up her mind. Rebecca pressed the heart crystal against her chest and channeled her magical power to accept it. High above the Silvermoon mountains, a powerful magical fluctuation was felt by everyone who had a very strong magical power. The guardian that was sleeping on top of the mountain's peak opened its eyes because it had felt the power of its kind for a brief moment. Its ancient eyes narrowed and focused on a young lady, who was seated cross-legged inside her room. It didn't know who Rebecca was, and this was the first time it was seeing her. Nevertheless, its curiosity was piqued because a mortal was able to release a presence that was beyond her league. Chapter 696, The Forever Alone. William and Conan were happily eating the barbecue they had ordered inside their room. After arriving at Arwen City, they didn't immediately go to the Misty Sect because the founding day was still 2 days away. Of course, this was not the main reason they decided to spend a few days in the city. The main reason was because the red-headed teenager didn't want to mingle with the different factions of the central continent. Princess Sidoni had warned him that everyone wanted a piece of him. It was also her idea for William to stay low profile until the celebration formally began. I wonder where Elliot went this time, Conan said after he finished eating. William smirked as he placed his fruit juice on the table. Knowing him, he's probably trying to get under a lady's skirt. Kekeki, I can already see that happening. William and Conan chuckled at the same time. They had already seen how proficient Elliot was at wooing the ladies, that they often get discounts when they bought items from shops that were manned by female clerks. My goodness, I'm only gone for a few hours, and the 2 of you are already slandering my good name. Elliot entered the room through the window while shaking his head in disappointment. He then landed beside the plate of barbecue that had been reserved just for him. Are we wrong in our assumption? William asked. Elliot chuckled as he pulled a chunk of meat from the barbecue skewer. You're only half right. You said you are going to sightsee alone, but your true aim was to find girls to hit on, right? Conan crossed his arms in disapproval. Elliot ate the meat he'd pulled off the barbecue skewer and chewed happily. He completely ignored Conan's words and just focused on eating for the time being. Sometimes, I wonder if your roles are reversed, William said as he rested his chin on the palm of his right hand. Elliot should be the devil, and Conan should be the angel. No thanks, the 2 familiars replied at the same time. Clearly they disagree with William's words. For them, they were born perfect, so there was no need to swap places with each other. Suddenly, the door of the room opened. Ian and Chiffon entered the room with smiles on their faces. Both of them had gone to the marketplace to buy a few souvenirs that could only be found in the Silvermoon mountains. William wasn't too worried about their safety because Chiffon had Sharu accompanying her. If anyone dared to harm his adorable wife, the Smasher of Thousands would break their skulls with one strike. As for Ian, he wasn't too worried about her. Unlike Chiffon, who had a gentle side, Ian was someone that doesn't show mercy to people that tried to hurt her, or the people important to her. After unlocking the Morpher job class, the beautiful mermaid could transform into an elder elemental that was over 10 meters tall. When she took on this form, Ian's battle prowess rose to the millennial rank. Unless a saint were to deal with her personally, very few people would be able to defeat her in combat. Looks like you girls enjoyed your shopping, William greeted the two who were in a good mood. You should have accompanied us, Will, Chiffon replied. She then sat on William's right side, and planted a kiss on his cheek. There will be a great bazaar that will open on the day of the founding ceremony. We should go and see if there are good items for sale. William nodded and patted her head. Okay. We will go there early before going to the Misty Sect. Chiffon snuggled close to William and closed her eyes in contentment. She had always wanted to visit new places, and staying around William allowed her to do that. If possible, she didn't want to return to the Demon Continent or see her father again. Ian sat on William's left side and brought out various pastries that she had bought in the marketplace. The mermaid was a foodie, and she liked to eat delicious food. Her twin sister, Isaac, had always handled the cooking, and she was an excellent cook. Because of this, Ian's standard for food had become high. For her, only food that was equal to, or better than, Isaac's cooking was worth eating. You're going to get fat if you always eat cakes and pies, William commented. Ian completely ignored him as she bit into the freshly baked apple pie that had come from a famous shop in the city. A smile appeared on her face because of how delicious the pie was. Chiffon, have some, Ian said as she gave the little glutton a slice of pie. Thank you, big sister, Chiffon replied as she held the warm pie in her hands. Just like William, Ian spoiled Chiffon a lot. Now that the pink-haired girl had married William, she treated her as a little sister, which made Chiffon very happy. Well then, how confident are you in fighting against Rebecca? Ian asked. Can you win? I will win, William answered firmly. I promised you, your sister, and S that I will lift the curses on your bodies. No matter what happens, I will win. Ian smiled and nodded. She already knew that William was doing this for their sake, so she knew that the half-elf would do his best to win. The only thing she could in return was to stay by his side, and shower him with her love. At the base of the Savadine Mountains. We're finally here. James looked at the towering mountain with a grin plastered on his face. I hope those old bastards have arrived already. We have a lot of catching up to do. Vlad snorted as he glanced at his old friend. You mean you have a lot more bragging to do? I pity your acquaintances. They might have done some bad things in their past lives to have become your friend in this lifetime. Ha ha ha, sucks to be them. James roared in laughter as he and Vlad traversed up the mountain. After Morgan had arrived at the Tower of Babylon, James had left him in charge. Many people had not heard of James, but everyone in the central continent had heard of Morgan. As the leader of the notorious Red Plague, he held a considerable deterrence effect that made people behave in the floors that belonged to the Ainsworth family. Morgan wasn't known to be a merciful person, and all those who annoyed him would have their bodies melt in a pool of blood. To James's surprise, the envoys of the Amazons were also very interested in Morgan. They had long heard of him, and his name was placed in the top 10 of ideal partners of the Amazon race. Right now, William's name was on top, while Morgan's was in the top 5. Unfortunately, Morgan wasn't interested in letting the Amazons have their way with him, which greatly disappointed James. The old coot sighed as he remembered that he had deemed his son to be a candidate for the Forever Alone Club. Morgan and Maxwell were twins, and both of them were handsome men. However, unlike Maxwell who liked socializing with people, especially with the ladies, Morgan was the complete opposite. Although many women had made advances on him, he rejected them all and remained aloof. James hoped that the Amazons would be able to sneak into his bed and give him a surprise when he returned to the Tower of Babylon. For the time being, James pushed this concern to the back of his mind and stared at the peak of the mountains. There are only 2 days left before William's and Rebecca's fight, James said softly. I hope that the Misty Sect doesn't pull any underhanded tricks, for their own good. Vlad's expression remained calm as he walked beside James. The demigod of the southern continent didn't like to interfere in the affairs of mortals, but since he was dragged around to accompany James, he had no choice but to clean up his mess. Vlad, too, hoped that nothing underhanded would happen during William's fight with Rebecca. He had secretly observed the war that had happened in the southern continent and admired how William resolved the conflict. If possible, he didn't want to see this ancient mountain, that was as white as snow, be covered with blood. Chapter 697, Looking forward to an entertaining scene. Rebecca walked behind Thea as they climbed up the secret passageway that led to the peak of the Savadine Mountains. This place was a forbidden ground, and no unauthorized members of the Misty Sect were allowed to trek these stairs. After several high-level meetings over the past few weeks, Thea and the elders had decided to seek the aid of their guardian and have it form a temporary contract with Rebecca. This would greatly increase her magical powers, which might allow her to break through the 8th circle instantly. With so much pressure hanging over their shoulders, they felt that this was the only way for them to gain an advantage over William. All of them had no idea of how strong the half-elf was. The only thing they knew was that he was the new owner of the 51st floor, and they couldn't take him lightly. Soon, Thea and Rebecca arrived at a clearing. The young genius of the Helen Kingdom unconsciously shuddered when she saw the magnificent creature that was looking at her with great interest. "Your Excellency, Meredith, I have brought Rebecca here to seek your aid," Thea said. She had talked to their guardian a week ago, and the latter had decided to approve their request. Meredith's only concern was whether Rebecca's vessel was strong enough to accommodate her powers. However, with the help of the heart of the Crystal Phoenix, this was no longer an issue. "Good," Meredith replied as her gaze never left the young lady that it had set its eyes on. "Your name is Rebecca, yes?" "Yes, Your Excellency," Rebecca answered. "Do you wish to attain my power?" Meredith narrowed its eyes and a powerful gust of icy wind descended upon Rebecca. A powerful pressure pushed down on the young girl that almost made her kneel. Channeling all of the magic powers inside her body, Rebecca gritted her teeth as she held her ground. She knew that this was the Guardian's test, and she had every intention of passing it. Several minutes passed, and Rebecca felt her body warming up. This was pretty unusual, especially for someone who lived in a cold place like the Savadine Mountains. A flash of surprise flashed past Rebecca's eyes because she never expected to encounter the signs of a second-stage frostbite. The young genius had thought that she was already immune to the cold, due to the special body refinement that she had practiced since she entered the sect. Breathing deeply, she once again circulated her magic powers inside her body. A few seconds later, her heart turned into an ice crystal. It pulsed with power and washed away the cold that had seeped deep inside her body. This was the power of the heart of the Crystal Phoenix that she had absorbed a day ago. It would allow her to strengthen her resistance not only against the element of ice, but the other elements as well. "I thought it was just my imagination, but it seems that this girl had a really fruitful encounter," Meredith thought. Soon, the powerful pressure decreased, before vanishing completely. Meredith's test was over, and Rebecca was able to gain its approval. "You are qualified to form a temporary contract with me," Meredith stated. "However, I will only allow you to use a quarter of my powers. More than that and your body might really turn into an ice statue. Is this arrangement fine with you?" Rebecca nodded. "Yes, Your Excellency." Meredith spread her wings wide before glancing at Thea. "Leave, and make sure that no one disturbs us," Meredith ordered. "Come pick her up in the morning. I will need to impart my knowledge to her, so that she knows how best to wield my powers." Thea respectfully bowed before leaving the clearing. As the sect master of the Misty Sect trekked down the mountains, she could feel her heart beating wildly inside her chest. She was feeling excited, and even looking forward to the celebration that was soon to happen. Thea had complete confidence that no matter how strong William was, Rebecca had the home court advantage. With the Savadine Mountains serving as an inexhaustible source of ice magic, Rebecca would have no problem burying William in a heap of snow. Chiffon was humming as she looked at her fishing line with great expectations. William had taken them to the frozen lake that was a mile away from the city in order to spend some quality time with his lovers. The half-elf had created a few holes in the ice that covered the lake's surface, and encouraged the two girls to try ice fishing. Fishing had become Chiffon's favorite hobby after climbing the Tower of Babylon. As a mermaid, Ian was also good at fishing. But she wasn't that good at traditional fishing. She preferred to go into the water and capture her prey in their natural habitats. Of course, right now, all three of them weren't allowed to use any cheats in order to catch fish. The smell of barbecued fish reached their noses, and the golden piglet that was seated beside Chiffon's left foot salivated. Elliot and Conan were in charge of the barbecue, and the two of them diligently cooked the fish that William, Ian, and Chiffon had caught. So far, all three of them had caught several fish, which proved that the lake held bountiful resources under its frozen surface. Just as William was about to grab a skewered fish, he felt several presences that were observing him from afar. He ignored them and bit on the barbecued fish in his hand. The watchers from the misty sect are like the paparazzi in my previous world, William thought as he pretended that he didn't notice them. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't do something stupid, I won't do anything to them. He had already expected the misty sect to keep an eye out for anyone that matched his features. There were very few people that had the same hair color and good looks as him, so he wasn't too surprised that they had started monitoring him right after he arrived in the city. They had been given strict orders by the sect master to just observe William and not make contact with him. Some of them were even using artifacts to secretly measure his strength and magical powers in the distance. However, the results made them think that their measuring devices were broken. Optimus had ways of shielding William from these prying artifacts. Every time that someone tried to gauge the half-elf's powers, the result that they would get was that of a normal human. "Leader, are our artifacts broken?" One of the inner disciples, who was tasked to monitor William, whispered. "No," the leader replied. "Notify the elders and tell them that we can't gauge his current power level. Also, tell them that the target has already discovered us." "What?" The inner disciple's eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. How can he discover us from this distance? We are also using the stealth technique of our sect." "Leader, I think you're just being paranoid." The leader glanced at his subordinate with a calm expression on his face. He couldn't be bothered to explain, and just ordered everyone to return to the city. The leader of the inner disciples glanced at William one last time before running away. He had a highly developed sixth sense, and this had saved his life countless times in the past. Although the half-elf wasn't doing anything peculiar, his small angelic familiar had been looking in their direction, while barbecuing. The latter had even winked at him when he was observing William's group through the lens of a telescope. Although the familiar had a dazzling smile on his face, the leader felt that if he didn't leave soon, he would definitely regret it. Elliot watched the disciples of the misty sect back away as he handed Bacon a fish skewer. His eyes glowed briefly, and a peal of thunder echoed in the distance, followed by a lightning strike that landed a few meters away from the retreating disciples. If the disciples had thought that their captain was only being paranoid earlier, they realized their folly as all of them ran away in earnest. "Good job, Elliot," William said as he gave his angelic familiar a thumbs up. "Ha ha ha, this is but a small thing," Elliot replied as he gave William a mischievous smile. "This is the least that I can do to compensate for the hardship you will encounter in 2 days' time." Elliot chuckled internally as he gave Bacon another fish skewer. He was looking forward to actually watching the entertaining scene that he had seen in his vision several weeks ago. Chapter 698, Don't Worry You Little Bitch. In a wide open space, just outside the sect building, thousands of tables all filled with delicious foods were laid out for the guests of the Misty Sect. Today was their founding day, and Thea, along with the elders, were busy talking to the important people of the realm, and the mood was quite lively. Of course, the majority of them were there to witness the battle between William and Rebecca. This was not a secret, and those that had done their research about the half-elf's history would know the significance of this battle between the two of them. James, William's grandfather, was given a VIP seat, and the old coot was happily eating and drinking alongside several old foxes of the Helen Kingdom. "You old bastard, if you sought me and not Lawrence for matchmaking, I would have definitely agreed to your request," a chubby old man said. "You see, my granddaughter has grown to be a beauty. She's just a year younger than William, but I believe that the two of them are a match made in heaven. Why don't we have the two of them meet, and see if they get along?" "Ha, that granddaughter of yours is indeed a little pretty, but my granddaughter is a little angel. She just turned 12 this year. Give her a few more years and she will become the ideal wife." "Hold it right there, old man. Have you no shame? Your granddaughter is practically a child. James, we've known each other for a long time. My granddaughter is 23 this year. Although she's a bit older, young men these days prefer someone with a more mature charm." Lawrence glared at the senile old men that were doing their best to ingratiate themselves to James. If these were normal times, the old fools would have ignored William's grandfather and even forcefully kicked him out of their territories. Jeevan, Wendy's grandfather, had a contented smile on his face as he drank his wine. William and his granddaughter were already married, so the Ainsworths were practically his in-laws. He didn't have to ingratiate himself to James, because they already had William in the bag. Although the rice was still not cooked, the pot was already on the burner. Wendy's position as William's first wife was firm and secure. No matter how many wives William had in the future, his granddaughter would be the main wife. My granddaughter is good, Jeevan thought. It's quite unfortunate that Ainsworths didn't have any daughters. James would kill me if I proposed that his granddaughter Eve be engaged to Spencer. Jeevan glanced at this grandson, who had come with him to the central continent. Wendy was currently inheriting the secret arts of their family, so she was unable to accompany them to see her husband. James, who was the center of attention, laughed out loud and enjoyed being in the spotlight. He even started to brag that he was the one that taught William everything he knew since he was a baby. Not far from James, another VIP table was set. However, in this table, there were only 4 people: Sun Wukong, Zhu, Sha, and the little girl, Amy. Amy had been officially accepted as a disciple of the Misty Sect and was even registered as one of their inner disciples. Naturally, this special treatment was due to Sun Wukong's presence, because no one would dare to offend a demigod. Sun Wukong eyed James with great interest. He only found out that the old braggart was William's grandfather an hour ago, and with a glance, he could tell that both of them were 2 peas in a pod. After sipping his wine, the Monkey King's gaze landed on Vlad, who was seated beside James. Vlad sensed Sun Wukong's gaze and gave him a brief nod. Sun Wukong briefly nodded as well in greeting. Both of them were demigods, so it was quite easy for them to sense each other's strength. This person is stronger than me, Vlad mused as he eyed the brown-haired man who was coaxing the little girl seated by his side to drink some fruit juice. Vlad was confident that he was among the strongest demigods in the world of Hestia. However, after seeing Sun Wukong, he realized that there was someone who managed to reach the level that blurred the distance between a demigod and a god. Sun Wukong might not be a god, but he was the next best thing, and very few were his match under the ranks of gods. Princess Sidoni was seated beside the royal family of the Crater Empire. She was feeling very bored because she was waiting for William to appear. Although she was able to be together with the half-elf inside the Thousand Beast domain, she felt envious of Ash and Chiffon, who were always by his side. Such is the responsibility of the royal bloodline. Princess Sidoni sighed. As one of the most beautiful young ladies of the realm, several young men weren't able to take their eyes off her. Some of them were princes, while others were prodigies whose name reached far and wide. Princess Sidoni politely rejected their invitations and advances to talk to her. She was not in the mood to socialize with other men. Her beloved was more than enough for her. Still, there are a few annoying people here as well, Princess Sidoni thought as she felt the presence of the members of the 7 virtues. Ephemera, the maiden that represented justice, was chatting with 2 young ladies whose divinities made Princess Sidoni's skin crawl. After she arrived at the central continent, he went to the royal library in search for the identities of the counterparts of the 7 deadly sins. Although the 7 sins and 7 virtues were not openly hostile to each other, conflicts between them were as natural as the sun rising from the east. Temperance and fortitude. Princess Sidoni eyed the ephemera's acquaintances. Could they also be here for William? As if sensing her gaze, Ephemera glanced at her direction. The 2 ladies beside her did the same thing. Soon, a mocking smile appeared on Ephemera's face as she mouthed a word to Princess Sidoni. Right after that, she chuckled. The 2 ladies beside her only smiled and gave Princess Sidoni a brief nod. Princess Sidoni returned their greeting with a nod of her own. Slut. That was the word that Ephemera had said in order to mock her. The beautiful princess wasn't offended by her words. The past bearers of the divinity of lust were well known for their passionate hobbies of making love to men and women alike. If Princess Sidoni hadn't met William in his life, she might have also suffered the same fate as them. Lilith saw this exchange but didn't do anything. Although she and Princess Sidoni were both carriers of the 7 sins, the 2 of them weren't close. She didn't feel the need to help her against their counterparts, and was even looking forward to a confrontation. Unfortunately, Princess Sidoni wasn't someone who could be taunted by such petty schemes. She just waited for her beloved to arrive, because she knew that no matter what anyone said behind her back, her future husband was the reason why everyone had come to the Misty Sect. Don't worry, you little bitch. A smile appeared on Princess Sidoni's face as she lightly twirled the fruit juice in her cup. After I'm done with you, we'll see who will have the last laugh. Chapter 699, Prepare for Trouble, and Make It Double. While everyone was having a lively chat with each other, a young lady with long, light brown, hair and green eyes, walked towards the arena that was 100 meters away from the banquet. At first, No one noticed her because she was wearing the same light blue robes of the inner disciples of the Misty Sect. Rebecca stood at the center of the arena with her hands behind her back. Her hair fluttered in the breeze as she waited for William to arrive. She was like a fairy that came out of a fairy tale. The little girl whom the half-elf had seen back in Lant had grown up to be a beauty that many would want to covet. Soon, almost everyone in the banquet was looking in her direction. Everyone appraised her bearing from head to toe, trying to know more about this young lady whose fate had been tied with William's since they were babies. "So, that's Rebecca," Princess Sidoni muttered as she arched an eyebrow. "Well, she's not half bad." Several young ladies had the same opinion as Princess Sidoni as they looked at the girl who was said to be William's very first fiancée. Even though they were all girls, they had to admit that Rebecca was someone who was worthy to be paired up with the red-headed teenager, who managed to surprise the entire world. Lawrence looked at his granddaughter and sighed in his heart. No matter what happened, he was on her side. Although he felt that her chances of winning were slim, he would still cheer for her because blood was thicker than water. "The heroine is already here, but the protagonist is still not around," Empress Andraste said with a smile. "Who do you think will win, Lilith?" Lilith lazily leaned on her chair as she eyed Rebecca from afar. Now that she had seen William's childhood friend, her interest in her had already waned. "No one here is expecting her to win. The only thing I care about is how she will lose, that's all." Although Lilith didn't raise her voice, it was still loud enough for those who were near their table to hear. The elders of the Misty Sect had calm expressions on their faces, while their disciples looked at Rebecca with a complicated gaze. All of them belonged to the same camp, but the disciples weren't too optimistic of her chances of winning. Only the elders of the sect were aware of the trump cards that they had prepared for this match. They were very confident that Rebecca would win, and her victory would spread their sect's fame across the world. While everyone was wondering when William would appear, a peal of thunder rumbled across the heavens. A few seconds later, a lightning bolt descended upon the arena and bathed the venue with light. When the light receded, everyone saw a golden spear that was stuck in the ground. Floating beside it were two small people who were only as big as an adult's hand. One of them was wearing a white robe, with white wings flapping behind his back. The other wore black, and had bat-like wings that were spread out wide. "Prepare for trouble," Elliot said as he made a dabbing pose. "And make it double," Conan said as he also made a similar pose. "To protect the world from monster infestation. To unite all awesome men within our nation. To denounce the evil of handsomeness and love. To extend our reach to the gods and goddesses above. Elliot, Conan, Team William blasting off with all our might. Surrender now, or prepare to fight." The golden spear glowed and a handsome half-elf with red hair, and light green eyes appeared in front of everyone. "That's right." William flipped his hair before taking an arrogant pose. A giant explosion appeared behind the three, which would put the Power Rangers fighting pose to shame. Everyone in the banquet quieted down due to the unexpected entrance of the young man whom they had traveled a great distance to see. Suddenly, a loud laughter broke the silence as James stood up from his seat and clapped his hands with great joy. "Bravo! That's my boy," James shouted. "Damn, you were almost as awesome as me when I was your age." The people who sat beside James looked at the old man in contempt. When he was William's age, the only thing he did was get beaten to a pulp by Urza, James's wife, whom he was trying to woo. Rebecca, who was standing in front of William, was doing her best to keep the grimace that pressed for release from showing on her face. The three fools were still basking in their awesome entrance, and had no time to care about what Rebecca, or everyone else, was feeling. "I should have worn glasses and raised my chin 1 more centimeter, William muttered as he tried to fix his pose. "In doing so, my coolness factor would have increased another 25%. "Indeed, we also should have worn matching clothes," Elliot nodded his head in agreement. "That would have given our group more appeal. Kekaki, we should have added some confetti after the explosion." Conan joined in the discussion. "Flower petals would also do. It will give us that extra OOMF, which would make our entrance have more impact." "Right," William nodded his head. "Elliot, I'll leave you to handle the preparations. The next time we do this, we're gonna do this right." Aye, Captain." Elliot saluted. "Leave this task to me. Consider it done." William and Conan nodded their heads. They knew that if they left these tasks to Elliot, it would be handled with perfection. Princess Sidoni covered her face due to second-hand embarrassment. For a brief moment, she wanted to pretend that she had no relationship with William. Only Morgana, who was inside their shared mindscape, was laughing out loud, and even clapping her hands in enjoyment. Suddenly, a black Qilin landed in the arena. Sitting on its back was Ian and Chiffon, who had accompanied William to the Misty Sect. Chiffon was looking at William with sparkling eyes, while Ian had a similar expression to Princess Sidonie. If possible, they wanted to pretend that the handsome half-elf was a stranger and had no relation with them. "Join Sidonie and wait for me to finish this, Chiffon," William said as he patted the pink-haired girl's head. "Look after her for me, Ian." The two left the arena walking hand in hand and headed towards the beautiful princess, who was already waving in their direction. After looking at his lovers for a few seconds, William then shifted his attention to Rebecca, who had already managed to compose herself. "Long time no see," William said with a smile. "You've become prettier." Rebecca smiled. "Indeed, it has been a while. You've become rather handsome. Shall we start?" William and Rebecca unleashed their magical powers at the same time, sending a gust of air blasting in every direction. Both of them had waited many years for this day, and, now, all of their grievances would finally be settled on the peak of the Misty Sect. Chapter 700. If you don't want me to smash your face, you better keep your hands in the right place. "I didn't think you had the ability to wield magic," Rebecca said as her powerful magic power clashed against William's. William smiled as he crossed his arms over his chest. "There are many things you don't know about me." "Well, you're not wrong." The two once again increased the strength of their magical powers. A sound that was similar to something cracking spread across the arena as both of their magical powers tried to overwhelm each other. Suddenly, both of them took a step forward and disappeared from where they stood. The sound of crystals breaking reverberated in the air as both of them fought each other, using weapons made from ice. With each clash, their weapons would shatter. With each exchange, another explosion would take place. Eleanor's eyes widened in shock because she couldn't believe what she was seeing. The shepherd was actually using ice magic, and from the looks of it, he was an expert in wielding its power. Back then, when she was still in the Helen Kingdom, William didn't show any signs that he was able to use ice magic. Even when he fought against Kingsley and Juan, he never showcased this kind of mastery over magic. Lady Miriam, the one who had suffered humiliation under William's hands, was equally shocked at the scene in front of her. She had thought that the red-headed teenager had managed to clear the 51st floor as a warrior, and not as a magician. She even thought that someone was impersonating William to battle in his place. Thea, who was paying close attention to the battle, frowned. According to the information that she had gathered from Eleanor and Lady Miriam, William didn't have any affinity with magic. Since that was the case, she could only think that the half-elf had a fortuitous encounter. However, the one who was most shocked of all was Lawrence. The old fox of Griffith had used his magic to appraise William during his visit to Launt. As an archmage, his sensitivity to magic was higher than most. During that time, he didn't sense any kind of magical power inside William's body. Even if the boy had hidden this talent, Lawrence would have been able to unearth it due to his uncanny ability. "You, explain this to me," Lawrence glared at James. "How did your grandson manage to be able to use magic?" James glanced at the old fox whose veins were at the verge of popping out of his head. "What's there to explain?" James asked back. "William is my grandson. Naturally, he is as talented as me. Wielding magic is as easy as breathing to him. When he was 10 years old, he killed a millennial beast using ice magic. Everyone that was seated near James wanted to drown him in spit. They completely ignored the old man's claim about William being as awesome as him, because bragging was James's natural disposition. However, even if you beat them silly, they would never believe that a 10-year-old had been able to slay a millennial beast using ice magic. They were not little kids that could be tricked so easily. Impossible. Do you think I'm a gullible child?" Lawrence wanted to slap James out of anger because he thought that the old coot was joking with him. James shrugged as he shifted his attention back to the battle that was currently happening in the arena. "I answered your question," James answered. "Whether you believe it or not is completely up to you. I wouldn't lose sleep over something so trivial. He is my grandson, so him being awesome is only natural." William and Rebecca both took a step back and distanced themselves from each other. After fighting in close range, the half-elf was pleasantly surprised that his opponent was also proficient in close combat. Not all mages could do this. This only meant that Rebecca had undergone extensive training in both her magical and close-quarter abilities. Rebecca waved her hands simultaneously and hundreds of icicle shards flew in William's direction. The half-elf didn't make a move to dodge Rebecca's strike and simply stomped his right foot. Suddenly, several pillars of ice that formed a triangle appeared in front of him, deflecting the ice shards and making them bounce off his improved ice wall. Elliot and Conan had flown outside of the arena and acted as spectators. William had said that this would be a one-on-one battle, so they were not allowed to interfere. After Rebecca's icicle barrage lost its power, William stomped his left foot on the ground and several ice shards protruded on the ground, charging in his opponent's direction. These shards were over 2 meters tall, and looked incredibly sharp and deadly. Rebecca jumped upwards and spun in the air, creating an ice tornado. It absorbed the ice shards and flung it in different directions. Naturally, the protective barriers of the arena activated, preventing their attacks from harming the people who were watching the battle as they ate and drank. For most of the guests, this was the reason why they visited the Misty Sect. It was all just entertainment, and a way to gauge William's overall strength. They wanted to see the power that allowed him to conquer the Devil's Floor and open a new era to mankind. Empress Andraste's eyes never left William. She was dissecting his every move, his usage of magical power, and even his breathing. As the battle progressed, she was liking the half-elf more and more because the way he fought was outstanding for his age. There were very few individuals who could achieve such mastery, but she knew that both fighters were still not using their trump cards. "I'm sure this warm-up will end soon," Empress Andraste muttered as she glanced at her daughter, Lilith, who was also paying close attention to William. She hadn't even looked at Rebecca once when the fight started. Ephemera and her two companions were chatting casually as the battle waged on. For them, this wasn't a big deal, especially for Ephemera. As one of the virtues that specialized in combat, her only concern was whether both fighters would fight with the intention to kill. It was very easy for her to tell that neither of the two combatants showed any killing intent towards each other. In her eyes, the two were just playing house, and it was not the least bit exciting. Suddenly, an idea came to her head. She gathered a bit of her magical energy in her hand, as she looked at the ongoing battle in the distance. Just as she was about to subtly interfere with the battle, she felt a stinging pain in her hand, which almost made her cry out loud. Just watch, a little girl with fairy-like wings hovered in front of her face with her arms crossed over her chest. "My disciple is fighting. If you don't want me to smash your face, you better keep your hands in the right place." William's sixth master, Chloe, eyed Ephemera like an annoying pest. She had just arrived at the banquet, and was just in time to see the battle. However, when she felt the subtle fluctuation that was gathering in Ephemera's hand, she knew that the girl with long purple hair was planning to play a dirty trick towards her disciple. This was something that she couldn't allow to happen, so she immediately went to slap her hand, which made Ephemera cry out in pain. "Why you?" Ephemera said through gritted teeth. She had met Chloe in the past, and knew how scary this little familiar was. Even someone as arrogant as her would not dare to antagonize this little juggernaut who liked to smash furniture and people's faces. Chapter 701, One Chance at Redemption. Sun Wukong smirked as he sipped the wine on his cup. He had already sensed Ephemera's Nogdi scheme, but he didn't do anything about it. The reason? He saw the little familiar fly straight towards the girl with long, purple hair, and light red eyes with an expression that screamed, "No, bitch. Not on my watch, little." "Will is well loved," Sun Wukong mused as he once again looked at the half-elf who was exchanging ice spells with Rebecca. For him, William's appearance at the heavenly domain was still fresh in his mind. He was also curious about what the red-headed teenager was doing back in his world, so when Zhu and Sha asked him to smuggle them to Hestia, the Monkey King thought that it was the perfect opportunity to go and give William a visit. Sun Wukong didn't expect that the moment they arrived, they would hear about William's exploits, which surprised the three who hailed from the celestial domain. This prompted them to travel to the Savadine Mountains where William would be appearing next. It was better to wait for him than to arrive than randomly scour the land in search of the person that they were looking for. Suddenly, a powerful explosion resounded in the arena which made both fighters skid a few meters away from each other. Rebecca glanced at her opponent and decided to use her trump card. "I'm going to get serious now," Rebecca announced. William's expression became dignified as he stood straight as a sword. Everyone that was watching the battle knew that the real battle was at hand, so all of their gazes focused on the two fighters. "Sacred Guardian, brightest light in the skies, I come to you in my times of need," Rebecca chanted as her body glowed in bluish hue. "Grant me your power, so I can vanquish my foes who stand before me." O eternal flame that covers the land in pristine white, grant me your illustrious grace. Meredith. The air trembled, and an overbearing presence descended upon the venue. Behind Rebecca, the image of an ice phoenix materialized. A powerful blizzard started to rage in the surroundings, and ice and snow turned the surroundings into a frozen wonderland. Everyone that was watching the battle could feel the power of a pseudo-demigod emanating from the ice phoenix that materialized behind Rebecca. They knew that the Savadine Mountains housed a powerful being, but very few were able to see its true form. At that exact moment, the beautiful lady's magical power exploded and increased at an alarming pace. Those who were proficient in magic frowned because they didn't expect that a teenager was able to release a power of this magnitude. Saint rank, Lilith snorted. What a joke. A pseudo-demigod and a saint teaming up against someone in a one-on-one battle. Ridiculous. Some of the guests chuckled evilly in their hearts because they now understood what the Misty Sect was trying to show them. They're desperate to win and gain fame by beating William, Princess Sidoni said softly as a frown appeared on her face. Shameless. Some of the guests that heard her nodded their heads in agreement, but the elders of the Misty Sect didn't care about what they thought. All of their gazes landed on the red-headed teenager to see his reaction on the powerful foes that had appeared in front of him. Earlier, William's face looked dignified, but now it was slightly pale. Those who had seen this change of expression on the half-elf's face assumed that he must be panicking at the moment. They even thought that if they were in William's place, they wouldn't fare any better either. Everyone was half right. William was indeed fighting one of the greatest battles in his life, and he was on the losing end of it. I shouldn't have eaten so much for breakfast, William thought as beads of sweat started to appear on his forehead. If this goes on, I may not be able to last long. Meredith, the guardian of the Misty Sect, shrieked and flapped her wings, creating powerful gusts of winds that were hurtling in William's direction. The half-elf stood his ground as he did his best to withstand the attack that was headed in his direction. The gusts of wind was merely a greeting and not a formal attack. This was why William didn't defend himself and let the wind collide with his body. As everyone expected, no damage was done. However, if one were to look closely, William's expression turned even more pale after being on the receiving end of Meredith's greeting. Optimus, help me, William pleaded. What can I do for you, Will? I need to take a dump. Excuse me. William was doing his best not to make any unnecessary movements because he was afraid that the dam would burst if he wasn't careful. I need to take a dump, William repeated. Then find a place and get it over with. I can't, William answered through gritted teeth. If I move now, it will come out. Optimus quieted down as he calculated the possible solution to this problem. He didn't expect that William would suffer such an unexpected setback during a crucial time. Will, I finally found a solution. Really? What is it? Please hurry. I can't last any longer. Just do it while standing up. Dafuk. Rebecca looked at her opponent's face and noticed that William's face was pale. A smile appeared on her face because she had already expected this scene from happening. She had been sheltered in the Misty Sect ever since she had left the southern continent. For her, a saint and a pseudo-demigod was on the top of the food chain, and anyone below that rank were merely ants. Surrender, Rebecca said. There's no shame in backing out of a battle that you can't win. Meredith eyed William in contempt. It had long wanted to see the half-elf who had conquered the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. It thought that William was someone powerful, but looking at the boy's constipated expression, it could tell that the half-elf had been overwhelmed by its presence. William ignored Rebecca's words because he was having a serious discussion with Optimus on how to deal with their current circumstance. The half-elf was not afraid of the saint-like pressure Rebecca was giving off nor of the presence of the pseudo-demigod in front of him. What he was afraid of was that he would be unable to hold back the force of nature that was threatening to burst forth from the depths of his being. Will, I have an idea. The only question is, are you brave enough to do it? Bring it on, bro. Optimus immediately shared what it had in mind because it knew that William was reaching his limit. According to his estimation, William had less than 3 minutes left before he released the Kraken. The beads on William's forehead increased as he listened to Optimus' daring plan. Since he had no other choice, he decided to bite the bullet and put his plan into action. You are not qualified to fight me, William said as he raised his chin in arrogance. Do you think a little saint like you is enough to beat me? I refuse to lower myself to your level. If I have to fight, I will fight that little bird behind you. It is barely qualified to fight against the awesome me. William's disdainful words made everyone look at him in a new light. It was not every day that someone would openly challenge a pseudo-demigod, and he'd even done it in an overbearing way. Darling is so awesome, Morgana, who had switched with Princess Sidoni, cheered. Chiffon smiled and nodded her head in agreement. We can easily win this battle. This battle is nothing compared to what we experienced on the Devil's Floor. Just a saint and a pseudo-demigod. Ian snorted. We saw a lot of them during the southern invasion. Only those that haven't been baptized with war would falter in their presence. William's lovers fully supported their man and cheered for him. In their eyes, William could easily swat Meredith and Rebecca away with ease if he used his heroic avatar. They were not aware that he had been given a restriction in this match against Rebecca. James, on the other hand, looked at William with a frown. He wasn't roaring in laughter, or clapping his hands in glee. Although his grandson looked very valiant right now, and was similar to a hero that was about to slay the demon lord, James felt that something was definitely wrong. Why does Will look like he is about to take a dump? James thought as he looked at William's fearless expression. Am I just overthinking things? The temperature in the arena became colder as Meredith unleashed its divine powers. In its long lifetime, no one had dared to call it a little bird, and William's words that were filled with disdain and ridicule struck its nerve. You want to fight me? Meredith asked. You can refuse if you're scared, William snorted. In my eyes, you're just a weakling. Do you really think that you're that great? Come, fight me if you dare. I'll only use a hand to slap you silly. Williams raised his right hand in a slapping gesture, while his left hand unconsciously pressed against his bum. He didn't have much time, and every word he spoke moved the payload ever closer towards the exit. He only had one chance at redemption. If he had to do it, he had to do it right. Chapter 702, Mwahahaha. Time for you to suffer, Part 1. Disclaimer. It is best if you don't drink or eat anything while reading this chapter. Some scenes are not for the faint of heart. You have been warned. Meredith narrowed its eyes as it looked at the half-elf who seemed to have a death wish. It was once a demigod, but due to certain circumstances, its rank had regressed, similar to what happened to Kasaganaga. As a beast that had reached the apex of the mortal realm, it could see no fear in William's eyes. No one could lie in front of a demigod, and although Meredith's rank had decreased, its senses were keen enough to pick up the half-elf's utter disregard for its presence. What's wrong? William asked. He looked at the 50-meter-tall ice phoenix with a sneer. Are you afraid? Haha mmh. William forcefully closed his mouth to stop himself from laughing because he felt the danger in his colon start to move. Meredith was still on the fence about whether to fight against William or not. For some reason, its sixth sense was warning it that it would face great danger if it faced the red-headed teenager whose face was turning paler with each passing second. Just when Meredith was about to refuse, a mocking voice reverberated in the air. My goodness, a pseudo-demigod is afraid to fight a one-on-one battle. Elliot asked in disdain. If that's the case, what was the point of you showing yourself right now? Are you perhaps here to fight William in a 2-versus-1 battle? Utterly preposterous. Are you really a crowned ice phoenix? Conan chuckled when he heard his twin's mocking tone. More like an ice chicken. Did you see us enter the arena to fight that girl, Rebecca, in a 3-versus-1 battle? If you don't have the guts then scram, weakling. Meredith frowned and fired 2 ice blade at the 2 annoying familiars that were outside the arena. More than anything else, it disliked being ridiculed by anyone. Just as the 2 ice blades were about to hit Elliot and Conan, a golden staff appeared in front of them and smashed the ice blades into pieces. Do you feel proud of bullying the weak? Sun Wukong asked. His voice was filled with contempt. How about you pick on someone your own size? Sun Wukong stood up from his seat and raised his hand. The golden staff that blocked Meredith's attack returned to his hand and a metallic sound echoed spread across the venue. Meredith didn't dare to answer Sun Wukong's challenge and pretended that it didn't hear it. In its current state, there was simply no chance of winning against Sun Wukong, who was a demigod that was at its peak. Fine, I will fight you in a one-on-one battle, Meredith said as it looked at William. I will not hold back. So I apologize in advance if I accidentally kill you. William smiled and switched his job class to Elemental Overlord. This was the second job class advancement of the Elemental Lord job class, and he had almost maxed it out during his training in the Atlantis dungeon. He flew over 1,000 meters in the air with a serious expression on his face. If one were to look closely, his legs were already shaking because he was nearing his limit. Meredith screeched and faced William. Rebecca remained on the ground and watched the battle with a complicated expression on her face. "Mortal, I will show you the stupidity of your actions," Meredith stated as its body glowed. "I will turn you into a crystal statue and add you to my collection." William summoned Soleil and threw it down onto the arena, where it embedded itself. He then summoned Stormcaller and pointed it in Meredith's direction. "Enough talk, let's fight," William said. Meredith flapped its wings and opened its beak. A blue orb of light appeared in front of its beak. It was planning to use a powerful breath attack to freeze the arrogant mortal in front of it. William, on the other hand, merely pointed his spear at his opponent. His lips moved ever so softly as if muttering something. Quickshot War Art, Fusion Form. Suddenly, William disappeared and the blue breath attack of the phoenix exploded in a shower of sparks. A confused expression appeared on Meredith's face as it subconsciously swallowed something that had entered its mouth. The other guests might have not noticed what had transpired, but the experts among the guests saw everything clearly. The people around James looked at each other in shock, because they didn't expect William to do such a daring thing. "Don't tell me," the corner of James's lips twitched as he thought of a possibility. He had already noticed William's strangeness, but he wasn't sure if his hunch was right. After all, if he was right then his grandson's last resort was totally understandable. William stabbed Stormcaller at the Ice Phoenix's throat in order to stop his descent in his opponent's esophagus. The half-elf hung in place with a smile. "Yes, success," William thought as he summoned several icicles, and embedded them on the Ice Phoenix's throat, in order to create a firm foothold. After everything was done, William pulled down his pants and released the kraken. Meredith was feeling smug. Although there was a slight mishap in the order of things, it didn't change the fact that it had already eaten the pesky half-elf who dared to tarnish its reputation. It could sense the stares of everyone in the Misty Sect, and its eyes glowed in triumph. "You can only blame your stupidity," Meredith thought. "So what if you are the one that conquered the 51st floor of Babylon? In my eyes, you're nothing." The Ice Phoenix spread its wings wide and was about to utter a mighty screech to announce its victory. However, instead of a powerful cry of triumph, what escaped its mouth was "Purururururuit." The spectators all blink in disbelief of what they heard. For some reason, they felt that the sound was oddly familiar. Meredith immediately clamped its mouth shut tight. It also didn't know why such a thing happened. After half a minute, it once again opened its mouth to announce its victory when it smelt something unusual. Its nose sniffed the air and contemplated on the nature of the scent that had suddenly assaulted its senses. "Smells like shit," Meredith thought as it once again closed its mouth. A few seconds later, it could taste something else as well. Taste like shit. It was at that moment when the Ice Phoenix's eyes widened in surprise. Its face then suddenly turned red, then green after coming into a realization. "I'll kill you," Meredith roared in anger. Its voice descended from the sky like a hammer and the entirety of the Misty Sect trembled due to its might. It couldn't believe that someone was unscrupulous enough to do something so shameless inside its body. "William Von Ainsworth, I'll kill you." Meredith's hate-filled cry resounded in the heavens. It had never hated a mortal as much as it hated William at this point in time. If curses could kill, the half-elf would have died 1,000 times already. Unfortunately, it couldn't, so the red-headed teenager continued to finish his business, which made the guardian of the Savadine Mountains almost crazy with anger. Chapter 703, Mwahahaha. Time for you to suffer, Part 2. The Ice Phoenix started to fly erratically in the air as if it was suffering from an epilepsy attack. The members of the Misty Sect could tell that something terrible was happening to their guardian, but they had no idea what it was. Thea and the elders looked anxiously at their guardian who seemed to be suffering from a stomachache. Their guests had the same thought as them. Although they weren't 100% certain, they believed that the one that was responsible for Meredith's current circumstance was none other than William. "Maybe Will is harming the Ice Phoenix from inside," Ian said before glancing at the beautiful princess seated by her side. "What do you think, Princess?" Morgana was currently the one in control of Princess Sidoni's body, and she nodded her head in agreement. "That is the only thing that I can think of at the moment. I think Darling knew that he had no chance in fighting Meredith in a head-on collision, so he decided to infiltrate its body and destroy it from within." Chiffon looked at the Ice Phoenix that was struggling to fly in the sky with amusement. "Will is really amazing. Even an Ice Phoenix is no match for him." Sun Wukong spat the wine he was drinking at Zhu, who was seated in front of him. The chubby young man looked at Sun Wukong with a face filled with injustice, as he wiped the wine off his face, and expensive clothes. Senior brother, you should at least conform with the basic etiquette when you are in a social gathering, Zhu said in a helpless voice. Sorry, Sun Wukong waved his hand. I'll go wash up, I'll be back later. The powerful Monkey King hurriedly stood up and headed straight towards the washroom. As a being of its caliber, Sun Wukong was able to see through things using the power of his fiery golden eyes. His eyes could allow him to identify evil no matter what form it takes. Right now, William was doing a very evil thing and he regretted his decision because the scene he witnessed was the uncensored version. Blah 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 blah, Sun Wukong cursed when he reached his destination. There were things that you couldn't unsee once you saw them. This was one of those times when the Monkey King wished that he hadn't allowed his curiosity to get the best of him. Rebecca, who was in the arena, frowned. She had formed a contract with Meredith and they shared their senses to each other. Although the young genius couldn't fully grasp what was happening to the Ice Phoenix, she was feeling a terrible sense of dread that wouldn't go away no matter how hard she tried to calm herself. Meanwhile inside Meredith's body, William, who was still in the middle of his business, summoned more ice spears and embedded it on the Ice Phoenix's throat, in order to stabilize his position. Time out, William shouted. I'm still not done. I'll kill you. Meredith's powerful telepathic voice reached William's mind and the half-elf could feel its strong murderous intent. Just calm your tits. After I'm done, I'll fight you for 200 rounds. Die. Meredith's movements became more erratic and it could feel its face burn in shame and humiliation due to William's immoral actions. Fuck. This birdbrain has lost it. William felt anxious because everything around him was shaking like crazy. A few minutes later, William finished his business, and immediately used cleansing spells to clean himself. The half-elf knew the importance of proper hygiene, so he didn't skimp in using the power of the elements to purify his body after conducting his business. Since you want to play rough, I'll show you how I play rough. William shouted in anger. He didn't even feel any guilt in using the Ice Phoenix's throat as his personal cubicle. He was even angered because Meredith was making things difficult for him as he took a dump. William summoned the Chamberpot of Serenity with an evil glint in his eyes. Optimus, remove my sense of smell. William ordered as he summoned the Chamberpot of Serenity. It's payback time. Done. William sniffed around to confirm that he couldn't smell anything. After confirming that his sense of smell had been disabled, he aimed the opening of the Chamberpot downwards. Mwahahaha. Time for you to suffer. William roared in laughter. Eat shit, motherfucker. The Chamberpot glowed briefly before its seal was opened. Just like a dam that had been broken, a wave of night soil descended down like a torrential river, straight towards the Ice Phoenix's stomach. Meredith felt the changes that were happening in its body and its face grew pale. If in the past, it was just flying erratically, now it was like an earthworm that had been sprinkled with salt. Rebecca's face also grew pale as she finally realized what was happening inside the Guardian's body. Her body unconsciously shuddered as she forcefully severed the connection between her and the Ice Phoenix, who was wreaking havoc on the entirety of the Savadine Mountains. After an internal struggle, the Ice Phoenix flew towards the heavens in a fury. Its body glowed brightly as it ascended several thousands of meters in the sky. You disgusting half-breed, I will send you to the afterlife even if it's the last thing I do. Its rage-filled voice reverberated, allowing everyone around the Savadine Mountains to hear it. Something inside of Meredith had snapped, and it stopped caring anymore. There was only one thing on its mind, and that was to kill William by self-detonation. Warning. Strong magical energy overload detected. What's going on, Optimus? William asked. He could feel the strong magical fluctuations around him, and his senses were telling him that it wasn't anything good. According to my calculations, Meredith has decided to self-destruct in order to kill you. There are only 30 seconds left before this Ice Phoenix's body detonates. William hurriedly sealed the lid of the Chamberpot of Serenity and stored it away. He didn't expect that Meredith would be decisive enough to use this method in order to send him to the afterlife. Fuck, I guess I went too far. Maybe I should have asked it politely if I could take a dump inside its throat. Optimus was at a loss of words due to William's logic. Although it was the one that had proposed this idea, it was Will's decision to summon the Chamberpot of Serenity, and unleash a torrent of unworldly filth inside the body of the pitiful pseudo-demigod. The system even thought that if the same were to happen to it, it might have chosen the same outcome as Meredith, and opted to self-destruct in order to kill William. 15 seconds before self-destruction, 9 seconds, 5 seconds. A powerful explosion erupted in the atmosphere. A blinding light illuminated the heavens and it was seen for many miles around the Savadine Mountains. Thea, the sect master of the Misty Sect, heard a cracking sound come from the necklace that hung on her neck. The crystal on her necklace was something that was passed to all the sect masters of the Misty Sect. It was Meredith's life crystal, and the crack on its surface made her face turn grim. The blue crystal slowly turned black, which was the indication that Meredith had died. This made her body subconsciously tremble because she didn't expect that something like this would happen to their guardian. Meredith was a phoenix, so she wouldn't really die. She would respawn in the underground sanctuary of the Misty Sect, but her rank would fall to that of a centennial rank beast. Also, it wouldn't be able to move for a few weeks in order to recuperate from its forced rebirth that had destroyed its main body. Suddenly a fluctuation was felt in the arena. In the place where the golden spear was embedded, a handsome half-elf appeared with a refreshed smile on his face. Gained Express, 30 million. Special Monster First Kill Bonus Express, 15 million. Elemental Overlord Job Class has reached its max level. William's smile widened when he read the information on his status page. His Elemental Overlord Job Class had reached its max level, and now it could be upgraded to its final form, Elemental Archon. Sweet. William wanted to laugh out loud, but he was currently being watched by many people, so he decided to play it cool and just smile evilly. His fight against Rebecca was still not over. Now was not the time to laugh like his grandfather when he wanted to brag to his friends. When Rebecca saw William smile, she felt her entire body shudder. However, it didn't end there. When she saw the item in William's hand, she unconsciously took a step back. It was the item that had made Meredith suffer, and seeing it firsthand made Rebecca relieve the sensations that the Ice Phoenix had suffered. Well then, William said as he raised the chamber port, pointing in Rebecca's direction. It's your turn. Are you ready for this? Rebecca's stomach lurched as she stared at the damnable item in William's hand. In her eyes, it was the most ominous thing in the world, and no one, alive or dead, would want to be on the receiving end of that dastardly weapon, which would give someone a trauma that would last for the rest of their lives. Chapter 704, Bros for Life. William took a step forward, and Rebecca took 3 steps back. Several images flashed through her mind and she hurriedly covered her mouth with both of her hands, in order to prevent herself from throwing up. Her expression became extremely pale, which was unbecoming of the label of a young genius born every few hundred years. Seeing his opponent's pretty face dyed with panic, William came to a realization. A devilish smile appeared on his lips as he lowered the chamber pot in his hands. Do you still want to fight? William asked. Rebecca firmly shook her head. She would rather concede than face a fate that was worse than death. So you concede? William inquired as the smile on his face widened. Rebecca nodded like a hen pecking rice. Her hands were still blocking her mouth, so she wasn't able to utter any words. Even so, her action was more than enough to tell everyone that she had lost the will to fight. Very well, William stored the chamber pot away and casually used water magic to wash the hands that he had used to hold it. Since I won this match, I get to give you one order. This is the deal that we had back then, right? After William had stored the chamber pot away, Rebecca was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and removed the hands covering her lips. Although her expression was still a bit pale, it was starting to recover its color. The proud inner disciple of the Misty Sect reluctantly nodded her head. They indeed had that agreement, and Rebecca had already resigned herself to her fate. From now on our marriage agreement is officially null and void, William stated. You are free to do whatever you want to do with your life. Who you want to marry in the future is none of my business. I order you to live your life to the fullest, and live it without regrets. That is all. Our grudges end here. William didn't even bother to wait for Rebecca's reply and walked out of the arena. He headed towards the banquet in order to get some free grub. He had just emptied his stomach, and now he was feeling very hungry. Rebecca watched him go with a complicated expression on her face. A few seconds later, her gaze shifted to the angelic familiar who was looking back at her with a meaningful smile. She bit her lip because she remembered the agreement she had with Elliot, and it made her feel depressed. One of the shackles that bound her was removed, but another rose up to take its place. According to their agreement, she would become the familiar's subordinate for 2 years, since she had lost her battle with William. Elliot smirked before flying towards William. They would be staying in the Savadine Mountains for a few more days, so he had plenty of time to get acquainted with his new subordinate. As William walked towards his lovers, everyone was paying close attention to him. The old men looked at him with great interest. The teenage men looked at him in envy and jealousy, while the girls looked at him with a passionate gaze. William ignored them all and continued walking. However, before he reached Princess Sidoni's table, he felt some familiar presence not far from where he stood. Shifting his gaze to the VIP seats of the Misty Sect, he saw a brown-haired young man that was looking at him with a smirk. There was a little girl seated beside him, but the latter was busy eating the peach in her hand. The half-elf frowned because although this was the first time he had seen the young man, he was sure that he knew him. A few seconds later, his gaze landed on the chubby young man, and the scholarly man that was looking back at him with a smile. "Long time no see, oink," the chubby young man said. William's eyes widened in shock before a happy expression appeared on his face. He only knew of one person that added oink to their speech, and it was none other than the demonic pig who had fought by his side within the heavenly domain. Zoo. William happily walked towards his old companion's direction and gave the chubby young man a hug. "What are you doing here? I thought the Jade Emperor MMH. Shaw hurriedly covered William's mouth with his hand and whispered something in the half-elf's ears. It was not advisable to discuss anything related to the gods of the temple in public. After hearing Shaw's statement, William nodded his head to inform the scholar that he understood. The half-elf laughed and also gave Shaw a hug. He was very happy to see them. William thought that his two friends decided to pay him a visit before passing through the cycle of reincarnation. What he didn't know was that the two demons were smuggled to the world of Hestia by Sun Wukong because of their request. "Your Excellency, it is a great surprise to see you here." William bowed respectfully to Sun Wukong. Every time he used his heroic avatar, he could feel the Monkey King's enormous strength, which had helped him greatly in the war of the southern continent. "I just came here to sightsee," Sun Wukong replied as he patted William's shoulder. "It's good to see that you are doing well." The half-elf, Sun Wukong, Zhu, and Shaw chatted happily to the surprise of the members of the Misty Sect. The other representatives of the different factions who had seen Sun Wukong's might a few days ago were also shocked. William's lively chat with the three mysterious personages was enough to tell them that the red-headed teenager and the demigod knew each other, and seemed to be very close. "You guys, are you sure about this?" William asked. After hearing Zhu's purpose for coming to his homeworld, the half-elf felt very touched. He couldn't believe that they threw their golden ticket to reincarnate in a higher world, just to repay the kindness that he had given them. "Bros for life, oink," Zhu said with a smile. "I won't feel comfortable until my debt to you is settled. For the time being, I'll stick with you until I repay you in full." "That goes the same for me as well," Shaw commented from the side. "We owe you our freedom, Will. It is only normal that we reciprocate your kindness." Sun Wukong nodded his head. He couldn't stay long in Hestia, so he couldn't join the three in their adventures. The most he could do was watch their escapades from the celestial realm, while drinking wine. Princess Sidoni, Ian, and Chiffon had joined them after being invited over by William. Zhu told the three ladies about William's battle against the celestial army in the heavenly domain. Sun Wukong had already used his powers to prevent others from spying on their discussion, so Zhu was able to talk without holding back any information. Princess Sidoni and Chiffon were the maidens of the 7 deadly sins, which allowed them to converse with their patron gods. William had already met Eros in Adephasia, so he deemed that it was not a problem for them to know what had transpired in the celestial realm. The same could be said for Ian, who had already met Issei. The beautiful mermaid was made aware of the training William was doing while he was in a coma. When the girls found out about Sun Wukong's identity, all of them bowed to him in respect. They bowed to him, not because he was a demigod, but because of the help he had given William during his time of need. While William and his group were talking merrily, the elders of the Misty Sect were feeling depressed. Now that their guardian had regressed once again, they felt wary of the stares that were given to them by the factions of the central continent. Without the protection of their guardian, their sect was like a lamb that was surrounded by wolves on all sides. Unless they received some strong help on their side, their 1,000-year dominion was in danger of being trampled on by the other powerful factions that held grudges against them. Those that had long disliked the Misty Sect due to their arrogance were laughing in their hearts. They were like the vultures and hyenas that were waiting for the lion to finish killing their prey. Once the animal had bled enough, they would charge forth in order to take a bite of the animal that didn't have the power to resist their advances. Chapter 705, Cry a River of Blood and Tears. After the banquet, Thea, alongside the elders of the Misty Sect, conducted a high-level meeting. None of them had expected their guardian to choose to self-destruct during its battle with William, and it caught them completely by surprise. Because of this, all of them were facing a great headache. Without a powerful deterrence, the Misty Sect was just like an average sect that could be stepped on by forces that were much more powerful than them. The reason they were afraid was because they had also done this in the past. Meredith was once a demigod, so very few people wanted to mess with them. This allowed the Misty Sect to develop for 1,000 years, which allowed them to become one of the powerful forces in the central continent. They had stepped upon countless small forces during their rise, and they'd purposefully stepped on each of them due to their strong backing. Without Meredith to hold the fort, the prestige that they had built was just like a castle made of sand. A castle that would easily be destroyed once a powerful wave washed over the shore. What should we do? Lady Miriam asked anxiously. The elders looked at her, but none of them could give her the answer. All of them were feeling anxious as well, and they hoped that there was someone that could find a way to solve the difficulty that they were facing. Thea had already asked Rebecca if she knew why Meredith had decided to self-destruct during its battle with William. The young genius only said that William had touched Meredith's reverse scale, which prompted it to self-detonate in an attempt to kill William while he was inside its body. Unfortunately, William survived, and Meredith's rank had dropped to the centennial rank. Thea scanned the depressed faces of everyone in the room. She had already thought of what to do, but she was afraid that none of the elders would support her decision. Seeing that all of them were clutching at straws, she decided to speak up and tell them about her plan. I have a proposal, Thea said with eyes filled with determination. We need to ally ourselves with a powerful faction in order to preserve our heritage. The elders' expression turned grim, but they also understood that this was the only course that they could take. The only question was, which faction would they join? They were surrounded on all sides, and their borders contended with 2 empires, a kingdom, and the Glory Sect. All of them were incredibly strong, and had been eyeing the resources of the Savadine Mountains for hundreds of years. They were the forces that the Misty Sect was very wary about. Any among these 4 factions could become their new master, after the celebrations in their sect ended. For now, no forces would attack them because they were currently their guests. However, after a month or 2, these people would definitely send their representatives to negotiate with Thea, and kick them while they were down. Which faction should we join? Eleanor asked. Will it be the Glory Sect to the west? The Kingdom of Renoa to the north? Or perhaps the Arwen Aenarion Empire that lies to our east and south? Eleanor gritted her teeth in frustration. She didn't think that she would see the downfall of her sect during her lifetime. None of them, Thea answered. We will ask for external support. Who are you going to ask? One of the elders asked. Looking for external support is difficult. Their power must be strong enough to deter our neighbors. Also, if their base is far away from us, having them as our allies will be useless. The other elders nodded in agreement. They didn't mind getting a strong ally, but they also had to consider that seeking help from factions that were too far away from them would be useless. Thea understood what they were thinking, but she didn't care. As the sect master, the preservation of their sect was her topmost priority. She was prepared to bleed and be extorted by the other party. As long as their territory wasn't conquered before their guardian had regained its full strength, there was still a way to make their comeback. I'm talking about the Ainsworth family, Thea said in a firm manner. We will ally with them in order to prevent our sect from being conquered by others. The Ainsworths. What can they do? This is not a good idea, sect master. While William had shown his prowess, he is but a single person. He couldn't possibly protect us from these powerful factions on our behalf, right? The elders looked at Thea in disappointment. They didn't expect that their sect master would choose to ally themselves with the same person that had caused this problem in the first place. Think about it. William is the owner of the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon, Thea said. No one wants to be on his bad side because he can blacklist anyone from entering the 51st floor. Also, he is the owner of a few other floors in the tower. Simply put, no one can advance through the floors that belong to him without his approval. After pondering about this logic, most of the elders realized that this was indeed an effective deterrent to a faction that wanted to expand. Right now, the era of great wars had ended. No one could expand their territory unless they went to war with their neighbors. With several chips in his hand, William could freely designate ownership of the various floors under his command. To the powerful factions of the continent, this was a temptation that none of them could resist. You want me to make an announcement that the Misty Sect and I are allies? William asked. Sure, I don't mind. That is the answer you want to hear, right? His tone was laced with sarcasm, but no one dared to offend him at this point in time. They were holding on to him as a lifeline. If William didn't agree, the name Misty Sect might cease to exist a year or two from now. Yes, Thea answered. We are willing to heavily compensate you for accepting our alliance. So in short, you want me to become your meat shield, William said as he rubbed his chin. Do you think I'm a goon that you can hire by giving protection money? I'm not that cheap, Lord William, anything can be discussed. Yes, we are willing to accommodate any request you have. Your Excellency, you are our only hope. William had a carefree look on his face. For him, the Misty Sect was a band of scoundrels who only relied on their backing to bully others. Now that they had lost their guardian, they were like wild ducks that would fly away once they heard a gunshot. Oh, the irony, William chuckled. A few years ago, I was being ridiculed by your sect. Now, you are practically begging me to save you guys. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. William then shifted his attention to Eleanor and Lady Miriam, who had their heads bowed in shame. I bet both of you didn't see this day coming, right? William sneered. Although he was the root cause of the Misty Sect's possible downfall, he didn't give a hoot about their low-quality acting. I failed to see your greatness because of your upbringing, Eleanor replied. It was a terrible mistake on my part. I am willing to do anything so I can have your forgiveness. Rebecca's master had no choice but to eat her pride and lower her standing in front of William. If this was the only way on how their sect could be saved, she was willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. She was an orphan that was picked up by the previous sect master and raised with love and care. For her, the Misty Sect was not only a sect, but her home. Eleanor would do anything in her power to prevent its downfall. Elliot and Conan stood on William's shoulders with their arms crossed over their chest. They had no intention of intervening in the discussion. Even so, a mischievous glint flashed on Elliot's eye. Unlike the straightforward and innocent Conan, Elliot was just as much of a scammer as William and James. Even if he didn't say anything to William, the angelic familiar knew that the half-elf was already formulating a plan on how to make the Misty Sect cough up their resources until they cried a river of blood and tears. Chapter 706. I'm more suited to be the devil than him. Seeing that the Misty Sect was dead set on using him as a meat shield, William decided to call for some backup. When it comes to scamming people, James was the true professional. With him calling the shots, the red-headed teenager was sure that Thea and the elders of the sect would have to think thrice if they thought that they could take advantage of the Ainsworth family. Isn't this problem easy to solve? James said with a smile that would make all the toothpaste models quit the commercial industry. Lord Ainsworth, please tell us the solution to our problem, Thea said with a hopeful expression. She could tell that William wasn't interested in their proposal, so they decided to do whatever they could to satisfy his grandfather so the alliance could be formed. Since both of them were Ainsworths, it didn't matter who they talked to. In fact, James was better because William would obey him. As long as they could convince the old man to agree to the alliance, all their problems would disappear. The answer is really simple, James replied with confidence. All you need to do is make me the sect master. If the sect belongs to me, then I will be able to get all of its treasure. I will be able to prevent any losses from happening. The old coot smiled and patted his chest as if he was someone with good moral character. Thea and the elders of the Misty Sect looked at him in disbelief. For a brief moment they thought that James was joking. However, seeing his "leave it to me" expression, they realized that he was serious about taking the entire sect as his own. William, who was standing at the side, looked at his grandpa and realized that compared to James, he was just a small-time scammer. His original plan was to split the resources of the Misty Sect by 50-50. He never thought that James would shamelessly want to take everything. Lord Ainsworth, isn't this inappropriate? Thea asked. At most, we can agree to a 70-30 split. You will have 30%, and we will get 70. Okay, bye. James didn't even allow Thea to finish her sentence, and walked away taking William with him. As he was about to open the door of the room, he glanced back at Thea with a smile. Good luck to all of you. I'm sure that in 3 months' time, there will be no more Misty Sect in the central continent. At least, if I become the sect master, your sect would still be standing. After saying those parting words, James and William left the room, leaving Thea and the elders of the sect with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. "Gramps, do you think they will agree to your request?" William asked as he walked beside James down the hallway. "I don't really care if they agree or not," James replied. "I won't lose sleep over something like this. The only ones that won't be able to sleep tonight are those fools who thought that they could take advantage of our family's name." William nodded his head in understanding. Although the Misty Sect was a powerhouse in the Central Continent, it was nothing compared to their family's property inside the Tower of Babylon. Just as James predicted, none of the top brass of the sect was able to sleep that night. The founding celebration would last for 3 days, but they no longer felt any reason to celebrate. Even so, they couldn't possibly cancel the event because this would further their ridicule as the other factions laughed at their current circumstance. The next day, the representatives of the Ire Empire, Ellen Empire, Kingdom of Renoa, and Glory Sect met with Thea privately. All of them promised great benefits to the Misty Sect for as long as they became their subsidiary force. These 4 powerhouses had also had a high-level meeting a day ago and decided to split the territory of the Misty Sect among themselves. As for the sect itself, they would become their armed forces whom they could order to do the dirty things for them. Thea had to use all of her willpower to keep the calm expression on her face, as she listened to the representatives of the 4 powers, who boldly told her that they wouldn't take no for an answer. Either the Misty Sect submitted to them, or they would use military force to make Thea and the elders of her sect submit to their rule. The representatives left with smug expressions on their face because for them, the Misty Sect was already in the bag. No external forces would dare to participate in this conflict, and suffer the wrath of their combined forces. "Let's make a vote," Thea said as she scanned the faces of the depressed elders around her. "They only gave us until tomorrow to decide. After that, there will be no turning back." Faced with the threat of being conquered on all sides, Thea clenched her fists as she counted the votes of the core members of the sect. She knew that when morning came, things would never be the same again. The disciples of the Misty Sect were unaware of the threat that hung above their heads. Only the inner disciples like Rebecca were told about the sect's current plight. "I shouldn't have agreed to your proposal," Rebecca said through gritted teeth as she stared daggers at the angelic familiar who was looking back at her with an angelic smile. "If I hadn't accepted the heart crystal, I would not have been able to form a contact with Excellency Meredith. Even if I lost the match, the sect would still be safe from being invaded on all fronts." Elliot chuckled as he landed on top of the table. "Well, what's the point of saying these things now?" Elliot asked in a teasing tone. "All of us must face the consequences of our actions. Even if you regret your decision, know that I didn't force you to do anything. You were the one that made the choice. I only gave you an option." Rebecca lowered her head as she tried to control her raging emotions. Elliot was right. Now that everything was over, even if she regretted her decision, there was nothing she could do but accept the outcome. "What will happen to our sect?" Rebecca asked. Elliot shrugged. Just like William, he didn't care about the Misty Sect. The only reason he visited Rebecca was to finalize their agreement. "These things are outside your control," Elliot replied as he flapped his wings. He then flew towards Rebecca and hovered a few inches away from her face. "Let your sect master and elders handle this problem. You're just a disciple, there's nothing you can do to influence the outcome." Rebecca raised her head and looked at the familiar who looked exactly like William. If she reached out her hand to grab him, she could easily crush him in her grip. However, she couldn't do that because she was now the familiar's subordinate for 2 years. Even if she planned to cause Elliot harm, the power of the contract would prevent her from doing so. "Just close your eyes and accept your fate," Elliot said as he moved closer. He then caressed the side of Rebecca's face and marveled at its smoothness. "Don't worry, I am not a bad employer, I will make sure to give you benefits as well." Rebecca sighed and accepted her fate. She closed her eyes and waited for Elliot to brand her with the symbol of ownership. "You will not regret your choice," Elliot's silky voice reached her ears. "From now on, you belong to me." Rebecca felt something soft press over her lips. A few seconds later, she felt a surge of electricity travel all over her body. Elliot backed away as he looked at the symbol that appeared on Rebecca's chest. A golden lightning bolt, with 2 wings spread out on both of its sides, glowed brightly. This was the proof of ownership that only became possible due to the power of the contract that was supervised by the god of contract, Saintess. "I'll see you tomorrow," Elliot said as he flew towards the window. "Don't worry about your sect. If your sect master and your elders are not stupid, they will definitely choose the lesser evil. Elliot chuckled internally as he flew towards William's residence. Now that the matter with Rebecca was settled, it was now time to conquer another maiden. However, the lady he had in mind was a cut above the rest. It was none other than William's sixth master, Chloe. Sometimes, I really wonder if Conan and I ended up with switched roles, Elliot muttered softly. I'm more suited to be the devil than he is. Chapter 707. You dare to steal what belongs to me. Everyone, thank you for being part of the celebration of our misty sect, Thea said while standing on a platform. Today was the last day of the feast that they had prepared for their founding day celebrations, and then, after this, their guests would leave the next day to return to their respective territories. The four representatives of the factions that bordered the domain of the Misty Sect had smiles on their faces. They had already sent a report of the battle and its conclusion to their respective leaders. It was only a matter of time before the once prosperous sect of the Savadine Mountains fell into their hands. It has been a pleasure hosting all of you here, and I pray that there will be more occasions where we can all gather and enjoy each other's company, Thea stated. She had already prepared herself to make the announcement, but deep inside, she was feeling very bitter. However, she also knew that this was the only way she could preserve the legacy that their sect had built for over 1,000 years. Today, I will step down from my position as sect master, Thea announced. A new era is at hand, so it is only fair that the management of the sect change hands. Several of the guests were surprised by Thea's announcement, but their surprise didn't last long. They understood that the Misty Sect was on its last legs, so they thought that Thea was planning to run away and leave her subordinates to fend for themselves. Well said, Sect Master, the representative of the Glory Sect clapped his hands in approval. A new era is indeed at hand. I sincerely hope that you enjoy your early retirement. Retirement is good. The representative of the Renoa Kingdom nodded his head in agreement. Although you're still young, retiring early is not a bad thing. At least, you won't have to suffer again. The representatives of the two empires didn't say anything and simply smiled. Whether Thea retired or not was not important. They knew that the end would still be the same, and there was nothing Thea could do to stop it. Thea glanced at her rivals, as she used her willpower to finish the rest of her announcement. Without further delay, let me introduce our new sect master to everyone, Thea declared as she made a gesture. All hail His Excellency, James Von Ainsworth. All hail. A handsome old man walked towards Thea with confidence. A confident smile hung on his face, as he faced the various powers of the world. All the elders, as well as the inner disciples of the sect bowed their heads respectfully. They had been briefed a few hours ago about their sect master's decision to step down from her position. Even though the regular disciples didn't know why it happened, they decided to trust their elders, and pay tribute to their new sect master. Good day, everyone. James greeted the people who were looking back at him in disbelief. From this day onwards, I will be the new sect master of the Misty Sect, and Lady Thea will be the vice sect master. James chuckled internally because he had already anticipated this outcome. Even Lawrence, as well as his old friends from the Helen Kingdom, looked at him with dumbfounded expressions. Even Wendy's grandfather, Jeevan, thought that this was just a prank. However, Thea and the elders all had serious expressions on their faces, which meant that the old scammer had indeed become the new sect master of one of the most powerful sects in the central continent. I am not someone who likes to give long speeches, so I'll just keep it short, James said. The Misty Sect now belongs to me, so hands off. If any of you think that you can steal what is mine, then feel free to do it. I am looking forward to playing with all of you. Two men walked towards James and stood by his side. One was Vlad, the other was Sun Wukong. Some already knew who Sun Wukong was, but they didn't know who Vlad was. All of them were very curious about the identity of this man who followed James around. Vlad and Sun Wukong glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Immediately, the powerful aura of two demigods burst forth from their bodies. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically, especially those belonging to the Misty Sect's four neighbors. They thought that the Savadine Mountains were already in the bag, but this development made them feel that they may have unknowingly kicked the hornet's nest. When Vlad and Sun Wukong stopped releasing their auras, James cleared his throat and continued his speech. I am William's grandfather, James stated. I have met several of your envoys in the Tower of Babylon. My grandson has given me full authority over his property in Babylon. This also means that the task of looking for potential partners for collaborations is in my hands. Any faction who dares to annoy me will be blacklisted from the Tower of Babylon. Their accomplices will also not be allowed to advance on the upper floors, especially the floors that fall under our family's jurisdiction." James paused as he allowed his words to be digested by everyone around him. A minute later, he continued his speech and dropped another bomb. "I forgot to add that I am also the former commander of the Red Plague," James said in a teasing tone. "I will be more than happy to visit the people who touch what is mine. That is all. I bid you all a good day and please, enjoy the feast that my sect has prepared for each and every one of you." James walked away from the platform with a smug expression on his face. He felt very good because it had been a while since he had pulled off a heist as big as this. Just as he expected, Thea had come to meet with him late last night in order to talk about the future of the Misty Sect. James wasn't someone who shied away from an opportunity to earn big. Since the entire sect had now been given to him, he could only happily accept the gift with both hands. Now that he was the sect master, it was only natural to protect his family's property. After James walked down the platform, he didn't leave the venue. He closed in on the 4 representatives of his new neighbors, with a smile that made the bodies of the 4 men shudder. "Thea told me that you 4 bastards planned to take what is mine yesterday." James chuckled as he patted the shoulder of the representative that belonged to the Glory sect. "You've got guts. You dare to steal what belongs to me." I didn't know that the Misty sect belonged to you, Lord James," the elder of the Glory sect stuttered. "If I knew, I wouldn't have done what I did." James grinned as he nodded his head in agreement. "Of course, I understand. This is why we need to talk about how you are going to compensate me for emotional distress." The old scammer also glanced at the 3 other representatives that belonged to the Renoa Kingdom, Ellen Empire, and the Ire Empire. Only a fool would pass up this great opportunity to add more gold coins to their family's treasury. "You guys are in cahoots with each other, so you're not off the hook," James said in a teasing tone. "Don't worry, I won't ask for much, but the compensation must satisfy me. If not, I will take my 2 demigod friends, as well as the Red Plague to visit your territories and have afternoon tea with your bosses." Thea and the elders of the Misty sect, who overheard the discussion, felt very happy. Seeing the people who had once threatened them with an ultimatum, being threatened in return by James made them gloat in their hearts. It was also at this moment when they realized that they had made the right decision in handing the Misty sect over to James's hand. Not only was the old coot decisive enough to take the entire sect as his own, he even found an excuse to extort other people. William, who was subtly paying attention to Thea's and the elders' expressions, laughed in his heart. He knew that this was James's plan to make the top brass of the Misty sect feel indebted to, and give their respect to, him. With this, the reluctance in their hearts will decrease by a good margin, William thought as he watched his grandpa in action. All that is left to do is tie up some loose ends, then go to Hestia Academy to have the next tier of the Familyomancer class unlocked. After that, I will wait for my father's acquaintance to find me. Once the true power of the Dungeon Conqueror has been unlocked, I can go to the Silvermoon continent to visit my mother." William sighed in his heart. He thought that it would still take him a few years before he could be reunited with his mother in the Silvermoon continent. Now that he had the power to protect himself, he didn't have to worry about the elven clans who had made him their mortal enemy. Once the full power of the Dungeon Conqueror was unlocked, it was only a matter of time before he would be in command of countless armies, just like his father, Maxwell, had been when he was still at the peak of his powers. Chapter 708, The Twilight of the World is at Hand. Sixth Master, aren't you going back to Hestia Academy?" William asked the fairy-like familiar who was sitting on his right shoulder with Elliot. "Celeste told me that I should accompany you when you go to Hestia Academy," Chloe replied as she licked a chocolate lollipop. "Why, are you not happy that I'm here?" "Of course I am happy. Then, why do you have that constipated look on your face?" "It's not good to hold it in, you know." The smile on William's face stiffened as he walked towards the flying carriage that would take him back to the Crater Empire. In truth, he was very afraid of Chloe because she had the tendency to go ballistic and smash things around her. If not for Elliot being there to distract her, William would have definitely had a hard time keeping his cool with a little, ticking, time bomb on his shoulder. James and Vlad would be staying in the Misty sect for a week before returning to the Tower of Babylon. His grandpa had already informed him that his uncle, Morgan, was the one in charge of the floor of Asgard while James was away. William didn't have any recollection of this elusive uncle of his. After he was delivered in Lant, he had never had the chance to meet his uncle since he'd opened his eyes in the world of Hestia. They say that Uncle Morgan is my father's twin and they looked exactly like each other, William thought. Since I saw my father when I inherited his profession, I will also be able to recognize Uncle Morgan when I see him. William then glanced at Zhu and Shaw that was walking by his sides. Their purpose for coming to Hestia was to repay his kindness, so they intended to stick with him for the time being. The half-elf had no complaints with this arrangement. In fact, William was very happy because, for him, Zhu and Shaw were like his sworn brothers whom he could count on with his life. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, bid him goodbye because he had to return to the celestial world. The Monkey King had already broken several rules when he forcefully broke through Hestia and smuggled Zhu and Shaw through with him. In order to not bring more trouble to himself, he decided to return and lie low for a while, so that the Jade Emperor, and the stuck-up law enforcers, wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Princess Sidonie, Ian, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Pearl were all standing in front of the flying carriage and waiting for him to arrive. Charmaine's sister looked at William with a serious expression on her face. After she lost consciousness during their battle, she had been in bed for 3 days and was bereft of strength. Pearl felt that her lethargic state was caused by William. The only evidence she had that the half-elf had done something to her when she was out of commission were the 2 puncture marks on her neck. "Are you guys ready to go?" William asked. Everyone nodded. They had already prepared everything for their departure, and all that they were waiting for was Emperor Leonidas' signal to return to the Crater Empire. As William was about to board the flying carriage, he felt something move inside his consciousness. His expression immediately became serious, as he looked at his lovers with a complicated expression on his face. "Hold this to me for safekeeping," William said as he passed Soleil to Ian. "There is something urgent that I need to attend to. I will all see you in the Crater Empire." William didn't even wait for Princess Sidonie's reply before he flew towards the sky. Zhu and Shaw flew behind him, while riding a cloud made up of sand. They had noticed the look of concern on William's face, so they decided to follow him and see what was troubling him. The half-elf didn't ask them to leave him alone, because he didn't plan on keeping any secrets from the 2 of them. When they arrived at a location without any people, William took his 2 friends inside the Thousand Beast domain, and headed straight towards the Undying Lands. The sounds of chains breaking echoed within the hidden sanctuary of Avalon. Malachi could feel his strength growing by the minute, as he waited for the shackles that bound him to shatter. He had been trapped inside Avalon for thousands of years, and the seal had finally lost its power. "Finally, I am free," Malachi rejoiced after his last shackle was destroyed. Powerful magical fluctuations surrounded Malachi, and his body started to shrink. In his Dracolich form, he was over 20 meters tall, but now, his height was only a little over 2 meters. Niklavi, as well as the other 5 generals of the undead army, stood in anticipation. They had stayed inside Avalon for thousands of years in order to wait for this day to arrive. This was the scene that William saw when he arrived in the Undying Lands. Millions of undead were kneeling as they showed their obedience to the being that floated over Avalon. "You're here, William," Malachi said. "I was about to ask you to come, but it is good that you came here voluntarily. There is something that I need to tell you." William looked at the Dracolich who had mostly regained his powers. Although he was still not at his peak condition, the power that William felt was no joke. This was a power that transcended a demigod and, for a brief moment, the half-elf thought that he was looking at a god. "What can I do for you, Your Excellency?" William asked. Malachi and him had already come into an agreement. Even though the Dracolich seemed scary and formidable, he had a feeling that Malachi would abide by the oath he had made to William, several years ago. "I will take the Undying Lands with me," Malachi replied. His words were firm and would not take no for an answer. "I will be leaving your domain today." William nodded in understanding. However, he was still curious about one thing, so he decided to ask the question that had been in his mind ever since he had met Malachi. "Your Excellency, can I ask you a question?" "Okay, but I'll only answer one question." Zhu and Shaw listened at the side and didn't dare to interject in the conversation. They had already seen many powerful beings, including gods, but meeting Malachi made them feel weak. They had no doubt in their minds that if the Dracolich decided to end their lives, all that Malachi needed to do was stare at them. "Avalon is the last bastion of humanity, and you have been trapped inside it for thousands of years," William said. Your Excellency, are you on the side of humanity, or against it? Molokai chuckled because this question was indeed laughable. Almost everyone that knew him had long ceased to exist. Some of them had died on the battlefield, while others died of old age. Even so, he still remained because he still had some unfinished business to attend to. My allegiance belongs to Hestia, Molokai said. As long as she needs me, I will remain for her sake. William frowned because Molokai's answer was vague. He didn't state if he was on the side of humans or not. The Dracolich's answer hinted that his allegiance belonged to the world in its entirety. He was not bound by any race, law, and other restrictions built by those who lived in the world. It's fortunate that the two of us are not enemies, William sighed in his heart. Even if I held the power of the Dungeon Conqueror, I don't have the confidence to emerge victorious against him. On that same day, an island that was thousands of meters long, appeared in the sky near the Savadine Mountains. Those who saw it felt their bodies shiver because of the unholy presence that it radiated. However, this feeling didn't last long because just as fast as the island appeared, it disappeared just as quickly. No one knew if what they saw was only an illusion or not. However, one thing was certain. All the guests that still hadn't departed from the Misty Sect saw it. They felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end when they saw the island. Among the guests, only one was able to recognize it and a grim expression appeared on his face. So, the time has finally come, Vlad muttered. Molokai is finally free and, with his appearance, this world will face an unprecedented calamity. Vlad felt his blood turn cold because he knew that no one would be safe from what was about to transpire. I need to visit a few of my acquaintances, Vlad thought. They have to know that the twilight of this world is at hand. Chapter 709. Not all treasures are silver and gold. William watched the undying lands until it vanished from his sight. Molokai had activated its stealth ability, and no one knew where the giant floating island would appear next. Although William didn't know what Molokai's goal was, one thing was certain, the Dracolich was not his enemy. Molokai had made this perfectly clear to him, and the half-elf could tell his sincerity. Before Molokai left, he said some parting words to William. He told the half-elf that if they ever meet in the future, William should pretend that they didn't know each other. The red-headed teenager didn't say anything, because there was no need for words. He believed that those who had participated in the War of the Southern Continent would be able to recognize the powerful undead army that had made a deep impression in their hearts. There were many smart people in the world, and it would be fairly easy for them to connect the dots. After all, there was only one Niklavi in the world. Once they saw the Devil of the Sea rampage in the battlefield, they would associate it with William. Even if he denied it, no one would believe him. I guess I'll cross that bridge when I get there, William muttered. Till we meet again, Molokai. Molokai hovered above the floating island as he navigated Avalon through the skies of the central continent. He had been trapped inside the undying lands for thousands of years, and the geography of the world had changed with the passing of time. He planned to travel across the central continent to map its regions, and familiarize himself with it. William had given him the general layout of the world, and the various factions that resided in it. Of course, Molokai planned to verify the information with his own eyes in order to plan for the future. Among the various empires in the list that William had given him, there was one particular name that caught his attention. The Ares Empire, Molokai said softly. Fortunately, Astarte has left her descendants behind. They will be of great help in what is to come. Avalon flew steadily in the sky above the clouds. Its first destination was the Amazon Empire. Molokai wanted to know if the blood of the warrior goddess was just as powerful as it was in the past. He was going to pay a visit to the descendants of his acquaintances who had fought with him during the darkest era of the world. Time was of the essence, and the Dracolich had no intention of wasting it. 2 weeks passed, and the flying carriage of Emperor Leonidas finally reached the border of the Crater Empire. A one-way teleportation gate had already been established, so it didn't take long before the Emperor, along with his entourage, arrived at the capital city of the Crater Empire, Asmar. Sidoni, have you already told William that the two of you will be married 2 weeks from now? Emperor Leonidas asked. Princess Sidoni nodded her head. He already knows, Your Majesty. He will be there on the promised date. Good, the arrangements have already been made. The two of you only need to appear and everything will fall into place. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emperor Leonidas nodded his head and went back to the castle to rest. Everyone did the same and returned to their temporary residences in the capital city. Kenneth, Lilith, and Pearl were Princess Sidoni's guests, so they were given VIP treatment. Empress Andraste still needed to do things in the Ares Empire, so she tasked Lilith to be her representative at Princess Sidoni's wedding. Lilith had no complaints because she wanted to know more about William. The half-elf intrigued her. No one knew what happened during his battle with Meredith. Everyone had their own speculations, but none were able to confirm it. Everyone agreed that William had infiltrated Meredith's body and attacked it from inside. That was the only explanation that they could think of. Even William's lovers believed that this was the case. 2 weeks later, the wedding was held as planned. Princess Sidoni wore a beautiful wedding dress that made her look divine. The hearts of all young men were broken when they saw the lady of their dreams. They had seen many beautiful women in the past, but none were as beautiful as the princess who was about to marry the handsome half-elf whose popularity was at its peak. If I could marry her, I would die without regrets. To be able to spend the night with such a beauty is every man's dream. I'm so envious. That William boy is so lucky. He will be able to have his way with the princess. If only she had met me first. Hello, have you looked in the mirror? Why would the princess marry someone who looks like a sardine? It's about time that you faced reality. All the guys could only sigh as they thought about the lucky half-elf, who would be marrying the granddaughter of Emperor Leonidas. The heirs of the high-ranking nobles were disappointed as well. They had all tried to ask for the princess's hand in marriage, but she firmly rejected their advances. Now, they could only look at her from afar, and curse the half-elf who was lucky enough to be able to take her maidenhood on their wedding night. What they didn't know was that the pure maiden in their minds had lost her purity long ago. Of course, no one knew this except for William, Ian, and Chiffon. Even Emperor Leonidas was not aware that her granddaughter had already been stamped by William's seal of approval. William was wearing a black suit that highlighted his red hair and light green eyes. The ladies of the realm giggled when they saw him. There were also 2 little familiars floating by his side who were wearing similar clothes. One wore white, the other black. Just like William, both of them were very handsome. If not for the fact that they were only as tall as an adult's hand, both of them would definitely be the target of the noble ladies who were looking for an eligible candidate to marry. Elliot threw flying kisses to the beautiful ladies that William passed as he walked towards the altar. Conan, on the other hand, had a serious expression on his face, as if he was the one that was about to get married. The moment the half-elf stood side by side with Princess Sidoni, everyone thought that they were a match made in heaven. Both of them complimented each other and everyone was certain that their children would be just as good-looking as they were. The ceremony proceeded without any mishaps. Both of them exchanged rings and kissed in front of everyone. Somewhere in the venue, Prince Jason looked at the woman of his dreams with a calm expression on his face. In the past, he did everything he could so that he would be the one to marry Princess Sidoni. However, after the worldwide announcement, he knew that his chance had flown away. This was why he had resorted to drinking. It was the only way he knew of that could help him forget about his heartbreak. Does it still hurt? Princess Vanessa asked as she placed her soft hand over her beloved's chest. Yes, Prince Jason replied. It hurts. Princess Vanessa nodded her head in understanding and hugged her prince tightly. She knew that time would heal everything. Don't worry, I will make you forget her soon enough. Prince Jason lowered his head. He then looked at the collar that was on Princess Vanessa's neck, and caressed her face gently. Let's go, Prince Jason said. I've seen enough. Okay. Princess Vanessa nodded and allowed herself to be led away by the one she had loved for many years. William glanced in their direction before wishing for their happiness in his heart. He had asked the system to look for Prince Jason in the crowd, because he thought that the latter would do something to mess up his wedding with Sidoni. Fortunately, the prince simply watched from afar, and left with Princess Vanessa to find their own happiness in life. I pray that the next time we meet, we will be friends and not enemies, William prayed in his heart as he watched them disappear in the distance. The half-elf was not the only one who was looking in Prince Jason's and Princess Vanessa's direction. Emperor Leonidas and Prince Maximilian were doing the same. They gave the 2 of them their silent blessing and wished for their happiness. William and Princess Sidoni left the venue while being showered by cheers and applause from everyone in the kingdom. Lilith stared at the 2 of them with an indifferent gaze. However, deep inside she was already making plans of her own. The Amazon princess was aware that William was keeping his distance from her, but she wasn't too bothered by it. Her divinity was greed after all. There was nothing in the world that she couldn't take, for that was the power of her divinity. If I can't have it then I'll just steal it, Lilith mused. High above the heavens, inside the temple of the 10,000 gods, a certain greedy goddess chuckled. She was well aware of how stubborn her daughter was, but she believed that she had found her match in William. You can steal as much as you want, daughter of mine, Mammon said with a smile. However, that also goes both ways. Since you decided to steal, you should also be prepared to have something stolen from you. I pray that the boy, William, will teach you this lesson, Lilith. For not all treasures are silver and gold. Chapter 710, Amon's Last Trial. After spending a few days with Princess Sidoni, William once again returned to Amon's temple to report his completion of the quest that was given to him. Tell me, did you wash your hands before you came here? Amon asked with suspicion. The corner of William's lips twitched because this was the first sentence that came out of Amon's lips as soon as he appeared in front of him. Of course I did, William replied. I'm a very hygienic person, you know. Amon arched an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he went straight to business and informed William about his next trial. Listen well, half-elf. Due to the manner of how you cleared the other trials, I decided to give you one last trial, Amon said. If you clear this trial, I will honor my words and lift the curse on Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies. At first, William thought that he just misheard Amon's words. But, after asking for confirmation, Astrid's twin brother had indeed said that this would be his final trial, and it made William very happy. No matter what it is, I will definitely accomplish it without fail. William patted his chest with confidence. Come at me, bro. Amon snorted. I sincerely hope that you will be able to pass this trial as well. I look forward to your performance. William quieted down and waited for Amon to finish his explanation. He was very curious about what the final trial would be. Naturally, he expected that this trial would be more difficult than the two trials that he had finished not long ago. There is a young lady who is staying in Hestia Academy that goes by the name Shannon, Amon said. What I want you to do is help her with her problem. William nodded his head. What is her problem? Well, you can go and ask her yourself. After you finish this last trial, you don't have to report to me. I will honor my word, and carry my end of our agreement. Amon waved his hand in a casual manner. No need to thank me. Like I said, this is our agreement. You may now go. William gave Amon a brief bow before leaving the temple. The Grand Marquis of Hell watched the half-elves retreating back with a mischievous smile on his lips. Good luck, William, Amon mused. You will need all the luck in the world in order to clear this quest. After his short chat with William, Amon went to the Temple of the Gods to see his sister. Astrid had taken a hands-off policy in regards to the red-headed teenager's trials, so Amon thought it would be a good idea to inform her about William's last quest. You really asked him that? Astrid inquired as she looked at her twin in disbelief. You tasked him to meet Shannon and help her solve her problems. Yes, Amon answered. I was supposed to give him a few more trials, but I'm afraid that he will be able to breeze through them in no time at all. Since that is the case, I should just let him face the last boss. Who knows, maybe he will surprise me. Astrid stared long and hard at Amon. Are you sure about this? Although I think that his chances for succeeding are slim, that boy is indeed capable. I thought he would not be able to clear the 51st floor of Babylon, but to our surprise, he really managed to do it. Are you sure you thought this through? Are you prepared for the possible result of this endeavor? Amon chuckled. If he passes then great. I will even be thankful to him if he manages to solve Shannon's problem. Astrid sighed as she drank her tea. Her twin had taken a gamble, and he was betting his chips on William's success. I guess this is his way of showing that he cares for her, Astrid thought. I just hope that my brother will not regret the decision he made today. After leaving the temple, William hurriedly went to find Chloe. She was Celeste's familiar, and knew a lot about Hestia Academy. The half-elf was hoping that he would be able to gain some information regarding the girl named Shannon, who seemed to be studying inside Hestia Academy. How do you know about Shannon? Chloe frowned. Not many knew about Shannon's existence. For William to know about this secret meant that he had been told the news by someone else. Chloe crossed her arms on her chest and eyed William with a critical gaze. She didn't understand how a closely guarded secret was known to someone who was not even enrolled at the academy. A god told me, William replied with a smile. Then listen, and listen well, Chloe said after thinking things through. She decided to tell William all the information she knew about Shannon, to prevent William from investigating on his own. If he was caught by one of the guards that were tasked to protect the white-haired girl from the academy, he might be subjected to a severe punishment that might also find its way to her, because she was William's sixth master. Shannon is a year older than you, and she has a very peculiar ability, Chloe whispered. Almost everyone who has laid their eyes on her has committed suicide. So, if you don't want to die, don't even try to find Shannon in the academy. This is for your own good, do you understand? William could only nod his head because Chloe was starting to get agitated. This was the first time that he had seen her act this way. Although he was confident in his strength, he wasn't omnipotent. The way Chloe was acting made him realize that there was more to Shannon than met the eye. For now, he just nodded his head in order to calm the little familiar, who was looking back at him with an anxious expression written on her face. Chapter 711. My offer is always available. 2 days had passed since William had talked to Amen in his temple. The half-elf had a meeting with Emperor Leonidas, and told him about his decision to leave the Crater Empire to go to Hestia Academy. Surprisingly, the Emperor didn't forbid him from doing so, and even insisted that he take Princess Sidoni and Chiffon along with him on his journey. William was quite happy with this development, because his 2 wives would be coming with him to the academy. Hestia Academy is the biggest learning institution in the central continent, Emperor Leonidas said. This is where the elites of the younger generation gather. My sons have all studied there at one point in time. Unfortunately, my grandchildren weren't able to do the same due to conflicts in familial interest. William knew better than to ask what this conflict was. Emperor Leonidas would soon step down from his throne, and his sons were all gunning to take his position. Because of the political struggle amongst the members of the royal family, the princes and princesses decided to stay in the capital to help their parents win the emperor's affection. Since you are already part of our family, you better do your best to stand out in Hestia Academy, Emperor Leonidas patted William's shoulder. You are very famous right now, but that won't stop a lot of people from wanting to know your true strength. Also, your wives are very beautiful. I'm sure that many young men will feel jealous of you, and this will cause them to make your life difficult in the academy. William smiled and didn't say anything else. He was more than happy to dump a ton of night soil on the faces of anyone who wished to cause harm to him and his wives. The half-elf was sure that after they saw him in action, they would be too disgusted to even look at his face. Emperor Leonidas had given him 2 flying carriages pulled by griffins to make the journey towards the testing area of the academy easier. Those who didn't want to, or didn't have the means take the back door, had to take an entrance exam. Just like the Helen Royal Academy, any student could enroll in it. However, they would need to pass a trial before the gates of the academy would open to them. The fun part about the trial was that it was open year-round. Anyone who wished to take the test could visit the island of Antilia. This island was managed by Jophiel, who was tasked with supervising all promising students who planned to enroll in Hestia Academy. You are not allowed to fail the entrance exam, Chloe said with a serious expression on her face. You are my disciple, so failing is not an option. If you fail, my reputation in the academy will take a hit. Sixth Master, is there an easier way to enroll in the academy without going through the trial? William inquired. Although he was confident that he would pass the test, he felt that it was too troublesome to start from scratch. Chloe nodded her head in acknowledgement. Of course there is. Do you think that some of those spoiled and arrogant nobles have what it takes to pass the trials? Naturally, there is an easy way to enter the academy, and that is by paying 2 million gold coins per person. That's it. William clapped his hands together. Wait here, I'll go ask Emperor Leonidas to give me a few million gold coins. William was about to go and see Emperor Leonidas to get the VIP ticket to the academy when a teasing voice reached his ears from behind. Clearly, the Emperor didn't plan mention this to him when they had their talk. There's no need to go and see grandfather, Princess Sidoni said with a smile. He has already given me 6 million gold coins, so Ian, Chiffon, and I can enter Hestia Academy through the back door. Why only 6 million? What about me? Grandfather said that you are already rich. He added that you should pay for your own education. You are already the owner of many floors in Babylon. Paying 2 million gold coins is something you can easily afford. William scratched his head because he couldn't refute her words. The only problem was that he didn't have any cash on hand. All of his money was handled by his grandfather. Knowing the old coot, the latter would fight him to the bitter end if William asked him to give him a few million for enrollment. There was also the issue with Zhu and Sha, since both of them had just arrived in the world of Hestia. Although they had raided a bandit headquarters, along with Sun Wukong to gain some funds, it was still lacking and didn't even amount to 500,000 gold coins. Lilith, who had, accidentally, walked in on their discussion, offered William an alternative. I can pay your enrollment fee," Lilith commented. "I can even pay the enrollment fees of your 2 friends. All you need to do is come with me to the Ares Empire, so I can withdraw some of your seed withdraw some gold coins from our treasury." William snorted and ignored Lilith's proposal. He was not a fool. The half-elf was aware that the moment he entered the Amazon Empire, he would only be able to come out after he was milked dry, and his hips dislocated from too much SNU. "No thanks," William replied. "I can handle this myself." "Okay, but if you change your mind, my offer is always available." Lilith leaned on the wall and gave William a teasing smile. William went to find Kenneth and told him what he was planning to do. The delicate-looking elf replied that this issue was already taken care of in their end. "Princess Aowen is scheduled to enroll at Hestia Academy in order to learn more about the world," Kenneth explained. The expedition in the southern continent opened up her eyes and it made her realize how big the world was. The royal family supports her decision because they believe that they can't stay cooped up in the Silvermoon continent forever. All of those that participated in the tournament, excluding me, were to become the princess's guardians during her stay in the academy. Their enrollment has already been paid for. William eyed his ex-roommate with a confused look on his face. "Then how about you? Why didn't they pay for your enrollment?" "There's no need to do that. I will take the test with you," Kenneth replied. He didn't want to tell William that his relationship with his family was very bad. They would not bother spending anything, let alone 2 million gold coins, just to let him study in the human world. "I see. Well, I think the trial won't be an issue. Although I don't know how strong you are, Sidoni told me that you came second place in the Tournament of Champions. Compared to your achievement, being a runner-up isn't something to be proud of." While the two of them were talking, Kenneth suddenly felt dizzy and unconsciously grabbed onto William to steady himself. The half-elf supported his body in concern because Kenneth's face had become extremely pale all of a sudden. "What's wrong?" William asked. His tone was laced with concern which secretly made Kenneth happy. In truth, Kenneth didn't know if William still thought of him as a real friend, and was merely being civil with him because he was Lady Arwen's disciple. "I'm fine," Kenneth replied as he took a step back from William. "This is a normal occurrence, so there's no need for concern. When are we going to leave?" William didn't pry any further because he could see that the silver-haired elf's face had regained its color. He told him that they would leave in 2 days and head towards the island of Antilia in order to take the test of Hestia Academy. After making sure that Kenneth was really fine, William set out in order to prepare for their journey. He was only one trial away from fulfilling his promise to Est, Ian, and Isaac, so he was looking forward to meeting Shannon in the academy. "I just hope that her problem isn't too hard to solve," William thought as he walked along the hallway of the palace. "Est, wait for me. I miss you." Chapter 712. A battle of unprecedented proportions was about to begin. Helen Kingdom. "Young master, what's wrong?" Isaac asked as he looked at Est with concern. Est shook his head as he picked up the book that had fallen on the floor. "Nothing. I just thought I heard William's voice." Elizabeth, Est's mother, smiled as she looked at her daughter with a knowing glance. This was not the first time that her daughter's thoughts had wandered when she was alone and had nothing to do. She knew that Est had wanted to travel with William to the Crater Empire, but King Noah had prevented her from doing so. After Prince Lionel had been executed, and Prince Rufus exiled from the kingdom, only Prince Ernest was left. King Noah had decided to raise him as the next ruler, and Est became his study partner. Since she was unable to accompany William to the central continent, Est tasked Ian to take her place and keep the half-elf safe. Although she knew that William had a legion of beasts to protect him, she was still worried about his safety. "Young master, my lady, we should be leaving for Lont soon," Isaac reminded Est and Elizabeth. They had been invited to celebrate Eve's 7th birthday. The nobles of the kingdom were doing their best to form a good relationship with the Ainsworth family, but James was aloof and ignored their advances. Only a select few, like Est, had managed to keep close ties with William's family, and this was largely due to the half-elf's influence. "Is everything prepared?" Elizabeth asked. Isaac nodded. "Yes, my lady. Sir Herman and Lady Nana have just finished preparing the carriage. We can leave anytime." Let's go, Elizabeth replied. Arriving early is also a good thing. This was not the first time that Elizabeth had visited Lant. Due to William's invitation, she would go there at least once a month to breathe some fresh air, and play with the adorable Eve, who was growing into a fine young lady. Elizabeth's health gradually became better thanks to her short vacations to the countryside. Usually, the trip from the capital to Lant would take 4 days, but after the war, James had built a teleportation gate in the center of his 3 territories, which were managed by his son, Mordred. Since then, the trade in the countryside had increased and several merchants had made the place more lively. Once they passed through the teleportation gate, it would only take half an hour to reach Lant when using a flying carriage. This was why Elizabeth could enjoy her short vacations in Lant, and not worry about the exhausting travel from the capital to the countryside. When they arrived, they saw several familiar faces as well. William's 2 knights, Dave and Conrad, were already there and having a lively conversation with Matthew, who had recently become a father to a beautiful baby girl. Leah was in the kitchen helping Helen with the celebration dishes that they were going to serve for Eve's birthday party. Grandma, a lively voice greeted Elizabeth as soon as she strolled towards the garden. Suddenly, a 7-year-old girl with long red hair ran towards her with a big smile on her face. Eve, Elizabeth hugged the treasure of the Ainsworth family and kissed both of her cheeks. Did you behave like a good girl while I was away? Good girl. Ariadne, Eve's mentor, walked towards the two, followed by 7 ducks and a white goose, who served as Eve's protectors. Just like always, no one could remember what she looked like. Only Eve was able to see through her ability, and not forget her appearance. Good day to you, Lady Elizabeth, Ariadne greeted. Est's mother looked up at the approaching oracle, and nodded her head in acknowledgement. Miss Ariadne, I pray that you have been well since our last meeting. Well enough to be able to catch that mischievous girl whenever she plays truant and does not attend my classes. Elizabeth giggled because she had already expected this answer. Eve was a free spirit and she would always do things depending on her mood. She had been raised with love and care, and although she was not really a spoiled child, everyone was willing to pamper her since she was loved by all. Everyone, lunch is ready, Helen said as she stepped into the garden to fetch Elizabeth, Eve, and Ariadne. Eve, come with me for a bit. I made a dress for this occasion. Eve bid Elizabeth and Ariadne goodbye as she followed Helen back to the house. Her dress was dirty because she had been out in the fields, playing with the ducks. If not for the fact that today was her birthday, she might have gone on an adventure, bringing the ducks and goose with her. Elizabeth sighed after Eve entered the house. Are you really going to take Eve to the central continent half a year from now? Elizabeth asked Ariadne, who was standing beside her. The oracle of the herd nodded her head. She has learned almost everything that she can learn here in Lant. We need to go on a pilgrimage to the central continent, so she can officially receive the blessing in the main temple of the gods. All the oracles that have come before her have done the same. It is only a matter of time before her powers are fully awakened. But, isn't it still too early? Elizabeth asked. She had just turned 7. Can't that pilgrimage wait until she's a bit older? Ariadne shook her head. The prophecy of the elves is reaching maturity, and soon, the Dark Prince will reveal himself. Eve needs to receive the blessing of her patron god, so she will be protected from the threat that will cover the entire world in darkness. If she misses this chance, it may never come again. So, although she is still young, it is imperative that we go to the central continent. Ariadne's tone was firm. She had seen things in her vision that she couldn't share with anyone. The reason she would wait half a year before journeying to the central continent was because King Minos would be sending his sons, Icarus and Daedalus, to accompany them on their journey. The 2 beasts were about to have a breakthrough in their strength and, according to King Minos, it would take them half a year to consolidate their powers. Although the white goose was strong, it was only at the peak of the millennial rank. Only a few could match it in the southern continent, but its strength would only be average in the central continent. In the place where the major powers of the world congregated, there were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons that lurked within its vast landscape. Only the power of myriad beasts would ensure Eve's safety, so Ariadne was willing to wait for the 2 minotaurs to upgrade their strength, so they could serve as Eve's bodyguards. I will miss her terribly, Elizabeth sighed for the 2nd time. Lant will never be the same without her. Ariadne shared Elizabeth's opinion, but she was someone who could see the bigger picture. Eve's fate wasn't tied to the southern continent because this stage was too small for her. Ariadne knew that the fleeting peace that they were experiencing right now would soon come to an end, and a battle of unprecedented proportions was about to begin. Chapter 713. Let's keep a lookout on the people who are going to die. After a week of travel, 3 flying carriages arrived at the island of Antilia. Lilith had a carriage all for herself, while Kenneth and Pearl shared another. As for William, he shared his flying carriage with his lovers, alongside his 6th master Chloe. Zhu and Shaw, who had stayed inside the Thousand Beast domain, were being given VIP treatment by Charmaine, and the rest of the elves in William's villa. The 2 demons had been very curious about the Dungeon of Atlantis, so they decided to explore it together. Chloe had told William everything she knew about the administrator of the island, Jophiel. As for the entrance exams, Chloe didn't know much about them because all of them were random. Although he doesn't get along with the majority of the professors in the academy, he is still the ideal person to manage the entrance exam because he is the fairest of all, Chloe said. He will not fail anyone as long as he sees their potential. This is also why he is called the gatekeeper of Hestia Academy. It is not bad to form a good relationship with him. William nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, 6th Master, this exam is a walk in the park for me. That's the spirit. Chloe placed her hands on her waist and eyed William with appreciation. Elliot and Conan were relaxing on the couch. They, too, thought that the exam would not pose any problems for them. After all that they had been through in the Dungeon of Atlantis, the 2 familiars had already perfected their teamwork with William. They were more than ready to face any kind of difficulty that the examiner would throw at them. For some reason, this exam takes me back to when I first enrolled at Helen Royal Academy, William said softly as he patted Chiffon's head. It has been many years since then, and to this day, I still haven't experienced the happy academy life I envisioned. Kekaki, indeed, you still haven't experienced a fulfilling academy life, Conan agreed. So many things have happened, and your youth passed by so quickly. The corner of William's lips twitched as he eyed the devil familiar who was eating some butter cookies. His words implied that William was no longer young, but in reality he was only 18 years old. The years he had lived on Earth didn't count. Well, we should do our best to enjoy this opportunity, Elliot said as he lazily leaned on the cushy pillow like a king. After all, this is the last academy arc of this series. Before William could ask Elliot what he meant that this was going to be their last academy arc, a knock was heard on the door of the carriage. Will, the administrator is starting to gather the examinees. We should head over as well. Kenneth's voice was not too loud, but it was more than enough for William to hear his voice. After telling Kenneth that he would be there shortly, the half-elf talked to Zhu and Shaw via telepathy, and told them that it was now time to leave the Thousand Beast domain. 5 minutes later, William, Zhu, Shaw, and Kenneth walked towards the open area where the introduction would be held. Only the examinees were allowed to enter the area, so Princess Sidoni, Ian, Chiffon, and Chloe could only wish him luck on the exam. The little fairy also told William that they would be waiting on the final island, where those who passed the exam would appear. Soon, a middle-aged man with short blonde hair and blue eyes stepped on a raised platform to address everyone that had come to take the Hestia Academy entrance exam. Good day to all of you. My name is Jophiel, and I will be your supervisor in the upcoming exam, Jophiel announced. There are more than 2,000 of you gathered here today, but only a few will be able to enter the academy grounds. Those who want to back out now, can still back out. After you sign the death waiver, there is no turning back. You only have one life. Do not throw it away just because you've dreamed about entering Hestia Academy. Jophiel scanned the surroundings, but all he saw were determined faces. The people that had gathered at Antilia Island knew that there was a chance of death during the trials. Although the academy had stepped up to prevent any casualties, there were still many young men and women who had died taking the exam, which had raised Jophiel's notoriety among the populace of the central continent. It's your funeral, Jophiel stated. However, he didn't try to dissuade them again. All he did was ask everyone to sign the death waiver before the start of the exam. Conan, you don't have to sign that death waiver, Elliot said as he scratched his head. As long as we don't use 100% of our power, we won't die even if we are killed. Kekaki, you don't understand Elliot, Conan replied as he signed a death waiver. Although we can't die, that doesn't mean that we can't follow the standard operating procedure of mortals. Isn't it more fun this way? The words of this dotted line are suspicious. It said that all items that we possess would be confiscated by the Academy on the condition that we died during the trial. Really, Elliot read the spot where Conan was pointing at and chuckled. Doesn't this mean that we can also confiscate the items of those who died? Oh, when you put it that way, it is indeed possible. Great, let's keep a lookout on the people who are going to die. Let's split the items 50-50. Kekaki. Sounds like a plan. Let's do it. Conan flapped its wings and waved the waiver in his hand. He then raised his voice so that he would be heard by everyone who were currently signing their death waivers. Everyone, do not worry. I, Conan, hereby swear that I will take responsibility for your possessions when you die, Conan declared. I won't allow the Academy to profit from your deaths. So, please, rest in peace. Elliot smacked his forehead when he heard his twin's declaration. My goodness, you shouldn't tell this to them face to face. Can't we just quietly safeguard their possessions once they kick the bucket? You sir over there, I just saw how you will die. Do you mind if I accompany you later during the trial? Everyone drew in deep breaths as they stared hatefully at the two familiars who were already eyeing their possessions even when they were still alive. The man that Elliot had called out earlier immediately tore his death waiver and left the premises. For some reason, he felt that the angelic familiar's cryptic announcement had unnerved him, so he decided to try again next year. William, Kenneth, Zhu, and Shaw walked away and pretended that they didn't know the two suicidal familiars who had earned the ire of everyone. Although William was confident in his strength, he didn't want to antagonize thousands of people. Miss Beautiful, it would be best if you don't take the exam, Elliot said as he flew over a pretty lady who seemed to be in her late teens. The thought of a monster eating you whole breaks my heart. Will I really die? The pretty girl asked with an anxious expression on his face. Elliot nodded. Yes, but if you want to survive, I am selling lucky charms. They can help you survive this calamity. They are very cheap, just 1 gold and a kiss on the lips, and your chances of dying will decrease drastically. Take note that the only refund I will give back is the kiss, the gold coin is non-refundable. Elliot's sweet talking and suaveness was quite effective, and the pretty lady bought 1 lucky charm and gave him a gold coin, and a kiss on the lips. After getting the lucky charm, the lady went away with a sense of security. Some of the participants felt that the familiar was just scamming them, but the thought of dying was something that they couldn't push away in their mind. A gold coin and a kiss was cheap compared to their lives, so more and more people were starting to get tempted by Elliot's proposal. Give me 1 lucky charm. A teenage boy who had freckles on his face approached Elliot. Elliot looked at him with a serious expression and shook his head. I only sell my lucky charm to girls. All of you guys can just roll over and die for all I care. Ah, Miss Beautiful with the pink dress, can I interest you in some lucky charms? Elliot flew in the direction of the girl wearing a pink dress and left the boy with an awkward look on his face. The young men who saw this scene cursed Elliot in their hearts, and vowed to target him during the exam. The angelic familiar didn't give a hoot about what they thought. He was not easy to kill, and even if they succeeded in doing so, William could summon him again after 24 hours. Quote. Your familiar sure is something, Kenneth said with a complicated expression. According to Lady Celeste, familiars were born with traits belonging to their master. So, you have this kind of side to you that I didn't know about. You might have misheard her, William replied with a face filled with righteousness. Do I look like a womanizing skirt chaser to you? I am like Conan, straightforward and honest. I don't have a hobby of picking up girls and asking for a kiss. Isn't that right, Conan? Yes, William isn't like that. Conan patted his chest like a trustworthy person. He just kisses women in his dreams, and makes love to them every night. He had been doing it for YMPPH. William hurriedly grabbed the whistle-blower and covered the devil's mouth tight. Conan kept on struggling in his grip, but William held him in a vice grip, preventing him from spilling his secrets. Kenneth looked at him weirdly, but didn't comment more about the matter. He just closed his eyes and waited for Jophiel to start the entrance exam. What William did with his lovers was none of his business. Half an hour later, all the waivers had been gathered. Jophiel gave William a long, hard stare after he received the half-elf's waiver and seeing the red-headed teenager's name on it. A minute later, he turned around and made an announcement. Everyone, follow me. We are going to the exam's location, Jophiel declared. No one could see his face, but a glint of something ominous passed his eyes for a brief moment. Looks like this year's exam is going to be interesting. I look forward to your performance, William Von Ainsworth. Chapter 714, Meeting an Old Friend. The forest floor seemed to be trembling as thousands of people ran at the same time. Jophiel, the lead examiner, ran in a carefree manner followed by the aspiring students of Hestia Academy. In the beginning, there were several people who wanted to show off their prowess and ran ahead of him. Jophiel didn't mind because he had already told everyone their destination. He said that those who were able to reach the northern tip of the island would be able to pass the first stage of the exam. The only condition was that they had to run towards it. Anyone who flew, used spells, artifacts, or rode beasts would automatically be disqualified. Those who ran ahead of Jophiel, and the rest of the examinees, felt very smug. They were confident in their physical prowess, and wanted to leave a good impression on the lead examiner. Unfortunately, they underestimated this simple marathon, and were soon panting for breath when they reached the quarter mark of their journey. Their running course was 1,181 miles long. Every quarter mark of their journey, their body weight would increase by 100%. Only the original 100% will increase and not the increment. This in itself was not a big deal, but there were wild beasts that would occasionally attack the runners using ranged attacks, especially if they were running solo. Although these beasts were not that powerful, the constant harassment made the already difficult run more difficult. In the end, these runners waited for the main group to arrive and ran alongside them. There was safety in numbers and they had learned it the hard way. William and his group were not normal individuals. They were all quite strong, so they paced themselves properly. They just followed behind Jophiel and kept the examiner in their sights. When the main group reached the halfway mark, the lead examiner increased his pace, which surprised the majority of the runners who were following behind him. There were several repeaters in the group, so they already knew that this was bound to happen. They had even given this course a name and they called it the beginner killing course. Most of the first-timers would drop at this stage, and all of them would start training for a few months, before going back to Antilia Island to take the examination again. These veterans ran at the rear of the group and allowed the first-timers to run ahead of them. In cycling, there is a trick called drafting. The lead cyclist would be the one pushing against the wind pressure and create a pocket of air behind him. The cyclist following him would suffer less air resistance, and match the lead cyclist's speed using less effort. If you use this technique, you will save a lot of energy. This was why a team of cyclists took turns in taking the lead position, so that others could rest behind them, allowing the group to have enough stamina to send their ace to reach the finish line in one mad sprint for victory. I guess that time we spent running in hell is finally paying off, Zhu said as he controlled his breathing. Shaw nodded his head as he saw another examinee fall behind the group. More and more people were falling behind, and some of them couldn't even run anymore due to exhaustion. They had been running for 4 hours, and they estimated that it would take them at least 10 to 15 more hours to reach their destination. "Are you okay?" William asked Kenneth, who was starting to lag behind. He could tell that something was wrong with the elf because there were instances when he would suddenly falter as he ran beside him. "I'm fine," Kenneth replied as he rubbed his temple. He was doing his best to stay awake, but the drowsiness he felt was getting stronger with every hour that passed. William frowned and he asked Zhu and Shaw to look after Kenneth for a while as he sped up to the lead to talk to Jophiel. There was a question he was meaning to ask, and he wondered if the lead examiner would allow such a thing. "Sir, excuse me," William said as he ran side by side with Jophiel. "There are several restrictions placed on this trial. However, there is no rule that states that you can't carry a person to the finish line." Jophiel glanced at William and nodded his head. There is indeed no rule that forbids anyone from carrying someone to the finish line. So, is it allowed? It is allowed. However, very few do it. The weight increase will still affect the person that is being carried. Meaning, the burden of the one carrying that person would also increase drastically as we near the finish line. "Thank you for answering my question." William gave Jophiel a brief nod before going back to his group. Jophiel gave William a sidelong glance before once again looking in front of him. He had witnessed many people do the same thing in the past. Among them, those that succeeded didn't surpass the number of fingers on his left hand. Whether William would be able to accomplish that feat, he would only know once the half-elf crossed the finish line. "I'll carry you," William said. "Don't worry, I'm confident that I can carry you all the way." After a brief internal struggle, Kenneth accepted William's offer. He was really at his limit, and the power of his divinity couldn't be denied. The half-elf carried Kenneth in a princess carry, and marveled on how light he was. Half a minute later, Kenneth closed his eyes to sleep. Those who held the power of sloth weren't really built for long marathons. The silver-haired elf had already gone above and beyond his capability. He was even surprised that he managed to last this long in an event that required constant physical activity. The hours passed, and only a few hundred were still following behind Jophiel. The sun had already set, and the surroundings were quite dark. If not for the fact that Elliot used his powers to create several balls of light to illuminate the way, some of the survivors might have already tripped on the ground due to how dark it was. William had no problem seeing in the dark because he was a half-elf, and was blessed with dark vision. William estimated that they were almost at the last quarter of their journey. However, something unexpected happened. Just as they made a turn in the path, Jophiel suddenly disappeared. He literally vanished in front of everyone, and even William didn't know how the lead examiner accomplished such a thing, right under his nose. Suddenly, a loud howling sound was heard in the distance. William assumed that it came from a wolf, because the howl was quite distinct. As if to answer the call, hundreds of howls erupted out of nowhere, and it made the survivors frown. All of them were quite proficient in fighting, so they weren't afraid of a battle against wolves. However, their confidence collapsed when they heard an earth-shaking howl that held considerable power behind it. Only William, Elliot, Conan, Zoo, and Shaw were not fazed by this powerful presence who seemed to be the alpha of the wolf pack. Optimus had already identified the source of the howl, and had shown the information to William in his status page. When the half-elf saw the name of the millennial beast, a smile appeared on his face, as if he was meeting an old friend. It was none other than a thunder-horned wolf, a millennial beast that was at its peak stage, and the same beast that William had killed back in Lant, alongside Ella when the wolf tide descended upon the Helen Kingdom. For the examinees, this was a creature that was out of their league. Jophiel looked with indifference at the thousands of dire wolves that were charging towards the examinees' direction. This was not included in the trial, but the wolf pack suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If William wasn't in the group, Jophiel would have faced this wolf army alone to protect everyone. However, since William was already there, he decided to just watch as the battle unfolded. He wanted to know the abilities of the person that had gained so much fame after his achievement in the Tower of Babylon. This was also in alignment with the order of the headmaster of Hestia Academy. As the person that was in charge of the entrance exams, Jophiel was given full authorization to gauge William's current strength. Just like everyone else, he was very curious about William's combat ability. If he managed to pass this trial with flying colors, the Academy would definitely welcome him with open arms. They were always in the lookout for promising individuals that would help safeguard the world of Hestia in its entirety. Chapter 715, My Words Are Law, Part 1. Screams erupted in the forest as the examinees found themselves face to face with thousands of dire wolves, and their leader, the thunder-horned wolf. None of the teenagers were weak. Even though they were completely outnumbered, they had the ability to overcome the ferocious dire wolves that were eyeing them with greed. The only problem was that none of them were strong enough to fight against a millennial beast at its peak stage. If it was only a centennial beast, they could probably beat it. But a millennial beast was too much for these examinees, and the mere sight of it unnerved them. "You can put me down now," Kenneth said as he opened his eyes. He awoke because he felt something that could potentially threaten his life. After looking at the beast army in front of him, Kenneth knew that William was enough to easily defeat all of the direwolves, including their leader, even if he fought alone. Okay. William nodded his head. Just as soon as Kenneth's feet touched the ground, the thunder-horned wolf roared and the thousands of dire wolves attacked en masse. William didn't care too much about the dire wolves because he believed that the examinees were strong enough to handle them. However, he still gave an order to Elliot and Conan to keep the teenagers from getting killed by the wolf army. "Do you need help?" Zoo asked. William shook his head. "I am more than enough to play with this thing." "Okay, we'll just look after the others," Zoo commented. Just like William, he wasn't worried about a mere millennial beast. He was not aware that the thunder-horned wolf's last resort was strong enough to wipe out an entire capital of a kingdom when push came to shove. The thunder-horned wolf's final attack, Storm Annihilation, was as powerful as a full-powered attack by a myriad beast. Among all the millennial beasts, only this particular wolf was capable of doing that. Only those with complete confidence in their abilities would actively provoke this sinister beast, who was notorious for mass destruction. William flew towards the thunder-horned wolf to prevent it from joining the fray and hurting everyone. The two forces clashed and the battlefield became extremely chaotic. Howls, grunts, shouts, roars, and screams reverberated in the air as the examinees fought with everything they had. The pretty girl who bought Elliot's charm was hit by an air blast from an alpha wolf, and her body slammed to a tree. She had been seriously injured. Her face became instantly pale when she saw the 2-meter wolf charging in her direction. The examinees who were fighting near her were too busy, fending off other dire wolves, so no one was able to give her any support. Just as the wolf lunged at the girl to bite her head off, a lightning bolt hit its face, and sent it flying a few meters back. "Miss Beautiful, worry not, for I, Elliot, am here to save you," Elliot said as he floated between the wolf and the pretty girl. Lightning sparked around his body and a powerful wave of energy erupted from his fingertip. Chain lightning, a lightning bolt that was as thick as an electric pole, obliterated the alpha wolf, turning its body into a piece of charcoal. However, it didn't end there. Just as the name suggested, the lightning passed through the other wolves that were near its location. The pretty girl's mouth hung open as she looked at the unbelievable scene in front of her. She never expected the little familiar, whom she bought her lucky charm from, to easily kill the alpha wolf that almost ended her life. "All those who bought lucky charms from me are under my protection," Elliot said as he flicked his hair in arrogance. "Girls, stand behind me. I'll deal with these small fries. As long as I, Elliot, am around, I will not let them touch even a strand of your precious hairs." Elliot fired a barrage of lightning bolts at the dire wolves that had panicked after one of their leaders had died. The alpha wolf was a rank C beast, and the other dire wolves were rank D. For Elliot and Conan, who had faced stronger opponents in the Dungeon of Atlantis, this battle was a walk in the park and carried no suspense. Shield bash. Conan summoned a shield and slammed it into a dire wolf who had escaped Elliot's powerful attacks. Just as he was about to look for another target, he heard a call of help coming from a teenage boy who was being assaulted by 6 dire wolves. "Help!" The teenage boy screamed in desperation as the wolves tried to attack him in every direction. He could handle 2 wolves at a time, but 6 wolves was something way beyond his abilities. Just as he was about to be attacked from his blind spot, a round shield flew in the air and smashed the head of the wolf who used a sneak attack on the boy. It then flew towards the other wolves, hitting them all in the head, and giving them serious concussions. Shield boomerang. Conan summoned more shields and hurled them in different directions. Although he specialized in defense, the Devil Familiar had learned 2 offensive skills after William had reached the max level of the Familiomancer class. Although its damage was not as powerful as Elliot's lightning bolts, Conan's attack skills were strong enough to deal with weaker beasts that were rank C and below. Zu casually swiped his 9-toothed rake at the dire wolves that had targeted him, and ended their lives in a heartbeat. Shaw, on the other hand, was already holding a gourd in his hand. Sand flowed from it and became deadly weapons that ended the life of all the dire wolves that were unlucky enough to be within 20 meters around him. Jophiel nodded his head in appreciation because he wasn't expecting William's group to be very strong. As one of the adamantium-ranked warriors in the academy, he could tell that the dire wolves posed no threat to them whatsoever. Kenneth stood still and held a short sword in his hand. He didn't actively participate in the battle, and only attacked the wolves that had chosen to attack him. As the runner-up of the Tournament of Champions, mere dire wolves were not enough to faze him. If William wasn't busy dealing with the Millennial Wolf, he would definitely say that Kenneth was currently in energy-saving mode. The moment Shaw and Zu joined Elliot and Conan in protecting the examinees, the dire wolves' ferocious charge was put to a complete stop. If they didn't die from Elliot's lightning bolts, they would find themselves coming face to face with a shield that would knock them unconscious. If they survived those 2 attacks, they would have their bodies torn apart by Ju's 9-toothed rake. If ever they were truly lucky, and survived this 3-layered attack that protected the students, they would find themselves encased in sand and have their bodies squeezed until they burst apart. The examinees looked at their 4 saviors with respect and admiration. They believed that if Elliot, Conan, Zu, and Shaw were not present, all of them would have died in the first stage of the entrance exam. The 5-meter wolf crashed on the ground with a bloody nose, after receiving a powerful kick from William. William had equipped his Zen Master Job class, and pummeled the thunder-horned wolf's face with punches and kicks that made it realize that the red-headed boy was way stronger than it expected. After being beaten black and blue without having the ability to fight back, the leader of the wolf pack gave a loud howl before running away in defeat. The remaining dire wolves also turned tail and ran after their leader. They thought that they were dealing with easy prey, so the thunder-horned wolf ordered the attack. They didn't expect that they were about to kick a steel plate, and would suffer terribly from it. That's it. William blinked in disbelief as he watched the thunder-horned wolf and its lackeys run for their lives. The half-elf scratched his head in disappointment. He was waiting for the big boss to launch the storm of annihilation so that he could deliver the coup de grace on its bum, and make it regret it was ever born. Chapter 716. My Words Are Law, Part 2. The thunder-horned wolf was still in the prime of its life and didn't have the intention of using its ultimate move. Even if it survived its suicidal attack, it would be greatly weakened and would become the prey of the other strong beasts on the island of Antilia. It would not allow itself to become the prey of others, so it decided to retreat instead of continuing a losing battle against the half-elf, whose evil smile made it clench its chrysanthemum subconsciously. After the battle ended, everyone tended to their injuries. Elliot was holding a rejuvenating balm in his hand, and busied himself in administering first aid to the ladies. Instead of asking for gold coins, he only asked for kisses, which made the boys draw deep breaths in jealousy. A few minutes later, Jophiel reappeared and clapped his hands to give applause to the survivors. There had been no casualties, due to everyone's efforts, and this was enough to gain his approval. With the power vested upon me by the Academy, I hereby declare that all of you who stayed to fight, passed the first stage of the exam, Jophiel said. He then used a magic spell to magnify the power of voice and shouted to those that had chosen to escape and save their own lives during the battle. Those who RQN away will be disqualified from taking the exam. The Academy has no need for people who would abandon others in the face of danger. Teaching them would just be a waste of time and resources. When the deserters heard this, they immediately regretted their decision. They then returned to the group and argued with Jophiel that they had no obligation to fight a losing battle. Also, they pointed out that they didn't have strong ties with the others who were also participating in the exam. Since they were strangers, they had no reason to endanger their lives for the sake of others. All of your reasons are justified, Jophiel replied to the group of deserters. But, since I am the chief examiner, my words are law. If I say you failed, then you failed. Of course, if you feel that I am in the wrong, feel free to fight me. Those who win will no longer have to participate in the next set of exams, and will be directly enrolled in the Academy. Jophiel crossed his arms. I am giving you deserters a one-way ticket into the Academy. All you need to do is beat me. So, who wants to try first? No, scratch that. All of you come to fight me at the same time. If I can't even win against a bunch of cowards, I will immediately resign from my position. You are abusing your authority. Don't think that we are afraid to fight you. One of the deserters said in anger. That's right, if you want to fight then let's fight. We're not afraid of you. Who's scared of who? Just don't whine that we bullied you, Mr. Examiner. Everyone, let us all fight together. We are being treated unfairly. Let us prove that we are not cowards. More than 70 people encircled Jophiel and summoned their weapons. They believed that with their numbers, they would be able to defeat a single individual. Jophiel was not a saint. Although he was strong, the group of deserters believed that they had a chance of winning against him. Jophiel just smiled and made the "come and get me" gesture to the aggrieved examinees. William's earlier battle made his blood boil, and this was the perfect opportunity to vent out his pent-up adrenaline. The examiner had long accepted that he couldn't do anything about the rich and influential people from using the back door by buying their way into the Academy. This was why he had high standards for people that were trying to enroll normally. What he hated the most were cowards, so he would not bat an eye when it came to disqualifying those whom he deemed unworthy to enter the Academy gates. 15 minutes later, all the deserters were lying on the ground and groaning in pain. Send the rescue team, Jophiel said through a communication crystal. The first stage is over. Out of almost 3,000 examinees, only 123 remain. Understood, a woman's voice replied. Where will you take those who passed the first test? Jophiel didn't reply right away and seemed to be making a big decision on the spot. A minute later, he opened his mouth and told his superior about his decision. I intend to divide them into 2 groups, Jophiel reported. The power levels of the one named William and his group far exceed those of his peers. It would be unfair to bring them onto the same stage, so I decided to ask my subordinate to watch over the first group, while I personally monitor William's group. The tapping sound of a finger hitting a table could be heard on the other end of the communication crystal. Clearly, Jophiel's superior was weighing the pros and cons of this sudden change of plans. Very well, I approve of your decision, the woman said. Report to me if anything out of the ordinary happens. Celeste is already aware that William is taking the entrance exam. She is now heading towards your location. At most, it will take her a day or two to arrive. Understood. Thank you for the clearance. You're welcome. I look forward to your next report. Jophiel closed the connection and wrote something in the small notebook in his hand. Excels in hand-to-hand combat, Jophiel said softly as he wrote in his notebook. Able to easily fight against a thunder-horned wolf without using any magic power. Based on the technique he used, he is either a brawler, a monk or a martial artist that had designed his own fighting style. He has two familiars. One specializes in pure offense, and wields the power of lighting. The other familiar, on the other hand, specializes in defense, but is also able to use offensive attacks using shields. Although the offensive damage of these attacks isn't lethal, it is strong enough to deal medium damage to ranked sea beasts and below. After writing his initial thoughts about William and his two familiars, Jophiel returned the small notebook inside his storage ring. He then crossed his arms to wait for the support team to arrive. It is part of their procedure to pick up the stragglers, and take those that had been disqualified back to their main camp, before proceeding to the next stage of the entrance exam. The entrance exam only had two stages. The first one was the trial of endurance, and the next one is the trial of strength. William had already shown Jophiel that he was able to contend against millennial beasts, so he had prepared a special test just for him and his group. The island next to the Antilia Island was home to a troublesome race that was starting to pose a serious threat to the local population. Jophiel was planning to send William and his group to this location and order them to help the locals deal with the threat that was looming over their heads. Chapter 717, When Lust and Chastity Collide. A day after the first trial had ended, William and the rest of the examinees were taken to a seaport for their next exam. These two ships will take you to the examination grounds, Jophiel explained. The red ship on my left will take you to the normal exam area. Once you pass this exam, you will gain the opportunity to become a student of Hestia Academy. The black ship on my right is a ship that will take you the special exam. The difficulty of the exam in that area is very hard. Take note that there is no special reward for passing this trial. Just like the normal trial, those who will pass this exam will have the opportunity to become a student of the academy. The examinees began to murmur among themselves. They didn't understand why there had to be two ships instead of one. Some of them had taken the test several times, and this was the first time that they saw the black ship in the seaport. Naturally, Jophiel could understand their confusion, so he decided to stop beating around the bush and start his plan. You, the young man with red hair and a stupid expression on his face. Step forward, Jophiel said as he pointed in William's direction. William looked behind. He was very curious who the red-haired person was, and wanted to see the stupid expression on his face. After checking the hair color of everyone, William realized that there wasn't anyone with red hair among them. The corner of Kenneth's lips raised slightly as he eyed the confused half-elf who was still looking for the person that Jophiel was pointing at. No need to look behind you, Jophiel said after clearing his throat. Your name is William, right? If yes, step forward. William glanced at Jophiel in disbelief. Are you referring to me? Of course. Jophiel nodded. Do you see any other person among your peers who has red hair and a stupid expression on his face? Clearly, I was talking to you. William crossed his arms over his chest and refused to budge. He refused to acknowledge that he had a stupid expression on his face. With all due respect, sir. How can someone as handsome as me look stupid in your eyes? William questioned. I think it is about time that you visit an eye specialist. It is best to handle this kind of problem during its early stages, then let it become worse over the passing of time. Also, I plan to take the red ship instead of the black one. Step forward or I will fail you. If you question my orders again, you will be banned from entering the academy and will not be allowed to step through its gates, even if you resort to paying the 2 million gold fee. William snorted and reluctantly stepped forward. Although he was unwilling, he knew that having a falling out with Jophiel at this point in time was not a good thing. You will take a separate test from the others, Jophiel declared. Of course, if any of you want to join him, feel free to do so. Just know that the chances of you losing your life are higher compared to the normal exam. Kenneth stepped forward and stood beside William. Zhu and Shaw did the same. They were there to accompany William, so they would naturally stick with him as he took the special trial that Jophiel had prepared for him. None of the other examinees stepped forward. They recognized William's group, and somehow understood what the head examiner was trying to do. Even though they didn't want to admit it, they understood that William and his companions were way above their league. The battle against the thunder-horned wolf and the dire wolves was the best proof of their outstanding battle prowess. After waiting for a few minutes, Jophiel deemed that no one else was bold enough to join William's group. He then raised his hand and asked the remaining examinees to board the red ship, so that they could sail towards their destination. After all the examinees had boarded the ship, he then looked at William's group with an indifferent expression. "All of you are coming with me," Jophiel ordered. "Let's board the black ship." He didn't wait for anyone's reply and walked towards the ship. William sighed as he followed behind Jophiel. The half-elf had a feeling that this special exam of his would be a pain in the bum. After the two ships departed, Celeste finally arrived on the island of Antilia. As a professor, she had the privilege of monitoring the examinees who planned to enroll at the academy. The beautiful elf met Chloe, Princess Sidonie, Ian, and Chiffon on the final island. This was the place where those who passed the two exams would gather. There were other professors on the island as well. Their purpose was to look for promising individuals to join their faction. Princess Sidonie, Ian, and Chiffon had been scouted by these professors beforehand. The beautiful princess of Frisia had warned Ian and Chiffon that they shouldn't outright reject the offers of the professors, so that they wouldn't take offense. The excuse that they had given to those who invited them into their factions was that they wanted to see what the academy had to offer before they made a decision. The professors accepted this reason, and didn't try to push the issue. They only said that the girls could approach them once they had settled in the academy. Also, Chloe's presence was more than enough to intimidate these recruiters. The little fairy was infamous for its notoriety inside the academy. Only those that hid under a rock, inside Hestia Academy, wouldn't know who Chloe was. You either liked her, or hated her. There was no middle ground when it came to the little fairy, who liked to speak to others by using her fists. "It's good to see you again, Chiffon," Celeste said with a smile. Chiffon briefly nodded her head, but didn't say anything else. The pink-haired girl had kept her distance from the beautiful elf. Although she didn't dislike Celeste anymore, that didn't mean that she planned to have a close relationship with her. While Chiffon kept Celeste at arm's length, her relationship with Chloe was good. The little glutton and the little familiar often ate pancakes together for breakfast. Due to Chloe's straightforward personality, it was very easy for Chiffon to get along with her. Princess Sidonie, on the other hand, looked at Celeste with great interest. Both women were very beautiful. The princess was the epitome of youthful beauty, while the elf's beauty had a sense of maturity in it. She noticed that Celine and Celeste looked like they were in their early 20s, and were blessed with the good looks of the elven race. One represented lust, the other chastity. However, her divinity reacted at the presence of her counterpart's divinity, and soon a subtle clash of power ensued between the two. One actively sought out otherworldly pleasures, the other kept her innocence intact. There had been many cases in history when the maidens of these two divinities would often clash against each other. This was a common occurrence when lust and chastity collided. Princess Sidonie and Celeste kept a tight leash on their divinities, and prevented them from causing chaos in their surroundings. Although the 7 deadly sins and 7 virtues were the opposite of each other, that didn't mean that they were enemies. Conflicts may arise every now and then, but this was only natural among those who held such great powers. However, unlike the 7 sins who sometimes went out of their way to antagonize each other, the 7 virtues were always united. They would never harm each other, and would even offer their support, if one of their members needed assistance. This was also why the Holy Order of Light was founded. This was the main difference among the chosen maidens that carried the power of sins and virtues. "I've heard many things about you, Celeste," Princess Sidonie said as she extended her hand for a handshake. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in the flesh." "Likewise, I have long wanted to meet you, Princess Sidonie. It seems that your beauty matches the power of your divinity." Celeste took Princess Sidonie's hand and shook it twice before letting go. "Are you here for my husband?" "Husband?" Princess Sidonie smiled sweetly as she placed her hand behind her back. "Yes, William and I got married a few weeks ago. Feel free to write a letter to your sister and inform her about this matter." "I will do that," Celeste replied. She did her best to retain the calm expression on her face, while deep inside, she was cursing William for being a womanizer. As the virtue of chastity, she was not a fan of a man who took more than one wife. Celeste was still on the fence about William, but her sister had already given her maidenhood to the half-elf, to test whether he was the Prince of Darkness or not. So far, the results were negative, and because of this, Celine was willing to give William the benefit of the doubt. The Maiden of Chastity just found it hard to stomach that the half-elf had married 2 of the 7 sins, while her sister was in the demonic continent looking for her master. Sister, the man you chose is scum, Celeste sighed inside her heart. The way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised if he continued his streak and married more women. I better correct this attitude of his when he is in the academy. I will not allow my sister to be tied up with a womanizer. For the sake of her sister's happiness, she would do her best to teach William that being a skirt chaser was a very deplorable profession. Chapter 718, Stanescream Stronghold's Class S Mission. The black ship traveled for a full day before docking into a port. During the journey, William just slept because he hadn't gotten a good rest since he left the Crater Empire. After Malachi had parted ways with him, the half-elf busied himself in upgrading his job classes to their maximum level limit. So far, the only job class that had met the full requirement of the Jack of all trades was the Ice Sovereign. This was William's first job class that had reached its max level, and right now, he was focusing on the Elemental Lord's final class, which was the Elemental Archon. Although his Aenarion job class was powerful, William wasn't too keen on using it unless he had to. He was afraid that after he had lost all of the memories of his life on Earth, the next memories he would lose would be his memories of Asgard. When those, too, were gone, would he lose the memories that he currently had in this world? William didn't even want to think of such a thing. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. As William walked behind Jophiel, he eyed the people that lived in the outpost. The adults seemed to be on edge, but when they saw Jophiel, they all greeted him with respect. The half-elf also noticed that there was also relief in their faces. It was as if Jophiel's presence was enough to make them feel safe and secure. Chloe had told William many things about the Hestia Academy, and this information had greatly piqued William's curiosity. According to his 6th master, Hestia Academy was no ordinary academy. It was a territory that encompassed vast swaths of lands and, when you combine all of these lands together, it was more than enough to found a kingdom. For such an academy to flourish, it only meant one thing. It had a very powerful backing. None of the empires, kingdoms, or other influential factions dared to set their eyes on the academy's territory. It was a neutral power that everyone wanted to be on good terms with. This was why most of the royal heirs, and high-ranking nobles in the central continent, enrolled in the academy to form powerful connections with people in high places. Such connections would definitely prove to be helpful in the future when they graduated and succeeded their parents' positions. Jophiel took them to the outpost town known as Stanescream Stronghold. This was the town that had been built on this island, which was under the government of the Academy of Hestia. This outpost had less than 10,000 people, and most of them were refugees who belonged to the various ethnicities of the central continent. With no place to go, these people traveled all the way to the free city of Rhea, where most outcasts and refugees gathered. Sir Jophiel, our hunters had reported increased activity coming from the direction of the colony, the commander of the outpost reported. Although he was the commander of Stanescream Stronghold, he was very polite and respectful when talking to Jophiel, which showed how important the head examiner was in Hestia Academy. Did they attack any of the hunters? Jophiel inquired. Did they try to come near the outpost? The commander nodded his head and his face became very serious. Our hunters have experienced harassment. Although no one on our side received any lethal injuries from these conflicts, they did suffer minor injuries. There are also sightings of their scouts observing our outpost from the edges of the forest. Perhaps, they are observing our defenses, and looking for any kind of weakness that they may exploit. Jophiel nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry, these people behind me have come to help. Send all the information you have about our neighbors to our quarters. We will discuss how to best solve the current problem, without resorting to full-blown hostilities. That is for the best, the outpost commander replied with a strained smile. We are completely outnumbered, and war is the last thing we want to happen. Jophiel asked some casual questions about the outpost's current condition, before taking William and the rest to the quarters that were meant for the envoys of Hestia Academy. As soon as they arrived at their destination, Jophiel gave them a brief summary of the problem that was currently plaguing Stanescream Stronghold, inside a conference room. Our academy helps to relocate people that have nowhere to go, Jophiel explained. This island is one of the locations where we plan to build a flourishing city that would cater to the refugees, outcasts, and other wandering nomads that have no place to settle. Unfortunately, this island has unique inhabitants that makes our expansion very slow. William crossed his arms over his chest as he listened to Jophiel's explanation. Although the head examiner used the word expansion, the half-elf immediately understood the gist of the problem. "Sir, are you planning to colonize this island?" William inquired after Jophiel finished his vague explanation. Jophiel eyed the red-headed teenager before shaking his head. "You got it wrong. There are no people on this island. When the explorer team of the Academy visited these lands, they had confirmed that there were no humanoid creatures, in any form that inhabited this land. And this information held true until recently." The head examiner placed a crystal in the middle of the table and a projection appeared in front of everyone. A foreign race had become stranded in this land, and their numbers have increased drastically as the years have passed, Jophiel stated as the projection showed the appearance of the problem that they had to face. At first, these foreign guests posed no threat to the outpost. You could even say that we were not aware of their existence until something unexpected happened. Jophiel tapped the crystal twice and a new image appeared in front of everyone. These creatures have a terrifying ability that allows them to evolve and, if not solved immediately, could pose a threat, not only to the people in the outpost, but to the entire world as well. We are afraid that if they were to find a means to leave this island, then a calamity might befall upon the entire world. Gentlemen, the Academy considers this incident a Class S mission. If you are able to find a way to help solve this problem, you will not only pass this exam, but you will also be greatly rewarded by the Academy. Do any of you have any questions? William had a complicated look on his face as he looked at the creatures that were in the projection. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the Class S mission that the Academy had presented to him. If it had been other people who were sent to the island, he believed that they would have a problem dealing with the evolving creatures. But, for William, this wasn't a big deal. Since that was the case, he asked Jophiel the only question that he had in mind. "What are they called?" William asked. Jophiel cleared his throat before answering William's question. "They are called Requiem ants, a race that is said to have come from one of the forbidden lands of the central continent, the Eternal Evergarden." Chapter 719. It's time to say hello to our future friends. William read the information about the Requiem ants and scratched his head. He was currently inside his own room with Elliot and Conan, and reading the data that was given to them by the commander of the outpost. According to the data, the ants had slowly evolved over the years. After bringing back the bodies of small dead animals to their nest, their queen had given birth to ants that possessed similar abilities to the creatures that it had consumed. Every generation of the ants not only became bigger, but stronger as well. According to the report, the ants had managed to salvage the body of a ranky beast that had died of old age, near their nest. That was the trigger that had allowed the next generation of ants to evolve into beasts that could destroy the ecosystem of the island. Although ranky beasts were in the lowest power ranking, this power classification could be ignored if there were enough of them to overcome a strong enemy through numbers. According to the data that William received, a ranky beast would give the Requiem ant's queen the ability to produce 3 ranky ants, with that beast's characteristics. These 3 rankies hunted other rankies until their numbers increased. Then, when they numbered in the hundreds, they started hunting rank D beasts. They evolved at an alarming rate, and none of the human hunters dared to hunt alone. A month ago, the hunters spotted a handful of Requiem ants who had the strength of rank B beasts, hunting other rank B beasts in the island. They believed that there could be more that were hunting on the parts of the island that they hadn't explored yet. This discovery prompted the top brass of the Academy to start putting together an evacuation plan that would take the villagers off of the island. This was also why they had sent Jophiel and a few other adamantium ranks to Steneskrim's stronghold to prevent any kind of invasion from the race that was starting to flip the balance of power on the island. "Kasaganaga will have a field day if you set him loose on the island," Elliot said as he read one of the documents that had been spread out on William's table. "Right now, the strongest fighting force they have are rank B beasts that could possibly number in the hundreds," Conan commented as he sat on William's shoulder. "Will this be enough to prompt our rainbow-colored deity to make a move? Maybe Kasaganaga will think that it is far beneath it to dine on low-class creatures." William rested his chin on the back of his clasped hands and stared into space. "Elliot, Conan, don't you think that this whole Requiem ants business is fishy?" William asked. Elliot tilted his head in confusion. "Fishy? What do you mean fishy? Conan, who was seated on William's shoulder, chuckled as he realized what William was thinking. I see, there is this angle as well, Conan nodded in approval. They really know how to take advantage of the situation. Elliot looked at William and Conan with a frown. He didn't understand what was strange about the current situation. Seeing that his twin was still clueless about the situation, Conan decided to speak out, and explain the strangeness of the circumstances that surround the Thread Requiem ants. If the Academy really wanted to exterminate the ants, they could easily do it by sending adamantium-ranked warriors, headed by a saint or two, Conan said with a smirk. Hestia Academy is a powerhouse in the central continent. Do you really think that it will be hard for them to nip this thread in the bud? Since they didn't do it, it could only mean one thing. They have other plans regarding the further evolution of these ants. Tisk tisk, their appetite is quite big. William nodded his head in agreement. Perhaps, the Academy wanted to evacuate the people in the outpost in order to turn this island into a breeding ground for the Requiem ants. Frankly, I would not be surprised if the Academy started feeding them millennial beasts in order to produce millennial ants that could become their super soldiers, which would then serve as troops for the Academy. Conan snorted. The only thing they needed to do is to make a soul contract with the Ant Queen, and make her brood obey their every command. With such a convenient pawn at their disposal, they could easily build a military power that wouldn't lose to the empires in the central continent. William sighed. His lover, Princess Sidoni, had made a contract with the Myriad Ant Queen, and was in command of millions of ants. The Myriad Queen had the ability to give birth to millennial ants, but she couldn't do it willy-nilly. At most, the Queen could give birth to one millennial ant a month, but that was already a fearsome ability. If the Requiem Ants Queen could give birth to dozens of millennial ants in a week, wouldn't that simply become overkill? Elliot finally realized the crux of the matter and frowned. He then rubbed his chin as he pondered the reason why Jophiel had sent William to the outpost. So, this S-class mission is fake? Elliot asked after organizing his thoughts. He couldn't come up with a proper explanation to what Jophiel was thinking. William and Conan exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. This S-class mission is real, William sneered. They just think that an ordinary examinee will not be able to handle this situation. I think Jophiel just wanted us to hunt some of these rank B ants in order to cull their numbers. This will be enough for us to pass the exam. Conan laughed because he already understood what William was thinking. The devil familiar felt sorry for the Hestia Academy because they were not aware of his master's capabilities. Sending him to the island was something that they never should have done. Elliot's eyes widened in surprise when he also realized what William and Conan had in mind. If his hunch was correct, then this whole incident would bring them an unexpected opportunity. My goodness, don't tell me. Elliot's body shuddered in excitement. You're planning to do that? William gave Elliot an angelic smile. A smile that looked so innocent on the surface, but was as black as James's heart underneath. Let's go, William said as he stood up to leave the room in a good mood. It's time to take a look at these ants and see what they are capable of. Chapter 720. I promise I won't eat more, maybe. The evacuation will start in 2 days' time, a middle-aged man whose hair was all white said as he looked at Jophiel's projection. We have already sent the ships and they will be arriving at the designated time. I expect that you will be able to flawlessly handle this matter, Jophiel. You can count on me, Headmaster, Jophiel replied. It will be done as you envisioned. The headmaster of Hestia Academy nodded his head. How is that boy, William? According to your report, you, him, and his companions arrived on Antilia Island 4 hours ago. Did you already mention the S-class mission to him? Jophiel nodded. I think that he will start moving when morning comes. For now, he and his companions are resting in their quarters. Pass him after he had eliminated a few of the ants, the headmaster ordered. He has already proven himself worthy after clearing the 51st floor of the Tower of Babylon. What we are doing is simply formalities. As you command, Headmaster, Jophiel bowed. Report to me if anything happens. Make sure to keep an eye out on the boy. We don't want him to accidentally die on the island. Him dying on this piece of land would be a great loss for humanity. Worry not, I will ensure that he arrives at the academy safely. While Jophiel and the headmaster of the academy were chatting with each other, William and his companions had snuck out of the outpost and infiltrated the forest, headed towards the nest of the Requiem ants. I've heard about these ants before, Kenneth said as he ran beside William. The elders had captured a queen from the everlasting Evergarden and decided to raise it in one of their territories. However, They had underestimated the ants' capacity to evolve, and a catastrophe of unprecedented proportions broke out in their clan's ancestral grounds. Their plan was to make the ants' queen a beast companion of one of the elders, but she refused and resisted any kind of spiritual binding. After suffering hardships, the queen retaliated and ordered her army to raze everything in their path. Tens of thousands of centennial and millennial ants started to attack the elven clans. It was similar to a beast tide, but each ant was a powerhouse with the weakest at the level of a centennial rank. It was simply too much for anyone to resist. Fortunately, the Guardians and Lord Sephirin intervened. The ants had all been wiped out, and the king decreed that such experiments shouldn't be done ever again. I'm sure that the same thing will happen here if the humans think that they can control the ants who hail from one of the forbidden grounds of the central continent. William was dumbfounded by Kenneth's explanation. Tens of thousands of centennial and millennial ants was an obscene number. Without pseudo-demigods, and demigods to guard against an invasion, these ants could easily wipe out entire cities in the span of an hour or two. We should eliminate this threat as soon as possible, Kenneth urged. They may be weak right now, with their strongest warriors at rank B, but once they slay a higher tier beast, things will start to get ugly. Don't worry, I already have a plan in mind. William chuckled. William wasn't worried even if it was true that the Requiem ants couldn't be tamed. Unlike the elves, and the humans, William was confident that he could negotiate with the Requiem ants' queen, with the help of a certain rainbow-colored anteater. With such a handy deterrent by his side, no ants would dare to disobey his orders. An hour later, the group finally arrived at the ants' nest. They had masked their presence from the ants by controlling their aura. However, it would be impossible to do that now because each entrance was guarded by rank B Requiem ants. What should we do now? Zhu asked. Should we just barge right in and make our presence known? If we do that, we might get swarmed by millions of ants. Shaw nodded his head. Although they are just small fries, if the commotion gets big enough, Jophiel will surely be alerted. There's no doubt that he will head in our direction at full speed and investigate. That will complicate the plan you have in mind, Will. William nodded in agreement. He had already formulated several approaches to this problem and none of them was feasible. In the end he decided to use his trump card and get it over with. Kasaganaga, I choose you. William said and he summoned the rainbow-colored anteater from the Thousand Beast domain. Oh, are we already in the nest? Kasaganaga looked around in curiosity. William had informed it beforehand about his plan, and the anteater readily agreed. In fact, Kasaganaga informed William that it had even raised a Requiem ant queen in the past. When William asked what happened to the ant's queen, Kasaganaga only smirked as if saying, "Don't ask questions you already know." The moment the Requiem ants' guards saw Kasaganaga, all of them ran towards the entrance of their nest like little crabs on the beach. Kasaganaga walked towards the entrance with an evil smile on its face. Clearly, it was looking forward to the harvest that it was about to reap. Unfortunately, William was there to stop it from its gluttonous appetite. "You're forgetting our purpose for coming here," William said as he grabbed the drooling anteater, who was very keen on entering the nest. "Relax, I got this," Kasaganaga replied as it patted its chest. "Do you think I will be tempted by these low-ranked ants? I will raise the ant queen and feed it centennial beasts then millennial beasts then myriad beasts then, hehehehe." More drool escaped its mouth which made William shake his head helplessly. He carried the anteater inside the nest like a repellent charm for insects who might try to ambush them underneath the earth. What the half-elf didn't know was that the superior ants had already run for the queen's location, in fear of the anteater who was their natural enemy. Using the system to scan the underground domain, William headed straight to the queen's room in order to see whether she was open to negotiation or not. The only ant queen that he had seen was the myriad ant queen that had become Princess Sidoni's beast companion. Kasaganaga had told him along the way that Requiem ants were very primitive creatures. Only when the queen had evolved into a millennial beast, would she start to have human-like features. After upgrading his shepherd job class, William gained the ability to communicate with any beasts, including ancient and mythical beasts. "Is it true that you can't tame the Requiem ant's queen?" William asked the anteater he was carrying in his arms. "The answer is yesn't," Kasaganaga replied. "They can be tamed, but very few are capable of doing that. Fear is one of the most effective means to make someone submit to you. However, these ants have a very strong tolerance to fear, so not everyone can make them bow their heads in submission." William smiled. "That is where you come in, right? You are indeed smart." Kusaganaga raised its head in arrogance. Without me, you have zero chance in making them follow your orders. You should be grateful that you have me on your side. Yes, I am truly blessed to have such an amazing companion by my side. Can I have one of the queen's legs? I promise I won't eat more, maybe. William completely ignored the gluttonous anteater's request. He had even silently ordered Elliot and Conan to stop Kusaganaga at all costs, if it tried to eat the ants queen whom he was planning to add to his king's legion. Chapter 721, My Precious. Panicked shrieks erupted underground as William made his way towards the queen's room. No ants dared to block their way in fear that they would become the anteater's midnight snack. Kusaganaga looked at the running critters with bloodshot eyes. Its paw would subconsciously raise from time to time in a gesture that was akin to saying, "Don't run. We are your friends." Soon, William arrived at their destination and all the rank B ants gathered around their queen. They were 2 meters tall, and their features didn't make them look like ants. They were like mutated creatures with 6 legs, and their appearance was largely affected by the beast genes that they were born with. Some had wolf heads, boar heads, monkey heads, and other creatures that were native in the forest. Regardless of what they looked like, all of their legs were shaking in fear at the presence of the rainbow-colored anteater whose drool was starting to fall down like a waterfall. Finally, "I see you." Kusaganaga stared fixedly at the spot where the ants made a protective defensive perimeter. It unconsciously wiped the saliva that was pooling on the side of its mouth as an infatuated expression appeared on its adorable face. "My precious Cree." The ants queen screeched in fear as her instincts told her that she was facing her natural predator. The warrior ants stood in front of her in an attempt to block William and his group, but it was to no avail. William stepped forward, and the sea of ants parted to make a path for him and his group. He also activated his appraisal skill to get additional information of the unique race that had the ability to evolve by eating the flesh of other creatures. Requiem Ants Queen. Queen of the colony. Threat level, B low. Cannot be added to the herd. Requiem ants are a unique race that flourished in the Eternal Evergarden. They are originally an inch tall, and 3 inches long. These ants are called the first-generation ants. In time, they ceased to exist and were replaced by stronger variants that the queen had given birth to a few years later. Among the beasts that have the ability to evolve, the Requiem ants was considered to be one of the most terrifying ant species in existence. The unique feature of this ant species is that no matter what form they take, the ants will still have 6 legs. This is the most notable feature of the Requiem ants. There was a point in time, during the era of the gods, where the Requiem ants queen had reached the rank of a pseudo-demigod. She had birthed hundreds of millennial ants during the war and threatened all lives in the world of Hestia. According to the rumors, this queen ants was personally raised by the deity of the sky in order to provide it with a constant supply of food. Whether this rumor was true or not, one thing was certain. Before the era of the gods ended, this powerful myriad army disappeared from the face of the world, never to be seen again. The Requiem ants queen backed away until she reached the corner of the room. She screeched in fear and cried out for mercy from the anteater that kept on calling her, "My precious. Don't worry, I will properly raise you, he. Kusaganaga tried to coax the terrified queen ants as she desperately called for her soldiers to protect her. However, the soldier ants stood rooted in their place like trees that were shaking their bodies as if they were having an epileptic seizure. "Can you understand me?" William asked the queen ants directly with a smile. The ants queen replied to William's question, and her reply made the half-elf secretly give Kusaganaga a thumbs up in his heart. Scree. Don't eat. Don't taste good. Don't worry, I won't let him eat you. I just want to ask you a few things. Scree. Don't eat. What ask? William asked the queen if she planned to invade the human outpost, and the latter admitted that she had indeed planned an invasion. William asked several more questions, and the queen answered them honestly, in fear that if she lied, the anteater in William's arms would jump at her and eat her without fail. The half-elf rubbed his chin. He was quite impressed by the queen's dedication to evolve her race to a higher species. Right now, the ants queen was a B-rank creature. Several years ago, this was a creature that would pose a great threat to William. Now, he could easily end her life whenever he wanted to. But that was not his purpose for coming to the ants' nest. Just like the elves, he understood the potential of the Requiem ants. This was why he wanted to integrate them to his king's legion because their upgrade was very easy to accommodate. The dungeon of Atlantis was filled with high-level creatures that could serve as the Requiem ants queen's food. On the floor that William frequently explored, centennial and millennial beasts were everywhere. If he could feed the flesh of these beasts to the queen, he would have a powerful army that numbered in the millions. It was not only Kusaganaga who was starting to drool, William was drooling as well as he looked at the queen whose mouth was starting to froth. My precious, yes, she is our precious. The queen ant looked at the two drooling devils in despair. She had been feeling very happy as of late because the evolution of her kind was going at a very rapid pace. However, right now, she felt that her ambition was about to end. She could only surrender her fate to the whims of the two creatures, whose presence made the entire nest, that had the potential to move unhindered in the world, tremble in fear. I will give you two choices, William said as he wiped the drool on his lips. Swear your loyalty to me, and you will be spared. Or, refuse and become this anteater's food. So, my precious, which one will you choose? Chapter 722, Don't believe this anteater. He's just joking. The night on Antilia Island was usually filled with the sound of nightlife creatures. However, on this particular night, it was eerily quiet. Jophiel frowned while sitting on his balcony. He was sharpening his sword, and preparing for the possible conflicts that would arise before the ships from the Academy arrived on the island. Right now, the ants didn't pose any immediate threats because their strength was still below the power of the people in the outpost. After a high-level meeting in the Academy, the headmaster had finally decided to evacuate all the people in the outpost, and relocate them to a new island that had been prepared for their arrival. All he needed to do was to ensure that no unforeseen events would happen, and the outpost remained safe from a possible ants invasion. Jophiel assumed that William and the rest were already asleep in their rooms, because he could not see any lights coming through their windows. He didn't find it strange because they had just arrived on the island, and the information about the Class S mission had been delivered late in the afternoon. The head examiner believed that William would not be stupid enough to venture inside the forest in the middle of the night to try to finish the mission that was given to him, in order to pass the exam. I'll accompany them on stroll around the island tomorrow, Jophiel thought. Seriously, what can that boy do in a short amount of time? All of you are doing great. That's how you do it. William praised the ants that were entering the portal to the Thousand Beast domain in an orderly manner. The bodies of the ants were shivering, not from the cold, but from the hungry-filled gaze that was being shot in their direction by a certain rainbow-colored anteater. In order to prevent any mishaps, William held Kusaganaga in a vice grip and was ready to stop it from having a late-night snack. Due to the Queen Ant's imperial order, all the ants in the island returned to the nest. The Queen had chosen to submit to William, and the latter immediately gave her the order to start a migration to his Thousand Beast domain. 3 hours later, millions of Requiem ants had safely entered the Thousand Beast domain. In order to accommodate the new members of his legion, William spent 1,000,000 god points in order to increase the size of his domain, and allow the ants to build their ant nest. He made sure that the territory of the ants were far away from the local beasts that had long treated the domain as their own. Although they were now all on the same side, William believed that it would still take some time before he could educate the ants and curb their mindset of treating any race, aside from their own, as enemies and food. Do you want me to give you a name? William asked the ants' queen that had successfully relocated to her new home. The queen eyed William as if pondering this question seriously. She had never thought of acquiring a name in the past, because she had no need for one. While the queen was pondering whether or not she should accept William's proposal, the anteater nestled in William's arms decided to voice out its opinion. I named the queen I raised in the past as Queenie, Kusaganaga commented. How about we name her Queenie too? Then we will name the queen after her, Queenie 3. The ants' queen then started to wail after hearing Kusaganaga's words. The anteater had already decided to raise another queen after her, which made her despair. Clearly, Kusaganaga only intended to fatten her up before going in for the kill. Don't believe this anteater, William said as he lightly tapped Kusaganaga's head. He is just joking. But, I'm not. Zip it, the queen cried bitterly as William and Kusaganaga had a verbal agreement in front of her. Out of consideration for his new ally, William decided to leave the nest after giving the queen some strict orders. The first order was that they were not allowed to hunt any of the beasts that were inside the Thousand Beast domain. The ants had just arrived, so the other creatures inside the Thousand Beast domain was still food in their eyes. The second order was that they would not attack, or provoke, any of William's herd or legion inside the dungeon of Atlantis. After giving those two orders, William left to create a gateway, half a kilometer away from the nest, which was connected to The dungeon of Atlantis. He already told the queen that she could send her warriors to scout the area, and hunt the creatures that were appropriate for their current rank. When everything was settled, William returned to his room using Soleil and summoned Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth. He had already made Zhu and Sha part of his King's Legion because this was what they wanted. Kenneth, on the other hand, promised to not tell anyone of William's secret. He was even thankful that William was able to trust him enough to show one of his trump cards that only a selected few were aware of. When William asked the silver-haired elf if he wanted to become a temporary member of his King's Legion, Kenneth agreed. This allowed William to summon him just like Zhu and Sha, and the rest of his King's Legion. Return to your rooms, William said with a smirk. I'm sure that when morning comes, Jophiel will definitely lose his composure. Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth nodded their heads in agreement. They were also looking forward to how the head examiner would react after he found out that the Class S threat on the island was nowhere to be found. A few hours later, did all of you get a good night's sleep? Jophiel asked in an amicable manner as he greeted everyone in the dining area. The island doesn't have much to offer, but I hope that your accommodations were comfortable enough. William smiled as he sat on the chair beside Jophiel. I slept well last night. Thank you for the hospitality, Sir Jophiel. Zhu, Sha, and Kenneth also said similar statements as they, too, sat to have breakfast. Are you ready to tackle the issue at hand? Jophiel asked. Don't worry, I will be your tour guide today and ensure your safety. Not that you need it, knowing how capable you are, William. William didn't answer and simply nodded his head. He then started to eat in order to hide the smirk that was threatening to spread on his face. Jophiel didn't see anything out of place and ate in peace. There would be plenty of time to ask William about his experiences in the Tower of Babylon after they toured around the island. An hour later, their group finally set out. Aside from Jophiel, there were 6 more men that accompanied William and his group. All of them were adamantium-ranked fighters, which were strong enough to fight against most of the threats present in the island. As the group ventured deeper into the forest, a sense of uneasiness spread across Jophiel's face. The forest was quite lively, and the roars and cries of beasts could be heard everywhere. However, the target of their patrol was nowhere to be found. The hunters that Jophiel had brought with him were also looking around in confusion. They were already in the middle area of the forest, but not a single requiem ants could be seen. Only the regular flora and fauna was around, which made them feel that something wasn't right. William, and his group, on the other hand, acted like tourists on a field trip. They looked at the beasts that were present in the forest with great curiosity. Some of them were quite foreign to the half-elf. He was even tempted to bring a few of them to his domain, so that they could breed and reproduce. After walking for several hours, Jophiel finally realized that something was terribly wrong and raised his hand in a stopping gesture. Wait, Jophiel ordered, I will scout ahead first, and see if there are any dangerous creatures in front of us. All of you stay here and wait for my return. William nodded. Understood. Jophiel's subordinates also nodded their heads. They had been briefed beforehand to keep their eyes on William and his entourage. The half-elf and his companions were VIP guests, so they were their top priority. William watched Jophiel's back disappear in the distance. A smug smile appeared on his face when he noticed that the head examiner was headed straight to the location of the requiem ant's nest. Sorry, Sir Jophiel, and thank you, William mused. Because of you, I have acquired a replacement for the undead legion that left with Molokai. Don't worry, I promise that I will properly raise them in your place. When Molokai took the Undying Lands with him, William's army had dwindled considerably. Although he had acquired over 1 million goblins from the floor of Genesis, the number of beasts under his command was almost 2 million. In the past, William might have been very happy with what he currently had. However, after taking part in the Battle of the Southern Continent, he realized that numbers also played an important role in wars. The appearance of the requiem ants not only brought him quantity, they made up for quality as well. As soon as they succeeded in their queen-raising plan, William would soon have a 1 million-strong army, whose weakest member was that of the centennial rank. Chapter 723, Mysterious Disappearance. Jophiel's frown deepened as he neared the requiem ant's nest. This was the headquarters of the ants colony, and he was expecting to see thousands of them scurrying around their territory hunting for food. The only thing he saw were the footprints left by the ants on the ground. Jophiel was also an experienced hunter, so he was able to tell that the tracks were just several hours old. This made him sigh in relief because this meant that the ants were still around, at least, according to his assumption. The tracks all lead towards their nest, Jophiel thought. Did something happen to the queen? Jophiel shook his head and dispelled the idea. Right now, the Requiem ants were in a stable path of development. Even if something happened to the queen, another queen would take its place, so there was nothing to worry about. I should take a look at their nest first, Jophiel mused. There is no way that millions of ants could possibly disappear overnight. This was what Jophiel told himself in order to calm his senses. He wasted no time and followed the trail that the ants had left behind. The head examiner was certain that once he arrived at the ants' colony, all of his worries would disappear completely. However, after he arrived at the entrance of the nest, his worries once again resurfaced. The closely guarded entrance of the colony was deserted. There were no guard ants. No worker ants. There was nothing. Jophiel gritted his teeth as he decided to enter the entrance of the colony. He activated his powerful senses to seek any form of life, as he traversed the underground maze. How can this be? Jophiel was alarmed after discovering that he couldn't detect any signs of life. It was as if the entire ants' colony had disappeared into thin air. This is impossible. Jophiel frantically sped up his descent in order to look for the queen's room. Although they had no information about where it was located, his exceptional hunting skills allowed him to follow the worker ants' trails, which would eventually lead him to the ants' nursery. This was where the queen spent most of her time, birthing the eggs for the colony. Half an hour later, he finally arrived at his location. Freshly opened eggs could be seen everywhere, which meant that the queen had still been active a few hours ago. The only problem was that all the trails led to the queen's area, but none of them could be seen going out. What did this mean? It meant that all the ants went to see their queen, and were never seen again. Could this be a rare case of cannibalism? Jophiel frowned. He held this idea for half a minute before rejecting it completely. No, cannibalism cannot explain this turn of events. Even if this was true, the queen can't possibly eat millions of ants in a span of a few hours. This is simply unheard of. Something must have happened here, but what? After a brief internal struggle, Jophiel took out his communication crystal and immediately informed the headmaster of Hestia Academy about his discovery and theories as to what might have happened. The Requiem ants was a dangerous species. If they had suddenly disappeared, it could only mean one thing. They went someplace else. The headmaster was alarmed when he heard Jophiel's report. He immediately ordered the head examiner to take all the hunters and scour the entire island. They must find the ants no matter what because they posed a serious threat to the world if left to their own devices. One of the hunters, who was tasked to watch over William's group, received an emergency order from Jophiel. He had tasked them to escort the half-elf and his group back to the outpost, before returning to the forest to meet up with him. The hunter found this order strange, but he still decided to carry it out since Jophiel was his superior. The head examiner told us to escort you back to the outpost, the hunter said to William. I hope that you and the rest will cooperate with us and not cause us unneeded trouble. William nodded his head, but still decided to ask a question. Did something happen? William asked. He knew from the call that Jophiel had discovered that the Requiem ants had disappeared, but he still decided to play his part and act like he was unaware of what was happening in the forest. Nothing of importance, the hunter replied. Please cooperate with us. Let's go back. William nodded and decided to not make a scene. He had already done his part, so making things difficult for the hunters would only make them have a bad impression of him. The half-elf knew that the head examiner would suspect him, but he was confident that the disappearance of the ants would not be traced back to him. After all, how could a single person hide over 1,000,000 ants inside his pocket? They were also living creatures, so it was impossible to store them inside storage rings. After arriving back at the outpost, William and the others obediently returned to their quarters. Two of the hunters remained to watch over them, while the rest headed out to the forest to meet with Jophiel. William sipped his tea in a leisurely manner as he calmly waited for Jophiel's investigation to end. Zhu, Shaw, and Kenneth joined him for an afternoon snack, but none of them discussed anything related to the Requiem ants. William had already discreetly informed them that they might be being monitored, so they just chatted about random things that had no importance whatsoever. Meanwhile inside the forest, this is absurd, one of the hunters exclaimed. They were still here when I returned to the outpost yesterday. Everything was normal and they showed no sign of a migration or anything. Calm down, maybe they are still somewhere on the island, another hunter commented. Requiem ants don't grow wings. Even if they did, We would have heard the rustling of wings last night, since there are millions of them. The hunters calmed down a bit after this discussion. It was a known fact that the requiem ants couldn't evolve into flying creatures. Unlike normal ant species that grew wings in order to mate and start their own colonies, requiem ants were land dwellers. There could only exist one queen at a time in a colony and, until she died, no queen would emerge from her brood. Jophiel half listened to their discussion because he was reading the information that the Academy had gathered about the requiem ants. He had read the document twice, but none matched the circumstances that they had right now. In the end, he decided to scout the island and search for any signs of the ants. He was still hoping that the ants had just migrated somewhere else on the island. Let's split into 3 groups, Jophiel ordered. Marlowe, your group will go to the west. Carl, your group will go to the east. I will head to the north. If any of you find the ants, notify me at once. Even a single member of the colony is fine. Do I make myself clear? The head examiner and the hunters looked for the ants until morning, but their search brought no results. After receiving the least news from Jophiel, the headmaster of the academy finally decided to go to Antilia Island personally to investigate. This matter was of great importance to the academy, and he would do his best to get into the bottom of things, even if he had to turn the island upside down. Chapter 724, Confrontation with the Headmaster of Hestia Academy. William and his group had already been on the island for 3 days. Jophiel had no time to look for him because he had been busy dealing with the disappearance of the requiem ants. They had already searched the entire island, but their efforts bore no fruit. In the end, they all decided to wait for the headmaster of the academy to arrive. They had already done their best, and there was no use sending more people out on a wild goose chase. Finally, the headmaster of Hestia Academy arrived, riding a red dragon that was over 10 meters long. His white, short, hair hung awkwardly over a furrowed, solemn face. His gentle hazel eyes were set seductively within their sockets. Although he was old, his skin was still fair, and handsomely complemented his eyes and cheekbones. This was Byron Masangali, the headmaster of Hestia Academy. William's eyes widened in shock when his gaze landed on the man that sat at the helm of the most prestigious academy of the world. William had seen many powerful men before, but Byron was different. The headmaster was practically brimming with power. It was so strong that it made the air fluctuate as he walked towards Jophiel's and William's direction. William was very tempted to use his god points to appraise the headmaster's stats. However, he immediately changed his mind after Optimus informed him that it would cost him 1,000,000 god points just to check the headmaster's information. For some reason, that person seems to be protected by some kind of law. This is another reason as to why it will take that many god points to appraise his information. If I were to make a hypothesis, this person is in a contract with a god, and it is not an ordinary god, but a very powerful one. William's eyes narrowed. Even without the appraising skill, he could tell that the person in front of him wasn't a pure-blooded human. His power fluctuations are similar to Vlad, William thought. Could this person possibly be a demigod? The half-elf felt that his guess was on the mark, but without spending his god points, he would not be able to confirm anything. After a brief internal struggle, William decided not to use his god points. He would rather use them to enhance his 1,000-beast domain, and make the lives of the creatures under his command able to live more comfortable lives. So, you are William, Byron said. I've heard many things about you. William smiled, and, I have not heard many things about you. Byron chuckled and placed his hand on William's shoulder. Tell me, young man, are you the one who took the requiem ants away from this island? Byron asked. His gaze locked on William's light green eyes as if he was looking straight into the half-elf's soul. William shook his head. No, I haven't even seen them. Is that the reason why I'm stuck on this island? I've been inside the outpost ever since I arrived on the island. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Jophiel. Jophiel, who was standing beside William, nodded his head in acknowledgement. William did not step out of the outpost on the night the ants disappeared from their nest, Jophiel stated. He has been well behaved and obediently followed the protocols we set inside the outpost since the incident. William stayed silent and acted as an innocent bystander. He had known long ago that demigods could tell if a person was lying. Because of this, he and Optimus had already set up a countermeasure that would prevent anyone from seeing through William's poker face. Byron stared at Jophiel for half a minute before shifting his gaze back to William. How tall were the ants? Byron inquired. Did you see their queen? As Byron asked his questions, William felt himself falling into a daze. Some kind of energy was passing through the headmaster's hand that was resting on the half-elf's shoulder, making him feel muddled. Detecting befuddlement spell. Initiating countermeasures. Countermeasures success. Befuddlement resisted. This old bastard. William cursed internally as his jumbled thoughts finally merged together. He unconsciously unleashed the power of his Aenarion job class and pushed Byron away with a hateful gaze. William's hair turned silver as Stormcaller and Soleil materialized in front of him. Although he didn't want to use the power of his job class because there was a chance of losing the memories of his past life, he would not allow anyone to have their way with him without his permission. Quite a hot-blooded young man. I'm just asking questions, Byron said with a calm expression on his face. Why are you resorting to violence? William sneered. You should already know the answer to that question, you old fucker. Jophiel and the hunters looked at William with a dumbfounded expression. Byron was admired and respected by all the rulers and patriarchs on the central continent. They would do their best to form a good relationship with him and treat him politely. This was the first time that they had seen someone who dared to curse the headmaster to his face, and it made them feel like William was being suicidal. Byron sighed as he summoned his magic staff. You know, only Chloe can talk to me like you did in the academy. I'm only asking questions about the Requiem ants. Why are you being defensive? Do you have something to hide? Yes, I have something to hide, William replied. I have many secrets, and some of them are enough to make an old bastard like you regret that you ever dared to use a befuddlement spell on me. Jews, Shaw's, and Kenneth's expressions became serious. They knew that William was not someone who would openly become hostile with someone, unless the other party did something to him. Now that they heard that Byron used a befuddlement spell on him, all of them summoned their weapons and stood beside William. They would definitely support him in his fight against the headmaster of Hestia Academy who was bullying a child. Even Jophiel, who was standing on the side, felt awkward. A befuddlement spell was something that made its target lose their train of thought and scattered their reasoning. This was a spell that breached a person's privacy, and was only used during interrogations. Although the Requiem ants issue was important to the Academy, he also felt that Byron's action was out of line. If word got out that Byron attempted to use a spell to interrogate one of the examinees who was taking the entrance exam, the reputation of their academy would take a hit. This in turn might have a negative effect on the future applicants who might become disillusioned by the headmaster's way of doing things. Some of the people that had come to see the headmaster started whispering to each other. They were all refugees and outcasts that had sought the aid of the academy in order to find a safe place to live. They fled from their homeland because of abuse and suppression. The last thing they wanted to see was the headmaster of the academy doing this kind of thing to a teenager. If he could do it to William, didn't that mean that Byron could do the same to them as well? Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Jophiel decided to step in. The last thing he wanted to see was people losing faith in the academy, where he had served for almost half of his lifetime. Chapter 725. What are you two fools doing? Sir, I can attest that the boy is innocent, Jophiel said as he stood between William and Byron. He couldn't possibly be behind this incident, right, William? William snorted. He felt guilty because Jophiel was standing up for him because the head examiner thought that he was innocent, when in truth he was not. In order to hide his guilt, he decided to act tough and show his displeasure instead. This is what I like about you, Jophiel. Byron nodded in appreciation. You are not afraid to protect those whom you think are innocent, but in this case, you are standing on the wrong side, my friend. This boy isn't as guilt-free as you think he is. Isn't that right, William? Don't act chummy with me, William replied with contempt. Are we close? If you want to fight, let's fight. I wonder where that confidence of yours is coming from. Well, you are very close to finding that out. However, are you prepared for the consequences? The half-elf and the headmaster of the academy stared at each other, completely ignoring Jophiel who was standing between them. The head examiner felt awkward because the two were treating him like air. He didn't know what to do, and the spectators felt sorry for him. The half-elf looked at the headmaster with fearless eyes. Byron might be strong, but William wasn't afraid of him. He could summon Sun Wukong and let the Monkey King descend from the celestial realm and whack Byron to oblivion. There was only one person whom William feared fighting one-on-one in the world of Hestia, and that was his one and only sixth master, Chloe. After experiencing her might, the red-headed teenager was certain that even a demigod would eat a tremendous loss. No matter how strong Byron was, his threat would not amount to the threat Chloe could unleash with a full-powered overwhelming strike. "Ha, what are you two fools doing?" A familiar voice called out from above, which made William and Byron shift their attention away from the other. There, they saw a little fairy who was looking at them with sparkling eyes. "Are you two planning to fight?" Chloe asked with a big grin on her face. "Why didn't you call for me? I like fighting the most." Old man, you are fighting against my disciple. Although 2 against 1 is against the rules, I will stand on my disciple's side. Come on, let's fight." Chloe hovered between William and Byron with a very eager expression on her face. She couldn't wait to start the battle and start smashing things with her fist. Byron coughed awkwardly after seeing the little familiar who was looking at him with undisguised expectations. Just like William, Byron was quite afraid of Chloe because her strength was off the charts. There had been a time when he had received the violent girl's powerful punch, and it almost made him cross over into the afterlife. If not for the life-saving artifact that he possessed, someone else would be managing Hestia Academy instead of him. "This is just a misunderstanding, Chloe." Byron cleared his throat as he unsummoned his magic staff. "We are just chatting casually, right, William?" William ignored the headmaster's words and shamelessly complained to his 6th master. "6th master, the headmaster is bullying me," William said with a face filled with injustice. "I don't mind answering his questions, but he used a befuddlement spell on me." "6th master, your disciple is being treated unjustly. Please, seek justice on my behalf." Chloe glared at Byron and raised her little fist in anger. "You old coot, you dare to bully my disciple? Wait till I return to the academy, I will smash all of your collections." Chloe shouted hatefully, while William fanned the flames from the side. "Chloe, this is a misunderstanding. Do you remember that super deluxe ice cream that is sold in a limited number in the cafeteria? I will reserve 2 pieces for you every day for a week if we can forget about this matter." Byron wouldn't want to fight Chloe again in his lifetime because the pro-violent familiar was a cheat. Aside from her ability to break the laws of the world, her punch could literally blow up a mountain. Faced with these 2 combinations, Byron knew that his chances of surviving a battle with Chloe were non-existent. Only William, who had the same law-breaking skill, could match her in a head-on confrontation. The little fairy wavered because she could only get 1 serving of the limited, super deluxe ice cream every month. This was one of the most popular desserts in the academy, and only 10 people could eat it every day. "I see, so this is just a misunderstanding," Chloe chuckled. "Since that is the case, there's no need to fight. Violence is not the answer. Can we all get along as friends and walk hand in hand for the greater good?" The corner of William's lips twitched when he realized that his 6th master had been bribed by a mere ice cream. However, he didn't force the issue. Right now, he needed to be listed on the rolls of Hestia Academy to finish Amon's last trial. The last thing he wanted to do was to have a falling out with the headmaster, who was the head of the very academy that he was planning to enter. Still, he made a mental note about Chloe's weakness. He didn't know how delicious the ice cream of the academy's cafeteria was, but he doubted that it could beat the desserts that he could buy in the god shop. In the future, he planned to let his 6th master taste the sweets in his arsenal. That way, he could bribe her to help him do things inside the academy that he would not be able to do as a student. Byron glanced at William one last time before making a gesture for Jophiel to follow behind him. They still had things to talk about and do a final sweep on the island, to ensure that not a single ant was left. Although Byron didn't detect any lies from William when he answered his question, his instinct told him that the half-elf was lying. That was also why he decided to use the befuddlement spell to get past William's defenses. Unfortunately, the red-headed teenager was able to resist his spell and even decided to confront him openly. This made Byron more suspicious, so he deemed it would be best to fight the boy and ask him again after William was defeated. Chloe's appearance put all of his plans into a complete halt. With this, he could no longer target the boy, unless he wanted to risk facing the little familiar's wrath. For the time being, Byron decided to put this issue aside. With the Requiem ants' disappearance from the island, there was no need to evacuate the people living there. 2 days later, the ship carrying William and his entourage sailed towards the island where his lovers, and Celeste, were waiting for him. This was how William's entrance exam ended, having finally received Jophiel's, and the headmaster's, approval to enter Hestia Academy. Chapter 726, The start of your new journey begins today. 6th Master, I was wondering, How did you arrive on Antilia Island? William asked. He could already see the island where they would dock shortly, so he decided to ask this question while the others were busy doing their own business. How? I flew, of course, Chloe answered matter-of-factly. Don't you know, I mostly deliver stuff from the academy to Antilia Island. I can fly to it with my eyes closed. This is one of the easiest tasks there is to gain merit points in the academy. The little fairy patted her chest with confidence. William looked at her with a doubtful expression, but the fact still remained that the little fairy had appeared at a good time. Anyway, you don't have to worry about these things, Chloe waved her hand as if what she did wasn't a big deal. Since you've passed the exam, you are now an official student of the academy. Congratulations. As expected of my disciple, yay. High five. William subconsciously raised his hand and high-fived Chloe, only to regret it later. A loud clapping sound, followed by a pained cry, reverberated on the ship. The half-elf had completely forgotten how strong Chloe was, and the latter was in an excited state of mind. Fortunately, none of his bones were broken, but his hand and arm hurt like hell. Using his life mage job class, William used a healing spell on his hand and arm. Sixth Master, can't you do things in moderation? Moderation, William sighed in his heart. He had completely forgotten that the word moderation didn't apply to the little fairy who was looking at him with an awkward look on her face. Relax, isn't it just a little sprain? Chloe patted William's shoulder softly. This time, she only used a light tap because she was afraid that she would break William's bones if she did it too strongly. You know what they say. What doesn't kill you, will kill you another day. Chloe imparted these words of wisdom before flying to the main mast of the ship. She had always liked being in high places, so she could feel the breeze brush past her small body. More than anything else, Chloe liked freedom. Perhaps, this was a trait that Celeste had wanted to achieve, but was unable to do so. This strong desire of freedom manifested in Chloe, which made the little juggernaut open to traveling long distances when given the opportunity. She didn't tell William that she went to Antilia Island because she was worried about him. This was the first time she had a disciple, so she planned to take this role seriously. When she saw that William and Byron was about to start a fight, she readily joined the fray and even chose William's side. Being a master isn't easy, Chloe muttered as she stared at the island that was getting closer and closer. Maybe I can ask Claire for tips later. She's smarter than me when it comes to these things. After finding a solution to her predicament, the little fairy sat on the mast and hummed a song. She believed that as long as Claire gave her the answers, she would be able to become a good master and treat her disciple well in Hestia Academy. Half an hour later, the ship finally docked at the port of Dream Isle. The first founder of Hestia Academy gave this name to the island, because this was the place where the dreams of those who aspired to enroll at the academy would take shape. Only those that had passed their entrance exam would be able to set foot on this island, and for most, this was a dream come true. William saw Princess Sidonie, Ian, and Chiffon, waving at him from the shore. The half-elf grinned and flew from the ship to where they were waiting for him. A shout filled with happiness reached William's ears, and he felt something land on his head. A few seconds later, he heard Chloe's giggle, as she sat on the half-elf's head, using him as a mount to reach the island. William could only sigh in his heart as he flew towards his destination. Celeste covered her lips when she saw the funny scene of her familiar waving at her from William's head. With a glance, the beautiful elf could tell that Chloe was in a good mood. She just hoped that the little familiar didn't break anything on Antilia Island, or else it would be deducted from her pay at the academy. I'm back, William said as he landed in front of his three wives. Miss me? Instead of answering his question, the three ladies gave him a hug and kissed his cheeks. Seeing this public display of affection made Celeste frown because she suddenly remembered that she had branded the half-elf as a womanizer. Don't they look good together? Claire, who was seated on her shoulder, asked casually. It seems that he is well loved by his women. Celeste didn't say anything, but she had reaffirmed her goal to educate William on the importance of loyalty to a relationship. While doing so, she would also tell him about her sister's strong points. The beautiful elf would ensure to showcase all of Celine's good qualities, so that William wouldn't forget about her. Congratulations, William, Celeste said as he walked towards the half-elf who was having an intimate moment with the three beauties around him. Thank you, Professor, William replied. When are we going to leave for the academy? You're quite excited, aren't you? Well, it is my last academy arc after all. Why you're what? William chuckled when he saw the confused look on Celeste's face. This was one of the differences between Celeste and her sister. Unlike Celeste that got flustered easily, Celine was more confident in what she did. Even if William teased his master, Celine, the latter would just ignore his nonsense, and beat the crap out of him when they were training. Seeing Celeste's reaction, while having his master's face, made William feel weird. Maybe I can try making Master act flustered as well when we meet, William mused. I'm sure that she would look incredibly cute, just like Celeste. Tell me, what kind of exam did Sir Jofiel make you take? Celeste asked in order to hide her earlier blunder. Even though she was a professor, she wasn't aware of the details when it came to the types of challenges that the examinees took during the entrance exam. It had something to do with ants, William replied and briefly explained what happened to Celeste. Princess Sidonie, Ian, and Chiffon listened from the side and exchanged glances at each other. Before going to the Dream Isle, William had already notified Ash, through their connection, about the things that he did in Antilia Island. He told her that he should notify Princess Sidonie about it, because he was curious about how the Ant Queens could interact with one another. Also, he wanted to know if Princess Sidonie's beast companion was aware of the Requiem Ant's existence. The half-elf was wondering if either of the queens would act hostile when they met each other with their subordinates behind them. Although some ant colonies would immediately resort to war upon contact, there were other ant species who merged their forces together to create a super ant colony. Princess Sidonie had received the answer from her beast companion, and the answer was that it was possible to form a cooperation between the two queens, on the condition that the Requiem Ant's queen would also form a contract with a person. Only when the two queens were bound would a non-aggression treaty be possible. This news made William quite happy. However, one problem appeared. He didn't have any candidates that could form a contract with the Ant's queen that he and Kasaganaga were planning to raise together. In the end, William decided to think about this problem more after he had entered the academy and started his formal education. I see. Celeste nodded. She was aware of the existence of the Requiem Ants, but she didn't think too much about it. Those who had passed the exam earlier were getting a bit impatient because they had already been waiting on Dream Isle for days. The staff members that were assigned to look after them had stated that they would remain on the island until the head examiner, Jofiel, had arrived. Fortunately, the head examiner accompanied William to Dream Isle as well. Although there were many mishaps involved, it was now time to go to the academy. William thought that they would be traveling to the academy by ship, but Jofiel surprised him and the rest of the examinees when he took everyone to a secluded grove where a teleportation gate was located. This teleportation gate is a one-way teleportation gate, Jofiel explained. This will send you to the capital city of Orion, where Hestia Academy is located. Once again, congratulations on passing the exam. I pray that all of you will become outstanding students, and contribute to the well-being of society. The head examiner then looked at Celeste and gave her a brief nod. Professor, I will let you guide the students to the academy. I'm sure that they are dying to get there. They've already waited long enough. Celine smiled and nodded her head. Understood. The beautiful elf then walked towards the base of the teleportation gate and faced the examinees who had dwindled down to 23 people, including William. Passing the entrance exam is only the beginning, Celeste declared with a serious expression as she scanned the crowd, whose eyes were filled with determination. The teleportation gate behind the beautiful elf came to life and a dazzling portal appeared at its center. Come, Celeste said in a challenging tone. The start of your new journey begins today. Chapter 727, Arrival at Hestia Academy. Back on Antilia Island, Byron stood at the center of the nursery area where the Requiem Ant's queen used to lay her eggs. He had decided to get into the bottom of things, and use his powers to unearth what had truly happened a few hours before the Requiem Ants disappeared from the island. The headmaster of the academy chanted a litany of words as the staff in his hands glowed with power. The air fluctuated as runic words embedded themselves at the walls of the cavern. After finishing his incantation, he tapped the ground with his staff and several images appeared around him. He used time magic and recreated the scenes that had transpired inside the nest several hours ago. I knew it. Byron snorted when he saw the half-elf and his companions talking to the queen of the colony. He watched the scene as they unfolded, and although the recreated scenes couldn't produce any sounds, he was still able to read the half-elf's lips and get a gist of what was happening. A frown appeared on Byron's face when he realized that the queen and the other ants were deathly afraid of the beast that was nestled in William's arms. A pangolin, Byron muttered as he observed the creature up close. He had seen several of these scaly anteaters, but he had never seen one with scales that had the colors of the rainbow. Byron's frown deepened when he saw William open a portal and ordered the queen to send her subordinates inside it. The headmaster of the academy watched for a little while longer, before he waved his hand to dispel the power of the spell. I knew it, Byron shook his head helplessly. He's just like his grandfather. Both of them are bandits pretending to be saints. Byron closed his eyes and pondered. He was thinking of a way to resolve this issue as peacefully as possible. Jophiel shouldn't have brought him to the island. Byron sighed. I was also stupid for agreeing to his decision. We invited a fox inside our chicken coop. The lighting on the cave disappeared, and Byron was engulfed in darkness. He decided to return to the academy, and discuss the matters with his patron. Perhaps, the goddess of the world would give him some advice on how to deal with the presumptuous half-elf, who was giving him a bad headache. So, this is Hestia Academy. William eyed the gigantic castle in the distance. William had seen many amazing things in the world, just like the fortress of Avalon, but Hestia Academy even trumped the last bastion of humanity. Built on top of a floating island, it was a floating fortress that was several miles long. Perhaps, the most imposing landmark of the castle was the giant sword that was embedded at its center. Even from afar, one could see its mighty visage. From afar, the sword looked like it was made of white marble. However, after asking Celeste about it, the beautiful elf only smiled and said that even she, who had been in the academy for many years, didn't know what kind of material was used to build the sword. The only thing she knew was that, before the academy was even built, the giant sword had always been there, standing tall and proud for hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of years. Isn't it beautiful? Chloe floated in front of William and puffed her chest proudly. She was acting like she was the one that made the sword, which made William shake his head helplessly. Celeste made a gesture for everyone to follow behind her. They had just arrived at the capital city of Orion, and it would still take half an hour to arrive at the academy gates using a special flying ship that was exclusively used by the professors and students of the academy. Professor Celeste, welcome back to the academy, a pretty lady wearing light armor greeted Celeste with a smile. Are these the lucky ones who passed the entrance exams that were held a few days ago? Celeste nodded her head and smiled. Please, send us all to the academy. Understood. The pretty lady saluted and activated the crystal on her hand. Immediately, a silver ship materialized out of thin air. It reminded William of those Viking ships that he had seen in documentaries back on Earth. All aboard, Celeste ordered as she took the lead and boarded the ship that was floating a meter above the ground. All the examinees followed behind Celeste with their eyes filled with excitement. The deck of the flying ship was quite spacious, and it could easily accommodate over 100 people. After everyone had boarded safely, Celeste waved her hand and the ship rose in the air. It flew straight towards the academy, and William felt a bit regretful that he didn't have a camera to take a commemorative photo of this magnificent view. Several minutes later, the ship landed near the gate of the academy. Several students were looking at the ship with eager faces. However, after William took a good look at them, the students weren't looking at the academy's newest students, but at the beautiful elf, who had a resigned expression on her face. Welcome back, Professor Celeste, a dashing young man shouted. It was the spark that made the rest of the students cheer and call out to Celeste. Clearly, she was quite popular in the academy and her fans were not limited to boys. Even girls were looking at her with infatuated gazes. Princess Sidonie smiled and stepped forward. She was feeling very competitive with Celeste because their divinities were the complete opposite of each other. She wanted to show the beautiful elf that she could easily turn her admirers into her admirers in the span of heartbeat. However, before she could even enact her plan, she felt two strong arms wrap around her waist and hold her in place. Darling, what's wrong? Princess Sidonie asked. I should be the one asking you that question, Morgana, William replied as he pulled the seductive girl to his chest. What are you planning to do? Just going to say hi to the students. Then why are you brimming with fighting spirit? Morgana smiled as she leaned her body on William's chest. Why not? You already know that first impressions last. Don't tell me you are feeling jealous. Yes, I am feeling jealous, so behave yourself. The only one that needs to look at you is me. Morgana could feel her heart melting because William had whispered these loving words in her ear. She had completely forgotten her plan to compete with Celeste for the affection of the students in the academy. The seductress even felt ashamed of her pettiness. She was already married to William, so there was no need to compete with anyone. After thinking things through, Morgana decided to no longer antagonize Celeste. After all, the beautiful elf was destined to be forever alone because of her divinity. Alright, show's over, now scram. Chloe flew towards the students and raised her fist. Anyone who is still here when I count to 10 will receive a spanking. 1, 2, 3. The students scattered and ran away like wild ducks that had heard gunfire. All of them admired Celeste, so they were also very familiar with Chloe. Aside from being called the Juggernaut, the students also called her the all-brawn and no-brains fairy. None wanted to be on the receiving end of her slaps, spanks, and punches. The little familiar crossed her arms over her chest and snorted. Several students were infatuated with Celeste, and her role was to be the bodyguard that scared them away. Claire also stepped into this role when Chloe was doing expedition missions for the academy, but Claire wasn't as intimidating as her twin, so most of the students ignored her presence. Just as William entered the academy gates, he heard a ringing sound in his ears. It was not a notification from the system, but the sound of a handheld bell that seemed to be ringing right next to him. William looked around, and even asked Optimus if it could hear the sound of bells ringing. But the system said that it couldn't detect any sound that matches William's description. The half-elf also asked his lovers, but all of them said that they were not hearing the sound of ringing bells. Half a minute later, the ringing sound ended and everything returned back to normal. William thought that he was just tired, and started to hear things, so he decided to put the weird incident at the back of his mind. He just followed behind Celeste towards the main hall where all of them would be briefed about the rules of the academy. On top of the hilt of the sword that was embedded at the center of the academy, a lady with otherworldly beauty stood. She was wearing white celestial clothes that fluttered in the breeze, and a handbell could be seen in her right hand. She gazed at William with a calm expression on her face for 2 full minutes before vanishing into particles of light. Located to the east, at the farthest corner of the academy, stood a shrine. No students were allowed to enter, and even the professors, with the exception of Celeste, and 2 others, were banned from entering its premises. A sigh filled with helplessness echoed from the depths of the shrine. It carried a sadness that would make anyone who heard it feel as if their hearts were about to break. Chapter 728, Class Introductions. It had been 2 days since William's group had arrived at the academy. They had no complaints in the accommodations that had been given to them. In fact, they were given the best rooms in the boys' and girls' dormitories for some unknown reason. Usually, these high-quality rooms were only given to the head prefects of the different school years, but the higher-ups of the academy decided to bestow these privileges to William and his entourage, without batting an eye. However, the half-elf had one important concern, and he voiced it when Celeste invited them to an afternoon tea in her residence. "Professor, there must be something wrong with these arrangements. How come are we not all in the same class?" William asked Celeste, who was elegantly sipping the tea made by Claire. The beautiful elf lowered her cup and glanced at William with a smile. "This is the decision of the higher-ups. There is nothing I can do about it even if you complain to me," Celeste replied. "Who decides these things?" "The headmaster, of course." William facepalmed because he finally understood why this was happening to him. Byron and him parted on bad terms, and this might be the headmaster's payback to the half-elf's reaction when he was questioned back in Antilia Island. Instead of becoming freshmen, everyone in William's group became third-year students in the academy. Princess Sidonie, Ian, and Chiffon were placed in Class A. Zhu and Shaw were placed in Class B, while William, Kenneth, and Lilith were placed in Class C. William thought that he and his lovers would be in the same class, but it seems that the arrangement had been carefully planned by Byron, to prevent William's group from standing out. In order to vent out his frustration, William drank his tea and ate the cookies that were being hand-fed to him by Chiffon. Princess Sidonie, Ian, Zhu, and Shaw were also not happy with the arrangements either because they wanted to be in the same class with William. Also, Princess Sidonie and Ian knew that Lilith was gunning for their lover, so they wanted to be in the same room in order to protect him. Lilith had no complaints about being in the same class as William. In fact, for her, this was the most ideal scenario because she could observe the half-elf during class. Looking at William's lovers, the Amazon princess decided to fan the flames in order to make the situation more chaotic. "I don't think there's anything wrong with the arrangements," Lilith said. "We came here to Hestia Academy to study. Since that is the case, we should just enjoy our academy life to the fullest." Princess Sidoni glared at the shameless Amazon who had openly asked for William to give her his babies. Although she, and Morgana, did the same thing in the past, she hated Lilith because she was not doing it out of love, or lust, but out of necessity. The princess and her twin, Morgana, didn't want others to treat their husband as a tool. Especially a baby-making tool. Why don't we swap places? Princess Sidoni offered as she smiled sweetly at Lilith. I'm sure the higher classes will give more attention to their students. Since you are here to study, going to Class A will be more beneficial for you. No thanks, Lilith replied in a heartbeat. I'm fine with Class C. I'm not some kind of privileged princess who constantly whines if she doesn't get her way. The two princesses glared at each other in disdain. Both of them were members of the 7 deadly sins. However, they didn't get along with each other, similar to oil and water. Will, don't cheat on us while you're in a different class, okay? Chiffon said as he looked up at William with eyes filled with trust. Of course not, William replied as he patted the pink-haired girl's forehead. How can I possibly cheat when I have such a beautiful and caring wife like you? No matter how beautiful the girls in my class are, they couldn't possibly match your beauty. Chiffon's smile widened as she was pulled into William's embrace. After experiencing the trials in the tower and getting married to William, the little glutton was slowly, yet surely, gaining confidence in herself. She was starting to open up to people and socialize with others. B1, B2, Charur, and Bacon also played their part in making Chiffon speak more, and let her feelings be known to the world. Even Celeste, who was unhappy about William having many wives, had nothing to say when she looked at the half-elf and pink-haired girl, who were hugging each other. However, she would surely be displeased if the one that took the little girl's place was Princess Sidoni, whose very presence made her divinity pulse from time to time. Please, introduce yourselves to everyone, a middle-aged man wearing glasses said as he made a gesture for William, Kenneth, and Lilith to come to the podium. The class became excited because all three of them were good-looking. The girls looked at William and Kenneth with starry eyes because both of them were very handsome. Lilith, on the other hand, may not be exceptionally beautiful, but she was radiating a youthful beauty that made the men look at her with earnest gazes. The Amazon princess was already used to being stared at by men, so she wasn't the least bothered by them as she made her introductions. Lilith Lin. Nice to meet all of you, Lilith said. Just call me Lilith. The men clapped their hands together, and some of them even whistled to show their support to their new classmate. Kenneth Shin Ashley. Kenneth introduced himself after the applause came to an end. Feel free to call me Kenneth. Another round of applause was heard. But, this time, the girls also joined and made the delicate-looking elf feel welcomed. William then came forward and scanned the faces of his new classmates before introducing himself. William Von Ainsworth, William stated. It's a pleasure to be in this class. The classroom came to a standstill when William introduced himself. Soon, heavy breathing could be heard from some of the students as they stared at William in disbelief. Are you that William? One of the girls asked in disbelief. The one who conquered the 51st floor of Babylon and whose name was announced worldwide. Everyone in the room was dying to ask the same question. Fortunately, someone did ask, so they focused their attention on the half-elf who had a calm expression on his face. A pin-drop silence ensued that lasted for exactly 10 seconds, before the classroom erupted into chaos. They were all wondering what the conqueror of the 51st floor looked like, and they couldn't believe that the same person was in their class, and looking at them with a smug expression on his face. Class, behave yourselves, the middle-aged professor stepped in to calm the boys and girls who were starting to cause a ruckus. Most of them wanted to walk towards William and touch him to see if he was real or not. The middle-aged man was also the homeroom teacher of Class C, so it was quite easy for him to calm the students who were looking at William like he was their idol. Chapter 729, Tales of the Deity of the Sky. William's face started to twitch as he found himself sitting between Kenneth and Lilith. When his homeroom teacher, Professor Garin, asked him to choose a place to sit, the half-elf immediately chose the rightmost corner of the room. Unlike the classes at the Helen Kingdom and Silverwind Academy that had a separate desk for each student, the sitting arrangement in Hestia Academy followed the herringbone arrangement, where all the seats were facing the podium at the center of the class. Each section was meant for 3 people, so William had no choice but to share his spot with others. Since the 3 of them enrolled at the same time, they could only be grouped together. William was fine sitting beside Kenneth, but Lilith gave him the chills. Although the Amazon wasn't even looking at him and paying attention to the class lecture, the half-elf felt that his little brother was in danger, so he decided to swap places with Kenneth to remedy the situation. A flash of displeasure momentarily passed through the depths of Lilith's eyes, but no one was able to notice these changes. Kenneth didn't mind changing places with William because his only purpose was to keep a close eye on him. Of course, he also knew why the half-elf wanted to swap places with him, but he didn't care. Part of him even wanted to protect his ex-roommate from the Amazon who intended to drag him back to her empire. Professor Garen's lesson was about history. This was the subject that had made countless students fall asleep in their seats when he was still back on Earth. However, the professor's approach in teaching his class was quite interesting, that even William, who had angered his history teacher in the past, was listening sincerely to the lecture. They said that during the era of the gods, all the races were fighting for supremacy, Gareth said with an impassioned voice. Humans, elves, beastkins, dwarves, demons, fairies, giants, dragons, gnomes, halflings, and several other races waged war against each other. During this era, humanity as a whole was the weakest race in the world. The battle was fierce because the gods themselves had sent their avatars to fight alongside the race that worshipped them. Alliances were formed and alliances were broken. However, the most notable event of all was that only one god sided with the humans, and that was none other than Hestia, the goddess that created the world. Garen paused as he allowed the students to digest the words he had said before continuing. The class was composed of different races, so this was a touchy subject for most professors, but Garen wasn't an ordinary professor. He was a true academic that pursued truth, so even if he was dealing with a touchy subject, he was unfazed as he continued his lecture. When humanity was on its last legs, and total annihilation was only days away from happening, several heroes stepped up to turn the tide of battle, Garen said. The amazing thing was that these heroes who stepped up to defend humanity were not humans. One of them was the deity of the sky, Kusaganaga. They said that this deity would descend from the sky bringing powerful storm winds, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. Those who saw its mighty visage would tremble in fear. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard inside the room, and all the students turned to look at William, who was a second late in covering his mouth. "I'm glad that you find my lecture very amusing, Mr. Ainsworth," Garen commented with a smile. "Can you please tell the entire class what is so funny?" William knew he was the one in the wrong, so he stood up and bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Professor," William replied. "I was just surprised that a powerful deity fought alongside humans during the era of the gods. You still haven't answered my question, Mr. Ainsworth. I'm dying to know what you found funny in my lecture." William was thinking very hard to come up with an excuse to answer Garen's question. The reason why he laughed was because of the professor's passionate speech glorifying the rainbow-colored anteater, who was currently doing its best to drag the corpses of centennial beasts to the Requiem ants colony, in order to raise their ants queen. He just couldn't stop himself from chuckling as he envisioned Kusaganaga fighting in a war against demigods and gods, while shouting, "I'm rolling." In its adorable voice, everyone was looking at William with pitiful gazes because Garen was notorious for punishing any student who made fun of his class. After thinking of many scenarios in his head, William decided to use the safest method in order to get out of his predicament. "When I was still in the southern continent, I had the opportunity to meet the sky deity," William explained. "Kusaganaga had been trapped inside a block of ice, frozen in time, and I was the one who set him free." The students, as well as Garen, looked at William with the "nice try" expression on their faces. "Met the sky deity, freed him from a block of ice? Ha! Do you really think we are gullible kids that you can trick with your sorry excuse for a story?" Pitchui. William felt helpless because he couldn't possibly summon Kusaganaga just to prove his point. So, he just stood there and allowed his classmates to snigger and look at him in a teasing manner. "That is a very good tale, Mr. Ainsworth." Professor Garen smiled. "If what you said is true, then humanity owes you a great favor for freeing one of our saviors." William scratched his cheeks in embarrassment. Instead of thanking me using words, I prefer to be compensated with gold coins, precious gems, and artifacts," William said after clearing his throat. "Don't worry, I'm not too picky. Even though I saved one of the heroes of humanity, I am not asking for much. Anything of value will do." Professor Garen's face twitched after hearing William's reply. He was being sarcastic earlier about thanking William for his claim of freeing the sky deity. I was just joking and you were actually shameless enough to ask for compensation. You said you were not picky but all the things you listed were all things of value. You sure have guts. No one knew who it was, but a chuckle was heard inside the classroom. It was the spark that ignited the flames, and the other students weren't able to stop themselves from following suit. The men chuckled, and some even openly laughed. The girls on the other hand covered their lips and giggled. Even Lilith's body was shaking as she did her best to stop the bubbling laughter inside her chest from escaping her lips. In the end, Garen shook his head and decided to let William off the hook just this once. He understood that the latter had just arrived at the academy and was still adapting to his surroundings. Mr. Ainsworth, I'll let this incident pass this time, Garen said in a resigned manner, but next time, you'd better come up with a better story. Although meeting the deity of the sky and freeing him was an interesting tale, the great historians of Hestia would frown upon such claims without solid evidence. I hope that you will not make the same mistake again in the future, Mr. Ainsworth. William nodded his head and sat down. He applauded himself for having dealt with the situation in an amicable manner, leaving no hard feelings for him and Professor Garen. There was only one person in the class that didn't laugh, and that was none other than Kenneth. Deep inside, the silver-haired elf was shocked because of William's earlier tale. He didn't know that the rainbow-colored anteater whom he had seen nearly a week ago was the same sky deity that Professor Garen was lecturing about. Just how many secrets do you have that I am not aware of? Kenneth thought as he glanced at the red-headed teenager with a complicated expression. William, who felt Kenneth's gaze, glanced back at him with a smile. Is there something wrong with my handsome face? William inquired. Kenneth rolled his eyes at the shameless half-elf, and once again shifted his attention to the professor's lecture. He was not in a hurry to know more of William's secrets. They had just mended their friendship not long ago, and he didn't want to cause any misunderstandings between them. Lilith, who was seated beside Kenneth, frowned. Her divinity was that of greed, and this allowed her to sense any kind of power, treasure, or anything of importance to a person. It also gave her the power to snatch them, if certain conditions were met. The Amazon princess could sense a very powerful artifact that fluctuated from time to time within Kenneth's body. But, for some reason, her divinity couldn't find out what it was, which perplexed her. Well, everyone has their secrets. Lilith pushed Kenneth's matter to the side because she didn't want to have any direct conflicts with one of her sisters, with the exception of Princess Sidoni. There were no more mishaps, and Professor Garen was able to end his lesson smoothly. Right after the professor left, several of the students in the class rose from their seats and went to greet William, Kenneth, and Lilith. The three didn't shy away from their classmates and interacted with them in a friendly manner. William vowed that this time, he would enjoy his academy life and make lasting memories in Hestia Academy. However, somewhere on the horizon, far away from the eyes of mortal men, enlightened creatures, and demigods, an important event was about to take place. An event that would make the skies of the world tremble, as a battle of great importance would be fought, in the heavens. Chapter 730, William, you traitor. Creation and destruction go hand in hand. When a life is born, another ends. Such was the cycle of life, and even gods were not exempt from this rule. It was the law that bound everyone in the multiverse. Within the void, a place where space and time worked together in harmony, lay the passage of worlds. Just like how the ancient humans on Earth used land bridges to cross the continents, this was a primitive method to traverse the cosmos and arrive at a predetermined location, according to the rules that were set in place. Right now, a raiding group, that numbered 3,000 strong, traversed these ancient pathways, headed to a world that was bound for destruction. The number of worlds that had life in the multiverse were countless, and these raiding groups only numbered in the tens of thousands. Even so, one thing was certain. When one of these groups reached their destination, a great battle would ensue. Once they had determined that there was a strong resistance in that world, they would send a signal to their main force, and the latter would immediately send an army that numbered in the millions. An army with one sole goal, and that was to end the existence of all life on that planet. The 3,000-strong raiding party finally saw their destination beyond the countless worlds within the void. It was a beautiful blue world. A world that was filled with life, and yet, the laws of the multiverse had deemed that it was time to snuff it out, to give way to the birth of another world. Among those 3,000 harbingers of destruction, 3 of them had the rank of demigods. 100 of them were pseudo-demigods. The remainder were all millennial rank at their peak. Just a step away from stepping into the myriad realm. Seeing that blue planet on the horizon, the giants of Jotunheim and Muspelheim increased their pace. They were looking at their destination with excitement and anticipation, because they were races that were bred for war. They were the army that had been given the task to destroy the worlds that were connected to a certain red portal in the cycle of reincarnation. Right now, that army of destruction was headed to Hestia. If they continued their journey at their current pace, they would arrive at their destination within a week's time. The countdown for the world's destruction had begun, and no more than 5 individuals were aware of the upcoming disaster that was going to befall the world that they were living in. Ruby, I'm here. A rainbow-colored anteater ran through the tunnels of the ants' colony in haste. All the ants that were going along the same path as Kasaganaga moved to the side in fear of offending the anteater who, on several occasions, almost ate the ants that it had come across on the tunnels. Fortunately, Kasaganaga would only visit the nest after it had its fill of eating beast cores. However, that didn't change the fact that there was still a possibility of being eaten. In order to eliminate such risks, all the ants would stick to the walls as close as possible, and give the rainbow-colored calamity a wide berth whenever it passed through their domain. The Requiem Ants Queen almost choked as she ate her food when she heard the adorable, yet nightmare-inducing, voice. Half a minute later, Kasaganaga appeared in the Queen's cavern in a good mood. Here, I brought you some class A beasts. Kasaganaga happily emptied all the contents of its storage bracelet, which it had received from William. Over 100 dead beasts were piled up like a hill in front of the Ants Queen, and the latter could only shiver at the scene. Ruby found it hard to be happy, knowing that it was being fattened up for the slaughter. If not for the fact that William had promised to prevent Kasaganaga from eating her, the Queen might have lost all hope and committed suicide. Due to Kasaganaga's diligent effort to feed her every day, the Queen's body started to have a crimson luster. This was also why William decided to give her the name, Ruby. Eat as much as you can, so you can grow big and strong, Kasaganaga said as it rested its little paw on Ruby's foot. That way, I can he. Kasaganaga was finding it hard to stop the drool from pooling at the corner of its lips as it stared at the Crimson Requiem Ants Queen, who was starting to shudder in fright. The worker ants that were tending the Queen were all Class A creatures. They ignored the anteater that was making their queen cry, and set about their work. Their job was to carefully dissect the creatures that Kasaganaga had brought to their nest, and prepare them for the Queen's consumption. Naturally, they were also given a share of their own to eat, which had hastened their own evolutions. As an expert in raising ant queens, Kasaganaga was very patient with Ruby. It knew that it could not rush things by force-feeding Ruby monsters that were above her class. Since her rank was only Class A, she should eat Class A beasts until she evolved into a centennial beast. Only after she had become a centennial beast would Kasaganaga start feeding her centennial beasts as well. According to its estimate, it would take 2 weeks before Ruby reached the limit of her rank and undergo evolution. The Crimson Requiem Ants Queen would then wrap herself in a cocoon and hibernate. The shortest evolution time could last a month, and the longest was half a year. Kasaganaga didn't know how long Ruby would take to finish her evolution, but it was not worried. With so many high-level creatures inside the dungeon of Atlantis, it was only a matter of time before Ruby stepped into the millennial and myriad ranks under Kasaganaga's guidance. I'm going back to the dungeon, Kasaganaga patted Ruby's legs in a friendly manner. Don't miss me too much, okay? Ruby's body once again shuddered after Kasaganaga's parting words. If possible, it didn't want to see the rainbow-colored anteater for the rest of her life. Sadly, there was nowhere that she could run. She only hoped that William would keep his promise to keep her safe from the gluttonous anteaters, and honor the contract that they both had signed for a subordinate and master relationship. William sighed in happiness as he rested his head on Princess Sidoni's leg. He was currently in the garden with the beautiful princess, and the latter had agreed to give him her lap as a pillow. It had been 3 days since William had become an official student of Hestia Academy, and one could say that he was living the ideal academy life. He enjoyed the classes very much, and had become friends with his classmates. Aside from the fact that he wasn't in the same room as his lovers, everything was smooth sailing and he didn't have any complaints. Of course, he still hadn't forgotten one of his goals for entering the academy, and that was to accomplish the goal that Amen had given him. The only problem was that the girl named Shannon was under house arrest in a shrine that was heavily guarded by the academy. William had subtly attempted to bypass the area, but a powerful barrier prevented him from going further. According to Celeste, William would only be able to enter the shrine if he got the approval from the headmaster of the academy, Byron. Sidoni, do you have any solutions to my problem? William asked. I don't really want to see the headmaster. That guy is bad news. Princess Sidoni smiled as she gently brushed William's hair, and rubbed his chest with her smooth and delicate hands. Have you tried to ask Celeste? Princess Sidoni replied. If it's her, the possibility of getting the clearance is high. William sighed. She's being uncooperative. It seems that the headmaster has told her not to assist me in any way. Princess Sidoni was about to say something when they heard a familiar voice asking for help. Save me, Conan shouted as he flew towards William's direction. Right behind him was a little fairy with short green hair with curls at the end, and gray eyes that were as calm as a lake. The fairy was none other than Celeste's familiar, Claire. Ever since William had appeared in the academy, the little fairy would often drag Conan away for an examination. Elliot, on the other hand, would wander around the academy in search of Chloe, and other beautiful girls that caught his fancy. Compared to the angelic familiar, William's little devil was like a protagonist that was running away from a yandere. Conan immediately dove inside William's uniform with the intention of using the half-elf as a sanctuary, to prevent himself from being harassed by the moody little fairy that liked to touch him all over. Claire, can you give Conan a break? William inquired as he eyed Celeste's indifferent-looking fairy who was looking at the bulge in William's uniform. Break? I give him plenty of breaks, Claire answered. I just want to see how he is different from us. This is important research when it comes to familiars. As you may already know, Elliot and Conan are the only two other familiars under the familyomancer profession. Also, I am aware of your difficulties in trying to enter the shrine. If you give me Conan, I promise that you will be given permission to enter it, in 2 to 3 days' time. William grabbed the hiding devil familiar inside his uniform and presented him to Claire. Please, take him with you, William said earnestly. Just remember our deal. Claire held Conan's arm in a vice grip before nodding her head to William. I will keep my promise. Expect to get clearance before this week is over. Come, Conan, we still haven't finished your physical examination. William, you traitor. Conan shouted in tears as he was dragged away by Claire. No, I don't want to go. I refuse to take part in your examination. William, save me, I'll make it up to you later, Conan. I'm sorry, William replied as he said a silent prayer in his heart. Although he felt bad about Conan being dragged away by Claire, he knew that the little fairy had no intention of hurting Conan. He believed that the little fairy was just really curious about Conan since he was one of the first familiars that had been born aside from her and her twin sister, Chloe. Claire couldn't possibly be in love with Conan, right? William mused. Nah, it's impossible. Unlike Elliot, Conan was the innocent type. How can someone like that be appealing to girls? William chuckled internally before closing his eyes to take a nap. Now that Claire had promised him that she would secure a meeting with Shannon, the half-elf's heart was finally put at ease. He only hoped that when he finally met her, the problem she currently had was something that he could easily solve. Chapter 731. Shed tears when others won't, and fight when others don't. Malachi walked inside the temple of the gods that was located at the heart of the Ares Empire. Behind him, several guards and priestesses lay on the ground, asleep. The Dracolich didn't harm them in any way, and merely put all of them to sleep. When he reached the depths of the shrine, he waved his hand and the water around the statue of the goddess rose to the air, and took on a crimson hue. Soon, the statue glowed, and a sigh escaped its lips. Malachi, old friend, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Astarte, the goddess of the Amazon race, asked with a smile. Pleasure. I didn't visit you for pleasure, Malachi answered as he approached the goddess who was looking at him with a playful gaze. I came here to ask you if your warriors are prepared for what is about to happen. Astarte chuckled as she walked in circles around Malachi. For thousands of years, my warriors' strength has grown stronger with every generation. They've adhered to the laws that I have given them, with the exception of a few who chose to fall in love, instead of mating with the strongest of men. Still, the children that were born out of love were still Amazons. Their bodies were forged by the strength of their ancestors. So, if you are asking me if they are prepared for war, then the answer is yes. Now, old friend, it is my turn to ask you a question. Are you prepared for what is about to come? Astarte lightly caressed the side of Malachi's bony face with the back of her hand. The Dracolich didn't pull away and allowed her to have her way. Do you even need to ask? Malachi answered with a snort. Astartes smiled, but this time, the smile contained a sadness that only Molokai and her understood. Molokai gazed one last time at Astartes' beautiful face, before turning around to leave the temple. "When the time comes, I will come for you again," Molokai said without looking back. Astartes watched his retreating back, with the same sad smile plastered on her face. Only when she could no longer see him, did she open her lips and spoke, ever so softly. "Molokai, you see things others can't. Hear things others don't. Shed tears when others won't. And fight when others don't." The goddess sighed one more time before she walked back to her original place. "After thousands of years, you will once again stand on the front lines of the battlefield," Astartes said firmly as the crimson waters parted for her to cross over. "You've lived a very hard and painful life, old friend." Soon, the waters fell down on the pool and returned to its original color. Astartes' statue stood tall and proud, waiting for the day when the ancient guardian of the world would come to visit her, one last time. 2 ravens cawed in the sky before landing on a branch of a tree. They looked at the old man who was peacefully taking a nap on the branch opposite theirs. The 2 ravens glanced at each other before once more cawing, in order to wake up the old coot who was still enjoying his afternoon siesta. James opened his eyes and gazed at the 2 ravens who were looking back at him with fed-up expressions on their faces. The old man yawned and scratched his head before winking at the 2 ravens that had been away for several days. "Do the 2 of you have any news for me?" James asked. The 2 ravens cawed once again and flapped their wings to fly towards him. Both of them landed on James's shoulder and closed their eyes. James, too, closed his eyes, as he felt the familiar connection between his 2 companions. Images started to appear inside his head as the 2 ravens shared their memories with him. After seeing all of their memories, James sighed and nodded his head in understanding. "Continue to monitor them and keep me updated," James ordered as he jumped off the tree. "I'm going back to the Tower of Babylon." The 2 ravens nodded their heads before flying towards the sky. James watched them go until they had disappeared from the horizon. He didn't have much time left, and he needed to arrive at the tower as soon as possible. Vlad and him had parted ways because the demigod said that he needed to meet some of his old acquaintances. James didn't mind because both of their goals were the same. Since that was the case, it was best for them to travel separately, in order to accomplish their individual tasks with ease. The old bandit placed his fingers over his lips and whistled. He whistled many times, and each note was different. After 2 minutes, James stopped and stood at ease. Suddenly, a neigh sounded behind him. James smiled as he watched an 8-legged horse gallop in his direction from the sky. The horse's coat was white as snow, and its eyes were as black as coal. Clearly, this was not the same horse that he had ridden long ago, but James still felt the undeniable connection between him and the magnificent steed. It didn't take long before the 8-legged horse landed a few meters away from him. It neighed and approached James with an eagerness that had been rooted in its bloodline. James lovingly stroked its head and caressed its neck. "You must be his great-grandson," James said softly as he played with the horse's ears. "Will you accompany me in this lifetime?" The horse neighed and nodded its head in acknowledgement. "Then, I should give you a proper name," James stated as he eyed the horse, but the latter shook its head and neighed in disapproval. James's eyes widened for a brief moment before it was replaced with an understanding gaze. "So, you wish for that as well?" James patted the horse's head with a smile. "Very well, I will honor your wish." The horse neighed softly and rested its head on James' shoulder. The old man wrapped his arms around the horse and rubbed its neck, just like he did long ago. "Sleipnir, your name will be Sleipnir," James whispered in the horse's ears. The horse's ears twitched, and uttered a satisfied neigh before nudging James' head with the side of its cheeks. It then took a few steps back and made a gesture with its head. James chuckled and nodded. He then mounted the back of the horse. Even without a saddle, he sat comfortably on its back. Sleipnir was confident that no matter how fast it ran, the rider on its back would not fall off. Since that was the case, he pawed the ground with its hooves before dashing forward. Soon the 8-legged horse galloped into the sky, headed towards the Tower of Babylon. As the wind brushed past James' face, a few bittersweet memories resurfaced inside his head. They were the memories of a time long forgotten, memories of the path he had trodden. "Make it in time, Sleipnir," James ordered. "For Asgard, and the 9 realms." Chapter 732, A War Where the Entire World is at Stake. "Vlad, it has been a long time since you last visited me," what kind of bad news brought you here? A giant creature with a lion's head and a body protected by a turtle-like carapace looked down on Vlad with surprise etched on its monstrous face. The giant creature had 6 feet, with bear-like claws and a scaly tail like that of a serpent's. Its name was Tarisk. It was recognized by all as the strongest land-dwelling demigod in the world of Hestia. You make it sound like I only visit you when I bring bad news, Vlad replied in a helpless tone. So, you're saying that I'm wrong? Quote. No, you are right, I do bring bad news, but it annoys me that you thought of me that way. Tarisk chuckled as it laid on the ground. Since the demigods lived long lives, they didn't usually seek each other out unless something of great importance was transpiring in the world. Of course, not all demigods got along. Some of them hated each other, and would often get into fights whenever their paths crossed. Each had their own territory, so it was quite easy to locate them. Vlad decided to visit the strongest in their circle first, before going to the nearest demigod in the area. Vlad and Tarisk stared at each other. Although Vlad had many things to say, he instinctively felt that the 20-meter-tall demigod was already aware of the things that were happening to the world. Still, Vlad knew that if he didn't break the ice, nothing would happen and their staring game would continue. I came here to talk about Molokai, Vlad said after organizing his thoughts. He has regained his freedom. Tarisk nodded its head. All the chimeras are duty-bound to study the ancient glyphs inside the Strathmore forest, Tarisk commented. Just like your ancestors before you, everyone has been paying close attention to any information that relates to Molokai. Now that he is free, it can only mean one thing, and one thing only. Vlad clenched his fist. Tarisk had been around since the era of the gods, so it knew more about the history of the world. During the war, this powerful demigod chose the side of the dwarves. He had taught them how to build their kingdoms under the earth, and forge powerful armor and weapons in order to protect their race and civilization. Because of this, the dwarves were one of the races that had survived that warring era, and had flourished since then. War, Vlad stated, a war that no one had seen before. Not just an ordinary war, Vlad, but a war that will surpass the era of the gods. A war where the entire world is at stake. Then no, Tarisk firmly shook his head. The stage has been set, but we are not part of the performing actors who will play the initial act. Our part will come near the end. Yes, near the end, when the pillars that hold the very foundation of this world will be shaken. Tarisk said solemnly as he looked at the clear blue sky. Even now, I can feel that a great danger is approaching us, and yet, I cannot see past the skies of this world, Tarisk commented. Right now, our homeland is like a sand castle on the beach, hoping that the waves won't reach us. But, sooner or later, the tides will rise. The waves will come, and when they do, they will wash away everything that has been built since time immemorial. The strongest demigod of Hestia sighed. I will be honest with you, Vlad, Tarisk said with a serious expression on its face. I am scared, very scared. Vlad could feel the hairs at the back of his neck stand on end after hearing Tarisk's helpless voice. He knew that a great war was about to begin, but he didn't know what kind of war was about to transpire. If even the strongest among them was feeling faint just thinking about the inevitable battle that was about to come, then what could he do? What could anyone do? As if noticing the changes that were happening in Vlad's expression, Tarisk shook his head to dispel the worries inside his head. Rest assured, when the skies of this world fall down upon our heads, I will be there to catch it, Tarisk said. But, I will not be able to hold it up alone. The strongest demigod of Hestia stood up from the ground and gazed at Vlad with a determined expression. Go, Vlad, Tarisk ordered. Inform the others. When the sky turns red, and the fires of destruction descend upon the world, the final battle of this world will be fought. Vlad unconsciously gulped because Tarisk's words were like a prophecy. Even though he had no evidence, his instincts were telling him with certainty that the words of the monstrous beast in front of him would come to pass. How long do we have? Vlad inquired. He wanted to know how much time he had left to prepare for what was about to come. Tarisk didn't answer right away as it once again stared at the sky. I don't know, Tarisk replied. Perhaps, only Molokai knows. Tarisk started to walk away, and Vlad simply stood there looking at the behemoth that had promised to be there when the sky was about to fall. The demigod's back that once looked strong and invincible, was now hunched as if carrying a heavy burden. What kind of war could possibly surpass the war that happened during the era of the gods? Vlad thought long and hard, but he couldn't think of an answer to his question. He had not been born during that dark and tumultuous time of the world, so he had no idea how big the scale of the upcoming war was going to be. If even the combined strength of the demigods of the world couldn't stop what was coming, then was there any hope for them at all? Vlad didn't have the answer to these questions. Although he was one of the few that stood at the peak of the world, he was not omnipotent. There's no use of thinking about this now, Vlad gritted his teeth as he transformed into his true form. He still had a few places to visit, and pass along the words that Tarisk had told him. No matter what happened in the future, one thing was certain. The demigods could no longer be aloof and stay away from the affairs of the mortal realm. High above the Corinter Mountains, Takam looked at the starry skies with his arms crossed over his chest. His eyes glowed with power as a magic circle formed under his feet. He was gathering the power of the Corinter Mountains to perform a 10th circle spell. That night, all the members of the tribes knelt down as they transferred the power of their faith to their sovereign. The entirety of the southern continent was unaware that something beyond their understanding was happening in the distant mountains, located on the northern tip of the Hellen Kingdom. In this dark and quiet night, when the moon was nowhere in sight, the vanguards of humanity were making preparations to fight. Chapter 733. What makes you think that I will cooperate with you? These are dark and difficult times, the old hag, who was also Celine's master, sighed as she gazed at the sky. As one of the demigods of the world, her sensitivity to sense something that could threaten her existence was very high. Among her peers, the only one that could threaten her was Tarisk, but she knew that the pacifist demigod would not openly attack anyone unless they attacked it first. Master, is there something wrong? Celine, who had just returned after foraging in the forest, asked as she placed the basket filled with herbs on the table. Yes, the old hag said as she sat on her favorite chair, but you don't have to worry about this, Celine. At least, not yet. Celine stared at her master in confusion. Her master was one of the most powerful beings in the world of Hestia, and it was very rare for her to see the old woman feeling depressed. This old woman was notorious for her witchcraft, and no one in the demon continent would dare to annoy her. Although many treated her as an evil being, Celine treated her with love and care. Aside from her sister, Celeste, Celine treated the old hag as her mother. Even though they weren't related by blood, the old witch and Celine treated each other as family. The name of Celine's master was Baba Yaga, a very powerful demon that had terrorized the world, more than 1,000 years ago. Now, she lived in seclusion and enjoyed a peaceful life in the depths of the forest. Away from the affairs of the world, and away from the politics of the realm. This unsettling feeling, just where is this coming from? Baba Yaga thought as she held a crystal ball in her hand. All I know is that it is coming from somewhere beyond my reach. The ball in her hand glowed, but the only thing the witch saw was a blaze that threatened to consume everything. No matter how hard she cried, she couldn't find the source of these flames that made her heart tremble. Celine, stay here for the time being, Baba Yaga ordered. Don't leave the demon continent for the next few days. Celine nodded her head. She didn't have any plans at the moment, aside from spending time with her master until the prophecy came to pass. Don't worry, master, Celine replied. I'll stay with you for the time being. A smile appeared on Baba Yaga's wrinkly face. Good. As Celine's master, she didn't want her disciple to come to any harm, especially when it was something that she couldn't foresee no matter how hard she tried. Where are we going, Elliot? Chloe asked. Don't worry, we won't go very far. Just the outskirts of the city of Orion, Elliot replied. We're just going to meet a few friends. Chloe frowned, but she still decided to follow Elliot. She noticed that although the angelic familiar was smiling, his body language was telling her that he was feeling anxious. The two familiars left the academy and headed to the city of Orion. Elliot said that he would be meeting his friends, and asked Chloe to accompany him. The little fairy thought that since Elliot had just arrived in the academy, he needed someone to act as a tour guide to the city. Since she wasn't doing anything important, she decided to accompany him and take him to the best places to eat in the city of Orion. However, after arriving at the city, Elliot flew towards the west. Chloe found this strange, but she didn't say anything and continued to follow the angelic familiar whose smile had already disappeared from his face. Are we going to the wild squirrel forest? Chloe asked after seeing that they were headed into the direction of the forest, outside the outskirts of the forest. Elliot, do you plan to catch a squirrel? Elliot allowed a chuckle to escape his lips before answering Chloe's question. I'd rather hunt squirrels than face the things that we are about to face. The angelic familiar didn't say anything else and continued to fly. Half an hour later, they arrived at a clearing inside the depths of the forest. There, a robed figure stood at the center. A blue bird was perched on the person's shoulder. The moment the bird saw Elliot, it immediately uttered a shriek and glared hatefully at the two approaching familiars. "Did the two of you wait long?" Elliot asked as he hovered in front of the robed figure. "Just 2 days," the robed figure replied in an irritated manner. "First you asked me to come here as soon as possible, but the moment I arrive, you ask me to wait until you come to find me. Tell me, did you ask me to come just to humiliate me?" Elliot wagged his finger at the robed figure while clicking his tongue. "I'm not that bored," Elliot replied. "Since I ask you to come, naturally it is something of importance. But before that, remove your hood. Talking to you like this is getting awkward, don't you agree?" The robed figure snorted, but still removed the hood from their head. A familiar pretty face appeared in front of the two familiars. It was none other than William's ex-fiancée, Rebecca. Chloe glanced at Elliot and was about to ask for an explanation when the angelic familiar raised his hand to stop her from talking. "Listen, right now, we don't have much time," Elliot said as he looked at the two girls, and the blue bird that was perched on Rebecca's shoulder. The bird was none other than Meredith, whose rank had dropped to the centennial rank after its battle with William. Even now, the blue bird hated the half-elf with a vengeance. If not for Rebecca's urging, it wouldn't have accompanied her on her journey to the city of Orion, where the Hestia Academy was located. "We need to create a high-level magic circle that will amplify your magic power, Rebecca," Elliot said. "We must do this within 2 days. Have you brought the items I asked you to bring?" Rebecca nodded. "I brought them all. But, what kind of high-level magic circle are you planning to make?" "I don't know much about them. Don't worry, Meredith will teach you how it is done. And what makes you think that I will cooperate with you?" The blue bird spoke in contempt as it eyed Elliot as if he was its mortal enemy. Aside from the angelic familiar's hair color, hairstyle, and bearing, Elliot's face was an exact copy of William, which made Meredith's blood boil. The blue bird had regretted the fact that it hadn't been able to kill the half-elf when it had chosen to self-destruct in order to end William's life. To this day, it held its grudge deep inside its heart, and it would do anything if it meant being able to end the life of the hateful half-elf who had killed her through disgust. "Don't you feel it?" Elliot asked Meredith, whose magical power was slowly increasing. "Or are you pretending not to feel it? Your rank may have degraded, but you were once a demigod. Surely, your instinct was as still sharp as it was back then." No. He wasn't afraid of the blue bird because its rank was only that of a centennial beast. This was one of the reasons why he had asked Chloe to accompany him, in order to deter the spiteful phoenix, who was out for vengeance. "So, what of it?" Meredith replied. Its voice was laced with hate, but Elliot's words had caught it off guard. "Are you saying that you know where this feeling is coming from?" Elliot nodded. "Like I said, we don't have much time. You can feel it too, right? With every hour that passes, that powerful pressure is coming closer and closer. If you don't cooperate with us, that malevolent feeling you are experiencing will come to find you." Meredith narrowed its eyes. It was still half in doubt of Elliot's words, but there was no denying that the familiar had aptly described what she was feeling. Its instinct was screaming at it that something beyond the scope of its powers was coming beyond the horizon. For the time being, it decided to push aside its grudge and find out the reason for its anxiety. "What do you want me to do?" Meredith asked. Elliot sighed internally because the first hurdle had been overcome. As long as he was able to get Meredith's cooperation, the next stage of his plan would proceed smoothly. "I want you to make a high-tier magic circle that will bend space," Elliot explained. "We will use the items that Rebecca has brought to empower it." Meredith frowned before shaking its head. "It will not be enough. I saw the items she brought, and it will not be enough for whatever you plan to do. You don't have to worry about this," Elliot casually waved his hand. "The only thing you need to do is to create the magic circle, and reinforce it with the items that Rebecca had brought. I will handle the rest." Meredith snorted due to the familiar's disregard for its opinion. However, it was still curious about what Elliot was planning to do, so it decided to cooperate for the time being. "Remember, you must finish the magic circle within 2 days, Elliot said with a serious expression. "I don't care if you hate me and William, but for your sake, you better not try something funny. I swear that if the magic circle isn't complete within 2 days, I will personally bury you in night soil." Meredith shuddered as the traumatic memories once again flashed inside its head. The Ice Phoenix looked at Elliot's face and felt its heart tremble. The incident that happened in the Savadine Mountains had left a deep scar in its heart. If that were to happen another time, the Ice Phoenix, who had guarded its domain for hundreds of years, would never be able to lift its head high ever again. Chapter 734, A World That Is Far From My Reach. A day passed after Elliot and Chloe had left the academy. Elliot had already told William that he was planning to tour the city with Chloe, so the half-elf didn't think much about it. The angelic familiar was almost always wandering around the academy, and William had already gotten used to it. As for Conan, the pitiful devil would do its best to run away from Claire. However, for some uncanny reason, the little moody fairy was always able to find Conan's hiding place. It was as if she had placed some kind of tracker to him, making him unable to escape her grasp. Because of this, the little devil had returned inside William's body and refused to come out. This was the only way that he could think of that would allow him to escape the physical examination that Claire had been performing on him these past few days. In the end, Claire had no choice but to set aside her plans for an extensive examination and accompany William to the shrine located on the east side of the academy. The moody little fairy had somehow gotten the headmaster's approval, which surprised the half-elf. Because of this, his impression of Claire rose. However, that impression hit rock bottom when he found out the real reason why Byron agreed to let William see Shannon. Claire simply said that if Byron didn't agree to allow William to go to the shrine, she would ask her sister to break Byron's prized collections. Because of this threat, Byron reluctantly agreed to accommodate Claire's request and gave his approval. After hearing that Byron had compromised, Celeste decided to accompany William to see Shannon. It was not only her that chose to accompany the red-headed teenager. Princess Sidonie, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Lilith chose to accompany him as well. Ian also wanted to go, but Celeste told her that Shannon's power might overwhelm her spiritual resistance, and force her to commit suicide. Even William wasn't an exception, but Celeste believed that as long as she and the rest of the Sins were around, they could prevent the worst-case scenario from happening to the half-elf. As the group walked towards the shrine, Celeste decided to ask the question that had been on her mind since William opened up the subject of how he became aware of Shannon's existence. "Who told you about Shannon?" Celeste asked. "As far as I know, less than 10 people in the world know where she is currently staying. I know all of those people, so it is impossible for you to get any information from them. How did you find out about her existence?" William pondered on how to best answer this question, but every excuse that appeared in his mind was not feasible. In the end, he decided to use the safest method to answer Celeste's inquiry. "A god told me about her," William replied. "That god also told me that I needed to solve her problem. By doing so, I will be rewarded with riches that would make me a happy man." Celeste eyed William with a doubtful expression, but she also couldn't rule out the half-elf's words. Since the people that knew about Shannon's plight were trustworthy people, only those outside of their circle could have told William where she could be found. "Listen, I know you have a strong willpower, but the person you will face is beyond comprehension," Celeste warned. "If I deem that you are unable to hold on to your reasoning, I will immediately evict you from the shrine. Do I make myself clear?" William nodded. He had heard about Shannon's notoriety, and because of this, the shrine had become a restricted area and was heavily guarded. Several layers of protection had also been added in place, creating multiple barriers that prevented others from going in and coming out of the shrine. The guards allowed William's group to pass because they had already been informed of their coming. Celeste was also one of the handful of people that could enter the place, so seeing her with William put the guards at ease. "This layer of security is even tighter than the one that guarded the treasury of our kingdom," Princess Sidonie said after they had passed the last checkpoint, leading to the shrine. "Over 100 people have died coming here," Celeste commented. "Some of them were high-ranking nobles of the empires of the central continent. Unfortunately, their curiosity had gotten the better of them and their lives ended before they could even do great things to benefit the world." Celeste then gave William a sidelong glance before shifting her attention back to the entrance of the shrine. "I just hope that you don't end up like them, William," Celeste said. "You are one of the pillars of the young generation. If you die here, it will be a great loss for humanity." Celeste didn't add that if William died, her sister, Celine, would also be very sad. The beautiful elf swore that she would do her best to prevent William from taking his own life the moment he saw the person that had been staying in the shrine since she was 5 years old. Remember, if he does something funny, all of you will restrain him as soon as possible, Celeste said to the members of the deadly sins that had come with William. Knock him unconscious if you have to. Just don't let him end his life. Princess Sidonie, Chiffon, Kenneth, and Lilith nodded their heads. Their faces became serious as Celeste opened the door that led to the innermost area of the shrine. The sound of a chime reverberated in the surroundings as the door was opened. The bells were placed there to alert Shannon that someone had entered the shrine. William's gaze froze when he saw the person that was sitting in the center of the room. She held a paintbrush in her left hand and her eyes were focused on the canvas. William felt something grip his heart, as his thoughts started to grow hazy. Even so, he focused his willpower on his sight, as he took in the visage of the girl whose sadness was etched on her beautiful face. I see that you have brought me some guest, Professor Celeste, a soul-stirring voice escaped the young lady's lips. She then turned her head to appraise the guests that had come to visit her. My heart tells me that the three of you are my sisters, the young lady said, and a trace of surprise could be detected in her soul-stirring voice. After a while, her gaze landed on William, and a smile of ridicule appeared on her beautiful face. Tell me, stranger, what kind of crime did you commit for these girls to bring you here to die? The young lady asked. Her sad gaze and voice carried a power that made William's legs weaken, and almost made the half-elf collapse on the ground. Fortunately, the others were paying close attention to him. Princess Sidonie and Chiffon hurriedly supported his body, so that he could remain standing. This act made the young lady that was seated on the chair arch an eyebrow in surprise. With a glance, she could tell that the red-headed teenager was someone that her sisters cared for. This piqued her interest, and she once again gazed at the man whose breathing was starting to get heavy. William tried to force a word to clear his thoughts that were starting to scatter. This feeling was far stronger than the befuddlement spell that Byron had cast on him when he was being interrogated back in Antilia Island. That was the last word that William uttered before he felt a pain at the back of his head. As his eyes slowly closed, and his senses started to abandon him, the sigh of the beautiful girl, who made his soul tremble, reached his ears. It was such a sad sigh, filled with loneliness and helplessness. That was the last thing that William heard before he fainted in his lover's embrace. Sisters, come visit me when you have time, the young lady commented as she looked at William, who was being supported by Princess Sidonie and Chiffon. If you care about his well-being, it will be best if you keep him away from this place. The young lady then lifted her brush and started to draw on the blank canvas. I will wait for all of you to tell me stories of the outside world. A world that is far away from my reach. Chapter 735, Tomorrow, I will paint again tomorrow. When William opened his eyes, he found himself back inside his room in the dormitory room. The windows were open, and yet, the room was dark. The half-elf tried to recall what happened before he lost consciousness. Slowly, but surely, the images gradually resurfaced in his memories, giving him a clearer picture of what Shannon looked like. Inside the room, there was a young lady sitting on a chair and holding a brush in her left hand. She had long white hair, and her eyes were purple in color. The thing that stood out the most about her appearance were the ears that were on top of her head. Shannon's ears didn't resemble those of any humanoid species. They looked like fluffy beastkin ears that he had seen in some comics and TV shows back on Earth. William couldn't recall if they were cat ears or fox ears because her smooth and soul-stirring voice made him unable to form any coherent thoughts. All he could tell was that the girl was similar to him. A half-breed of sorts. Half human, half beastkin. The half-elf rubbed the back of his head. It was there where someone had hit him, but the pain was long dissipated. Clearly, he had already been healed from his injury and only remained unconscious due to the power of Shannon's strong divinity. While he was deep in his thoughts, the door of his room opened. Ian came in pushing a trolley of food that she had taken from the dining hall of the dormitory. It's good to see you are awake, Ian said as she walked towards him with a smile. William frowned as he gazed back at his lover. How many days did I sleep? Only a few hours, Ian replied as she looked at him with a worried look on her face. Do you feel hurt anywhere? William shook his head. I'm fine, I don't feel pain anywhere. He wasn't lying. William had already asked Optimus to run a diagnostic scan to check his condition, and the results showed him that he was perfectly fine. Good. I was surprised when you were carried back to the dormitory by Kenneth. I didn't expect you to return in that manner. I also didn't expect that I would be brought to that state. It seems that I need to change my strategy when interacting with Shannon. William sighed. Just a mere glance, and a few words from Shannon was enough to make him unable to hold on to his rationality, and it unnerved him. Ian transformed into her mermaid form and cupped his face. She then planted a kiss on his forehead before patting his head. William closed his eyes and allowed himself to be embraced by the lady who had given half of her heart to him. You don't need to rush things, Ash said as she pulled William closer until his head rested on her chest. You can take it slow. Shannon is not going anywhere. Sidonie and Chiffon told me everything already. William replied as he felt Ash's softness and warmth. The two of them stayed like that for a few minutes before the beautiful mermaid reluctantly took a step back. Eat first, Ash said as she walked towards the food trolley. It is now 8 in the evening and you've been sleeping for 10 hours. Ash didn't wait for William's reply and arranged the food on the table in his room. The smell of delicious food reached his senses, and it was then when he realized that he was very hungry. After eating everything that Ash had brought for him, William walked towards the balcony of his room. Ash followed suit, and the two of them sat there while looking at the stars in the sky. Ash, Amon's last test is a little difficult, William said after a few minutes passed. However, worry not, I will find a way and lift the curses placed on you, Est, and Isaac. I promise. Ash nodded her head. I believe you. The two stared at each other for a little while before they shared a short, yet love-filled, kiss on the lips. After the kiss ended, Ash pulled back. Although she wanted to remain, she had an appointment with Princess Sidonie and Chiffon. William's three lovers decided to have a meeting about how to help William accomplish his last mission. They planned to keep this as a secret for the time being until they found a way to overcome Shannon's powerful divinity. I'll be going now, Ash said as she caressed William's cheeks. Just call for me if you need anything. William nodded his head in understanding. Ash undid her transformation before leaving the room. William watched her go with a sigh. The half-elf once again looked at the stars. It had been a while since he had done this after leaving the Tower of Babylon. The stars of Hestia are really different from the ones on Earth and Asgard, William said softly. He had been in Hestia for more than 18 years of his life. Since the day he was born, he had encountered several hardships, and faced challenges that someone of his age shouldn't have had to face. 10 minutes later, William returned to his bed to sleep. Even though he had already slept for many hours, he was still feeling exhausted. Perhaps it was the side effect of being in Shannon's presence, or perhaps it was due to the sneak attack he received back then. Tomorrow. William yawned as he closed his eyes. I will try again tomorrow. The half-elf hoped that when morning came, he would be able to find some clues about how to help Shannon solve her problem. Inside the shrine located on the east side of the academy, a brush danced across the canvas giving color to Shannon's creation. Her eyes were focused on the canvas as the brush started to move in a blur. With each stroke, her masterpiece came closer to completion. The colors she used were purple, red, orange, and gold. These combinations of colors breathed life to the scene that she was currently painting. In a world dyed in purple, red giants walked in an orderly manner. Their hands and feet were swathed with a tinge of orange and gold, showing the color of flames. Thousands of these red giants appeared on Shannon's canvas, and all of their expressions were fierce. After making the last stroke, Shannon paused. The painting was only halfway finished, because she couldn't paint more than this. Tomorrow. I will paint again tomorrow, Shannon said softly as she stared at her incomplete work. Your Excellency, what do you think? Is it good? A lady wearing a celestial robe walked towards Shannon and peered at the painting. She then patted Shannon's head, as if telling her that she did a good job. Shannon allowed herself to be pampered because it was only in these moments when her desolate heart would feel a tinge of fleeting happiness. Rest, my dearest, the otherworldly beauty said as she kissed Shannon's cheeks. Tomorrow, you will be having guests. Shannon nodded her head as she allowed herself to be half carried towards her bedroom. It had been a long day, and she was indeed tired. She hoped that when morning came, her sisters would come to visit her. Although her existence had broken the rules of the world, it was something that couldn't be helped. After all, she was someone that was not supposed to be born. Chapter 736. I am not a suspicious person. This should be the place that the Lady of the Lake told me about. William Pendragon stared at the big oak tree in front of him. He closed his eyes and tried to recall everything that the Lady of the Lake had told him. William had a good memory, so it didn't take long before the memories of his meeting with the lady resurfaced inside his head. Located in the east, deep within the Bridgefell Grove, lies an old oak tree. It is the biggest and tallest tree in the forest, so you will identify it right away. On the 9th hour, of the 9th day, of the 9th month, a portal between Midgard and Alfheim will appear at the base of the old oak tree. You may enter Alfheim through this passage. However, know that this passage only opens once a year. If you want to return to Midgard, you have to return on the 9th hour, of the 9th day, of the 9th month, and cross the bridge between the worlds once again. William once again opened his eyes as the memory subsided. I need to find Acedia and bring her to the Violet Ever Garden, William said softly. There she will remain for the rest of her life. The image of the sleeping elf with golden hair flashed across his mind. In his memory, the young lady was sleeping on a bed of roses. While William was still lost in his thoughts, a soft whistle was heard around him. Suddenly, the air's movement picked up and it made William's hair and clothes flutter. Right before his eyes, a golden portal materialized out of thin air at the base of the oak tree. William hurriedly walked towards it because the Lady of the Lake didn't tell him how long the portal would last. It would be best to enter it as soon as possible to prevent any further delays. If he missed the opportunity, he would have to wait for another year before he could repeat the quest that was given to him. For William, who was carrying a great burden on his shoulders, time was of the utmost importance. He couldn't allow himself to fail this quest and be delayed for another year. As soon as he stepped into the portal, he found himself falling in what seemed to be an endless tunnel. He kept falling, and falling, and falling, until he lost count of how many minutes had passed since his descent had begun. As the teenage boy thought that he would be falling for the rest of his life, his descent came to an abrupt end. William's feet had landed on solid ground, and due to the unexpected outcome, he lost balance and fell on his bum. With a pained expression on his face, the silver-haired Pendragon looked at his surroundings. The place where he appeared looked very ancient, and the flow of magic was thick in the air. Although William wasn't sure if he had really arrived at Alfheim, this was the only explanation that he could think of at this moment. After standing up and dusting the dirt from his clothes, William once again scanned his surroundings. The old oak tree didn't look any different from the one he saw. However, the trees surrounding the clearing where it was at were different from the ones he had seen in Midgard. As William was thinking about where to go, he noticed some kind of structure that was not far from the oak tree. Since he didn't know where to go, William decided to investigate the place first. Is this some kind of ruin? William thought as he entered the dilapidated stone structure that reminded him of a small coliseum. The first thing he saw when he entered was a small altar. William's eyes widened in shock when he saw what seemed to be a person lying on top of it. The silver-haired teenager immediately walked towards the altar to check if his guess was right. When he was only several meters away from the person who was lying on the altar, he noticed that he was stepping on something golden. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was stepping on hair. William knelt down and held a handful of it. The smooth and silky golden hair felt good to the touch. His gaze then moved towards the person lying on the altar. Could it be? William mused as he let go of the hair and stood up. He then walked towards the altar to confirm his suspicion. When he was only a meter away, he finally saw the identity of the lady that was lying on top of it. A beautiful elf who seemed to be in her late teens was sleeping peacefully on a bed of roses. She looked exactly like the projection that the Lady of the Lake had shown him a few months ago. "Excuse me, are you perhaps Acedia?" William asked. The sleeping lady didn't answer, so William once again asked his question. After asking for the third time, the young lady seemed unresponsive, so William decided to move closer and try to wake her up by force. However, just as he was about to lightly shake her body, something grabbed his feet and hoisted him up in the air. William panicked and tried to break free, but it was to no avail. He hung in the air, upside down, unable to free himself no matter what he did. It was also at that moment when the sleeping beauty opened her eyes and gazed lazily at him. "Who?" the golden-haired beauty asked sleepily. My name is William," William replied. "I am not a suspicious person. I am on a quest to help someone named Acedia. Do you happen to know who she is?" After careful consideration, William decided to play it safe by telling the young lady in front of him half-truths. Although he already knew that the lady with golden hair was Acedia, he understood that he shouldn't call her by name because it would mark him as a suspicious person. By being vague that he wasn't aware of who she was, William would be able to defuse the current situation. Unfortunately, the golden-haired lady didn't care whether she knew of him or not. She simply closed her eyes and once again went back to sleep, leaving William dangling in the air, held only by the hair around his feet and ankles. William abruptly sat up from the bed as he woke up from his dream. The faint rays of the sun landed on his face through the window, making him realize that morning had come. What an unreasonable dream, William thought as he scratched his hair. The girl in his dream, Acedia, had not only captured him, but also treated him like a toy by shaking him like a pair of maracas, while being held by her hair. It was akin to torture, and William had woken up when he had finally reached his limit. The half-elf shook his head as he walked towards the bowl of water on the table. He used it to wash his face, and drive the remnants of sleep that still stuck on his face. William was already used to having dreams about his past memories in Midgard, but instead of feeling happy, he felt worried instead. Who is that girl? William thought as he scratched his head. She doesn't look like Master, so I can cross her out for the time being. Although William wished that the golden-haired beauty that he saw was Celine, their faces were quite different from each other. His other lovers, namely Ash and Chiffon, looked exactly like their counterparts in his previous dreams, but the Rapunzel in his dreams was someone he hadn't met before. After racking his head, William knew with certainty that he hadn't seen the girl before. The only thing that bothered him was that she looked oddly familiar. The half-elf couldn't explain it, but he was sure that he had met that lady before. As he was starting to doubt his memory, a sudden knock on the door of his room brought him out of his daze. "Who is it?" William asked. Only a handful of people would knock on his door so early in the morning, so he asked just in case that he was wrong in his assumption. "It's me, Kenneth," the silver-haired elf replied. "Breakfast is now being served in the dining hall. Do you want to come and eat with me?" William opened the door, and his ex-roommate's delicate-looking face appeared in front of him. "Good morning, Will. Kenneth wasn't able to finish his words, because William had reached out to grab a few strands of his hair and gave it a light tug. "It feels different," William muttered. He then started to rub Kenneth's head to feel if the latter's hair was similar to the hair in his dreams. Completely different. Kenneth stared at William with a dumbfounded expression as he grabbed the hand that patted and stroked his hair so early in the morning. "Just, what do you think you are doing?" Kenneth asked while giving William a glare. Although he and William were close, the half-elf had never been this touchy, and it made Kenneth feel uncomfortable. Realizing that he had subconsciously made a mistake, William hastily pulled his hand back and apologized to Kenneth. The feel of Kenneth's hair was different in his memories, so the half-elf was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Fortunately it was a miss," William muttered absent-mindedly. "Miss? What miss?" Kenneth frowned. He had just forgiven William for touching his hair, but the red-headed teenager's sudden rambling piqued his curiosity. "Nothing." William cleared his throat in embarrassment. The two then made their way towards the dining hall to have their breakfast. Although the memories of his past lives were credible, William was still not certain if the golden-haired Rapunzel in his dream was also present within his current reality. Chapter 737, The Unsung Heroes of the World. It was the weekend, so William and the rest didn't have any classes. After having a hearty breakfast to wash away the abuse he received in his dreams, William, accompanied by Ian and Kenneth, went to meet with Princess Sidonie and Chiffon. Princess Sidonie and Chiffon shared a room together, so it wasn't hard to meet them. At least, that was how it was supposed to be normally, but there was one problem. The girls' dormitory was completely off-limits to male students. Although William didn't have any complaints about this rule, he could only shake his head helplessly because the same didn't apply to the girls. The female students of the academy could freely visit the boys' dormitories anytime they wanted. The only limit was the nightly curfew, which prevented them from staying longer than 7 in the evening. Half an hour later, William, his lovers, and Kenneth walked in the direction of the shrine. William walked hand in hand with Chiffon, while Princess Sidonie explained to him the plan that they had formulated to allow William the ability to resist the power of Shannon's divinity. "I was really surprised when I saw Shannon yesterday," Princess Sidonie said as she held onto William's arm. "There has been no precedent in the past, but I can't believe that someone like her exists." Princess Sidonie wanted to explain more, but it seemed that a powerful restriction was preventing her from telling William about Shannon's true identity. In fact, it was not only her. Chiffon, Kenneth, Lilith, and Celeste weren't able to say any more either. There seemed to be an invisible law that prevented anyone from sharing the information they had about Shannon. Because of this, Princess Sidoni just told William the plan they had in mind. Although I'm not 100% sure that this plan will work, it has at least a 70% chance of success, Princess Sidoni said. You need to merge with one of us when meeting with Shannon. The power of our divinity will help you resist her divinity to a certain extent. William nodded in understanding. Unlike the 7 deadly sins and the 7 virtues, the half-elf wasn't able to hold his wits around Shannon for even half a minute. This degree of suppression was something he had never felt before. It was different from the overbearing suppression that came from a demigod. It was simply a force that ignored the laws of the world, and made anyone who set their eyes on her feel that their world had lost all of its colors. Why didn't I think of this? William felt like slapping his forehead for not thinking of this simple method to deal with Shannon's divinity. Princess Sidoni giggled as she held onto her beloved. Now, one question remains. Who will you merge with? Chiffon or I, or would you rather merge with Kenneth? Kenneth, who was walking behind William, frowned. He didn't understand what Princess Sidoni meant by merging. However, he was willing to extend his help to William if that would help the half-elf accomplish his goals. William paused for a moment and turned back to look at the silver-haired elf. The details of his most recent dream, and remembering what Princess Sidoni and Ian had told him about Kenneth's battle in the tournament, came to mind as he observed the face that was familiar, yet not. William shook these thoughts out of his head and chalked it up to Sidoni teasing Kenneth because his hair had grown longer then. Turning his focus back to pondering which of his 2 wives he would pick to conduct his experiment, he happened to glance down at the adorable girl who was pulling on the side of his robe in order to catch his attention. Chiffon looked up at him with a tender gaze. The red-headed teenager's heart melted after seeing her expression. Because of this, he said that he would choose his pink-haired wife to merge with him when they faced Shannon a second time. Princess Sidoni giggled, and Kenneth shook his head helplessly at the half-elf's behavior. As William's group neared the eastern shrine, something else was happening in a place that was far beyond their reach. The 3,000 harbingers of destruction continued their march as the beautiful blue planet drew closer. They estimated that it would only take them a day or 2 to arrive at their destination. Suddenly, one of the 3 demigods that were marching in front of the army raised its hand, which made everyone come to a halt. The 30-meter-tall giant with long red hair, tied up in braids, looked at the distortion that was slowly materializing in front of their army. The distortion was at least a mile away from where they stood, but the giant demigod decided to stop their advance, and observe this phenomenon that he was seeing for the first time in its long lifetime. Half a minute later, a floating island appeared in the void. In the middle of the island was a giant fortress whose presence made the demigod frown. The floating fortress was none other than the last bastion of humanity, Avalon. The gates of the fortress opened and 7 individuals walked out of it. They then jumped down from the floating island. With the exception of the arcane spectral lich, diabolical hell knight, grim nightmare revenant, who had all summoned their bone dragons, the others landed on the passage of the worlds, facing the 3,000-strong giant army that was more than capable of annihilating several empires in the central continent. Niklavi held the spear in its hand firmly as it stared at the enemies that were in front of it. The Devil of the Sea was a pseudo-demigod, and could fight head-on with demigods. However, the 3 30-meter-tall giants gave it some pressure. Clearly, these were no ordinary demigods. The 3 giants were peak demigods who specialized in war and destruction. They were similar to Nuklevi, only bigger and more powerful. The monstrous skeleton sovereign and giant-slaying Draugr was only as tall as the smaller giants, and even they felt that fighting head-on with 3 demigods, 100 pseudo-demigods, and thousands of peak millennial giants was too high of a hurdle. However, none of them would be backing down from this fight. Behind them was their homeworld, and they would not allow these foreign threats to set their homeworld ablaze. Molokai stepped forward and stood in front of his subordinates. He was as strong as the strongest demigod among their enemies' ranks, and his face, which was made completely out of bones, showed no change of expression. He summoned his staff, which he had lent to William during the battle in the southern continent, and held it high. The fortress of Avalon lit up as the elven undead manned their posts. They activated the fortress, long-distance weaponry in order to support their champions. Molokai slammed his staff on the ground as the embers on his eye sockets blazed brightly. "You shall not pass!" The ancient guardian of Hestia roared, and the passage of the world trembled. Out of sight from the billions of inhabitants of the world, these unsung heroes took a fighting stance, as they prepared to make their stand, to fight against the invaders who wished to destroy the world, and everything they held dear in their undead hearts. Chapter 738, Battle Through the Heavens Part 1. Tremor, the strongest demigod among the giant army, looked down at the undead who dared to block their path. His brothers, Arasnir and Sirion, snorted as they gazed at Molokai with contempt. As the harbingers of destruction, they possessed the unique ability to understand the language of the world that had been assigned to them to destroy. Tremor raised his hand and gestured for the giants to prepare to fight. Although he sensed that Molokai possessed strength equivalent to his, the Dracolich's companions posed no threat in his eyes. Kill, Tremor ordered. He then ran forward with his giant war axe held high, ready to strike and destroy anything that blocked his way. The other giants roared and charged forward, brandishing their weapons of destruction. Molokai was unfazed and pointed his staff forward. Fire! Avalon lit up and a powerful magical barrage descended upon the giants who were rushing towards him in droves. Due to the size of their targets, the elven undead didn't even need to aim because they would hit their targets no matter what. The magical attacks came from powerful artifacts that had been stored inside Avalon for thousands of years. Some of these artifacts were of the legendary ranks, so they posed significant threats, even to the demigods who were leading the charge of the giant army. This was why Molokai told William that he was not allowed to steal any of the treasures that were kept in Avalon, when the half-elf came to ask for his help. The giants' advance slowed down as the magical bombardment pelted their bodies. The ancient artifacts, that had survived the era of the gods, were not something that they could just shrug off completely. However, Molokai knew that even with Avalon's powerful bombardment, they were still at a disadvantage in this head-on confrontation. They were not fighting mindless beasts. They were fighting an army that had already taken part in destroying worlds. As the giants neared their location, the magical barrage intensified as well. The three demigods, as well as the hundreds of pseudo-demigods, were taking the brunt of the bombardment. Injuries appeared on their bodies, and blood flowed like a river, but their advance never stopped. Sirion, one of the three demigods, held a scepter in his hand and he enveloped the giant army in a magical barrier, which weakened the damage of the spells that were raining down on them. The other demigod, Arasnir, blew a giant cone shell and the injuries that the giants received slowly regenerated. Although it was not an instant regeneration, the damage that they had received was slowly recovering with each passing second. They're not an ordinary raiding party, Molokai thought. He then chanted a spell and the tip of his staff glowed eerily. Shadow shackles, Molokai shouted. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to stop the giants' advance, he decided to cast a ninth circle spell that would bind the weaker giants, while he and his subordinates dealt with the stronger ones. The ground under his feet was dyed black, and it spread out towards the giant army. Several black chains sprang out from the ground and bound the giants' bodies. This was a powerful restraining spell cast by a demigod, so the majority of the giant army came to a complete stop. Only the three demigods, as well as the pseudo-demigods, were able to break free from their bindings and continued their charge. Molokai knew that this was the best that he could do in this situation and motioned for his subordinates to prepare to fight in close combat. Although 103 opponents pitted against 7 was still a staggering number, it was much better than 7 against 3,000. Avalon focused on firing its magical barrage at the giants that had been bound by Molokai, to prevent friendly fire. Niklavi laughed as it charged forward, brandishing its spear. It didn't need to communicate with Molokai because it already knew who its target would be. The Devil of the Sea charged at Arasnir, who was holding the giant cone shell that was slowly regenerating the injuries of the giants. As long as the cone shell was there, any damage they dealt would be useless. Molokai flew towards Tremor because the latter was the strongest among the giants. The arcane spectral lich, diabolical hell knight, and grim nightmare revenant focused on Sirion, who held the scepter that mitigated the power of their magical attacks. The monstrous skeleton sovereign and giant-slaying Draugr was forced to face the hundreds of pseudo-demigods on the ground. With a powerful cry, the giant-slaying Draugr met the giants head-on. He was able to send 3 of them flying with his weapon, but the rest ganged up on him and tore off his body parts. The same could be said for the monstrous skeleton sovereign. It was only able to cut off a giant's head before its bones were smashed to bits. The power difference between the two parties was too great that it was impossible to change the situation with just determination alone. The staff on Molokai's hand glowed, and the two fallen undead giants that had been torn to shreds were restored to their original state. The two immediately worked together to sneak attack the giants that had trampled on their bodies and gave their enemies serious injuries. Foul tricks! Tremor roared as he brandished his weapon towards Malachi. The Dracolich was forced to dodge the attack, and was unable to support the two undead giants who had once again been hacked to pieces. This time, the giants learned from their mistake and threw their body parts in separate directions. Even if they reassembled themselves again, it would take a longer time to do so. Seeing that their first line of defense had crumbled, the undead that manned the fortress of Avalon set their sights on the pseudo-demigods on the ground. They fired a powerful barrage at their enemies, but the giants endured these attacks. When the giants neared the floating island, they all jumped into the air. Their giant bodies landed on the floating island, making it tremble. Die! One of the giants approached the fortress and hacked its walls with a giant hammer. A soft hum reverberated in the air as the magical defenses of Avalon activated. Avalon was the strongest fortress of mankind. It would take more than an attack from a giant to break its walls. Even so, it was not invincible. As more giants reached the fortress, their relentless attacks weakened the magical barrier that protected it. Several cracks started to appear on the barrier's surface, which meant that the damage was slowly, but surely, breaking through its defenses. Malachi wanted to return to defend the fortress, but Tremor had effectively blocked all of his attempts to retreat. The dead should just remain dead, Tremor sneered in contempt. Allow me to ensure that you will not rise a second time. Tremor swung his mighty axe while using an ability that froze Malachi in place. The Dracolich was forced to summon a black blade to block Tremor's attack, and the two weapons clashed against each other. A powerful shockwave forced the two of them apart, as they stared hatefully at each other. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound reached Malachi's ears and his already grim face turned grimmer. The magical barrier that protected Avalon was starting to break, and it was only a matter of time before it shattered into pieces. At that exact moment, a powerful voice reverberated across the battlefield. I dance across the frozen heavens, all hail. Out of nowhere, a powerful blizzard enveloped the entirety of the floating island. Hovering above Avalon, a young lady with light blue hair danced and waved her hands, sending giant icicles into the giants that were hacking at the walls of Avalon. The lady who had an otherworldly beauty continued to dance, and a confident smile could be seen on her beautiful face. Light blue pillars of light descended on the ramparts of Avalon. When the light receded, several young men, and women, who seemed to be in their late teens, appeared with determined looks on their faces. All of them were holding weapons in their hands, and with her orders, they all spread out to attack the giants who had started to back away from the walls of Avalon. Go, Ella ordered. Show them the power of the newly evolved Angorian War Sovereigns. Chapter 739, Battle Through the Heavens Part 2. The giants felt that the power of the icicles could threaten their lives, so they immediately retreated in haste. It was at that moment when a young man with light blue hair charged at one of the retreating giants with a speed that overtook the latter in a span of a few seconds. Due to his size, the giant didn't notice the approaching threat behind its back. The young man was holding a blade in each hand as he concentrated a great amount of magical power underneath his feet. When he felt that enough power had been gathered, he stomped on the ground and jumped towards the giant. Knowing that this would not be enough to reach his target, the young man stepped on the air, creating an icy foothold that only lasted for a few seconds, before shattering. Even so, that was enough to continue his advance forward. The giant who had the rank of a pseudo-demigod finally felt something threatening approaching him from behind. He hastily turned around to attack whoever was planning to backstab him, but he didn't see anyone. Levi, one of William's goats, had evolved into a demi-human with the help of Ella's blood. The goat, who had stood with William during his youth, had finally reached the peak of the millennial rank. A millennial beast fighting a pseudo-demigod was a laughable concept. Their powers were worlds apart. Levi could easily lose his life with just a single, full-powered, slap from the giant in front of him. However, he was not afraid. Among his brothers and sisters, he was the one that was least afraid of giants, even if they were of the pseudo-demigod level. Levi's body spun in the air and the blades in his hand emitted a bloody hue. With a powerful strike, he slashed down at the nape of the neck of the giant, almost severing it in half. The young man then landed on the head of the giant and simply stood as straight as a sword. A few seconds later, the giant collapsed on the ground, making the ground tremble. It was barely holding on to life, and only the regeneration ability that was constantly flooding its body was keeping its life intact. Levi didn't move from the giant's head and simply stared at the other retreating giants. "You're not going to finish it off?" A young man, who had similar hair color as Levi, asked as he watched the nape of the giant's neck slowly regenerate. "I was waiting for you to finish him off," Levi replied as if it was the most normal thing to say. The young man with curly light blue hair smirked as he placed his foot on the giant's wounded neck. Keith, the goat whose name was ridiculed by many in the past, raised his hand with a sinister smile on his face. A blue seed appeared in his hand, which he nonchalantly tossed into the giant's wound that was continuing its slow regeneration. A few seconds later, the body of the giant started to shake uncontrollably. Levi and Keith had already retreated at a safe distance as they watched the fate of a pseudo-demigod who was at the last vestige of its life. A green vine laced with thorns, and oozing with blood, slithered out of the giant's mouth. A moment later, 2 more vines erupted from the giant's eye sockets, destroying it completely. The giant's body twisted and several more vines erupted from the insides of its body, sending blood flying like a fountain. Soon, the giant stopped moving. Only the vines who were happily sucking its blood continued to move, making the scene similar to what one would see in a horror movie. "Fun time's over," a confident voice commented from behind the 2 young men. "Don't go overboard, okay," a carefree voice said. "Remember, one mistake and we're goners." Levi and Keith looked at the 2 new arrivals and nodded their heads. They were none other than Kronos and Jed. "Where are the others?" Levi asked as he flicked the blades in his hand, sending the blood that stuck to them to the ground. "Just like you guys, killing off stragglers," Jed commented before whistling at the giant that Keith had killed. "Aslan and his team are fighting over there, I think." Jed pointed in the distance where several spells were flying in the air. 2 more newcomers joined their group. 1 young man, and a young woman. They were none other than the other members of Kronos' team, Myr, and Io. "Let's go," Kronos ordered. "The battle has just started." The group of 6 ran towards where their companions were fighting in order to act as reinforcements. Ella, who was hovering above Avalon, had already cancelled the blizzard that she had created. Her eyes glowed with power as she observed the battlefield. Malachi, who had noticed her arrival, gave her a brief nod before continuing his battle with Tremor. Avalon's magical barrier would automatically regenerate, but it required some time to do so. Although he didn't know the identity of the people that had come to help him, one thing was certain. All of them were on the same side. The magical bombardment of Avalon had stopped because all of the magical artifacts required a cool-down period in order to regain their magical power. Even though the undead could still use them a few times, the greater undead that was giving orders to the undead defenders deemed it would be best to let the artifacts recharge, while they still had the leeway to do so. Below the floating fortress, Niklavi's body flew over 100 meters after it was hit by Rosnir's war mace. Its body was bleeding all over, but its fighting spirit was still burning brightly. Unfortunately, it would need a few minutes to fully regenerate its injuries, so it could continue to fight against the demigod that had completely outclassed it in terms of battle prowess. Rosnir was no fool, so he decided to end Niklavi's life while the latter was down. The Devil of the Sea tried to forcefully raise its spear in order to block the oncoming attack, but it knew that it could only block the demigod's attack one last time. After that, it would be incapacitated, unable to defend itself for the next blow. The giant roared as he sent his mace slamming towards Niklavi with all its might, with the intention of smashing its body apart. Niklavi gritted its teeth as it prepared itself to block the attack. However, right before the giant mace met Niklavi's spear, the mace stopped midair. Rosnir turned his head to the side, as his body subconsciously moved against his will. There, floating a few hundreds of meters away from him, was a young girl with short blonde hair, with curls at the end, and a pair of blue eyes that was looking at Rosnir as if she had found a new toy to play with. Behind her back was a pair of fairy-like wings that were flapping excitedly. She had used Dual X earlier in order to prevent the demigod from delivering a crippling blow to Niklavi, forcing Rosnir to exchange blows with her. "Pick someone your own size," Chloe said as she wound up her arm to unleash the strongest blow she was capable of unleashing. Even as a demigod, Rosnir could feel a dangerous feeling coming from the young lady who was nothing more than a bug in his eyes. Chapter 740, Battle Through the Heavens Part 3. Elliot, who was hovering a good distance away from Chloe, couldn't stop his lips from twitching. If not for the current circumstances, he might have teased Chloe that she was a small bug compared to the giant, so telling Arosnir to pick someone his own size was laughable. But he held his words back and scanned his surroundings. Right now, the angelic familiar had the form of a 12-year-old William. His blonde hair was standing up as lightning crackled all over his body. A blue bird was perched on his shoulder, and constantly scanning the battlefield, just like him. Both of them were looking for something, and it was something of the utmost importance. Elliot had brought Chloe and Meredith to the void, in order to prevent a certain incident from happening. Chloe's role was to help even out the playing field in the fight against demigods, while Elliot and Meredith focused on finding their target. The angelic familiars and the blue bird's strength was only at the centennial rank. Their role was very limited in this battlefield, where their opponents could easily crush their bodies with a single step. Elliot and Meredith understood this, but this was a gamble that they had to take. As the war was being raged at the void, several individuals in the world of Hestia were starting to notice. The demigods, with the exception of Takam, raised their heads towards the sky. They could feel the powerful fluctuations that were radiating from a place they couldn't see. Soon, rumbling sounds spread across the entire world. They were like peals of thunder, but only more powerful. Emperors, kings, nobles, commoners, and beasts, all raised their heads and looked up at the sky in confusion. William's body uncontrollably shuddered as he, too, looked up at the sky. He was sensing a familiar feeling. A feeling that he had felt thousands of years ago, and it made his blood boil regardless of his will. At that exact moment, almost everyone in the world was staring at the sky. Those who sat at the peak of the mortal realm could see brief flashes of light beyond the heavens. It didn't take long for them to realize that some kind of battle was being waged in a place they couldn't see. As if by instinct, they felt something stir in their hearts. A feeling of wanting to lend their support to whoever was fighting for their sake. This power of faith was unconsciously released from their bodies and traveled towards the center of the world. This was where a certain tower, that reached high into the heavens, could be found. 3 old people, 2 men and 1 woman, stood at the top of the tower. They were the true owners of the Tower of Babylon, and the tower was created to raise individuals who would be able to protect the world. Unfortunately, Belial's actions had delayed the progress of humanity. The Guardian had even taken the lives of talented individuals that should have ushered in a new era for mankind. Although William had already ended his menace, the lost time couldn't be regained in the span of a year or two. Now, they could only put their faith in those who wanted to protect the world, and lend them the power of faith, which was currently being gathered and concentrated at the Tower of Babylon. Tarisk sighed when it heard the rumbling sounds in the heavens. It understood that this was just a prelude to what was to come. Even so, it still hoped that the forces fighting for their side would win this first clash in the battle against the harbingers of destruction. The other demigods of Hestia may not be as knowledgeable as Tarisk, but they were not stupid. They may quarrel and have conflicts against each other, but when faced with an outside threat, all of them would stand united as one. The battle in the sky waged on, and no one knew about the current situation, except those who were present in the battlefield, and doing their best to defend their homeworld with all of their might. Arosnir easily crossed the distance and brandished his weapon angrily at the little girl who was giving him a dangerous feeling. For him, eliminating those that posed a threat to their army was of utmost importance. The giant brandished his mace, and placed all of his strength into it for one powerful strike that would obliterate any foe it hit. Chloe smirked as she disappeared from where she stood. A few seconds later, she reappeared right in front of Arosnir's chest, with her right fist glowing brightly. Overwhelming strike, Chloe shouted as her fist hit Arosnir squarely on the chest. The giant sneered because he was sure that the girl's attack wouldn't even faze him. Aside from his strong and sturdy body, Arosnir was also wearing an armor that boasts a very high defense. The giant was about to swat the little fairy on his chest when his whole body suddenly bent over like a cooked shrimp. A painful groan escaped his lips, before his body flew backwards for over 1,000 meters due to Chloe's powerful punch. Before they arrived at the void, Elliot had used his lightning to deal some damage to Chloe in order to lower her health. He did this in order to trigger Chloe's passive juggernaut skills that increased her strength by 100%. This punch could easily obliterate Drowum, but Arosnir was a demigod at its peak strength. Even though his body didn't shatter to pieces, Chloe's punch had broken his armor, and gave him a very serious injury. Niklavi and Meredith, who watched the entire scene unfold, were dumbfounded by Chloe's great strength. Even the 2 other demigods, Tremor and Syrian couldn't help but gape at their companion who was blown away by a single punch. Malachi and Ella glanced at Chloe and nodded their heads in appreciation. With such a powerful helper by their side, they would be able to cope better with the giant army who earlier had the upper hand. Just like Malachi, Ella was curious on how the three newcomers had appeared in the void. This place was protected by time and space, and very few knew of the method of traversing this dimension. The reason why Ella managed to appear in the void was due to the power of Takum's artifact in the Corinter Mountains. The power of faith that belonged to the tribes allowed him to open the fabric that connected the world of Hestia to the passage of the worlds. Ella and the newly evolved Angorian war sovereigns used this method to arrive at their destination, and help Malachi deal with the invaders who only sought the destruction of their world. Chloe was someone who didn't follow etiquette during battles. After hitting her opponent, she flew towards the fallen giant with the intention of dealing as much damage as possible. World-ending strike, Chloe roared as she did a roundhouse kick and smashed her foot on Arosnir's family jewels. A soundless scream erupted from Arosnir's lips as he curled up in pain. Due to the giant's current position, Chloe decided to pummel the giant's head with a barrage of punches and kicks, which almost dislocated the giant's jaw. The little girl was about to activate another overwhelming strike when she felt a threat coming from her right side. Trusting her instincts, she hastily backed away, just in time to see a giant fiery whip that brushed past her body. Tremor wouldn't allow Arosnir to die, so he immediately came to his companion's rescue. Seeing that she wouldn't be able to continue her rampage, Chloe decided to do the next best thing, and smashed the giant cone shell that lay beside Arosnir. She punched and kicked it until it was smashed to pieces. Immediately, the regeneration ability that the giants had obtained as a buff disappeared. It was a small compensation for the lost opportunity of ending one of the demigod's life using her full-powered attack that she could only use 3 times a day. A series of battlecry spread across the void as the remainder of the giants finally broke free from Malachi's spell. After seeing what was happening to their leaders, the giant army ran with their weapons held firmly in their hands. The giant that ran in the lead of the formation was one of the captains assigned in the army. With his orders, the giants crossed the distance with great strides in order to counterattack the hateful creatures who were delaying their righteous mission. Suddenly, a whistling sound reverberated in the surroundings and the giant captain screamed in pain. A silver spear had struck its eye, blinding it completely. Tremor glanced at the direction where the spear had come from with an annoyed expression on his savage face. There had been so many pests appearing left and right, and it was starting to get on its nerves. However, when he saw the person who had thrown the spear that had struck his subordinate, the anger on his face disappeared and was replaced by shock. "Why you?" Tremor pointed at the newcomer in disbelief. "Why are you here?" Malachi, Ella, Chloe, and the others glanced in the direction where the giant was pointing at. It was then when they saw an old man, seated on top of an 8-legged horse. Ella immediately recognized who the old bandit was, and the corner of her lips rose by a good margin. "Took you long enough," Ella said. If one were to listen closely, they would be able to find a trace of complaint in her voice. The old man gave an awkward chuckle, but he didn't reply to Ella's words. Instead, his eyes locked on the bodies of the giants in the distance. The giants, with the exception of the demigods, unconsciously took a step back when they saw the face of the old man that was excluding a powerful presence. Although the face was different, they knew for certain that the old man before them was the person who was hailed as one of the strongest war gods in existence. The heavily injured demigod Arosnir, as well as his companion Syrian, hurriedly regrouped with Tremor, because they felt a threat that far surpassed the combined forces of the people that they were fighting with just now. "Are you scared?" James asked in a teasing tone. "Good, because there is a good reason for you to be scared." The old bandit of Lawn narrowed his eyes as a powerful killing intent exploded from his body. "According to the stars, now is a good day for giants to die," James said with a smile. "Don't worry, I'll send all of you to hell, free of charge. No need to thank me." Although he was cracking a joke, none of the giants laughed. They only held onto the weapons in their hands firmly, as if their very lives depended on it. Chapter 741, For Asgard. Morgan stood on a platform holding a ceremonial sword in his hand. His father, James, had tasked him to embed the sword in the pedestal in order to activate the Bifrost Bridge, which would connect the floor of Asgard to the passage of the worlds. James didn't ask Morgan to accompany him because he had a more important task for his son. Morgan's role was to transfer the power of faith from the Tower of Babylon towards James, and maintain the connection of the Bifrost Bridge. Morgan trusted his father very much, so he didn't ask any questions and simply did as he was told. Although he was curious about what was happening, he was certain that once his father came back from who knows where, all the questions he had at the moment would be answered. The power of faith that had gathered at the highest peak of the Tower of Babylon had transformed into a golden orb of light, similar to a small sun. 3 beings stood around it and slowly channeled the power towards the 51st floor. This battle was very important to them, so they didn't hold back in supporting the heroes that were facing the vanguards of destruction that had arrived on their doorstep. The platform where Morgan stood glowed a golden color as the power of faith was absorbed by the sword in his hand. A few moments later, hundreds of beams of light shot out from the Tower of Babylon, and traveled to all corners of the world of Hestia. For a brief moment, the entire world was bathed in a golden light, before returning to its normal state. Back in the void. Impossible, you're already dead, Tremor shouted. He refused to believe that the adversary they had feared in the past was once again standing in front of them. Although the face wasn't familiar to them, the spiritual power that he could feel from the old man couldn't be wrong. James didn't answer right away and merely urged his mighty steed to move forward. You're right, I've died once already, James answered, but I am back, and I am back with a vengeance. This time around, there will be no prophecies to save you from me. So what if you're back? Syrian sneered. Asgard had already been burned to the ground and your world destroyed for eternity. Right now, you're just a homeless dog with no owner. Oh, how the mighty All-Father has fallen. James brushed away the strands of hairs that were covering his face. After that, he raised his head ever so slightly, before answering the giant's taunting. Asgard is not a place. Never was, James answered firmly. It's a people. For as long as the fires of Asgard burn in their hearts, it will continue to exist. James raised the silver spear Gingnir in the air and it glowed like a beacon warding off darkness. Asgard is where our people stand, and now, allow me to introduce you to my people. Hundreds of beams of light landed on top of the Bifrost Bridge, behind James. Ha, you're such a slave driver, Commander, Owen said with an exaggerated sigh as he walked towards James. I was just about to make love to my beautiful wife and you chose this time to summon us. If you summoned me a minute later, I might have appeared in my birthday suit. It must be hard being a henpecked husband, Dwayne chuckled as he stood beside Owen. He eyed the giant army and cracked his knuckles. Obviously, he was preparing himself to punch them to oblivion. Ezio, Helen, Barbados, Mr. Bond, Gordon, John, Sean, and the other warriors of Lant stood proudly around their commander. Throughout his early days, James had traveled the world of Hestia, searching for the Asgardians who had also reincarnated in this world. Some of them lived in the remote corners of Hestia, and although they chose not to follow James back to Lant, their loyalty remained true to him. This was why, when James had called for them, they answered the call and were brought to the void by the power of faith. The giants glanced at the newcomers and snorted. Although their opponents had increased by a few hundreds, their strength didn't pose a threat to them. Only James, Malachi, Ella, and Chloe were strong enough to threaten the demigods and the pseudo-demigods in the army of destruction. When James saw the contemptuous expressions of the giants, he laughed at them in his heart. I'm called Father of Men, the ancient Godder, and All-Father. I am Blaze-Eyed, I am also called Eagle-Head, and Shield-Shaker, James declared with arrogance. I am the Wanderer, and I am the Chooser of the Slain. I am Grey-Beard, Masked One, and the Evil Doer. I have as many names as there are winds, as many titles as there are ways to die. By my power and authority, I hereby grant you the right to unseal all of your powers. Brave heroes of Valhalla, I once again call upon you to make your stand. Break away from the shackles that bind you and unleash your true power. Show them the power of the Einherjars. Gingnir shone once again and the rays of light landed on the hundreds of men that answered their master's call. Owen, who was standing next to James, started to glow. When the light receded, a handsome man who seemed to be in his mid-20s appeared in front of everyone. He had platinum blonde hair, and eyes that were as blue as the clear sky. He emanated the strength of a magician that had broken through the limit of the 10th circle. He was none other than Owen, the Grand Archon of Life, and his face would make all the ladies in the world swoon due to how good-looking he was. The handsome man had an impatient look on his face as he faced the giant's army. Clearly, He was more interested in fighting 30 rounds with his wife, than dealing with the stinking giants, who had come uninvited in their new domain. If William was there, he would definitely refuse to believe that the old perverted man, who had taught him all the techniques he knew about how to pleasure a woman, was the same person who was now oozing with a very strong life force and charisma. Dwayne, the bald monk, who had taught William unarmed combat, now stood wearing the armor that he once wore when he was still an Aenarion that fought under Odin's direct command. Helen, whom William had always called Aunt Helen, had transformed into a beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her early 20s. White wings sprouted behind her back, and in her hand, she carried a flag where 2 ravens had their wings spread wide, as if they were just about to fly towards the sky. This was the flag of Odin's personal army that followed him into battles. Helen was the Valkyrie who was under his direct command. She was also their legion's flag bearer. Her role was to ensure that Odin's flag would be seen on the battlefield, giving strength to the warriors who were fighting for the sake of the 9 realms. The hundreds of warriors also transformed into their forms when they were at their peak. A powerful force swept across the battlefield at that moment, and the giants finally realized that they had underestimated how strong the warriors of the world they were planning to destroy were. Each member of Odin's legion had the rank of a saint at its peak. They were just as strong as William when he entered his heroic avatar form, and all of them were veterans in battle. If this kind of force appeared in any place in the central continent, it would certainly be a force that no one would openly dare to oppose. James' body was bathed in light, and when it receded, the old man, who always wore a robe, was covered in a golden armor. He also wore a golden horned helmet, which highlighted the black eye patch on his face. The All-Father then pointed Gingnir at his enemies, and Sleipnir raised its front legs while neighing out loud. The time of talking was over, it was now the time to fight. For Asgard, James roared with all his might. It was the same war cry that he had shouted when the end of the world stared at him in the face. It was the same war cry he shouted as he stared at the prophesied adversary that was meant to claim his life. The All-Father of Asgard and the god of all Aesirs once again donned his armor and weapon of war, like he did thousands of years ago. James led the charge at the front lines of the battlefield, for honor, and for the things he had lost. For Asgard, the hundreds of warriors shouted in unison. Their blood boiled inside their bodies as they stared hatefully at the invaders that had trampled over their dignity and honor in the past. Kill! James shouted as Sleipnir charged forward. The magnificent steed neighed as its legs carried it forward. Helen waved Odin's flag as she hovered above the battlefield. A sneer appeared on her face as she held the banner in her hands tightly. This time, they would not falter. This time they would win. Hundreds of warriors charged alongside James without fear. Their rampage was long overdue. It was now time for them to unleash the fury that they had kept in their hearts for thousands of years, on the same giants who thought that they could once again destroy their world, like they had with Asgard thousands of years ago. Chapter 742, I Will Laugh at Your Pitiful Death from Hell Part 1. Gramps sure is feisty, Elliot muttered as he gave James a sidelong glance. That's my Gramps. William's angelic familiar couldn't stop the silly grin that appeared on his face as he marveled at James's prowess. Focus, Meredith reminded him. We still haven't seen our target. Meredith's reminder calmed Elliot's excitement down as he once again narrowed his eyes to scan his surroundings. In this battle, he was forced to use 70% of his power, just like Chloe, and had taken the form of a young boy. Lightning snaked around his body as he continued to gather his powers in his right hand. Ever since he and Chloe had appeared on the battlefield, the angelic familiar had been channeling his powers for one full-powered strike. He could only unleash this powerful attack once, and he would be greatly weakened afterward. Even so, it was necessary, for this was the only attack that could pierce through their target's defenses. Molokai backed off because he could tell that James had set his eyes on Tremor. Since that was the case, he swapped places with his subordinates, and fought Syrian. The arcane spectral lich, diabolical Hell Knight, and grim nightmare revenant, joined the Angorian war sovereigns in fighting off against the pseudo-demigods who had once again started to attack Avalon. Owen, take Dwayne, Barbados, Sean, Gordon, John, Marcus and half of our forces to reinforce Avalon, James ordered. Helen, I will stay with you, Commander, Helen interjected before James could give her any orders. The beautiful Valkyrie had the, I'm staying with you and there's nothing you can do about it, expression on her face that forced James to hold back the order he was about to give. Fine, just make sure that you don't get in my way, James replied. You know how I fight, right? Of course, Commander. Sleipnir rose to the sky as James charged straight towards Tremor with a fearless grin. The strongest demigod among the giants didn't step back and faced him head-on as well. He swung his giant axe and it descended with the weight of several mountains. Tremor knew that he couldn't afford holding back against such a powerful opponent, so he decided to go all out from the very start. Odin didn't dodge the attack, instead, he used his hand to grab the blade of the axe that was only a meter away from his body. Tremor stared in disbelief at the scene that was in front of his eyes. He had only seen Odin fight briefly during Ragnarok, but he wasn't among the giants that faced the All-Father in that great battle. He heard that Odin was strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. Is this all you've got? James sneered as he pushed the giant axe back. The blunt edge of the war axe hit Tremor's head, sending him staggering back a few steps. James jumped off Sleipnir's back, and punched the giant's nose, breaking it completely. Although he wasn't as powerful as he was when he still held the title as the strongest god of Asgard, his unsealed form was still strong enough to make Tremor lose all of his confidence in a fight against him. Right now, James's strength was akin to the strength of a demigod at its peak. He couldn't always use this power because there was a restriction that bound him from using it. The old bandit of Lant could only unseal his power when he was facing the army of destruction. Outclassed by his opponent, Tremor knew that it was only a matter of time before their army would be wiped out. The moment he was defeated, James could easily start a massacre and annihilate all the giants that were under the realm of demigods. Activate the beacon now, Tremor roared. This was a special means of calling for reinforcements from the main army that all raiding teams possessed. There were several worlds that had powerful warriors on them that could resist the vanguards of destruction. When this happened, the leader of the raiding team would then send a signal to their main army, which in turn would mobilize a stronger force to head to the world where the beacon was lit. Once the beacon was lit, it would only take a week or two before a massive army, that numbered in the millions, would arrive. This was the main force of the Harbingers of Destruction. This army was headed by a god, and under him were thousands of demigods and pseudo-demigods. The main bulk of the army was composed of millennial and myriad-ranked trolls and giants that had grown in great numbers over the passage of time. When Tremor shouted his order, a giant, who was located at the rear of the army, grabbed something from the satchel on his waist. It was a golden crystal, the size of a bus, and it was the beacon that would call their reinforcements from the far reaches of the void. The giant raised his hand and was about to activate the golden crystal when it was momentarily blinded by a brief flash of light. What followed next was a loud cracking sound of a crystal shattering into pieces. When the giant recovered his vision, he saw a blonde-haired boy, with his fist embedded in the golden crystal in his hand. The giant roared in anger because he could tell that the beacon had been destroyed in that brief span of time that he got distracted. The remains of the golden crystal turned into glittering crystal powder, as Elliot felt his entire body became heavy as lead. Out of anger, the giant grabbed Elliot and crushed his body in a firm grip. Elliot bit his lips as he prevented himself from crying out in pain. He had used all of his strength in that single attack, and he no longer had the strength to escape. I'll kill you. The giant increased his strength and crushed Elliot's body. Enduring the crushing pain that was threatening to end his life, Elliot sneered at the giant who had failed to carry out his mission. Joke's on you, Elliot said through pained breaths. I'm too awesome to die. The giant roared in anger as he tightened his grip, crushing Elliot's body completely. The angelic familiar muttered a few words before his body shattered into a shower of light. His killer didn't manage to hear his words, nor did anyone for that matter. Only the wind, that blew softly across the battlefield, carried his words to the one that was meant to hear them. Those words were, "I will leave the rest to you, Chloe." Chloe was busy fighting off against Arosnir, but she still sensed Elliot's death from afar. There had been no changes in her emotions as she cornered the giant demigod with her cheat-like abilities. Elliot had already told her that there was a high chance of dying in this battle, so they had all come prepared to die when things got out of hand. As familiars, their masters would be able to summon them again after 24 hours had passed. As long as they didn't use 100% of their powers in battle, they could be summoned again once the duration of their death had expired. Duel X, Chloe shouted when Arosnir tried to regroup with Tremor. She was aware that the three demigods were the main force of the giant army. As long as they were killed, the remnants of their forces would be easy prey. Arosnir cried out in fear as he once again faced the little girl whose fist was glowing in a bright, golden light. No, Arosnir could only scream in fear as Chloe moved in for the kill. This was her third and final chance to use her strongest attack, and she planned to end Arosnir's life with it. The battle against the demigod wasn't easy. If not for the fact that she could break the laws that the giants had used against her, the one who would be dying would be her. Also, Arosnir wasn't much of a fighter. His role was support, and he specialized in healing. After the giant cone shell was destroyed, the giant had lost his edge in his battle against Chloe. If the one who fought against her was Tremor or Syrian, the little fairy would have definitely died long before Elliot unleashed his suicidal attack to destroy the beacon of the giants. Chloe flew like an arrow and gave Arosnir an uppercut. Her small body pierced through his jaw, and went straight to destroy the giant's brain, ending his life. One of the three demigods had fallen, and their beacon had been destroyed. The morale of the giants plummeted and some of them even started to retreat. James's subordinates, Molochai's undead, and the Angorian war sovereigns, didn't stop their relentless assault and hunted the giants who had decided to run for their lives. The tides of the battle had shifted, and their roles had completely reversed. Standing on top of the giant sword embedded in the middle of Hestia Academy, the beautiful lady wearing celestial clothes observed the battle from afar. Her hands were clenched into fists, and a smile could be seen on her face. Clearly, she was happy with the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, she knew that this was only the beginning. Even so, the defenders had bought them precious time they could use to raise a few more heroes, who would take up arms to defend their world, from the inevitable battle that would decide the fate of her world. Chapter 743, I Will Laugh at Your Pitiful Death from Hell Part 2. Several chains wrapped around the foot of a giant preventing it from running away. The giant did its best to pull out of the chain that bound it. Some of the chains broke, but more took their place. Soon, the entire body of the giant was rendered immobile. A black mist flew from the ground and reformed itself on the back of the giant's neck. Requiescat in pace, Ezio said as he swiftly slashed on the nape of the giant's neck with a sword that was surrounded in black mist. Black flames erupted from the wound. Soon, the flames spread across the entire giant's body. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream of suffering erupted from the giant's lips as fear, pain, and unwillingness consumed everything, even its bones. Hundreds of meters away from him, a giant was doing its best to escape, while blood soaked its wound riddled its body. John, who was mounted on top of a giant hawk, unleashed a deadly shower of arrows that turned the giant into a pincushion. After receiving several injuries, the giant's speed had slowed down. It was also at that moment when a loud squeal spread across the battlefield. A 5-meter-tall wild boar rammed the giant's calf, breaking its bones, and sending it collapsing onto the ground. Mounted on top of the wild boar was none other than Theo's father, Marcus. Together with his boar companion, Thunder, they smashed the giant's head before running after their next kill. Theo was William's best friend in Launt. Owen, on the other hand, was smoking a pipe as he observed the battlefield. As a life Grand Archon, his role was to ensure that they would not have any casualties on their side during the battle. He would casually point his staff at varying points in the distance and cast barriers around, and healing spells and other support spells on the Asgardians who were consumed by bloodlust. These frenzied attacks were quite powerful, but due to the overflowing emotions of revenge, some of the Asgardians disregarded their safety and attacked like there was no tomorrow. Owen didn't prevent them from doing what they wanted because he knew that they were just venting out the suppressed feelings that they had held inside their hearts for a very long time. Also, Owen was confident enough that none of them would die under his watch. Even if they did, as a life Grand Archon, he would be able to bring them back to life, as long as their time of death didn't surpass 5 minutes. Knock yourself out, fools, Owen muttered as he once again pointed his staff in a direction, enclosing one of his comrades in a powerful protective shield to prevent one of the giants from crushing them with its foot. The people of Launt are stealing our kills, Jed complained as he summoned an ethereal sparrowhawk, with a wingspan of 5 meters, to attack one of the giants they had immobilized. The sparrowhawk screeched and clawed the giant's eyes, blinding it completely. It then circled the sky once, before swooping down to scratch the giant's face. Stop complaining, Keith, who had summoned a giant vine to immobilize the giant, commented. If you don't pay attention to the enemy in front of you, you might get your cheeks clapped hard. Io, who had accompanied the two to subdue the giants, summoned several earth spears and hurled them at the giant's chest. She was someone that didn't like to talk too much, and was the steadiest among the Angorian war sovereigns that were under Chrono's leadership. After delivering the final blow that ended the giant's life, Io looked in the distance where her companions were battling two more giants together. "Let's go," Keith said. Big Sister said that none of the giants must survive. Jed raised his hand and increased the size of the ethereal sparrowhawk, so that the three of them could mount its back. Half a minute later, the group of three flew in the air and sought out the giants that had run the furthest ahead. They had no intention of letting any of the giants go because this was part of the mission that Ella had given to all of them. Avalon soared across the void and unleashed a barrage of magical attacks on the fleeing giants. Since they were only of the millennial rank, and no longer under the protection of Syrians and Erosnir's powerful artifacts, these giants were blasted to bits by the magical attacks that fell on their bodies like rain. Chloe panted as she climbed out of Erosnir's bloody head. Her whole body had been drenched with blood and brain fluids, but she didn't pay it too much attention. Just as she was about to fully extract herself, a fireball descended upon her and turned her body into particles of light. One of the captains of the giant army had come to support Erosnir, but it was already too late when he arrived. Even so, he still decided to end the life of the little girl who had killed his superior. The captain knew that they had already lost, and he had made it his mission to eliminate as many warriors on the enemy's side as possible. However, before he could realize his goal, the giant-slaying Draugr, who had finally managed to reattach its body parts, sliced the giant's head off from its body. It was filled with anger and annoyance because the giants had not only torn its body apart, they had also thrown it in different directions. This had made the giant-slaying Draugr very angry, so it hacked and slashed at any giant that was near its vicinity. The monstrous skeleton sovereign was of the same opinion as his comrade, and was currently on a killing spree amongst the weaker millennial giants that had started to run from the battlefield. "You are only delaying the inevitable," Tremor said as he knelt on the ground, while blocking the gaping hole on his chest with his hand. "You might have won today, but you cannot stop us. You and the Aesir gods failed back then. Do you really think your pitiful resistance is enough to stop the main force from setting this world ablaze?" Naive. Tremor knew that his life was nearing its end, so it decided to use its remaining life force to ridicule James's in his pitiful effort at resistance. James didn't affirm nor reject Tremor's words because it held some truth in it. He was not as strong as he used to be in the past, and he was well aware of how powerful the army of destruction was. Indeed, in the face of the main army, headed by the god of destruction himself, their resistance was indeed pitiful. However, James wasn't pessimistic about their chances. "Don't worry," James said as he stared at the dying giant in front of him. "If, and when, your main army arrives, I will personally send your comrades to hell to accompany you. Delusional mortal, I will laugh at your pitiful death from hell. Laugh as much as you want, but I'm not going to hell." James sneered at the giant whose eyes were glaring at him with hate. "I'm too awesome to share that filthy place with you, and your stinking companions," James said as he threw Gingnur at the giant's forehead, finally ending the demigod's life. Sleipnir neighed as it nudged James using the side of its face. "I know," James replied as he patted the horse's head. "We won't allow any of them to escape." Sleipnir neighed as James mounted its back. The two then galloped across the void to hunt down the giants that were running for their lives. Molokai had also ended Syrian's life, and his undead army was currently clearing the battlefield alongside James's forces. On top of Avalon's ramparts, Ella's long, light blue hair fluttered in the breeze. "We bought ourselves a bit of time," Ella thought as she hurled a giant icicle at a fleeing giant. The icicle pierced through the giant's back, instantly turning it into a giant block of ice. Ella then snapped her fingers and the ice shattered into pieces. The numbers of the giants were dwindling by the minute. It was only a matter of time before all of them had been completely rooted out, but Ella was not taking any chances and was paying close attention to the surroundings. The incident with the giant's beacon had taught them a very important lesson. They might win the battle, but they would definitely lose the war if the beacon had been activated successfully. Fortunately, Elliot had smashed it at the cost of his life, preventing the giants from calling for reinforcements from their main force. James wasn't being idle either. Gingnur reaped the lives of every giant that the All-Father had set his sights on. With its supernatural precision, and James' incredible strength, it was similar to a railgun that pierced the giants' heads like a bullet going through a watermelon with ease. Some of the giants died not knowing how they died. That was how deadly Gingnur was in the hands of James, whose strength had reached the peak of a demigod. When the last giant died at Molokai's hand, James, along with the warriors of Asgard, went to Avalon to have a discussion with the Dracolich. Ella, on the other hand, returned to the Corinter Mountains along with her wards. Her existence was a sensitive issue, and she didn't want others to find out who she was. James was probably the only one who had an inkling of who she was, but even he was not 100% certain about it. In order to prevent the old coot from confirming his guess, Ella decided that it was better to leave as soon as possible. She had already done her part to give William, and his herd, a bit more time to grow. The half-elf's adoptive mother was confident that James would be able to handle things even if she wasn't around. I think it's about time I go to the central continent, Ella mused. I miss Will terribly. Chapter 744, to be played with by destiny, you will laugh at it in scorn. In a clearing inside a forest near the capital city of Orion. Rebecca's clothes were soaked with sweat as she knelt in the center of a magic circle. She had been maintaining that flow of energy so that the portal that connected to the void wouldn't close. This required an extensive amount of concentration and magical power, which Rebecca possessed. Suddenly, a blue bird materialized in front of her. It was none other than Meredith, that had returned from the battlefield. After the giants had been defeated, it had slipped out of the battle undetected, and returned to where Rebecca was. Where are Elliot and Chloe? Rebecca asked as she looked at the guardian of the Savadine Mountains with exhaustion. Dead, Meredith replied. You can close the portal now. As if she was given a royal pardon, Rebecca sighed in relief as she stopped channeling her magical energy into the formation that was etched around the clearing. As soon as she stopped feeding the magical array with her mana, Rebecca felt lightheaded and almost collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Meredith was there to support her and prevented her from losing consciousness. After giving her a few minutes to catch her breath, Meredith explained everything that happened in the void, which made Rebecca gasp in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the angelic familiar had dragged her and Meredith along to participate in a war that had the fate of the world at stake. What should we do next? Rebecca asked. Since the battle had ended, and Elliot had died, she was unsure about how to proceed. Meredith glanced in the direction of Hestia Academy before shifting her gaze back to Rebecca. Let's go back to the Misty Sect, Meredith replied. I will inform them of what happened here, so they can also make the necessary preparations. Rebecca frowned. Preparations for what? Isn't it already over? Meredith chuckled before shaking its head. Over. Meredith sighed. After seeing the battle in the void, it knew that the future would be filled with hardships. No, Rebecca, it's not over yet. Come, let us go back. Is it time for the Misty Sect to prepare for war? William clutched his chest with his right hand as he sensed Elliot's demise. This was not the first time he had felt this sensation, because his angelic familiar had died several times when he had taken them to the dungeon of Atlantis to train. Even so, it was a very painful feeling. Elliot was not an ordinary familiar. He was part of William's soul. Every time Elliot and Conan died, William felt that his soul was being torn apart. Fortunately, this painful feeling would go away after an hour or two. Seeing his pained expression, Princess Sidonie and Chiffon hurriedly supported his body. They didn't know what happened to William because the latter had his eyes closed, and beads of sweat had started to form on his forehead. Will, are you all right? Chiffon asked. Princess Sidonie eyed William's expression and rubbed his back with her hand. What happened? William took in a few deep breaths before he answered his wife's questions. Elliot died, William answered. I don't know how he died. I just know that he did. Before Elliot left the academy, he had told William that he might be gone for a few days to accompany Chloe on her excursion. William didn't think much of it back then and allowed his angelic familiar to have his way. Chloe was strong, so he wasn't worried about Elliot's safety. He was more worried that his skirt-chasing familiar would offend his sixth master and get punched to oblivion. Suddenly, a green blur appeared in front of William. A beautiful elf, with fairy-like wings spread wide behind her back, looked at William with a serious expression on her face. Did Elliot die? Celeste asked. There was a hint of anxiousness in her voice as she waited for William to answer her question. William nodded. Yes, he went with Chloe on an excursion. Celeste didn't give William a chance to finish his sentence, and told him about Chloe's death. Both Chloe and Elliot are dead, but looking at our expressions, it seems that Elliot died before Chloe did, Celeste said after making a rational statement. Chloe did mention that she would go sightseeing for a few days, but she didn't tell me where she was going. William frowned. There are very few beings that can kill Chloe. Whoever killed both of them must be someone very strong. Celeste nodded in agreement. Since Chloe was born, she had only died once. This was why the beautiful elf knew that her familiar had died, because it was the same sensation she had felt back then. However, just like William had said, there were very few beings that could threaten the life of her familiar. The only time that Chloe had died was when she challenged Tarisk in a duel a few years ago. "We'll know the answer we want after 24 hours, William commented. "I just hope that they didn't offend someone who bears grudges." Chloe's twin, Claire, had cancelled her fusion with Celeste and landed on the beautiful elf's shoulder. "Whoever killed my sister will pay with their life," Claire said in a voice laced with killing intent. The moody familiar only cared for two people in the world, and they were Celeste and her twin sister, Chloe. "Don't worry," Celeste coaxed the little fairy whose body was shivering from anger. "We will get to the bottom of this tomorrow. For now, all we can do is wait." William's and Celeste's gaze met and a sudden realization appeared on their faces. Both of them looked up at the sky at the same time, and extended their senses. The rumbling sounds, and the flashes of light in the heavens were not as pronounced as they once had been. Just like a rain that was about to end, only a faint drizzle remained. Clearly, the battle that was being waged through the heavens was nearing a conclusion, and yet, no one knew which side had won. William's reason for leaving his room was to visit Shannon in the shrine. But now, he was no longer in the mood to do so. He focused his gaze on the heavens as if trying to peer through the fabric of time and space. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability to do that, so he could only sigh in his heart as he watched the flickering lights in the sky, whose brightness was getting dimmer with each minute that passed. Inside the shrine located at the east of Hestia Academy, Shannon's brush danced across the canvas. Although her gaze was locked on the canvas in front of her, she wasn't looking at her creation, but at something else entirely. Her eyes glowed with power as she watched the event that was happening in the passage of the worlds. She watched Molochai's selflessness, Ella's elegance, James's act of vengeance, as well as Elliot's and Chloe's participation in the war. Shannon had caught all of these events on the three canvases that surrounded her. The first canvas was the beginning of the war, the second was the climax, and the third was the ending. Right now, she was painting the end of the war. Her brush was moving automatically like it had a life of its own. Shannon sighed, as she made the final stroke on her masterpiece. She panted for breath as the excitement and rush of adrenaline dissipated in her body. Her face was flushed as she bathed in the afterglow of the battle that had just ended. "Beautiful," Shannon said as she caught her breath. "Simply beautiful." Her finger lightly caressed Molochai's, Ella's, James's, Elliot's, and Chloe's images in the canvas as if she was trying to touch her favorite idols. "It is quite unfortunate that the world will not end today," Shannon muttered. "I wish it had. That way, all of my suffering would also come to an end." The young lady who was wearing the clothes of a shrine maiden glanced at her three paintings one last time. After embedding their images in her memory, she waved her hand and all three paintings were bathed in purple flames. The stench of burning paint spread inside the room, but Shannon was indifferent to it. Clearly, this wasn't the first time that this had happened and she was already used to it. Suddenly, the window of her room opened, and a refreshing breeze passed through her body. Half a minute later, the smell of burning was gone, and was replaced by a fragrance that could calm the mind of those who smell it. The lady wearing a celestial robe appeared behind Shannon and patted her head. Shannon sighed in pleasure, and she even leaned her back against the lady behind her, like a spoiled child wanting to be pampered. "Will my visitors still come today?" Shannon asked sleepily. "I don't want to meet anyone today. I'm tired and want to sleep." "Okay, I will tell the guards to not let anyone in today," the lady replied as she helped Shannon to stand. Shannon didn't reply because she was already fast asleep. It was very taxing for her to use her powers, but she still did it because she wanted to see the outcome of the battle. She was like one of those people who scrimped and saved so they could barely afford to buy a movie ticket for a movie that they knew they would only ever get the opportunity to see once in their lifetime. The beautiful lady who was holding the young shrine maiden in her arms sighed. She then carried the sleeping Shannon back to her room, and laid her in bed so she could get a proper rest. "Today is a day that will be remembered by many as the day where a battle was fought in the heavens," the beautiful lady said softly. "The outside threat has been dealt with for now, but the internal struggles are just about to begin." The lady sighed as she walked out of Shannon's bedroom with a sad expression on her face. She gave the sleeping lady one last look before she erased all traces of what had transpired inside her room. After that was done, she gazed somewhere in the distance. After finding her target, She stared at that person for a minute or two, before shaking her head in helplessness. Pitiful prince who did nothing wrong, your fate has been set since the day you were born, the beautiful lady muttered as her body slowly turned into particles of light. Through the whims of the universe, you were once again reborn, to be played with by destiny, you will laugh at it in scorn. A playful chuckle was carried by the wind, as if to agree to the lady's muttering. It might take a year. It might take a day, a voice filled with certainty said from a place that was shrouded in darkness, but what's meant to be, will always find its way. End of Volume 5, Battle Through the Heavens. Chapter 745, You were amazing last night. A day had passed since the heavenly phenomenon had shocked the entire world. When the cooldown of the familiar summoning ended, William immediately summoned Elliot to ask him how he died. Celeste was also there because there was still half an hour before Chloe could be summoned as well. Just like William, she also wanted to get to the bottom of things, and find out the reason behind why the two familiars died during their excursion. Elliot scratched the back of his head as William and Celeste stared at him with serious expressions. This might be a bit embarrassing to say, but Chloe and I died when we ate a strange mushroom during our journey, Elliot replied in an awkward tone. When we found out that it was poisonous, it was already too late. Since I am weaker than Chloe, I died first. She probably died some time later. William and Celeste looked at Elliot with doubtful expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe that the two familiars died just because they ate a mushroom. What does the mushroom look like? William asked. A pure white mushroom, Elliot replied in a heartbeat. It is as big as a man's head and looks very delicious. Chloe and I grilled a few and ate them. At first, we didn't feel anything. However, once we resumed our journey, we experienced extreme chest and abdominal pains. Celeste, who was listening in Elliot's description, frowned. You said it was pure white mushrooms, right? Celeste inquired. Did they have other noticeable features? Elliot shook his head. They are just pure white mushrooms. They're just like those mushrooms being sold at the marketplace in the city of Orion. The only difference is that this one is bigger. Just as big as an adult human's head. Celeste nodded her head. I guess they must have accidentally eaten the white death cap mushroom, Celeste said as she glanced at William. They share a lot of similarities with edible mushrooms. The only difference is that they are bigger. Although I know that Chloe would often pick up random things to eat during her travels, I didn't expect her to die eating a mushroom. William crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at the embarrassed-looking familiar in front of him. Elliot had always had that confident look on his face, but now, the familiar was blushing in shame and embarrassment. Kekeki, to think that you would die because of a mushroom. How funny. Conan laughed out loud as he patted Elliot's shoulder. Elliot scratched his head. Yes. It was a very embarrassing way to die. It will not happen again. After asking Elliot a few more questions, Celeste left and returned to her quarters. She wanted to interrogate Chloe and see if her statement would match Elliot's. That was the only way to confirm whether the angelic familiar was saying the truth or not. Half an hour later, Chloe was summoned, and she said similar things to what Elliot had said. After this, William and Celeste warned both familiars to not eat random things again when they go out on an excursion. Elliot and Chloe secretly met up in the city of Orion. The angelic familiar asked about everything that happened after he died. Unfortunately, Chloe had been too busy fighting with Erosnir that she didn't pay attention to the other battles around her. I guess since nothing has happened, they successfully eliminated all of the giants, Elliot said while rubbing his chin. Will they be back? Chloe asked. Although she liked fighting, this was one of the rare occasions when she hoped that she wouldn't have to fight a giant demigod again. Elliot nodded his head with certainty, but he also told her that he didn't know when they would be back. All he could tell Chloe was that they would at least have a year or two of peace. I think we should tell Celeste about this, Chloe commented after a while. She can warn the headmaster about it, and that old Byron can make preparations for the giant's return. Elliot smiled. There's no need for you to do that. I'm sure that the headmaster is also aware of the threat of invaders coming to our world. If he has the means to travel to the void, I'm sure that he might have also been there during the battle. Ah, that reminds me, how did you know about this? Also, why were we able to go to the void? I have the power of clairvoyance. Also, not everyone can travel to the void. It requires a very powerful artifact or magical power to enter the passage of the worlds. The reason why you, I, and Meredith, were able to go there is because our bodies are made up of magical energies. With the right frequency, We can appear in the void as long as we have an anchor supporting us in this world. Elliot knew that Chloe needed an explanation, so he answered her to the best of his abilities. So, that girl, Rebecca, became our anchor point, correct? Chloe inquired. Elliot nodded his head. She needed to keep the connection open so that, even if we died, our essences would return back here to Hestia. If there was no connection between this world and the void, our magical energies might have been stuck there and our masters wouldn't be able to summon us again. I see. So, that's why. Now I understand. Do you really understand? No. But, it's fine. Chloe replied with a smile. Didn't we win? As long as we won, nothing else matters. Ah, I almost forgot. What was Will's grandfather doing there as well? I saw him back at the Misty Sect. Elliot scratched his head as he started to explain how James appeared in the Passage of the Worlds. Do you remember that rainbow glowing bridge that you smashed in Asgard? Elliot inquired. Chloe tilted her head in confusion. Are you talking about that low-budgeted bridge that crumbled from a single punch? Elliot's face twitched because Chloe was the only one that would say that the Bifrost Bridge was a low-budgeted bridge. However, in order to not complicate things, he decided to ride along and nodded his head. The Bifrost Bridge can allow someone to travel anywhere, as long as Grandpa James wills it, Elliot explained. Just think of it as a teleportation gate that he can use to travel the world, anytime, anywhere. What? That bridge is that good? I should have brought it back to the academy with me. Remind me later to tell William to ban you from the floor of Asgard. You should really curb that hobby of yours to smash things that catch your fancy. While the two familiars were having a casual talk, an elven ship docked at the port of the city of Orion. So, that is Hestia Academy, Princess Eowyn said as she gazed at the massive floating academy in the distance. Pearl was already at the dock and had been waiting for an hour for the princess to arrive. Her task was to become the elven princess's bodyguard while she studied in the academy to learn more about human nature. The last surviving Blademaster and several of the princess's attendants, who protected her in the southern continent, had reported everything that had happened to their king. After hearing their stories, the Elven King decided to let his daughter study at the prestigious Hestia Academy, in order to cure her naivety about how the human world works. He hoped that after spending more time in the human world, the princess would be able to better understand the complex world of humans. In an inn inside the city of Orion. Dear, you were amazing last night, a beautiful lady, with blonde hair and green eyes, said before she kissed Owen's cheek. I know, Owen replied as he returned his wife's kiss. Aila must be in the academy by now. Should we return to Lont, or should we go to the Tower of Babylon? Yes, Aila successfully enrolled at the academy yesterday. She has also moved into the girls' dormitory, the blonde beauty said as she looked at her husband with an affectionate gaze. As for whether we should go back in Lont or go to the Tower of Babylon, any place is good, as long as you're there. She had been captivated by Owen many years ago when he had saved her from bandits. Her family had a special bloodline that was able to see past the appearances of people, so even though Owen looked old on the outside, she was able to see the handsome young man for who he truly was. She had fallen in love at first sight with him, and decided to become his wife, which surprised all the old people of Lont, including James who was Owen's liege at that time. The handsome young man with platinum blonde hair held his wife, Sarah, and pulled her close to him. Right after the battle ended, he returned to the Bifrost Bridge alone, in order to spend some time with his wife. Every year, they would go on a honeymoon by traveling away from Lont for a month or two. This time, Owen decided to take his disciple, Princess Aila, the third princess of the Zelan dynasty, to the central continent with them to gain some experience. Their first stop was the Tower of Babylon where William and James had journeyed earlier. When Princess Isla's brother, Crown Prince Alaric, heard that his sister was going to the central continent, he immediately gave her a mission, and that was to become one of William's lovers. The angelic-looking princess almost died from embarrassment after reading her big brother's letter. However, Alaric had pointed out that William was their dynasty's savior and benefactor, so it was only natural for one of the members of the royal family to form stronger ties through marriage. Just like the Crater Empire, the Zelan dynasty also had its own culture and traditions. The princesses had been taught at an early age that their existence was to protect the interest of the royal family, so they were all prepared to be used as tools for marriage in order to expand the Zelan dynasty's influence. This was why Princess Aila had no choice when she was taken to the Carinter Mountains to be married off to the tribe chieftain's second son, Connell. Although Princess Aila felt embarrassed by the mission given to her, she had a very good impression of William. William had saved her once in the Carinter Mountains, and had also been there to help fight against the elves during the war in the southern continent. In Princess Isla's life, William was a hero. The red-headed teenager might not be a prince, but he was the most sought-after candidate by all the princesses in the world of Hestia. She would be lying if she said that she didn't have any feelings for the half-elf who had been a regular visitor to her sweetest dreams. Princess Aila didn't hide anything from Owen and told him about the plans of the Zelen royal family. Owen wasn't too surprised about the royal family's move because he was once a citizen of the Zelen dynasty. Although he didn't know if his shy disciple had a chance to worm her way to William's heart, as her master, Owen decided to support her decision. "I don't know if you are lucky or unlucky, Will," Owen thought as he hugged his beloved wife. "Being loved by many women is good, but I don't think your stamina will last. Fortunately, my disciple is a powerful healer. Marrying her will certainly help you, and little Will, reach your peak performance every night." Owen sighed as he held his wife in a protective embrace. "I guess I should write a letter to Will and tell him to take good care of Aila. As for their matchmaking, I'll just go to the Tower of Babylon and let James handle the rest. Knowing him, I'm sure that he will be more than happy to accept another beautiful lady as his grandson's future wife in order to expand his lineage." He had no qualms about William's character. In fact, Owen would be hard-pressed to find someone more worthy of his disciple than William. His only gripe was that the old coot, James, would certainly be roaring with laughter after he found out that Owen's precious disciple had fallen into the half-elf's hands. Chapter 746, Master Isn't a Pervert. William stared in disbelief at the three beauties that were standing at the front of their classroom. He knew all three of them and, with the exception of Pearl, William was surprised by the two other ladies that were present inside his classroom. What a small world, William thought as his eyes wandered to the three beauties in front of him. He was acquainted with all three, but only Princess Aila and him were on good terms. The half-elf had also admired how the princess had fought alongside her big brother, Crown Prince Alaric, during the battle in the southern continent. There were very few healers on the battlefield, and the princess's face was a common sight at the places where the injured people were gathered. Because of this, William had a very good impression of her. As for Princess Awen and Pearl, the half-elf wasn't too interested in the two of them. For him, the elves were trouble. The only good elves in his opinion were his mother, Arwen, and his ex-roommate, Kenneth. Everyone else was a stranger, and William didn't give a hoot about what they did with their lives. "Today is your lucky day everyone, especially the boys," Professor Guerin said with a smile. His comment was greeted with cheers and applause by the boys who were looking at the three beauties with infatuated gazes. "Two elven beauties, it's very rare to see them here in the academy. I think I'm in love. Me, too, me, three, bruh, you fall in love with every beautiful girl you see. Have you forgotten that you still have the face of sardine?" The class became very excited, but Professor Guerin managed to calm them down before they got out of hand. "Okay, can you girls introduce yourselves to the class?" Professor Guerin smiled as he made a gesture. "I'm sure that all of them are dying to know your names." Princess Awen stepped forward and made a curtsy. "Awen Elberth Nienna. Please, just call me Awen. It is my pleasure to meet all of you." The beautiful elf didn't want the others to know that she was an elven princess. Although she didn't mind introducing herself as such, she deemed that it would be best if the others didn't treat her as royalty. That way, she would be able to get to know them better and talk to them as equals. After introducing herself, she took a step back and allowed Pearl to introduce herself as well. "Pearl McLean," Pearl said. "Call me, Pearl." She took a step back without another word and stood beside the princess that she was tasked to guard with her life. Princess Aila took a deep breath and stepped forward. "My name is Aila Sol Zelen," Princess Aila said. "I would be very happy if all of you called me Aila." The boys clapped their hands, and some of them even whistled after the three girls had introduced themselves. People liked to look at good-looking girls, even the ladies of the class weren't an exception. Elves were an exotic race and known for their beauty. However, Princess Isla's angelic face looked so pure and innocent that the boys couldn't stop themselves from looking at her like she was someone they needed to protect no matter what. When William arrived in the classroom, he was surprised to see that a few more desks and chairs had been placed behind their own desk and chairs. Now, he understood their purpose. The 3 new students sat behind William's group, which didn't come as a surprise to the half-elf. He even thought that this arrangement was pretty uncanny and believed that the academy's headmaster, Byron, had a role to play in this. Still, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only sigh in his heart because he felt that the headmaster was targeting him specifically, after they had their confrontation on Antilia Island. He turned his head, just in time to catch Princess Aila staring at him. Their 2 gazes met and the angelic princess immediately averted her eyes in embarrassment. A second later, a reddish hue crawled up from the base of her neck, up to the tip of her ears. The boys that saw this immediately glared at William and made him their public enemy number 1. "Bruh, you already have 2 beautiful wives, give us a chance, damn it." William didn't hide the fact that he was already married to his classmates in order to deter the ladies who were giving him bashful gazes on his first day of class. After seeing Princess Sidonie and Chiffon, most of the ladies backed out because they felt that they couldn't compare to William's wives. The boys also felt at ease because they had one less rival when it came to wooing the beautiful ladies in their class. The elves were indeed beautiful, but the students knew that they preferred to have a relationship with their own race. In their eyes, Princess Eowyn and Pearl were just eye candies that they could look at, but never touch. Princess Aila, on the other hand, was a different matter. Although she didn't introduce herself as a princess, her angelic features were more than enough to win the boys' hearts. "How is that old pervert, Owen?" William asked in a teasing tone. For some reason, he felt like bullying the blushing girl who was doing her best to pretend that the staring incident didn't happen. "Master isn't a pervert." Princess Aila raised her head to defend her master. Although her face was still beet red from embarrassment, she would not allow anyone to slander the kind old man that had taught her how to become a life magician. William chuckled and nodded. "Sorry, it has been so long since I've seen you and I suddenly got the urge to tease you." "Sir William, you're such a bully." "Sorry, I'll do my best so that it won't happen again." Princess Eowyn kept her gaze in front of the class, but her ears were focusing on William's conversation with the girl seated beside her. She was already aware that William and Princess Aila knew of each other. She even hoped that Princess Aila could help her get close to William, so that she could apologize for what happened back in the southern continent. Although she was a princess, her authority in the expedition was not enough to overturn the general situation. She was merely a supervisor, and the elves only gave her face because of her lineage. Princess Eowyn had already expected that William wouldn't treat her kindly, but she still felt bitter at the cold treatment that the half-elf was giving her. Even so, she endured it. She knew that the 2 of them couldn't instantly become friends, after what had transpired in the southern continent. The best she could do was close the gap little by little, and try to win the forgiveness of her master's son. Lady Arwen had assured her second disciple that, although William was the type to hold grudges, he was also capable of forgiving others. Princess Eowyn didn't expect to see William at the academy, but she deemed that this was the workings of fate in order for her to atone for the sins that she had done in the past. Pearl, on the other hand, was giving side glances to the half-elf who had abducted her little sister. She still hadn't forgotten that William had summoned his subordinates to attack her. Since then, Pearl knew that there was no way that she could beat William in a head-on confrontation. For now, she was willing to wait, waiting for the perfect opportunity to arise when she could negotiate with the half-elf, and set her sister free from his control, once and for all. Chapter 747, I am not a toy, you know. 2 days passed since Princess Eowyn, Pearl, and Princess Aila joined William's class in Hestia Academy. The 3 girls had easily become good friends with their new classmates, especially the boys who were simping so hard for them. As William was about to leave the classroom, he made sure to look at these boys in disdain, while the boys looked back at him in contempt. The half-elf gave his classmates the, "Please, I'm already married. I'm not like you single boys who are desperate for women," gaze, while the boys in his class gave him the, "You're already married and you're still fighting us for the beautiful girl's affection. Go home and hug your wives and leave us singles alone, damn it." Glare. William could only shake his head at these desperate creatures, and left the class in order to handle important business. Kenneth wanted to follow William, but he had also been given the duty of looking after Princess Eowyn during her stay in the academy. For the time being, the silver-haired elf decided to accompany the princess until she got used to the academy life. William wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon, so Kenneth decided to ensure that no incidents happened to the elven princess, who was studying in the human lands for the first time in her life. Sir William, a voice called out from behind the half-elf, and the latter turned his head to look at who it was. Aila. William smiled when he saw the familiar figure running after him. The latter had told him to keep her identity a secret. Since this was the case, the red-headed teenager decided to call her by her first name. She was Owen's disciple, and the perverted old man had treated him well in Launt. Even if the latter didn't send him the letter telling him to take care of Aila, the half-elf was more than happy to look after a comrade that had fought with him during the war in the southern continent. What's wrong? Did any of the boys in class bully you? Tell me their names, and I'll make sure to hang them upside down in front of the girls' dormitory without their clothes on. Princess Isla's face reddened when she heard William's words. She immediately shook her head, to tell the half-elf that he was mistaken. Our classmates treat me very well, Princess Aila said. It's just that, I still don't know much about the academy. Can you give me a tour? Princess Aila had asked Owen's wife, Sarah, about how she could form a close relationship with William in the academy. Sarah was also a very talented young lady, and even though she wasn't considered a genius, she was still one of the best in her class when she was still studying in the Zelen Royal Academy. Because of this, she was aware of how the noble ladies of the kingdom tried to bridge the gap between the boys whom they were attracted to. Sarah had given Princess Aila several tips, and the princess decided to use one of them to break the ice between her and William. I'd love to give you a tour, William replied, but I have business to handle today. How about I refer you to someone trustworthy? William raised his hand and a magic circle formed in the air. Conan, I choose you. The devil familiar materialized and hastily looked around him. Clearly, he was in the lookout of a certain little fairy who was hell-bent to perform physical examinations on him. Did Claire already leave the academy to do a mission? Conan asked. William shook his head. Don't worry, she's with Professor Celeste right now. I am just about to meet with her in order to unlock the last stage of the Familyomancer job class. Conan hit the palm of his hand with his fist as if coming to a realization. Kekeki. It's about time, Conan commented. He looked very happy at the prospect of becoming more powerful. Hurry up, Will, I want to be stronger. I don't want to get bullied by Claire anymore. William sighed as he lightly flicked Conan's head. The latter immediately cried out in pain as he held his forehead. You're a man, so you mustn't let yourself get bullied by girls, William stated. Conan rubbed his forehead and stared at William with an expression suffering from injustice. That's easy for you to say, Conan replied. If you're so confident about yourself, why don't you have another sparring match with Chloe? William lightly coughed as he averted his gaze. Spar with Chloe? Why would I have a spar with that cheater? Not happening. The half-elf didn't even want to provoke his sixth master because he was truly afraid that the little violent girl would ask him to fight him for a round. Chloe was someone who didn't understand moderation. William knew for certainty that he might die if his sixth master got carried away during their sparring match. Seeing that William didn't have the guts to prove his strength, Conan snorted at him in contempt. Well, why did you summon me then? Conan asked as he crossed his arms over his chest. It's about this, William explained the situation, and Conan nodded his head in understanding. Since he was born from William's soul, he also shared his memories. He knew who Aila was, and just like William, the devil familiar had a good impression of her. Okay, I'll give her a tour of the academy, Conan replied as he patted his chest with confidence. You can count on me, but you have to keep Claire away from me, okay? I swear she's more violent than Chloe when it comes to me. William agreed. Okay. The half-elf then turned to Aila and introduced Conan to her. The princess of the Zelen dynasty looked at the little familiar with great curiosity. So cute, Aila said as her hand unconsciously reached out to hold Conan. Conan didn't feel any threat coming from Aila, so he allowed himself to be grabbed by her. The princess then happily patted Devil Familiar's head like some kind of a pet, which made William smirk. I will be going now. Conan, make sure that nothing bad happens to Aila, okay? William looked at his familiar with a serious expression on his face. If any bastard tries to do something bad to her, I give you permission to beat them silly. Kekeki, this is only natural, Conan replied before looking at Aila with an expression of discomfort. Aila, can you not squeeze my body? I am not a toy, you know. I'm sorry, Sir Conan, Aila replied as she looked at the little guy in her hands. For some reason, holding you feels so nice. Yes, I don't know why, but holding you makes me feel at ease. Conan tilted his head in confusion. Is this the reason why Claire likes to touch me all over? The devil familiar didn't know if he really did have this kind of effect on other people or not. William's interest was piqued by Isla's comment, but he really had things to do, so he left the two behind and headed towards Celeste's office located on the north side of the academy. It was now time for his Familyomancer job class to upgrade to the Familyomancer Sovereign, which would allow him to unlock new features for his two familiars, who would soon be able to step into the millennial rank. Chapter 748, a sad smile that lingered in his memories. So, you've finally found some time to see me, Celeste said as she glanced at William. She was reading a book when the half-elf came to visit her, and judging from her voice, she wasn't very pleased. William lightly coughed as he sat on a chair. He then looked at Celeste with an innocent expression on his face. Sorry, Professor, I completely forgot about it because of the phenomenon in the sky and Elliot's death. Celeste snorted as she closed the book in her hand. She gave William a contemptuous look before setting her book to the side. The beautiful elf didn't want to admit it, but she had been waiting for William to find her and ask how to advance his profession for quite some time now. Since you're already here, let's not waste each other's time and discuss the details of your ascension. Celeste waved her hand and a golden beam of light shot towards the center of William's forehead. Soon, a projection appeared between the two of them. In it was a tablet where several runes were written in an ancient language. Celeste read the information with great interest. William, who had no idea what the words written in the tablet were, asked the system to translate it for him. Optimus had already researched all the languages in Hestia. This was why it was not a problem for William to understand the meaning behind written words, even those that came from ancient texts. Ascension requirements. Dungeon core essence. The dungeon must have 60 floors and above. Anything below 60 floors will not activate the ascension requirement. Dungeon core essence. William tilted his head. Optimus, what is a dungeon core essence? The dungeon core essence is a type of energy that can only be extracted from dungeon cores. You can think of it as the dungeon core's mana. Extracting all of it will cause the dungeon to stop spawning monsters. Although the dungeon will not die, it will need a few years before it starts to function like a proper dungeon again. William nodded his head in understanding. He then realized that this requirement must be due to Elliot and Conan being born from the two dungeon cores that he had absorbed in the past, as well as fragments of his soul. Since they were originally dungeon cores, they needed dungeon core essence to become stronger. William rubbed his chin. Celeste, who had also finished reading the information, translated it for William. She didn't know that the half-elf was already aware of the requirements, and was merely thinking of ways to find a dungeon that had 60 floors and above, in order to boost the power of his two familiars. William nodded his head after Celeste finished her explanation. This was his way of telling her that he was listening to what she was saying. Professor, I'm fairly new here in the central continent, William said. Can you tell me where I can find dungeons that have 60 floors or more? You look very confident, Celeste commented after seeing that William didn't have any traces of worry on his face after hearing the requirements that were needed to raise the rank of his profession. As long as I'm not dealing with a dungeon with 100 floors, I believe I can manage. It's just 60 floors, no big deal. Well, I'm sure that compared to the Tower of Babylon, a dungeon with 60 floors is just a walk in the park for you. William only smiled at Celeste's comment and didn't say anything else. His thoughts then wandered to the two dungeons that he was familiar with. I won't be able to clear the dungeon of Atlantis anytime soon, William thought. The Mirage Caverns on the other hand is only 50 floors. This doesn't match the requirements needed to upgrade my profession. Before he left the Silverwind Academy, William had already cleared the dungeon located at the city of Silverwind. The only problem was that the Mirage Caverns only had 50 floors. If the requirement was only a bit lower, he could easily travel towards the Crater Empire using his Prince of Thunder job class, and return to Hestia Academy using Soleil. Professor, do you know of any dungeons that meet the requirements needed to advance my profession? William asked. It doesn't matter if it's a bit far from the academy. Even if William hadn't asked this question, Celeste would definitely give him the information he needed. For her, the half-elf was someone that had the ability to spread the Familyomancer job class to other people. Although William wasn't her direct disciple, the boy was the disciple of her familiar. Celeste wouldn't be petty enough to make things difficult for the red-headed teenager, especially now that the latter was serious in becoming a family-omancer sovereign. A week from now, the academy will start giving out missions to its students, Celine replied after organizing her thoughts. Some of these missions require rare items that can only be found in dungeons. Since you are already a third year, you will be allowed to take on Class A missions, which also include going to dungeons that have 70 floors to gather materials. Celine took out a scroll from her storage ring and passed it to William. This scroll consists of a list of dungeons that are accessible using the teleportation gates of the academy, Celeste explained. Just pick one of them and return to me once you have completed your mission. William grinned as he browsed the list of dungeons on the scroll. The information was quite detailed and it informed him of everything he needed to know about a particular dungeon. Thank you, Professor, William said. But, do I really have to wait a week before I go to one of these dungeons? Celeste nodded. The academy is very strict when it comes to expeditions. I'm not entirely certain, but I feel that the headmaster holds a grudge against you. I'm sure that if you tried to go to one of these dungeons right now, he would use that as an excuse to punish you for breaking the rules of the academy. It will be best for you to just wait for a week, so that we can dodge this issue. For now, you can make your preparations for your dungeon expedition. Feel free to bring some of your classmates with you, so that they can earn merit points as well. A maximum of 6 members per party is allowed. It will be best to use this opportunity to form strong connections. You never know when you'll be able to use it. William planned to dive in the dungeon solo in order to hasten up his journey. However, after hearing Celeste's words, he thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea if he brought those that were familiar to him on his expedition, like his wives, Zhu and Sha. As long as they cleared the mission together, they would all get merit points, which they could exchange in the academy for items. After thanking Celeste, William went to look for his wives. He wanted to visit Shannon a few more times, before he left the academy to do his ascension quest. It didn't take long before William saw Princess Sidonie, Chiffon, and Ian in the garden of the academy. Ian had informed him that they were having a meeting in one of the gazebos in the garden. William followed Ian's direction and found his 3 wives waiting for him. There were a few baskets, filled with cookies and cakes on the table. Clearly, the 3 were enjoying an afternoon snack, and the half-elf happily joined them. Will, there is something that we need to tell you, Princess Sidonie said. Even now, we still haven't figured out the sin that Shannon bears. Really, William was quite surprised because he thought that it would be very easy for the 7 sins to know what Shannon's divinity was. I also consulted with Kenneth and Lilith, but the 2 of them share the same opinion, Princess Sidonie explained. They can't identify Shannon's divinity. William rubbed his chin as he contemplated. For him, knowing Shannon's sin was crucial because it would allow him to find ways to counter her powers. Their brief encounter had left a deep impression on William. If possible, he didn't want to faint every time he laid his eyes on the young lady, whose sad smile lingered in his memories. Chapter 749, Wielding all the power of the 7 deadly sins. Right after they finished their afternoon snack, Princess Sidonie and Chiffon accompanied William to the Eastern Shrine. They were about to do the experiment they had delayed a few days ago. William was hoping that merging with his wives would counter Shannon's divinity and allow him to talk to her. He finally understood why Amon made Shannon his last trial. The difficulty rating had spiked drastically, and one could tell that she was final boss material. The guards allowed them to pass as if they were told of their coming beforehand. When the 3 arrived in front of Shannon's room, William kissed Chiffon and the little glutton transformed into particles of light, flying straight into the gem, embedded in William's chest. Soon, a golden flame appeared on his forehead. He glanced at Princess Sidonie and nodded his head. Shannon, can we enter? Princess Sidonie asked. A rustling sound was heard inside the room before a soul-stirring voice reached their ears. Come in, Shannon replied. The door is open. William frowned a bit because Shannon's voice had momentarily put him into a daze. Although it wasn't as bad as their first meeting, beads of sweat started to appear on the half-elf's forehead. Princess Sidonie opened the door and stepped in first. William followed behind her with his head lowered. Due to his strong senses, he was able to determine Shannon's location inside the room. He slowly raised his head, but he made sure that he only looked at her clothes, and not her face. William decided that it would be best if he didn't rush things, and simply do his best to adapt to Shannon's presence. They made two plans for this visit. The first plan was for William to actively talk to Shannon, and see if he could find out more about her. The second plan was for Princess Sidonie to do the talking, and he would just listen from the side, while trying to increase his resistance to Shannon's divinity. Although he didn't dare to see her face, he could see that the young lady was dressed as a shrine maiden. She was sitting on a chair and holding a brush in her left hand, just like he had seen during his last visit. "Oh, this is quite interesting." Shannon's voice broke William's thoughts. "You've merged with one of my sisters. How did you do it? Can you tell me how you did it?" William felt his world spin around him as he gritted his teeth. As if sensing that he needed help, Chiffon increased the output of her power, and the flame on William's forehead grew bigger. The half-elf swayed where he stood, but Princess Sidonie was there to support him. His surroundings were no longer spinning, and yet, he was feeling lightheaded and nauseous. "Optimus, did you manage to record everything?" "Yes. According to my calculations, Chiffon's divinity has indeed increased your resistance against Shannon's divinity. However, it is not enough to withstand the pressure from Shannon's power. If I were to put it in simpler terms, right now, Chiffon is like an umbrella above your head that protects you from the rain. However, you're not dealing with a mere drizzle. You are dealing with a high-pressure water pump that is aimed directly at your body." William unconsciously wiped away the beads of sweat that were forming on his forehead as he listened to the system's explanation. "Do you have any suggestions?" William inquired. It was very important for him to find a way to increase his resistance, or else, he would suffer the same fate every time he visited Shannon. "Increase your synchronization rate with Chiffon, or Princess Sidonie. Right now, your synchronization rate with Chiffon is at 40%. As for Princess Sidonie, your synchronization rate with her is at 50%. If I were to make a bold guess, you will need at least a 70% synchronization rate with either of them in order to face Shannon without feeling like you want to puke your heart out." "I see, thank you." William glanced at Princess Sidonie and shook his head. This was their signal that he wasn't in the right state to continue being around Shannon. Princess Sidonie nodded and asked to be excused. Although they came to talk to the young lady dressed as a shrine maiden, her husband's safety was her top priority. She gave Shannon an apologetic gaze before leaving the room with William. Shannon just smiled in understanding and nodded her head. She was still curious about how William was able to merge with one of her sisters, but looking at the half-elf's very pale expression, she knew that her guests would have to prematurely end their visit. "Visit me anytime," Shannon said as she returned her attention to the canvas in front of her. "I will be looking forward to our next meeting." William leaned weakly against a tree. He had just vomited everything that he had eaten in the past few hours, and he was feeling marginally better. Chiffon lightly rubbed his back in order to help him feel better. She felt a little sad that she wasn't able to help William resist Shannon's divinity. However, William assured her that it wasn't her fault. "Don't worry, I finally figured out a way to cope with her powers," William said as he held Chiffon's hand. "After a month or two, I will be able to face her without any problems." Chiffon looked at William with a hopeful expression. She had an unwavering trust in William. So she believed that her husband wasn't lying to her. "How?" Princess Sidonie asked. William made a gesture for Princess Sidonie to come closer. He then whispered, in a volume that both girls would be able to hear, how the two of them could help him increase his synchronization rate with them at a steady pace. Chiffon's face turned beet red, while Princess Sidonie had an expression that said, "Why didn't I think of that?" "Will, I will do my best to help you," Chiffon said with a serious expression on her face. "I like it when you're gentle with me. However, you can be rough as well." William chuckled as he patted Chiffon's head. Actually, his method works well with Princess Sidonie because it was in line with her divinity. As for Chiffon, while the half-elf could also increase their synchronization rate by making love with each other, it would be more effective if William just fed her something to eat. Chiffon's divinity was gluttony. In order to increase her synchronization with William, he needed to feed her something with a high concentration of magical or spiritual power. "Let's go, darling." Morgana swapped with Princess Sidonie and held William's hand. She then half-dragged the half-elf towards the boys' dormitory room. "Time waits for no one. The sooner we do this, the sooner we can lift the curse from Est's, Ian's, and Isaac's bodies." "I meant what I said, Will," Chiffon said as she held onto William's hand. "While I like it when you are being gentle to me, if it is really needed, you can be as rough as you want." Her face flushed to a red that was as red as a tomato, but her voice was very firm. "Don't worry, I can take it. The corner of William's lips twitched because Morgana, and even Chiffon, seemed very enthusiastic about the prospect of increasing their synchronization rate with him. Even though he was happy that his wives were very eager to help him to the best of their abilities, he also felt helpless because he had to resort to this method in order to accomplish his mission. However, William had long wondered what would happen if he achieved perfect synchronization rate with any one of his wives. According to Optimus, some abilities would be unlocked. William didn't know how strong those abilities were, but if they were as powerful as Princess Sidoni's charm ability at full power, wouldn't that mean that I'd become a pseudo-deadly sin as well? William didn't know the answer to this question. Even someone like him felt that the balance of the world would be broken if he was able to wield the power of the 7 deadly sins and unleash their full power without paying any kind of price. With that line of thought, William pondered what he would need to do if he was going to raise his synchronization with the other sins like sloth, greed, wrath, pride, and envy. I'd better not get ahead of myself, William thought as he tossed the diabolical idea to the back of his mind. My hands are already full. William smiled as he looked at the 2 beauties that were firmly holding each of his hands. He wished, with all of his heart, that he and his lovers would be able to stay together for many more years to come. Chapter 750, Ju's and Shaw's Life in Hestia Academy. 3 days after his second meeting with Shannon, William went to find Zhu and Shaw. The 2 of them were 2 of his most trusted companions, and he planned to invite them to go with him to the Orc Dungeon when the Academy started their quarterly assessment test for the students. This was quite similar to what Silverwind Academy did when William was still studying under them. As students of Hestia Academy, all of the students were required to undertake missions that would benefit the lives of the people living in the Central Continent. Some of these missions were bandit subjugation, merchant escorting services, exploration quests, investigations, archaeological digging, dungeon expeditions, harvesting rare materials, and many more. The founders of Hestia Academy didn't want to raise flowers inside greenhouses. They wanted to raise individuals that could, and would, contribute to the betterment of society as a whole. No one was exempt from this rule. Even the professors would usually take this opportunity to gain some merit points in the academy in exchange for money or resources. Also, this quarterly event had no restrictions when it came to forming groups. Those in the upper years could even help the freshmen in their missions. It was a good way to form strong connections, and this was greatly encouraged by the academy. The first person that William found was Zhu. However, the half-elf almost did a double take because he thought that he was just seeing things. Right now, the chubby young man had an impatient expression on his face, while being surrounded by beautiful women. "Ladies, can you please let me pass?" Zhu said while frowning. "I need to find Shaw. There is something I need to discuss with him. Lord Zhu, please stay with us for a bit." A cute girl held onto Zhu's right arm and looked up at him with a bashful expression. "We baked some cookies. Why don't you join us for an afternoon snack?" "That's right." Lord Zhu, a pretty young lady who obviously came from a noble family, held Zhu's left arm and hugged it tightly. "Please, join us for an afternoon snack. I promise that you will not regret it." Her ample bosom pressed down on the chubby young man's arm. Clearly, she was doing her best to use her natural endowments to make Zhu accompany them. 3 more girls latched onto Zhu's body, giving him no chance to escape their grasps. The frown on Zhu's face deepened. It was quite obvious that he had no interest in the beautiful young ladies that surrounded him. Just as he was about to push them away, he noticed William, who was looking at him with a big grin on his face. "Will, don't just stand there, help me," Zhu said as he called out to the half-elf who was leaning against a pillar. The girls turned their heads to look at William. Their gazes were saying, "Don't take Lord Zhu from us or else." William scratched the back of his head because he didn't know what to do in this situation. He never expected that Zhu was quite popular with the ladies, and this took him completely by surprise. Do you know where Shaw is?" William asked. "There's something that I need to ask him." "Shaw, he might be in the library," Zhu replied. "He likes to know more about this world, the Central Continent and the other continents surrounding it. There is a high chance that you will find him there." "Thanks." "Oi, don't leave me here." William ignored Zhu's calls for help and hurriedly left towards the library. He might be strong enough to fight saints now, but he would never attack a group of girls who were looking at Zhu with hearts in their eyes. He simply offered a prayer for Zhu's well-being in his heart. Several minutes later, William arrived at the library. This was a very huge building where books that hailed from all over the world were gathered in order to help educate the young men and women of the next generation. It didn't take long for William to find Shaw because Optimus was able to detect all of his allies on the map. The scholarly young man was seated on a table, surrounded by many books. There were also maps that were laid out on the table, and he glanced at them from time to time as if using them as reference. Right next to him was a cold beauty with long black hair. She was leaning on Shaw's back and saying a few things, while pointing at the map in front of them. William couldn't help but think that his two friends were experiencing the academy life that many single people would practically kill for. Just as William was thinking whether he should disturb the atmosphere of the two, Shaw raised his head and glanced at William's direction. "Will, do you need me for something?" Shaw asked with a smile. The beautiful lady then glanced at William before whispering something in Shaw's ear. Not long after, she took out a pair of glasses from her pocket and wore them. She then gave William a brief nod before walking towards the desk that was reserved for the assistant librarians who managed the entire library. The girl's friend giggled as the black-haired beauty sat back on her chair. The beautiful librarian was still on duty, but she would almost always be with Shaw whenever he appeared in the library. Her friends didn't mind taking over her spot for a little while, because she was still doing her job to help people in the library. "You and Zoo are good," William commented as he sat beside Shaw. "Who is that lady? Is she your girlfriend?" Shaw shook his head. "Her name is Hazel and she is an assistant librarian. She often helps me find books about the empires in the central continent. She's quite knowledgeable and I am grateful for her help." "Is that all?" William asked in a teasing tone. "Don't tell me you're not one of those dense protagonists that have no idea when a girl likes them." Shaw shook his head for the second time before giving William the "you know what my true form is like" stare, which made the half-elf chuckle. "You're so outdated, Shaw," William commented. "Even demons can form relationships with humans. Just look at my wife, Chiffon. Her mother is a dwarf, and her father is a bastard that I will punch to oblivion once I visit the demonic continent." Shaw didn't want to talk about Hazel, so he pressed William for his reason in looking for him. "I wanted to talk to you and Zoo about the quarterly event that is going to happen in a few days," William said. "Zoo was surrounded by beautiful ladies earlier, so I didn't have the opportunity to talk to him. However, do the two of you have any plans for the quarterly assessment?" Shaw shook his head. "Actually, I was also about to look for you in order to discuss this academy-wide event. We came here to repay you for our freedom. You only need to say the word and we will be there to help you with anything." William felt touched because he could feel Shaw's sincerity. When he paid for their freedom, he didn't even think of anything in return. This was why he was pleasantly surprised when he saw his two friends in the Misty Sect, along with Sun Wukong, for their founding day celebrations. "Shaw, I don't want you and Zoo to feel indebted to me," William said. "Friends don't need debts between them. I did what I did because I was the one that was indebted to the two of you. If you didn't help me back in the heavenly domain, I would have never been able to pass through the gate." Shaw remained silent because he knew that William truly felt that way about them. Since that was the case, there was no need to force the issue. "Where do you plan to go for the quarterly assessment?" Shaw inquired. "Zoo and I have also been invited by our classmates to go with them on missions, but we politely turned them down. We said that we are planning to form a party with you, so most of them backed out. With the exception of the girls who are infatuated with Zoo. You better be careful with those girls. They are serious in their attempts to court Zoo, and he is also feeling helpless about it. There was a time when he had been tempted to take on his demonic form just to scare them, but I managed to stop him in time." William nodded his head in agreement. He had already seen the glares that the girls had thrown in his direction when he was talking to Zoo, and he could feel a sense of jealousy from them due to the closeness with which Zoo and him could treat each other. "Okay, so this is my plan for the assessment test," William told Shaw his plan, and the latter promised to relay the message to Zoo. With this, William had secured 2 helpers to help him clear the Orc dungeon. Although it would be easy for him to solo it, he still wanted to help Zoo and Shaw gain some merit points. He also planned to bring Princess Sidoni, Chiffon, and Ian with him to maximize the limit of the party members that was allowed by the Academy. After finalizing a date for their departure, William left Shaw alone. However, just as he was about to leave the library, he noticed that the beautiful librarian had once again left her post, and headed towards the handsome scholar that had returned to reading the books on his table. "Do your best, Shaw," William said with a smirk as he left the library in good spirits. He hoped more than anything else that his two friends, Zhu and Shaw, would find happiness in Hestia. A happiness that would last them a lifetime. Chapter 751, Bringing an End to the Rule of Light. Sir William, about the assessment test, can I also join your team? Princess Aila asked in a hopeful tone. Although she already knew the names of her classmates by heart, she wasn't that close to them. Some of them had also invited the angelic-looking princess after they had found out that she was a life magician. Healers were highly sought out in any mission, or dungeon expedition, because their ability to support a party during dire situations was priceless. About this, my party members are already complete, William replied with an awkward expression on his face. It was not because he had forgotten about Princess Aila. In fact, the thought of inviting her to his party crossed his mind. However, with the member restriction, he only had enough slots for Zhu, Shaw, and his wives. Is that so? Princess Aila lowered her head. Although she had already expected that William would reject him, she still felt at a loss when the rejection finally came. Don't worry, I already thought of this issue, William said as he glanced at Conan, who was sitting by the window, and looking at the clouds in the sky. Conan, come, I need a favor. Oh, you need the help of this amazing Conan. You made the right choice, Will. The devil familiar happily flew towards William and landed on his shoulder. He had been feeling relaxed as of late because Claire was always busy and had no time to look for him. With his newfound freedom, he would often accompany Princess Aila to explore more of the academy after their classes ended in the afternoon. The princess and the little devil shared similar traits. In a way, both of them were pure of heart, so it was very easy for the two of them to get along with each other. You see, Aila needs someone to accompany her on a mission, William said. She needs someone strong and dependable to ensure her safety. With that said, I can't think of anyone more suited to the job than you. Will you accept this mission? Kekeki. This is a piece of cake, Conan patted his chest. Don't worry, Aila. As long as I'm around, no harm will come to you. A very sweet smile appeared on Princess Aila's face as she looked at Conan. The smile was so dazzling that the boys in the class started to curse William and Conan in their hearts. Damn, we couldn't even win against a familiar. Why is life unfair? Everyone gave the little devil a hateful glare, but the latter only tilted his head in confusion. Conan didn't know that he had become public enemy number 2 in the hearts of the boys of Class C. Kenneth, do you and Arwen have any plans for the upcoming assessment test? William inquired. Aila is a healer. She will be an indispensable member in your team. Kenneth nodded his head in understanding. Lady Arwen, we still have a few slots in our party. Can we add Aila to our team? Princess Arwen glanced at William's direction and nodded her head. In fact, she had already invited Princess Aila a day ago, but the latter politely said that she would think about it first. Now that the half-elf had rejected Princess Aila, the elven princess would definitely not allow a dedicated healer to slip out of her grasp. I would love to have Aila in our team, Princess Arwen said with a smile. Lilith, if you still haven't joined any parties, feel free to join us as well. The Amazon princess had been low-key as of late. She would often wander around the academy as if looking for someone or something. William even jokingly teased her one time that Lilith might be looking for precious items in the academy to steal. Lilith's reply was just a mischievous smile, but that smile was enough to tell William that his guess was spot on. The Amazon princess was indeed strolling around the academy in search of priceless treasures to grab, without anyone noticing. Sounds like a plan, Lilith replied. I'm in. Great. Princess Arwen clapped her hands together. Kenneth, Pearl, and Lilith were strong fighters. Princess Arwen knew support and offensive magic, so her role was quite flexible. Princess Aila on the other hand was a pure healer, and Conan was a defensive player. With such a balanced party, they could easily clear any dungeon that had less than 60 floors without any problems. Somewhere in the central continent, the Supreme Pontifex of the organization, Deus, held a scroll in her hand. This scroll held the complete prophecy of the Prince of Darkness. It had been written personally by the patriarch of the Rayleigh family after he had received the vision. With the help of the now-deceased Alessio, who was once the branch leader of Deus in the Silvermoon continent, the original copy of the prophecy landed in the Supreme Pontifex's hands. Just like the elves, She had also sent several of her subordinates to monitor potential candidates that had the possibility of becoming the prophesied prince. She also shared the same opinion as the elders of the elves about William being the most likely candidate. Born from the union of the Saintess of the World Tree and the Dungeon Conqueror, the Supreme Pontifex said as she caressed the scroll in her hand. Personally taken as a disciple by Selene, and taught dark magic at an early age. Now, he resides inside Hestia Academy and has a close relationship with Celeste. Anyone would think that he is indeed the prince's in the prophecy, but is he truly the chosen one? The prince that will trample on the Silvermoon continent, and bring an end to the rule of the light. The Supreme Pontifex sat on her black throne, and took out an obsidian crystal ball from her storage ring. The images of the candidates appeared one by one within its depths. 3 of them were from the demonic continent. Another one was the youngest prodigy of an ancient elven clan that had been exiled from the Silvermoon continent. There was also a prince that hailed from the Gunner Federation. More images of young men in their late teens appeared. The majority of them came from influential families, while others were mere commoners, who had some fortuitous encounters early in their life. All of them had the possibility of being the Dark Prince. Soon, William's face appeared on the obsidian crystal ball as well. I've waited over 100 years already, the Supreme Pontifex said as she gazed at the crystal ball in her hand. Waiting a year or 2 more is not a problem. The Supreme Pontifex giggled as she thought about the future that she had been waiting for many years. For hundreds of years, we have been cursed never to walk on the surface during the day, the Supreme Pontifex said in a tone filled with hate. But, that too, will soon come to pass. The Supreme Pontifex sighed as she caressed her obsidian crystal ball as if it was the face of her lover. That's why, our beloved prince, please, wake up soon. Your faithful and loyal subjects are dying to feed you with a silver spoon. Chapter 752, Spirited Away, Part 1. Here you go, Conan. Say ah, Princess Aila hand-fed a cookie to the familiar who was currently sitting on her shoulder. Conan and her had become good friends ever since William had asked the familiar to guide the princess around the academy. After experiencing the war in the southern continent, Princess Aila had lost her innocence. Nor was she the only one the war forced this loss upon. They had to learn quickly that they either had to kill or be killed by others. Owen had not only taught her the arts of being a life mage, he also taught her how to defend herself during combat. The princess had become a battle mage under Owen's teaching, but this was something very few people knew. Princess Aila's innocent appearance would make anyone think that she was no more than a harmless girl, but if force came to shove, she would be just like Owen. A life mage who would not blink her eyes when needing to kill people, using the secret arts passed directly to her, by the Grand Life Archon. Aila, I can feed myself, Conan stuttered. Someone as great as me doesn't need to be hand-fed. My hands are not for decoration. Princess Aila smiled as she handed the cookie to the familiar who insisted on eating by himself. I know that you're great, Conan, Princess Aila replied. This is why I am assured that we will complete this mission. Right, as long as I am around, this mission is a walk in the park. Don't worry, I will carry you. Thank you in advance, Conan. Princess Aowen looked at this scene while sipping her tea. Right now, they were inside a flying carriage that they had rented from the academy. They were on an expedition to solve mysterious disappearances that were happening in a small town, located a day's ride away from the academy using a flying carriage. Hestia Academy is not just an ordinary academy. One could think of it as a mercenary organization that sent people to solve various problems plaguing the entirety of the central continent. Lilith lay on the couch as she lazily bit into a cookie. She was also observing William's familiar because she was curious about what the little devil could do. As someone who was a good judge of character, Lilith knew that Conan wasn't like his twin brother, Elliot, whom she couldn't read no matter how hard she tried. The angelic familiar even gave her a dangerous feeling every time their gazes met. It was as if Elliot could see through her schemes, and this made her feel uncomfortable. Compared to him, Conan is like a gullible child, Lilith thought. Kenneth, who was seated beside Princess Aowen, sighed internally. Since his main task was to watch over his junior sister, on behalf of the Elven King, and his master, he wasn't able to accompany William in his dungeon expedition. In the end, he decided to study the information they had about the mission in order to pass the time. Something is very fishy about this mission, Kenneth thought as he read the documents. Regardless whether it is night or day, someone from the village disappears every 3 days. There is no pattern in the disappearances. It doesn't matter if it is young or old, men or women. One will disappear without fail after 3 days, but whenever someone investigates the matter, the disappearances are delayed 2 days. Very strange. They were not the only ones that had chosen this mission from the academy. Aside from them, there were 10 other teams that were currently headed to the town of Willowdale. The rewards for this mission were quite high, which included 10,000 merit points for each team member, and 1,000 gold coins. The town was not that big, and the villagers were not that well off, so the compensation money was not much. In order to entice the students to take on this mission, the academy decided to increase the merit points as well. Still, I don't think this mission is going to be easy, Conan said after eating his cookie. The academy has also dispatched professors to deal with the disappearances, but all of them came back empty-handed. The only good news is that none of those who went there to investigate disappeared. Princess Aila, who was about to give Conan another cookie, also found this strange. I think that whoever is responsible for the disappearances didn't want to provoke the academy. They probably know that once a student or a professor disappears, the academy will send enough manpower to flip the entire town upside down. Princess Aowen nodded her head in agreement. The academy is taking this mission seriously. They already dispatched 2 professors to accompany the students. It seems that they want to solve this mystery once and for all. Lilith only smiled as she listened to the conversation. As someone that was the embodiment of greed, stealing things was her specialty. This also included kidnapping people. Under Andraste's command, she would travel alongside elite Amazon warriors in order to kidnap talented young men to be brought back to their empire in order for them to spend a few days with her sister. Naturally, after a few days, the young men would be safely returned to their homes, loaded with gold coins, and other treasures, given to them by the women whom they had embraced in the Amazon Empire. For Lilith, this was a walk in the park. As long as she activated her divinity, she would be able to catch the culprit without fail. A few hours later, the flying carriages finally arrived at their destination. The town mayor had already prepared accommodations for all of them. Although they weren't comparable to the comforts that they were used to in the academy, the rooms given to them were clean and comfortable enough to stay in. Professor Garin, William's homeroom teacher, was one of the professors that had been tasked to supervise the mission. Since the 3 princesses in his class had taken the mission, the headmaster of the academy ordered him to accompany them to ensure their safety. Although the academy usually didn't give the members of the royal family special treatment, the current mission was sensitive. If one of the princesses were suddenly spirited away, Byron would have a hard time pacifying the members of their royal families. Since they had just arrived at the town, the professors as well as the students, who had taken the mission, decided to rest for the time being. They thought that since they had arrived at the town, whoever was responsible for the disappearances would stay their hands. But their expectations were broken the next day. As if to mock their arrival in Willowdale, the daughter of the town's mayor disappeared, from under the same roof where the professors of Hestia Academy were staying. Please, professors, find my daughter. The town mayor pleaded. She is about to get married next month. Please, save her. Professor Garin did his best to assure the mayor that they would do their best to find her daughter. This was why, right after eating breakfast, the 10 teams alongside their professors immediately started their investigations, in the hope that they would find the culprit before the day was over. Chapter 753, Spirited Away, Part 2. Lilith stood inside the bedroom of the mayor's daughter and used her divinity. She frowned when she sensed the remnants of spiritual magic inside the room. If not for her strong divinity, no one would be able to find these faint traces, which could help them find the culprit. No one entered the room, Lilith said as the frown on her head deepened. The victim walked out of her own accord. If I have to make a guess, she might have been under a hypnosis spell, or something similar to it. Lilith followed the traces and left the house along with her party members. Since this was a mission, she didn't plan to share her discovery with the other groups. Professor Garin followed behind the group, and didn't interfere with their investigation. However, he was shocked that the Amazon princess had this trick up her sleeve. It seems that the headmaster's words are right, Professor Garin thought. We might be able to solve this mysterious case with Lilith's help. The traces led them a mile outside of the town into a nearby forest. What puzzled Lilith was that even though the mayor's daughter had snuck out of the house in the middle of the night, she had definitely exited the town through the main gate. Due to the disappearances that had been happening, the mayor had organized people to patrol the town in shifts to intimidate whoever was causing the disappearances. The main gate was also sufficiently manned, so it was impossible for anyone to exit the town without being discovered. If the mayor's daughter, Elena, really left through the main gate, wouldn't that make the guards that were stationed there either blind or completely incompetent? The traces stop here, Lilith announced. Everyone looked around their surroundings, but aside from trees, they didn't see anything unusual. The trees were covered in vines, but there was nothing unusual about them. They were regular vines that could be seen anywhere in a forest. All of the girls activated their unique skills meant for detection, but none of them found anything unusual, except for Princess Aila. As a life mage, she was able to detect life force. However, what she saw almost took her breath away. "Oh, so I've been found out." A playful, almost teasing voice reached their ears. Immediately, the forest around them became lively as the vines on the trees suddenly sprang to life. Kenneth, Lilith, Pearl, and Professor Garen immediately took a defensive formation with Princess Aowen and Aila at the center. Conan hovered above Isla's head, holding his death scythe and looking at his surroundings vigilantly. "It's no use," Princess Aila said. Her voice contained traces of disbelief, fear, and despair in them. "We need to run. Run. Perish the thought, my dear. All of you will become great additions to my collection." Several vines sprouted out of the ground and coiled themselves on everyone's legs and feet, preventing them from moving. Flowers bloomed on the vines above the trees, unleashing a pink spray. "Don't breathe it," Princess Aowen shouted as she used a powerful gust of wind to blow away the smog that had almost covered their bodies. A chuckle erupted around them. Clearly, the one who was responsible for all of this was finding this scene quite entertaining. A second later, everyone felt a prickling pain in their legs. The vine that had wrapped around their legs suddenly grew thorns, and injected some sort of substance in their bodies. Everyone knew that this was not a good sign, so they hurriedly unleashed their strongest attacks in order to break free. Lilith had used the artifact that she had taken from the Crater Empire and covered her body in red armor. Her battle prowess also jumped to the saint rank, and she immediately turned the vines around them into crystals, which shattered into fine dust. "Run! Our opponent is a myriad beast," Princess Aila shouted. "We can't win." She had already detected the powerful life force hiding under the ground due to her ability, but it was already too late, and there was nothing she could do about it. When they heard the princess's words, everyone's expressions turned grim as they hurried towards the exit of the forest. "Surely, you don't expect to leave this forest under my watch, right?" A giant flower sprouted in front of them, and standing in its center was a beautiful lady with green hair and eyes. "A dryad," Professor Garen exclaimed. The elves were no stranger to dryads because they coexisted with these tree spirits in harmony. Since that was the case, Princess Aowen decided to negotiate with her in order to get the beast to let them go. "Your Excellency, my name is Aowen, and I am a princess of the elves living in the southern continent," Princess Aowen said with the dignified voice of the royal family. "I think there is a misunderstanding. We are here to—" "I know why you're here," the dryad interrupted Aowen's words and smiled seductively. "An elven princess? Truly, this is a lucky day. I do not have an elven princess in my collection. The gods must be giving me their blessings since they brought you to me." The dryad then glanced at Princess Aila with great interest. "I am very confident in my ability to hide. This is the first time that someone has seen through my hiding place. It seems that you're no ordinary girl. I'm feeling a very pleasant magical power coming from you. I'm guessing that you're highly attuned to spirits, or are blessed with a nature-type ability. I will definitely not let you go." Seeing that the dryad had no intention of letting them go, Princess Aila finally found the courage to voice out her opinions. "Why?" Princess Aila asked. "Why are you kidnapping people from the town? Aren't dryads supposed to be noble spirits? Why are you doing this?" The dryad giggled as if what she heard was the biggest joke she had heard in her lifetime. "Noble spirits? Sweetheart, it seems that you know nothing about dryads," the dryad replied. "It's in our nature to kidnap people. The men serve as fertilizer, and the women serve as seed beds. Don't worry, I will personally take care of you and love you for a long time." Lilith was about to unleash her power in order to turn the myriad beast into an ice crystal when she suddenly collapsed on the ground. Princess Aowen, Princess Aila, Kenneth, and Garen followed suit as they also collapsed due to the toxin that had invaded their bodies. The dryad smiled seductively because she knew that she had already won. As she was about to wrap the ladies and take them underground, several shields materialized in the air and stopped the vines. Advance. Oh, I missed a flying bug. The Dryad smiled sweetly. You don't look tasty, so just die for me, okay? Conan ignored the Dryad's taunting and stood in front of everyone. Iron Fortress, Conan shouted. He knew that he couldn't possibly defeat the myriad beast, so he did the only thing that he could do, and that was to defend. Kenneth, Princess Aila, Princess Eowyn, Lilith, Kenneth, and Garen were enclosed in a steel dome. After everyone had been safely stored inside his iron fortress, Conan flew towards the fortress and became one with it. This is the first time I'm going to do this, Conan thought. I hope it works. The Dryad frowned and lashed at the steel ball with a thorned whip, with the intention of breaking it apart, but the attacks only caused a deep dent to appear on its surface. Suddenly, the steel dome shook and started to grow metallic spikes on its surface. Conan's mighty shout reverberated in the forest as the 3-meter-tall spiked ball started to roll away, destroying the trees in its path. The war cry was none other than Kusaganaga's signature battle cry before it wreaked destruction. The devil familiar knew that he wasn't good when it comes to offensive attacks, so it decided to imitate the rainbow-colored anteater's move, in order to compensate for his lack of offensive prowess. The Dryad sneered as she followed the speeding wrecking ball that was spreading destruction in its wake. As a myriad beast that had roamed the central continent for many years, it was confident that this pitiful attempt to escape her would be in vain. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.